High in the air above a bloodied battlefield, countless streams of energy were slowly gathering in one place. The streams intertwined with one another, weaving a large and all-seeing eye that watched over the entire battlefield beneath it. Thus, the record of the calamity began. Tightly clutching the blood-soaked spear and clad in black leather armor that had been torn to shreds, a man stood facing his opponents with a mocking smile. His jet-black hair was disheveled, and his body was bruised and battered. However, he paid no heed to the wounds and instead let his gaze roam over the vast expanse. His vibrant eyes and his fierce gaze observed the enemies that surrounded him from all sides. There was no way out. The man knew that he would die here. But even in the face of imminent death, his expression did not falter. It was filled with mockery. To think that the oldies left their reeking caves to fight next to the young prodigies of the Origin Expanse. I would have never expected to be that popular amongst the young and old. The man chuckled with a hearty smile on his face. I can even see some archenemies putting aside their worthless pride to ally against me. That's so sweet. The Elven Empress was present, and so were the Usra Emperor, the Demon King, the Dwarven Lords, and many more esteemed figures who hardly ventured outside their territory. However, today was different. Today's action was a necessity to ensure their survival and the end of a vexing cockroach. Instead of facing each other with their grand armies to tear their enemies apart, all arch-rivals stood united, their blades pointed in one direction. The man could hear the roars of some oldies, while others sneered, but his smile never ceased. They looked confident, however. Their eyes exposed the true feeling they held in their hearts: uncontrollable fear. Despite being heavily outnumbered, he did not make a move. Everyone was wary of the man's final attack, their weapons poised to strike the coiled serpent the moment he bared his fangs. The standoff continued for several hours until the sun set behind the horizon. The last rays of sunlight shone upon the battlefield, and the effect was catastrophic. At that moment, it was as if the battlefield turned into a sea of blazing flames. The man finally turned his body. Alerted, the powerhouses surrounding him took a big step backward. By now, the man's surrounding was stained with his blood. His face was deadly pale, and in the glow of the descending sun, it held a brilliant glisten. Watching the setting sun, he chuckled lightly. My fangs, why? The man stopped in his movements, and he stiffened as he realized something. This. He gazed at a certain spot in the air above him, and uncontrollable anger swept through his body. Who are you? How dare you use a spell on me? The man's eyes narrowed, and he changed his stance in an instant. His abyss-like eyes shone, unveiling something that was hidden from the rest of the world. Twisting his body, he threw the black spear without hesitation, cutting through the emptiness that unfolded in front of him. And the moment the spear made contact with the void, space twisted, and the scene changed. What was left behind was a horrified young man writhing in endless pain after having been pierced by a razor-sharp blade, a spear blade. Clutching his chest, the young man shot up from his seat, feeling dazed. However, the only thing he saw when he looked down at his chest was a familiar old, tattered book. What the hell was that? Mr. Fang, it seems like you want to be the first to enter the examination chamber. Don't you think that you are a little bit too excited? A familiar voice reached the young man. He looked up just to see that he was in the classroom. More than 30 students were staring at him, some confused why he had turned himself into a target, while others were suppressing their scornful smiles. However, the young man didn't pay them any attention. What the hell was that just now? He looked down at his chest again, but there was nothing. There was no gaping hole in his chest, not even an injury or a scar. The only thing resting in his hands was an old, tattered book. The events vividly narrated in the book sounded like they came straight out of an unrealistic but decently written fantasy novel. Nobody would believe that the events had truly occurred. However, that was exactly what Michael had been told when he was younger. Everyone in his family told him that the tattered book was the unblemished truth behind their first ancestors' actions. He was wary of his parents a bit, but knew that his brother would never knowingly lie to him, not anymore. Nonetheless, it was hard to believe such nonsense. Did I just dream about a snippet of the past? Michael wondered. He recalled the dream and compared it to the content of the book he recalled. It was the same. Michael Fang, I am talking to you. The familiar voice rang through the classroom once again, angry and commanding this time. But Michael was deep in thought, wondering about the man on the battlefield. The voice resounding in the classroom distracted him too much, so he subconsciously spoke his thoughts aloud. Oh, fuck this shit. Mr. Fang, examination chamber now. The man bellowed, finally dragging Michael out of his train of thought. He looked up in confusion, and he only regained his senses when he looked into the wrathful eyes of Mr. Kellen Dame, their homeroom teacher. All right, the graduation exam. Michael was still a little confused, but it looked like he didn't have enough time to organize his thoughts. His homeroom teacher was staring daggers at him, which only changed once Michael reached out for his backpack. He put the tattered book inside and walked up to his teacher. At the same time, he took a quick glance at the projection that formed above the crystal watch on his wrist. 901 a.m. If I start my exam now, I'll be done by lunchtime. That leaves me enough time to gather my thoughts before tomorrow. It may come in handy, he thought. The projection disappeared a moment later. The crystal watch was a standard model given to all students at the age of 17. Other than telling time and creating a projection, it had access to Starnet, a stellar network providing information and means to communicate with other humans across the stellar systems. This was the most important function of the crystal watch, for most students at least. When Michael arrived next to his homeroom teacher at the front of the class, he heard Mr. Dame's familiar teachings. Looking at you, I cannot help but feel my heart throb in pain. Don't even dare of acting arrogantly if you pass the graduation exam with flying colors. You're as good as dead if you think that your life inside the origin expanse will be the same. The hidden meaning behind his homeroom teacher's words was obvious, but most students were already accustomed to that, including Michael. Mr. Dame, don't worry so much. You've warned us often enough, we understand. Not everyone will awaken their war rune in the first place. A student with an athletic physique said while lifting his right hand high into the air. His mocking smile was aimed at Michael. A tattoo that shone in a faint white light was etched on the back of the student's right hand. It was the war rune he mentioned just now. However, nobody exclaimed upon seeing Nicholas Leekoven's war rune. Most students threw a loathing glare at their classmates before ignoring him. Michael was the same. They knew that their homeroom teacher and Nicholas Leekoven loved to team up to ridicule others. Michael was not sure how they found each other, but according to him, they were certainly soulmates. Mr. Leekoven, even if your war rune formed 2 days ago, you don't need to show it to everyone, Mr. Dame reprimanded, but he stressed some words to pull the attention of the class to Nicholas. Michael observed the duo's tomfoolery for the next few minutes with various thoughts about the dream tormenting him. Once their teacher was done gloating over his favorite student, Mr. Dame led Michael outside. He took Michael to a small room near the classroom and told him to go inside. After Michael stepped inside, the chamber door sealed shut, cutting off all the background, and the entire world became deadly silent for Michael. At the same time, his homeroom teacher entered a different room. More than a dozen people were already inside the room, most of them teachers. However, none of them paid attention to Michael's homeroom teacher. They were busy staring at the dozen holographic screens showing one student each. Jasmine Blade, Oliver Kale, and Peter Sequel. I should have started off with Nicholas as well, Mr. Dame thought, shaking his head lightly. It was already too late now because a screen showing Michael popped up, but it was truly a shame. Michael was not fit to be in his class. He was simply not on the same level as his classmates. Having worked as a teacher for more than a decade, he had encountered too many students like Michael Fang. They came from ordinary families and thought highly of themselves just because they made it into one of the most prestigious high schools in the province. Unfortunately, entering a good school was just the starting line and not the end goal. Just wait for reality to crash down on you. You don't have any power or wealth, forget about connections. Someone like you is not fit to become a lord. As wicked as it may seem, life was never meant to be fair. Those who sought power would either overcome the obstacles thrown in their way, or they would be buried in the annals of history. As for the number of ordinary students who made it to the top after entering prestigious schools with more luck than wits and strength, they could be listed on a single page. Is that your student, Kellen? I've never seen him before. Did you train a black horse trump while nobody looked your way? One of the teachers sitting near Kellen Dame struck a conversation with him. When he realized that the other teachers had brought their aces to the examination chamber to show off their great teachings to the esteemed guests, he gave up trying to contest with them. Friendly competition was nice, but these teachers were known for going overboard. A hidden trump, don't joke with me, Hagen. Michael Fang is just a commoner without any noteworthy background. That kid is just lucky, Kellen Dame answered with a humorless chuckle. His brother was fortunate enough to manifest a war rune and retain his status as lord for a few years, but that's already it. Michael paid attention in class, but that was already it. There was nothing special about that youngster. He is a loner and only knows how to read and sleep. He barely made it to the final year, Kellen added. Hagen looked at his colleague and frowned. Why did I even strike up a conversation with him? He's just trying to humiliate his student by sending him off first, he thought. For a moment, he asked himself what he was even doing in a prestigious school that specialized in teaching students about the origin expanse and the livelihood of lords and adventurers. Great payment without risking my life. Every day turns jerks into lovely puppies, that's for sure, Hagen thought, shaking his head lightly. He was about to say something to Kellen when he heard someone approaching them from behind. Are you sure you're talking about the student you sent to the examination chamber? Your description seems off. A sudden voice interrupted the teacher's chat. Kellen Dame was about to call out the owner of the voice for her rude behavior, but he froze when he saw the beautiful yet fierce-looking woman who was wearing casual clothes. She stood imposingly behind the teachers, as if the entire place belonged to her, which was not exactly wrong. Miss Z. Kellen Dame stammered, just to be intercepted by the newcomer. I asked something, the woman said impatiently, her tone demanding obedience. Yes, of course. Please wait a moment. Mr. Dame responded hurriedly, turning back to the monitors to look at the holographic screen featuring Michael. He sensed that something was off, but he didn't expect something so nonsensical to happen right in front of his eyes. Who the hell is that, and what did he do to the sloth I know? Is that really Michael? A few minutes earlier, inside the examination chamber, a hologram appeared the moment the door sealed shut. A countdown was initiated, and an emotionless, mechanical voice rang out upon hitting 0. The examination will begin at any moment. Please confirm your ID. Student Michael Fang. Student ID number 53,63229. Michael responded calmly, even though he was a little excited. Once this shit is over, I am finally free. He had expected a lot from the most prestigious school in the Golden Sun province when he got accepted, but he quickly noticed just how fake and partial the entire school was. They didn't really care about students with little to no background, or they just didn't care about him specifically. Even if some classes were quite interesting to Michael because they were about the origin Expanse, school life was boring as hell. Most students didn't bother trying to befriend Michael because they couldn't gain benefits from him, but it was not as if Michael was concerned about that. He would rather be a loner than popular with countless fake friends who were after connections, wealth, and opportunities. Genuine friendship was hard to come by, especially in a prestigious elite school where most students were descendants of powerful and influential families. Everyone was told to give their best and be the top performer in class to bring honor to their family. This was only given in an era where families competed against each other every day, creating a cutthroat competition. Unfortunately, the pressure these families put on their children was unhealthy, creating an unhealthy rift between their classmates. Groups were formed early on, and what ought to be healthy competition turned into a small-scale war zone. In his first year, Michael made a big blunder. He thought that nobody would feel offended even if he were to get good grades. His hope to make friends by studying together and talking about their school life motivated him to work even harder. Unfortunately, he ended up taking the first spot in class, turning him into the #1 bullying target. Being an ordinary student without noteworthy background was certainly not helpful at that time. It made things worse as his classmates grew jealous of him. Didn't take long before Michael gave up trying to get good grades. He chose to ignore his classmates and stay under the radar while working for his own good. Attending the most prestigious elite school in the Golden Sun province was something he had done to expand his knowledge and prepare for the origin Expanse, not to make friends. Student ID of Michael Fang has been verified. Iris scan and fingerprint scan will start at any moment. Please be patient. A dim light shone into Michael's eyes and a small holographic screen manifested in front of his hands. Michael pressed his hands against the holographic screen and waited. Match confirmed. Commencing the graduation exam of student Michael Fang. Student, prepare yourself. In response to the emotionless voice, a dazzling light flared up. The light filled the entire examination chamber, forcing Michael to shut his eyes tightly. Several seconds passed before he opened his eyes once again, and he saw himself standing in front of a huge mountain. I cannot even see the tip of the mountain. How high is that? He wondered while trying to gauge its height as the clouds hovered above the mountain peak. Cold gusts brushed against his face, carrying forth the howls and roars of monsters. Michael bent down to touch the wet soil. Afterward, he took a deep breath and inhaled the chilling air. His senses weren't restricted at all. Is this really an illusion? This feels so real. Over the course of the last centuries, the graduation exam of high school students had undergone some drastic changes. The most important change was the appearance of the illusionary land of examination that was created by the examination chamber. The land around him was a sight to behold, and Michael was curious to further examine it, but time was of the essence. He composed himself and walked forward before starting to climb the mountain. A path led up to the tip of the mountain, but the whole track was filled with countless dangers and traps. His graduation exam score would be calculated by measuring how far he made it through the track, and how he solved the problems that would be thrown his way eventually. Choose a weapon. The mechanical voice rang out the moment he made it to the well-trodden path. Give me a thin longsword, please. Double edge, straight blade, and pointed tip, Michael requested instantly. Swords may not be considered the best weapon in every area, whether it was their destructive force, range, and so on, but they were certainly one of the most versatile weapons one could use. In unknown territory, they would be extremely helpful. Furthermore, his brother always chose to teach him to wield a sword whenever he came back from the origin Expanse. It was only obvious that Michael chose the weapon he was the most familiar with. An ordinary double-edged longsword materialized in front of him, and Michael grasped it tightly. Let's make good use of you, buddy, he mumbled, swinging it a few times to familiarize himself with the sword's weight and balance. Soon enough, Michael had to make use of the longsword not even a minute later when he paced through the mountain's open track. The faint sound of something cutting through the air reached him, and his head flicked upward. Several thick clouds covered the bright sun, and amid them, a pair of emectals dived down at him. Emictiles were commonly known as prehistoric pterosaurs with large wings and sharp teeth. Their bodies were emerald green with elongated wings. They had claw-like projections at the tip of their wings and a short, triangular-shaped tail. Despite their size being on the smaller side like a mid-sized dog, they were dangerous creatures that shouldn't be underestimated, especially their speed. A low-tier 0 monster with an elevated level of intelligence, right off the bat. Seems like graduating won't be that easy. Michael snickered before he prepared himself for the incoming attack. Most people wouldn't know much about emictiles, but Michael had studied all volumes of the monster index he could find in the school's online library. Others did not pay much attention to Tier 0 monsters because they would be able to reach a higher tier with the resources they would receive upon entering the Origin Expanse, but Michael was different. He knew that his survival depended on the knowledge and skills he had procured over the years. Observing every inch of his surroundings was one of the skills that had been imprinted into his mind. It had now become an instinctive act. He readied himself and launched himself to the side when the pair of emictiles was about to reach him. His timing was impeccable. It was just a split second before the emictiles would reach him, their razor-sharp teeth about to dig into his shoulders. Michael's lightning-fast reflexes were enough to evade the two monsters and, furthermore, hit one of the emictiles who were incapable of changing their directions in an instant. Emictiles were assassins, not meat shields. Their bodies were fragile and primarily designed for ambushing, not fighting an opponent head-on. In a single clash, Michael was able to sever one of the emictiles. The other emictile tried to flee, but it had dived down too fast before, restraining itself from quickly changing direction and ascending back into the air. Michael dashed forward, piercing the emictile's back when it was about to soar into the air. Ding. The emictile's bodies disintegrated into particles. Meanwhile, the examination chamber added points to his score after careful calculation of his actions. I feel a little lighter. Is the illusory land even capable of replicating the energy influx from killing monsters of the Origin Expanse? This was interesting, and it changed his perception of the graduation exam a little. After reorganizing his thoughts and strategizing for a minute, Michael continued to climb the mountain. Not even 20 minutes later, he had already killed more than 10 low-tier 0 emictiles. The examination had just begun, but Michael could tell that this was nothing more than a warm-up. He felt that the difficulty would increase soon enough, otherwise, the horrifying rumors revolving around the graduation exam wouldn't exist in the first place. But before Michael encountered the horror of the final examination, he had to answer a bunch of questions. A holographic screen appeared in the air in front of him, revealing several questions. Michael had to answer them before he could proceed to climb the mountain. 1. What is a war rune? 62. What is the Origin Expanse? 23. Name the key factors lords must pay attention to when they build their territory. 20. The questions are pretty simple, aren't they? Michael stared blankly at the questions for a while. He knew that most questions at the final examination were designed to be quite easy to solve, though they might be a little tricky at times. Otherwise, they would take up way too much time due to their complexity, leaving no time for a student to climb the mountain. Nonetheless, one should never skim through the questions and answer them half-heartedly to climb the mountain. After all, the percentage of correctly answered questions would be multiplied by the final deciding factor, precisely the altitude he reached before the countdown hit 0. There were a bunch of additional factors that were considered, but ignoring the questions was never a good thing. The percentages denoted the importance of the question. The second and third questions are not that important. That means no details needed. Good. I will answer number 3 first, Michael mumbled to himself before reciting what he had learned. As lords of territories, their main priority should be to ensure the security, economic development, infrastructure, natural resource management, social welfare, and proper management of relations with other territories. This will ensure the well-being and prosperity of their people and make sure that they will be loyal to their lords. Michael felt that this recitation was good and spot on. However, he figured that he missed something when he reread the answer he had given. Of course, it is important not to neglect military power, provide good education to their subjects, and make sure that their people will strive for innovation and cultural unity to promote stability and cooperation within the territory. That should be enough. The second question is a little bit more difficult to answer because we don't know the truth yet. The Origin Expanse was created by an existence unknown to mankind, for an unknown reason. It reached out to mankind 511 years ago and has become a part of humanity's daily life. The Origin Expanse is a mythical realm that possesses boundless treasures and habitats for countless races. It's said that all intelligent races in the entire universe can enter the Origin Expanse, which means that the entire universe is connected through the Origin Expanse. It's a place that allows humans to exceed their natural limits and become much stronger. It is a place where opportunities and dangers await one daily. Life and death are much closer in the Origin Expanse than anywhere else. He explained more thoroughly than he had initially intended. He then took a few deep breaths to collect his thoughts. Michael finished answering the second question without any significant issues. He was about to answer the first question when he noticed a group of 6 emictiles materializing in the sky above him. They took note of him at once and dove down without any hesitation. "Just leave me alone and let me answer this fucking question." Michael's chest was heaving up and down heavily. A dozen cuts spread chaotically across his entire body while fresh blood trickled down the thin longsword. Only a few minutes had passed since Michael finished answering 2 out of the 3 questions given, but he was already tired. More emictiles spawned in the air around him, making loud screeching noises as they circled him. They were restraining and distracting him. This was also part of the test. Amid the chaos, he gathered his thoughts, trying to come up with the best possible answers. The final examination tested the student's stamina, combat prowess, willpower, calculation abilities, and the ability to think quickly. All these factors combined would give a final score, which determined the initial quality of the graduate. Only by surpassing the ordinary would one be able to stand out from the crowd and distinguish oneself in the government's university entrance exam, stepping onto the road of real adults where lords, adventurers, and influential organizations entered the big picture. The question, "What is a war rune?" can be answered easily, but given that the answer holds 60 weightage of the quiz part in this section, it needs to be more detailed. Michael thought before accessing the crystal watch to open a note. A holographic screen appeared in front of him, and he began to scribble a few pieces of information on it. This was quite helpful since he could hardly focus on the question with more emictiles diving down. In the next 10 minutes, Michael killed 10 emictiles. He finished noting down the key points he recalled about the war rune. After he had the bullet points ready, Michael was quite satisfied with the final outcome once he elaborated his answer in neat phrases. A war rune forms at the age of 18. However, not every intelligent life form manifests one. Everyone with a war rune is directly connected to the origin expanse and can enter it at will. All war runes have isolated storage space. The higher the war rune's tier, the larger the storage space. A war rune is a direct path to the soul. When a war rune manifests, the will of the origin expanse must confirm the link. Within a week, one must enter the origin expanse. Otherwise, the war rune's connection will slowly grow weak, and it will disappear at last. War runes are also known as limit breakers. Only by possessing the war rune is it possible to feel and absorb the energy prevalent in the origin expanse. Becoming stronger and exceeding the limit of a mortal human being is possible. Origin energy refines the war rune, and in return, the war rune nourishes and strengthens the body and mind. A few points mentioned in the list weren't directly pertaining to the given question. Thus, Michael scratched them. Organizing the notes, adding a few things, and scratching others, Michael spent a while until he was finally able to answer the first question that showcased his extensive knowledge on the subject. The tiny devils, aka emictiles, continued to bother him while he kept adding more points so as to ensure that he would pass in the written exam with flying colors. Unfortunately, Michael was quite sure that their numbers would only increase and that the final examination would become trickier. Since there was no way around this predicament, he continued his trip to the top of the mountain. Michael had to fight more monsters, and there were more questions that had to be answered. Fortunately, not all questions required recitation or notes. They required bits of knowledge and a functioning brain. A newly summoned lord sends his summoned subjects outside the protection barrier to kill monsters. How many low-tier 0 monsters? 10 must be killed by the subjects until the lord's war rune is filled and ready to advance to the next tier. Evading several attacks from all around him, Michael nodded his head faintly. The question seemed quite difficult, but the answer was quite simple. A newly summoned lord's summon will have a neutral link of loyalty. On average, the share of energy sent through a neutral link of loyalty is 1. That means the low-tier 0 monster mentioned will provide 0.1 energy. Michael was not fond of calculating while razor-sharp fangs sunk deep into his shoulder, ripping out his flesh, but there was not much he could do about it. He gave his best, answered, and went ahead not forgetting to cut the emictiles around him into small pieces whenever they got too close to him. By the time he answered a few more questions, his entire body was covered in close to 100 cuts of many sizes. His shoulder was his biggest concern. Chunks of flesh were missing in several areas, and his shoulder blades were exposed to the chilling air of the mountain. He knew that it was just an illusion, but the pain was as real as it could be. Summary question: start of the Great Origin Era. No question was asked, but the task was obvious. He was supposed to summarize the start of the Great Origin Era. Let's see. Michael began, just to halt in his tracks. What kind of revelation would create the biggest impact on the scoring system? Should I start with the creation of the first successful colonization of another habitable star in another stellar system, the appearance of the alien races 563 years ago, the appearance of the origin expanse 511 years ago, or the birth of the First Lord 510 years ago? Michael thought about it for a moment before he noticed that his body was slowly crumbling from the constant attacks of the dozen or more emectiles swarming around him. Then he began. The Great Origin Era began with T. After he spoke for more than 10 minutes, Michael finished and closed his eyes for a moment. He felt dizzy and could hardly stand on his feet. A moment later, the searing pain in his shoulder disappeared. Confused, he opened his eyes. He was now standing in the middle of the examination chamber. The illusion was no more around him. His breathing was still ragged and cold sweat trickled down his back, but he had left the illusion without a single visible injury. Finally, it's over, he mumbled, touching his body as if to make sure that everything was truly just an illusion. The thin longsword too disappeared from his hand, but he found his backpack lying around in the corner. I shall not favor anyone. Fairness is my highest priority. That was not me, forget it, Michael responded, not even bothering with an explanation. He was already mentally exhausted, and his shoulder was a little sore. Actually, he felt sore wherever he was wounded in the illusion, but the shoulder was the most apparent. The receptors in my brain still think that I'm hurt. If that's the case, what would have happened if I had died inside the illusion? He thought and began to shudder as his overimaginative mind went wild. Well, whatever. I think I made it far enough to graduate. Nothing inside this building matters anymore. Michael chose not to ignore the soreness and pain all over his body. He would rather go home and ponder over his dream from earlier. The dream was permanently etched in his mind, and it continued to nag him, making him feel restless. It was bothersome and distracted him a lot. Furthermore, there was no reason for him to go back to class. Now that he was done, Michael was about to leave. However, before he could even make it out of the examination chamber, Michael found himself in a tricky situation. A fierce-looking woman was standing by the entrance, staring at him. She wasn't even trying to hide it. Michael bowed lightly to her. It was an instinctive move upon perceiving the fierceness in her gaze and the presence she radiated naturally. An unknown fierce beauty that can only mean trouble. He tried to walk past her after the bow, but the fierce-looking woman took this as a sign to initiate a conversation. "Kiddo, how are you feeling?" she asked, her voice crisp and sonorous. "Kiddo, do I look like a kid?" Michael wanted to retort, but he didn't speak his mind. Instead, he shrugged inwardly and smiled lightly. "I should have scored high enough to graduate, but that's it. I never really aimed to attend an elite university or an influential academy, so I don't really care. It's not like attending a university or academy would help me anyway," he replied, only to slow down when he realized that he was blabbering. His eyes narrowed, and he squinted while looking at the fierce beauty, who continued to smile at him with a glint in her eyes. "She is doing something. Is that the effect of an artifact or the power of her soul trait? Don't worry, kiddo. I approached you because I hope you can consider applying to the Sapphire Lake military academies and sitting for their entrance exam. If you get accepted, you will have more options once the military drafts all lords and adventurers," the fierce beauty said. It sounded as if her words were not important, but Michael's expression changed drastically. They didn't even know each other, yet she threw an invitation at him out of nowhere at that. Multiple thoughts flashed through his mind, and none of them put his mind at ease. Military drafting. We're currently not at war, are we? Sapphire Lake Military Academy, it's a pretty big one. On where was it again? Michael wondered, just to shake his head and slap his cheeks. How was the location of the military academy important right now? Why would she tell me about the military academy and a possible draft call? Who is she in the first place? Something was fishy, that was for sure. However, Michael was not able to speak his thoughts aloud. Something was holding him back. "My score won't be high enough to join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, even if I want to apply," he said instead. The fierce beauty's smile widened in response. "You should have a decent score. If you achieve something special as a new lord in the Origin Expanse, I can help you. But why would you?" he asked this time, finally able to speak his mind. Michael was certain that he broke through the spell that had been put on him. Yet instead of staring at him baffled, the fierce beauty's smile turned even brighter. It was vibrant enough to dazzle Michael. "Seems like I was right about you," she muttered, taking a big stride closer to him before she made a big announcement. "I like you, kiddo." Michael took an equally big stride backward, with one thought that couldn't be more true in his mind. This woman is definitely sick in the head. "Sorry, but you are not exactly my type," Michael apologized. He was not exactly apologetic, but the fierce beauty didn't seem to be the type of person who accepted getting rejected. Oddly enough, she didn't seem to mind the rejection. On the contrary, the fierce beauty began to chuckle as if she enjoyed it. "Then what is your type?" she asked nonchalantly. "The type that is not sick in the head, probably," he thought but didn't speak aloud. Michael gave a light shrug and changed the topic. "I don't think we've met before. You don't really look like a teacher either," Michael pointed out, "so why are you telling me all of this?" He had a lot more to say, but he decided to stop right there. His first impression of the fierce beauty was pretty simple. She had a few loose screws, but she was powerful and with highly influential backing. She hummed lightly while keeping her gaze locked on Michael. Her intense gaze would intimidate most, yet Michael didn't seem too fazed. He looked her in the eye and returned her gaze with a tinge of suspicion and curiosity. Let's just say that I felt like you're more interesting than my brother's fiancée Tilda, she revealed. You seem like a hard-working youth who can overcome the lack of a good teacher. Your natural combat awareness is not bad either. Of course, you need a lot of refinement, but that can be done in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Is she searching for someone to play around, an idiot without backing? Well, I won't be that bastard, sorry sis. Michael could say that, but that would mean he had to deal with this crazy woman even longer. This woman was just too talkative. He was already mentally exhausted due to the final examination, and that dream, or whatever it was that he saw, bothered him quite a lot. Why are you telling me all of this? Michael wanted to return home and read the records in the tattered book once again. He could find out more about the dream he had or witness another snippet of his ancestors' past. Do you even know who you're talking to? The fierce beauty wanted to ask upon seeing the impatience in Michael's eyes, but she remained silent, unlike her usual self. Why did I even approach him? I shouldn't have told him to apply at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy either. What if he won't manifest a war rune? No, even if he manifests a war rune, there is no reason for me to invite him. The fierce beauty sighed deeply. She was not sure why she had done what she did. She had only reluctantly arrived at the Golden Sun province after being forced by her parents told her to look at her younger brother's potential fiancée Tilda. However, what she saw disappointed her greatly. Jasmine Blade, her potential sister-in-law, was born in the renowned sword master family of the Blade and was definitely beautiful, but that was already it. She received enough resources and guidance from well-known instructors to rank in the province's top 5. However, everyone with discernible eyes could tell that Jasmine didn't try her best during the final examination. Her ambition was non-existent, and one could tell that she was spoon-fed everything necessary to rank at the top without even trying. Was such a woman truly fit to join their family? On the other hand, the young man in front of her was a sly fox and a fighter at the same time. Michael Fang belonged to the middle class, his parents' whereabouts unknown, and his brother busy being the lord of a small territory in the Origin Expanse. Michael gave his utmost to the most prestigious elite school in the Golden Sun province. Unfortunately, he faced his classmates bullying upon ranking first in the first exam. As a result, his grades slumped to the bottom of the class, barely enough to advance. Nobody thought that Michael would be able to graduate, not even his own homeroom teacher. But that was a grave mistake. He may not rank first because he didn't have the necessary resources and training which his classmates received since they were young, but he would certainly give the top rankers some tough competition. That was what she found out about Michael after she heard his homeroom teacher speak ill about him in the observation room. She just wanted to gauge his worth and look at him, at first. However, something about him piqued her interest. Michael did his best to adapt to his environment, make use of the little resources he was given, and attack when the opportunity arrived. His patience and work ethic were impeccable, and it was something the military needed. It was much more interesting to see someone struggle with blazing flames of determination and ambition in their eyes than watching the spoon-fed idiots fighting amongst each other half-heartedly. After mulling over it for a while, she held out her right hand and manifested a holographic screen. Give me your contact details. You can ignore my invitation if you don't like it. Maybe I came across as too pushy, the fierce beauty said, following her gut feeling. Her vibrant smile had been replaced with a light, genuine smile. She toned down a bit, understanding that her excitement and interest had been a little bit over the top. There was no need to pounce on Michael, not when things were still uncertain. She might be mistaken about him, but she felt that this was very unlikely. Michael tilted his head but then nodded. It was not as if it was hard to procure his contact details in the era of technology in Starnet. Sharing them with the unknown lady didn't pose a threat. By the way, my name is Alice Zenovia, she said suddenly, grasping the hand Michael held out. A total weirdo. He thought, but the corners of his lips curled upward, even if it was just a little. I'm Michael Fang. His trip home didn't take too long. He ordered a flying shuttle to bring him home, which was a 5-minute flight through the aerial paths of Lackey, the province's capital. Lackey was a big city with several million residents. It was a city that was alive all day, with crowded shopping malls and bustling restaurants. Michael lived near the central area, in a big family apartment that had 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a big living room, and a crowded office. In a city like Lackey, where the estate prices were high enough to cause constipation, this was already luxurious. The apartment's value was in the tens of millions. Fortunately, his parents paid off their loan early on. Despite not being at home at all, his parents sent a monthly allowance high enough to cover all the expenses. Thus, a message from them every other month was more than enough for Michael. Danny is not here. Maybe he will be there tomorrow. No, he is probably busy with his territory, Michael mumbled when he realized that his brother was not home either. He didn't expect anything from his parents, but he felt a slight sting in his chest because of the absence of his brother. Time flows differently inside the Origin Expanse. It's just a birthday, not a life and death situation. Don't act like a weakling, Michael told himself off. He shouldn't act like a spoiled child and instead accept reality. It was better that way. Michael wanted to take a long nap now that he was finally at home, but he chose to enter the office. It was filled with books that Michael had read multiple times by now. In the center of the office was a large wooden table and chair made of similar material, one of the old kinds. Michael sat down on the chair and retrieved the old, tattered book from his backpack. He put the book down on the table and opened it. He began reading through the pages and entered a state of utter focus as he found himself captured by the book. He even lost track of time as he found the contents of the book highly riveting. Yes, I'm certain. That's literally the same as the events in the dream I had. It's literally the same. It was impressive and somehow made sense the more he thought about it. Logic didn't apply to what happened earlier this morning, but then there were so many illogical things that one more thing didn't really make a difference. How can I experience it again? If I can learn something about the origin expanse, or about our ancestors through these snippets of the past which others don't know about, I should be able to gain an advantage others can only dream about, Michael mumbled to himself. He was deep in thought and didn't even notice the figure that had appeared in the doorframe of the office. Are you still reading the story about that bastard, Michael? A familiar, though judgmental, voice reached his ears. Michael flinched and his heart skipped a beat in shock while his head flicked upward. A smile blossomed on his face just a moment later. You're back, Danny. Why didn't you message me? He exclaimed, forgetting about the tattered book at once. He jumped up and approached his brother with a faint smile. Daniel Fang was only a few years older than him, but he was not often at home because he was busy with his territory. Too many incidents shook his territory in the last few months, forcing him to stay in the origin expanse much longer than usual. Danny ruffled through his younger brother's hair with a loving smile. He took a final glance at the old, tattered book and shook his head lightly afterward. I don't really like this book, he muttered under his breath before he added a little loudly. I always feel like he is at fault for our misfortune. Michael understood what his brother meant, but he didn't really want to talk about it. He was not going to fight with his brother now that he was finally back from the origin expanse. Their family might be pursued by misfortune, but that could have many reasons. Danny's eyes glimmered suddenly, and he punched Michael lightly on the shoulder. However, Michael had already predicted this. It was always the same with his brother. Danny's punch missed the target by a large margin. Michael's smile widened upon seeing the frown on his brother's face. Danny shot forward with a speed no ordinary human could dream of reaching. He appeared in front of Michael, his flat hand lifted. Smug. His flat hand landed hard on Michael's head. Arg. Michael slumped on the ground, holding his head in pain. Don't be a crybaby and come down to the training hall. I want to see if you're ready for tomorrow, Danny ordered, his expression a little more serious than before. Michael continued to rub his forehead, but he obeyed. Saying something to anger his brother when he was this serious wouldn't do him any good. With that, Danny turned on his heels. He walked out of the office. If I'm not ready for tomorrow, by now I will never be, Michael muttered to himself. I worked my ass off for this day. It's impossible not to be ready. Michael had made ample preparations for tomorrow. He would turn 18 and his war rune would form as well. Not everyone would manifest a war rune, but the Fangs were a little special in this regard. Since the arrival of the origin expanse, the Fangs had always formed a war rune after reaching the required age. Nobody could say for sure why that was the case, but most presumed that it was because of their first ancestor, the bastard. Michael looked a last time at the tattered book on the wooden table before he turned around as well. Legend of the Calamity. It was one of a kind and harbored the truth behind a tale that would have been forgotten if not for the tattered book. Well, whatever. He left the office and closed the door behind him. In the training hall basement of their apartment complex, two young men with black hair and dark eyes were standing opposite each other. They were wearing combat suits and entered their combat stance at the same time. I will restrict my strength so that you won't cry later. Danny mocked, but Michael just clicked his tongue disapprovingly, whatever. Michael hated that his brother took it easy. Unfortunately, that was for his good. Danny dashed forward, and their spar began without delay, if one could call it a spar, in the first place. Half an hour later, Michael felt as if his entire body had been used as a punching bag. That was not far from reality. His black hair was slick with sweat and dirt, while his face was decorated with purple bruises. As a member of the Fang family, we will have lots of chaos around us, but that can be exploited, Danny nagged when he appeared in front of Michael. You have to make use of your territory's protection barrier when you enter the origin expanse. It lasts only 10 days, but that should be more than enough for you. While speaking, Danny retrieved a glass vial from the war rune. He opened the cap and handed Michael the vial. Michael swallowed the red liquid inside it and felt a warm and soothing sensation spread through his body. This is the real deal, he thought while focusing on the empty glass vial rather than his brother's nagging. Danny was still speaking excitedly. He was way too talkative when it was about topics related to the origin expanse. Though it was not as if Mikkel hated it, it was just Danny's nagging that got a little bit on his nerves. Remember, 2 hours over there is 1 hour over here. Don't get the dates wrong. If you won't come back in time, I'm going to kill you." Michael meekly listened to his brother's nagging without retorting that he knew all of that already. His brother was in his element right now, and nobody could stop him, probably not even divine interventions. "Danny, it's fine. Just let me have dinner and sleep. I will be fine tomorrow. I brought some food from Jenny's diner. We can eat that if you wa," Danny said lightly, just to see that Michael had already gotten up from the ground the moment he heard Jenny's diner. "Let's go." In the following hour, the brothers devoured enough food to feed a family for days. However, that amount was nothing to the brothers. They'd always been gluttons. How could anyone resist great food? That was blasphemy. Michael returned to his room after dinner. He was tired from today's events and fell into a deep slumber quite easily. Only a few hours later, Michael woke up with the first rays of sunlight shining through the window. It was still early in the morning, but he was already wide awake. The back of his right hand itched, pulling him out of the well-needed sleep. War rune. A small, sphere-shaped rune formed on the back of his right hand. It was smaller than a marble and could easily be mistaken as a uniquely shaped mole. Today was his 18th birthday, which was also one of the most important days in his life. His war rune had formed, establishing a direct connection between him and the origin expanse. Now the only thing left to do was to enter the origin expanse to confirm and reinforce his connection with the war rune. Michael quickly showered and changed into a combat suit before he rushed downstairs. The first 10 days in the origin expanse were the most important. He had to make use of them to create his path to a great future, and having a filling breakfast was the best way to ensure that the day started on the right track. Michael finished everything he could find in the fridge, and a bright smile formed on his face. His heart was beating wildly in excitement, and he didn't even notice that he was subconsciously urging the war rune to open the gate to the origin expanse. As a result, space cracked open and a radiant light illuminated the kitchen. The crack expanded in size until it was large enough to let Michael through. Michael stared blankly at the gate. He swallowed his saliva and took a stride toward it. So beautiful. However, it was just a moment later that a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Oi, oi, oi, what the hell do you think you're doing so early in the morning?" Danny's hurried footsteps resounded through the entire house. Feeling astonished and confused, Michael halted in his tracks. He was just having breakfast. That's not a crime. Danny reached the kitchen a second later, staring at Michael with bloodshot eyes. His hair and clothes were disheveled, and it looked like he had a rough night. "Du tisku wants something?" Michael asked incomprehensibly. His mouth was filled to the brim, but it was easy to understand what he was talking about. He handed Danny one of the croissants he found in the kitchen. "It's okay. I will share my loot with you." Michael smiled at his brother, who groaned in frustration. "You bastard, I thought you got too excited," and Danny grumbled, snacking on the croissant while glaring at Michael. It was not difficult to see that Michael was too excited and could not wait to enter the origin expanse anymore. Michael was too eager and was bobbing his head up and down restlessly. Danny shook his head, but he couldn't take offense at his brother's action. He himself was the same 4 years ago. He had always felt guilty for leaving his younger brother alone to build his territory in the origin expanse. He was not home a lot, but Michael never seemed to mind. "How do I even deserve such a good little brother? Michael always understands me, and he never complained when I wasn't there for him." Daniel marveled while watching his oblivious brother savor his last meal before it was time to enter the origin expanse. The back of Danny's right hand glowed lightly as he flipped his hand with a light motion. A thin longsword manifested in front of him. "Huh." Michael nearly died of a heart attack as he stumbled backward when the sword manifested in front of Danny. He took a second to regain his composure and curiously took a few steps forward. "Is that an artifact?" It was the first time Michael was seeing an artifact up close. While the thin longsword didn't look like anything special, it was a treasure if it was actually an artifact. The difference between artifacts and ordinary weapons was quite simple. Artifacts were created with special materials, which allowed lords and adventurers to bind them to their war runes. That way they could enjoy enhancement effects. For example, his endurance was likely to increase by binding a shield artifact to his war rune. The enhancement effect would vary according to the quality and tier of the bound artifact. Nonetheless, an enhancement in combat prowess, no matter how low, was extremely helpful. It's a 5-star tier 0 artifact called Tigerfang. When I saw it in the marketplace, I was reminded of you, Danny explained shortly before he handed Michael the blade carefully. "As long as you can bind it to yourself, Tigerfang will be yours." Huh, what was his brother talking about? Did Danny rob a bank to afford Tigerfang, or did he sell his territory? Michael was curious, but he was not sure if he wanted to know the answer. "Danny, what the hell did you do?" Even if Tigerfang was only a tier 0 artifact, also called tierless, because it could be bound by any kind of war rune, it was of exceptional quality. 5 stars meant that it was of epic quality. It was super rare. Why didn't you use that money to expand your territory? You could have easily doubled the size of your territory with the fortune you wasted on that. Michael shouted even before he realized it. He didn't want his brother to suffer because of him. However, upon seeing Danny's stern expression, the next words died on Michael's tongue. He couldn't force himself to speak aloud. Take it and try to bind it to your war rune. If the toll is too high, I have weapons with a lower rating for you to bind. I don't care what you say about the costs of the artifacts. You need to be as strong as possible to survive in the Origin Expanse. If you reject my help now, you might be dead before you realize your mistake. Danny reprimanded his brother, his voice growing more serious and colder. He was dead serious. If necessary, he would shove the artifacts deep into his brother's throat. Michael had never seen his brother like that. For a moment, he felt like saying something, but he knew better than to argue with Danny. He silently picked up Tigerfang and willed the war rune to bind the thin longsword. A thin white tentacle-like thread emerged from the war rune. It wiggled uncontrollably, searching for the artifact it was supposed to bind. Michael quietly moved Tigerfang closer to connect the tentacle-like thread before he observed the next few steps carefully. Even his brother stared at the process intently. Good thing that he is not as restless as I was when I bound my first artifact. Daniel Fang thought with a bitter expression on his face as he recalled his own stupidity. The pain was forever branded in his mind. Michael's war rune bound Tigerfang slowly, and the process lasted for quite a while. It could have been done instantaneously, but Michael willed the war rune to take its time. Meanwhile, his body's temperature slowly increased as well. A warm, fuzzy sensation engulfed his entire body. It was comfortable. Unfortunately, this warm and soothing sensation turned into searing heat after a few minutes. Michael could sense drastic enhancement in his physical strength, but he was also painfully aware that he was reaching his limit. A little bit more and I won't be able to handle it, he thought just before he slumped to the ground. His back was drenched in cold sweat and his shirt was plastered to his body, but he smiled foolishly. The white tentacle-like strand of the war rune returned to where it belonged. I made it, though just barely. An epic tearless artifact is all I can handle right now. This is craze. Michael had yet to test his current prowess, but he felt like his agility and strength had at least doubled in power. His senses had also been enhanced. An epic artifact is truly special. I will repay you for this treasure. Just wait and watch, brother. He swore in his heart, clenching his fist. Closing his eyes, Michael focused on his consciousness just like he often read in the books about War Rune and the Origin Expanse. He used his will to transform Tigerfang into a ball of light that fused back into the War Rune. Knowing the basics and having sound theoretical knowledge was a great advantage. It didn't indicate that he should be perfect in the practical aspect, but it helped nonetheless. In a matter of minutes, he was able to see a small light hidden in the deepest parts of his body. The light is the War Rune, isn't it? Michael wondered. The ball of light that belonged to Tigerfang had transformed into an illusionary shadow that revolved around the small light. That was another effect of artifacts. The enhancement effect provided by artifacts would never fade off. He was fine with it as long as his body could withstand the effect, which he could barely. It was merely an external aid, an enhancement granted through the artifacts, but it was still amazing. His survival rate increased drastically. As long as the enhancement effect was not too strong for his body that could cause him to collapse or splatter into countless pieces, he would be fine. The thin longsword was perfect for him, and so was the enhancement he had received. Swords were considered a jack of all trades, which was exactly what Michael needed. He could end up in a desert, in the midst of a savanna, or even in a tundra region upon entering the Origin Expanse. Luck was the deciding factor, which was usually bad for the Fang family. His territory could be anywhere, and having a sword around was probably the most helpful. Of course, there were always circumstances in which even the mightiest weapons would turn useless. However, that was not something Michael wanted to think about right now. If you think you can handle more artifacts, I have a few tierless, starless, and one-star artifacts that won't burden you, Mew. Since when have you started doting on me so much? Did someone replace you with my disciplined and bad-tempered brother? Michael wondered, but he just smiled at Danny. It was rare to see his brother nervous like this. Michael didn't mind the change in his brother's attitude, but it was strangely out of place for his elder brother to be so frazzled. Usually, his brother was busy being in the Origin Expanse or thinking about it. Only when they trained in the sword or gobbled down family-sized meals by themselves did his brother's thoughts drift away from the Origin Expanse. This obsession his brother had developed was something Michael was worried about, at first. However, right now, he was curious to know what the Origin Expanse must have done to his brother to turn him into a helpless addict of the Origin Expanse. Michael focused on adjusting his mind and body to the enhancement he received from the epic artifact for the next half an hour before he approached the White Gate. After several years of hard work, it was finally time to enter the Origin Expanse. Michael was overflowing with excitement, but he was also nervous. Everything could go terribly wrong. He would have loved to carry a few more things to the Origin Expanse, but only the clothes he wore, the artifacts bound to the War Rune, and the items stored inside the War Rune could be brought to the Origin Expanse. Even carrying a backpack was useless since it would disappear into thin air. As for guns, grenades, and other scientific weapons made outside the origin expanse, they wouldn't work inside. I'll take your leave now. Don't wait for me and take care of your territory. I will only return after the protection barrier is lifted, and I'm certain that my territory won't be bulldozed once I leave, Michael said. He smiled lightly at his brother, who recited all the warnings and instructions to be followed for the 100,000th time. If you don't feel prepared for the origin expanse, just abandon your territory and become an adventurer. I will gladly accept you in my territory. If your soul trait is shit, don't feel burdened. Just give it your best. I know that you will make the best choice. You're possessed, aren't you? Michael groaned inwardly while continuing to smile. He kept glancing at the luminescent white gate that radiated an even brighter light. The material of the arched gate was smooth and featureless. If not for the bright light engulfing it, one might mistake it for an ordinary modern gate. However, it was much more than that. It was his opportunity for a greater future, a way to turn his family's misfortunes into great opportunities. He stepped through the white gate without saying anything further. Everything he wanted to say had been said. Now it was time to stand up for himself. A moment later, he disappeared inside the white gate. Meanwhile, Daniel stared at the white gate that dispersed into countless white particles not long after. Please get a good territory, Michael. As long as your territory is good, everything can be managed. At first, everything around Michael was black. He couldn't see anything, and the only thing he felt was a strong suctioning force pulling him somewhere. He was even more confused when white stars emerged all around him. Space twisted not long after, and he had to close his eyes to make sure that his breakfast would stay where it was supposed to be. His sense of time disappeared slowly, making it impossible to tell how much time had passed when he opened his eyes again. But that didn't matter because he had arrived in the origin expanse. A faint gust brushed past his face, and sunlight shone through the canopy of towering trees around him. It was warm and humid. Furthermore, everything seemed alive rather than the surrounding filled with towering skyscrapers. He found himself surrounded by unknown terrain, but instead of staring blankly at the lively scenery around him, Michael held his head while focusing on the figure who was approaching him slowly. Fluffy. His eyes widened in shock, and they began to sparkle brightly. Is that why Danny likes the origin expanse? Michael could tell that his surroundings were full of life the moment he emerged from the gate. The sound of birds chirping and monsters roaring reached his ears, making him feel excited. Compared to Danny's territory in the desert region, this is a treasure trove. Amazing. Michael felt that he was quite lucky. However, his attention was forcefully pulled over to the figure standing not too far away from him. A young woman with long silver hair and large eyes of the same color approached him with a subtle smile on her face. She was wearing a black dress with a white collar and cuffs. A white apron was tied around her waist. It was a practical and comfortable uniform to work in, and it looked great as well. Not only was she wearing a maid uniform, but the young woman was also drop-dead gorgeous, and she had fluffy ears. She has a tail as well. Michael shouted in his mind when he saw the black-silver striped tail wagging behind her. The maid's cheeks were a tinge red, but Michael didn't even notice that. He was too baffled about the appearance of a demi-human right after he arrived at the origin expanse. To think that I would have the chance of meeting a member of another race so soon, who the hell says that our family is unlucky? This is definitely a blessing. It was commonly known that the origin expanse was a mythical place with boundless treasures and countless races, but that didn't mean it was easy to encounter other intelligent races. Usually, intelligent races stayed with their own people. What did Denny say last time? If I cannot handle it, I should just give up my territory and become an adventurer. He can forget about that. I have a lovely feline demi-human maid. Michael could tell that his mind was going wild, but he was relieved. He had been dreading being besieged by monster hordes the moment he entered the origin expanse. After all, Michael was told to expect the worst. Why did you have to make me feel so worried me so much, brother? My lord, I have been waiting for you. The silver-haired maid greeted him with a deep bow. I am your maid and the first resident of your territory. My name is Tiara, and it is my mission to serve you until death, my lord. Tiara politely introduced herself. She didn't dare to look into his eyes and kept her head lowered. Michael never had subjects, and he was always the one who was considered less worthy than his classmates. Thus, he was a little baffled by his maid's obedience. It's good to have a maid, but it would be better if she was a little bit more relaxed. The tension she radiates is frightening, he thought before he shook his head. Tiara looked to be around his age. It shouldn't be too difficult to break the ice between them. My name is Michael, but you can call me whatever you're the most comfortable with. Michael introduced himself before he asked, if it's not too rude to ask, which clan of demi-humans do you belong to? His curiosity had been piqued upon seeing her silver hair and silver cat-like eyes. He was not yet sure how to treat Tiara since he was not accustomed to the mindset of a ruler, but it was not as if he could throw commands at someone he met a minute ago, not yet at least. I have lots of things to learn if I want to become a proper lord. I wonder how long Danny took to adjust to his status as a lord. Being a lord was not easy, but it came with great benefits. Their status was exceptional in society, but that was given. They had their own territory, possessed military might, had more resources at their disposal, and could use their influence to control the natives of the origin expanse to a certain extent. Add on top of that, a lord's soul trait was much stronger than that of an adventurer's. But even then, many lords were forced to give up their lands and be stripped of their title, becoming mere adventurers. They paved their way through the origin expanse with the power they had accumulated, whether it was alone, as a team, or even in a guild. Some chose to become subordinates of other lords as well. My Sea clan. Why does my lord want to know about this? Tiara asked while stuttering a lot. She gripped her apron so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Was my question inappropriate? Michael wondered. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I was just curious about what kind of feline demi-human you are. I've heard about the catfolk, but you seem different from them. Your appearance doesn't fit the description I've read either. You have a more noble presence and you're much prettier, he explained calmly. Michael didn't want Tiara to revolt against him right after he entered the origin expanse. He had yet to start building his territory. Pretty, Tiara mumbled, her cheeks turning beet red. Am I? Michael was not someone who hid his true thoughts. Most of the time, he spoke them aloud without thinking too much about it. Tiara might be his maid, but it was still a little confusing that she had such a noble presence. The first thought he had when he saw her was that she belonged to royalty. She was very beautiful, with long eyelashes, fair skin, and long, silky hair. Her maid uniform did a poor job of concealing her slender figure, the fact that she was well-trained and that her body was well-proportioned, curvaceous where it had to be. It didn't make sense that someone like her would become his servant. Michael was quite interested in Tiara since she was his first subject and the first member of a foreign race he encountered. He had many questions, but he chose to ignore them for the time being. Other things were of more importance. Let's see what we got here. He turned around to take a good look at his territory. The protection barrier was not difficult to see. It was a huge semi-transparent barrier that surrounded his territory perfectly. Nobody could enter his territory without his permission, probably not even deities. Michael didn't want to test the limit of the protection barrier, but he had heard and read enough about it to feel safe and sound. 1,000 meters in each direction. That should be more than enough space for the next 10 days, Michael thought as he tried to measure the size of the protection barrier. The protection barrier was standardized, but Michael still wanted to make sure that everything was as it was supposed to be. After being satisfied with the barrier, his gaze moved forward. An ordinary summoning gate, a wooden manor for the Lord, a maid, the protection barrier, and a humongous, densely packed rainforest that surrounds the clearing. Looks like my territory is in an acceptable position and I'm not missing anything. Nice. Michael found himself in the center of a small clearing. The clearing was located in the middle of a densely grown rainforest. It was a rare and precious spot. The open space was surrounded by tall trees and thick vegetation. It was illuminated by rays of sunlight that had been filtered through the canopy. It created a warm and inviting atmosphere. This was one of the best places for lodging, hunting, and agriculture. I won't have any problems with water scarcity either. Food should be quite easy to find in the rainforest, and I can cut down the trees to build more lodgings once the number of subjects increases. Nice. The more Michael looked at his surroundings, the happier he became. It was a great decision to enter the origin expanse as early as possible. He gave himself a pat on the back for his decision as his gaze returned to the center of the clearing. The summoning gate stood there grandly, with its simple yet imposing appearance. It was a large metal ring with various symbols inscribed on its surface. The center of the summoning gate contained a shimmering pool of energy, elevating its appearance even further. Michael's eyes stared blankly at the highly technologically advanced summoning gate. I want to test it out. His eyes seemed to scream, but he forced himself to calm down. First work, then enjoyment. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the wooden manor. It was a large and steady residence made primarily of wood. It had a grand entrance with a veranda supported by tall pillars. Inside, the manor had a high ceiling, large windows, and spacious rooms that were mostly empty save for the bare minimum. There were enough beds and furniture to accommodate over a dozen people in the manor. That was good enough to start with. Other lords may think of the wooden manor as a means to show off their prestige in front of their subjects, but Michael was more concerned about the safety and living conditions of his subjects. Happy subjects were hard-working subjects. It would take a while before he could construct more residences. Thus, the wooden manor would turn into a temporary shelter for all of his subjects. Once he was done with his inspection of the manor, Michael returned outside. Tiara was already waiting for him at the entrance of the wooden manor, clutching her maid uniform tightly. She took a few deep breaths when Michael returned. Are you still interested? She asked shyly while studying the ground. What is she talking about? Interested in what? If you're still interested in getting to know my clan, she added quietly. Tiara kept looking to the ground, nibbling at her lower lip. I knew it. It was a mistake. Of course, I still want to know more about your clan. This is very important to me, Michael said without hesitation. A lord's territory was his heart and soul, and his people were a precious asset, almost like a family. The more he knew about his people, their wishes and desires, the easier it would be to lead them in the future. New information was always welcome as well. Tiara blushed when she heard Michael's words. She gathered her courage once again and revealed her origin for the first time in a while. I belong to the Silverfang Tigerfolk. Silverfang Tigerfolk. I've never heard of them. Michael was quite surprised. Even if demi-humans were not common encounters for humans, most of them had been recorded in the Index of Races. Michael had read all known volumes of the Index of Races in school, yet he hadn't heard of Tiara's clan before. However, while it was quite surprising, it was not impossible to encounter unknown races. After all, the universe was filled with countless races. What a wonderful name. My family's name is Fang, while your people are the Silverfang Tigerfolk. Isn't that nice? Michael pointed out with a radiant smile on his face. Even if he was not sure what was going on with Tiara or why she was so shy and hesitant, Michael decided that he would listen to her once she was ready. Making her comfortable around himself was more important right now. That would make it easier to talk to her about his position in the vast lands of the Origin Expanse and other important information he had to find out. Michael was still excited about his new territory. He had expected the worst and was positively surprised about the territory he had been given. How could he not be happy right now? Was it a crime to be happy? Most certainly not. Tiara had been nervous all day. She found out that her lord would arrive and expected the worst, just like Michael. But upon understanding that he was genuinely curious about her, and that he wouldn't force her to tell him about herself, she loosened up a little. Subconsciously, the corners of her lips curled up and she lifted her head to look at Michael's face for the first time since he arrived. Seeing the overwhelming happiness radiating from her lord, Tiara's heart skipped a beat. My lord is wonderful. Flooded with excitement and hope, Michael completely forgot to do something extremely important. He forgot to continue researching his ancestors' book and the reason why he could see a snippet of the past. But there was also something else he nearly forgot out of excitement. Oh my, how stupid can I be? He mentally chided himself and gasped in shock. My fortune summoning scroll and the soul trait awakening crystal. Less than half an hour passed since Michael had entered the Origin Expanse, but he felt that his entire life had been turned upside down, in a good way. He didn't feel weird being surrounded by a vast and densely packed rainforest overflowing with life, instead of a concrete jungle void of the liveliness he experienced in the Origin Expanse for the first time. Rather than feeling odd, Michael was happy and full of curiosity. He had his first encounter with a foreign life form, a demi-human who was not only beautiful but also his maid. Tiara held a tattered leather scroll in her left hand and a fist-sized crystal in her right hand. She pushed them in his direction and exclaimed, "I kept them safely, master." Master, didn't she call me lord before? Maybe she likes that more, whatever. Michael wondered, but he didn't mind the way Tiara addressed him. The Fortune Summoning Scroll and his Soul Trait Awakening Crystal were more important. Every lord would receive a Fortune Summoning Scroll and Soul Trait Awakening Crystal upon entering the Origin Expanse the first time. Summoning Scrolls were items created by the Origin Expanse with the use of data acquired from beings inside the Origin Expanse. They were used to resurrect beings that died in the Origin Expanse by summoning them. The summoned subjects were given a star rating according to their innate talent, the quality of their retained memories, techniques, power, and so on. They would become the Lord's subject and had to obey their will, which was confirmed through the link of loyalty. It was a little cruel, but everyone entering the Origin Expanse knew about the risks of entering and dying in the Origin Expanse. There were two ways to prevent becoming a Lord's subject: either don't enter the Origin Expanse in the first place, or make sure that you wouldn't die. The Origin Expanse was the only place Michael could use to become strong enough to make sure that no one from outer space could kill him with a snap of their fingers. He didn't want to stay idle at home and wait for foreign races to obliterate everything he held. That was not his style. Thus, he would rather give his utmost and make sure that he could die without any regrets, even if that would happen inside the Origin Expanse. He accepted the risk and embraced it tightly. The latter glowed brightly the moment Michael's right hand came in contact with it. The glow was faint, but it was enough to startle Michael and Tiara. I don't have to will the war rune to awaken my soul trait, Michael wondered before he was surprised by a flood of information swamping his mind. The soul trait awakening crystal had been triggered, and its miraculous power was unleashed. Michael closed his eyes and he entered his consciousness. The white light in the deepest part of his being shone brightly, but something was changing. A symbol with complex lines and overlapping patterns manifested inside the white light. It showed a golden hand and countless star-like particles of various colors, sizes, and shapes that were attracted by the hand. A stigma, so that's my soul trait. Soul traits were also considered the dormant power of the soul. They existed in various forms, granting the ability to transform, control winds, become a master blacksmith, and much more. Soul traits were also ranked in accordance with their might, utility, and potential, using the star rating. A weak soul trait had only 1 or 2 stars, while an epic soul trait had 5 stars in the ranking. Soul traits were one of the most important aspects of entering the Origin Expanse, and their utility and star rating were extremely important. After all, most lords and adventurers had only one soul trait. It was publicly known that it was impossible to increase the number of soul traits. Forget about changing their soul trait. It was not possible to change their soul, after all. Well, I know for a fact that people with multiple soul traits exist, Michael thought with a knowing smile, recalling the old, tattered book in the office. This was also what made it easier for him to accept the bitter reality, which was unveiled in front of him right now. The flood of information is such a mess, so let's see. My soul trait is called Extraction, and it is It's a 2-star soul trait. A deep frown spread across his entire face. He first sighed, then he clenched his fist. A 2-star soul trait was not too bad. 2 stars meant that his soul trait was of low elite quality. Most lords and adventurers awoke a 1-star soul trait, or their soul didn't possess any dormant power in the first place. Michael's 2-star soul trait was clearly in the top 10. However, he never compared himself to the norm because it didn't make any sense. Nobody in our family ever awoke a dormant power with such a low star rating, cursed with misfortune. The only advantage his ancestors possessed were high-star soul traits. For example, his brother had a 5-star soul trait, which allowed him to survive the peril thrown at him in the Origin Expanse. Does that mean I am misfortunate and I have a bad soul trait? Michael wondered, but he quickly shook his head. No, the soul trait is not exactly bad. Out of the vast flood of information that had entered his mind, Michael had deciphered a little chunk. That gave him a better understanding of his soul trait. He could extract anything from everything using his soul trait. What did that mean? Well, it was pretty simple. Michael squatted down, his right hand hovering less than 30 centimeters above the grass. Tiara looked at Michael, feeling a little confused, but she didn't utter a single word. She figured that Michael wanted to try something after the soul trait awakening crystal crumbled in his hand. Extraction, he said out loud in an attempt to direct his energy toward the desired area. It was not necessary to use incantations to activate one's soul trait, but as someone who had just awoken his soul trait, Michael was not even sure what he had to do. The new information in his head was still being processed, so he had to use the trial and error method. A golden light conjured in his palm. The energy inside him was quickly drained, which made him feel as if he was being squeezed like a lemon. The golden light dispersed after 2 seconds, and a bright smile blossomed on Michael's face. He turned his hand around and looked at the extracted substance in front of him. It was soil, perfectly ordinary soil, but without a single blade of grass or pebble. It was exactly what Michael wanted to have extracted, just soil. As long as I use extraction properly, I should be able to make some gains. It shouldn't be impossible to extract pure iron from iron ore, or essences from elemental crystals once I get stronger. A lord's soul trait grew stronger with his territory and by increasing their war runes tier. Meanwhile, adventurers could only increase their soul trait's power by focusing on their war runes tier. That meant Michael could increase the utility of his low-star soul trait by becoming a stronger lord. The soul trait might not help him in combat, but it would be quite useful when it came to managing his territory. Let's try it again. Extraction. 2 seconds later, he held 3 pebbles in his hand. He extracted them from the ground in front of him. In the worst case, I will use it to remove weed from my farming land once I get farmers, seeds, and the necessary tools to farm. Extraction didn't seem to be an overpowered soul trait, but it could have been worse. There was no need to be needlessly pessimistic. There was still a fortune summoning scroll to use. No matter how bad our family's luck is, a fortune summoning scroll cannot deliver a horrible starless soldier. 3 stars should be the minimum. While his brain continued to digest the intel of his soul trait, Michael walked over to the summoning gate. What was it again? Break the seal of the summoning scroll and throw it in the air near the summoning gate, Michael mumbled quietly while doing as he said. He broke the seal of the tattered leather scroll and threw it in the air. For a moment nothing happened, but it was then that the fortune summoning scroll unrolled itself and shot inside the summoning gate's shimmering pool of energy. As a result, the intricate engraving all over the summoning gate began to shine brightly. It was only at this moment that Michael noticed something he had missed out on before. There are 10 empty stars etched on the gate. The summoning gate had a total of 10 stars etched on the metal ring. When a new subject was being summoned, the stars would glow, clearly showing how high the summoned subject's talent was. This was something Michael witnessed for the first time today. The first star glowed up in a faint golden light. 2 stars, 3 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. When the 7th star began to shine brightly, Michael's heart skipped a beat. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and he had to move his hand to close his jaw that had dropped to the ground. 7 stars. Even Tiara was dumbfounded. She blushed in excitement and turned to Michael. Master, a heroic summon. Your first summoned subject is a hero. Damn, Michael thought as he watched a figure walking out of the summoning gate's energy pool. It's actually a hero. Master is so lucky. This is wonderful, Tiara exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands like a seal while her tail swished around excitedly. Is she that excited for me? Michael wondered, unable to hide his smile either. He had yet to get fully accustomed to a life as a lord with territory in a wild and untamed world, but he knew that a 7-star summon was equivalent to a sure-shot ticket to power and prosperity. Michael was happy, of course. Why wouldn't he be? However, something bothered him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he had a weird feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the war rune on the back of his hand glowed faintly. A connection was formed between Michael and his new summon. The connection made him feel as if someone touched his soul gently. It was warm and soothing. Is that how the link of loyalty feels like? He wondered before his mind blanked out as the hero stepped out of the energy pool of the summoning gate. Wielding a silver spear and wearing black leather armor, the heroic summon stood tall and proud in front of the gate. His gaze traveled across the clearing calmly, taking in his surroundings until his dark eyes landed on Michael. The corners of the hero's lips curled up and he began to move toward him. I'm Cleve Fenrir, but you can just call me Fenrir. Let me be of your service, my lord. The hero Fenrir introduced himself with a polite smile. He bowed his head in front of Michael. However, Michael had yet to regain his senses. So that is a hero, my first summoned subject. Fenrir had long black hair tied back into a man bun, dark eyes that seemed to analyze everything in the surrounding, and a well-trained physique that had been tempered over the course of years. Cleve Fenrir was certainly a powerhouse, even though his tier had been reset after the resurrection. His presence was enough to make Michael's hair stand up on its end. Fenrir was the one bowing to Michael, yet he felt like he was the prey, while Fenrir was the predator waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Most heroes are flashy or overwhelmingly confident in their capabilities, which makes most lords face difficulties in controlling them, but it looks like this one is not a show-off and not too full of himself. He knows what he is capable of, but he doesn't seem to be arrogant. Did he enter the Origin Expanse just for the excitement and adrenaline rush a fantasy world can provide? How long has it been since he died? What did he achieve? Michael had never heard about the Fenrir family, or any famous personality called Cleve Fenrir. That was a little odd because he had researched most families to know what they were capable of, in case he summoned one of their deceased ancestors. Is he a self-made powerhouse with a powerful soul trait, or was his family purged? Well, not that it matters right now. The name Fenrir pulled some strings in his mind. It was as if he should have known Cleve Fenrir. That was a little weird, but it was not too out of the ordinary. There are many well-known figures in the human race, though most of them die miserably. I might have heard about him in passing when I searched the forum and read books about the myths of mankind. Michael chose not to dwell on it for long. He didn't want to waste his time overthinking either way. It was great that he had summoned a heroic summon and that the summon seemed to be loyal to him as well. However, he was still a new lord who had yet to find out anything about his territory. Michael wanted to change that as soon as possible. My name is Michael. I hope you don't feel offended that I summoned you. He introduced himself calmly. It was important to gauge the reaction of his subjects after he mentioned he was the reason of their resurrection. Some might hate him for being summoned, while others would feel relieved and happy. However, at the end of the day, his subjects would feel a certain degree of loyalty and protectiveness toward him because of the link of loyalty. That meant they were unlikely to attack him even if they hated him for resurrecting them as his subjects. Gaining his subjects' trust and unwavering loyalty wasn't easy either. Thus, he had to figure out more about them to make sure that his subjects, including Fenrir, would be willing to fight for him and his territory without any qualms. If his subjects weren't willing to work hard, his territory would never prosper. Furthermore, what was the use of a high military might if nobody listened to his commands? It may seem far-fetched for a new lord like Michael to bother thinking about the loyalty of his subjects to such a high degree, but he felt that it was very important. He had read more than enough reports about subjects rioting in their lord's territory, overthrowing his rule, and executing their lord. Just thinking about it was enough to make him shudder and make goosebumps appear all over his body. Fenrir lifted his head after hearing Michael's introduction. He looked at the young man for a few seconds and stepped back. How may I be of your service? Cleve asked while maintaining his disciplined stance. His attitude changed a little, which made it seem as if Fenrir had accepted his lord as a superior existence. Michael nodded his head in response to this change in attitude. It would be great if the hero's loyalty would increase rapidly. The protection barrier around my territory will be sustained for the next 10 days. Scout the surrounding area and bait monsters close to the barrier. Hunt them down while using the barrier's protection to the fullest. You should be able to increase your tier and rank much faster doing so, Michael ordered after a moment of consideration. Fenrir nodded his head before he left to complete the mission. His responsiveness is a little slow, but that should be solved once his loyalty increases. He won't question my commands anymore by then. Michael's eyes were glued on Fenrir's retreating figure. He watched the heroic summon intently as gusts of wind brushed past Fenrir. Well, he certainly looks like a powerhouse. He has charisma and presence. Shaking his head, Michael decided to wait until Fenrir returned with his first prey. He chose to focus more on the connection that had been built between him and the hero. The link of loyalty is not strong. No wonder lords have to pay attention to their subjects' actions. Michael mumbled aloud, still thinking about the possibility of his subjects executing him if he was to do something extremely stupid. All summons will be connected to their lord's war rune. This way you can perceive your subject's strength and loyalty more easily, Master, Tiara explained, thinking that Michael didn't know much about the link of loyalty. She was tailing him like a shadow since he emerged from the gate, and she intended to continue to stay by his side. That was her task as the Lord's maid. Michael nodded his head faintly after hearing her as understanding dawned upon him. So that's how it is. He looked at Tiara for a second or two and tilted his head. She seemed to realize something and gasped in shock. The sound of her hurried footsteps reached his ears, and the next moment, Michael found Tiara grasping his right hand tightly before she closed her eyes. His war rune began to glow, and Michael felt a link slowly forming between them. It was much stronger than the connection with Cleve Fenrir, and the link seemed to pulsate as well. Why is her link firmer and stronger? His eyes flicked in the direction the heroic summon had disappeared in before he diverted his attention back to Tiara. The glowing rune on the back of her right hand attracted his attention. Fenrir doesn't have a war rune because he is now considered a native. Doesn't that mean Tiara is not a native of the origin Expanse? How was she chosen as my maid? That's weird. Creating a link of loyalty with both Cleve Fenrir and Tiara increased his strength. Precisely, it increased the power of his soul trait. It was only a minuscule increase in its efficiency, but Michael could still feel it. That explains why lords' soul traits are much stronger than the soul trait of adventurers. The explanations always sounded weird, but it makes sense, I guess. After his new findings, only half an hour passed before Fenrir returned, dragging a bloody body behind him. I got one. The corpse of a large, heavily built cat with a yellowish-brown leather coat and black spots lay in front of Michael. It had a gemstone embedded in its forehead, which made it easy for Michael to recall what type of monster it was. A fully matured gem jaguar. That's a low Tier 1 monster, Michael mumbled to himself. He turned to Fenrir and asked aloud, "Did you see many gem jaguars in the surrounding forest?" Several deep gashes were spread across the gem jaguar's body, which made it clear that even a heroic summon such as Fenrir was not able to kill the Tier 1 monster in a single strike. Michael hadn't expected something like that in the first place, but he got a bad feeling. Fenrir hadn't been out for long, but he had already found and killed a Tier 1 monster. That could mean Fenrir was lucky and skilled, or it could mean something extremely bad. The entire forest is filled with Tier 1 monsters. Gem jaguars are only one of the many kinds of monsters I encountered while pacing alongside the protection barrier, Fenrir informed him. He was not injured and hadn't used a lot of energy to kill the gem jaguar since he made use of the territory's protection barrier. The entire forest is filled with Tier 1 monsters. Michael wondered before he spoke his concern out loud. You mean the gem jaguar is one of the weakest monsters you encountered? There are no tierless monsters in this area. This is the weakest monster, Fenrir affirmed calmly, pointing at the low Tier 1 gem jaguar. The power threshold of all beings was not only divided into tiers, but was further classified to fit the refinement degree of a tier. This was usually done in 4 ways, using the terms low, mid, high, peak. Some races used different terms, but it was all the same in the end. Looking at Fenrir should have calmed Michael as well, but the heroic summon's calm attitude was more unnerving than calming to the heart. Tier 1 monster is that why I received a sudden burst of energy from Fenrir's link of loyalty. Since Michael had never wielded the energy of the origin Expanse, he didn't know what he was supposed to feel. He was also not sure how his war rune would react upon getting refined. But from the looks of it, neither was anything special. The refinement of the war rune tingled a little bit, and the energy influx spreading through the link of loyalty was barely perceptible. How the hell is that important now? He shouted at himself in his head. Michael had just found out a shocking fact. Tier 1 monsters surrounded his territory. How could he think about anything else? Usually, a lord started in a region that was mostly inhabited by tierless monsters. In rare cases, there would be Tier 1 monsters in the beginner area of newly appointed lords. Even then, the Tier 1 monsters were rather peaceful in most cases. Unfortunately, it looked like Michael's bad luck struck him fiercely in the gut once again. Would Fenrir be able to kill the gem jaguar without the protection barrier? No, even if he is a heroic summon, he is still tierless, Michael figured, his expression turning sour. Without the protection barrier, his territory would have already been bulldozed by now. That was the most important piece of information he gauged from Fenrir's first hunt, and it was certainly not pleasant. In 10 days he would be dead, and his territory would get razed if he didn't do something to prevent it. I need to do something. If I leave the fate of my territory hanging like this, it's only a matter of time before my journey ends miserably before it even started. Leaving everything to Fenrir didn't feel right either. However, Michael didn't want to expose Tigerfang, not right now. It was as if something was holding him back from retrieving Tigerfang from the War Rune, though he was not sure why. He was relieved that he had brought a hidden artifact from home and that nobody knew about it. Why am I relieved about that? Shouldn't I expose it and help Fenrir go hunt? That way, both of us can increase the refinement degree. Am I worried about facing a Tier 1 monster, even though I'm still tierless? That's probably it. While Michael was deep in thought while keeping his eyes trained on the gem jaguar, Tiara smiled brightly. She bent down to take a closer look at the gem jaguar and diverted her focus to Fenrir a moment later. Please help me dissect the gem jaguar, Fenrir, Tiara requested, pointing at Fenrir's spear. They didn't have another weapon. After all, Michael continued to keep Tigerfang hidden, even if their situation demanded every bit of help they could receive. Fenrir froze upon hearing Tiara's request. His eyes turned into slits and he kept staring at Tiara for several seconds. Tiara was surprised about the sudden change in Fenrir's behavior, but it was nothing too surprising. A true warrior would never accept being unarmed. The spear could be considered Fenrir's final lifeline, and he wouldn't hand it over without a fight. My soul trait should be better than using Fenrir's spear. I can extract everything neatly using extraction. Michael intervened before the situation worsened. He was not sure where the tension between Tiara and Fenrir came from because he had been deep in thought, but he didn't want the only two subjects in his territories to fight. Michael squatted down next to Tiara, his eyes focused on the dead body. He stared blankly at the gem jaguar for a while as shudders spread through his entire body. It was the first time he saw a monster corpse up close. There was a lot of blood, and everything felt so different compared to the fights against the emectiles in the final examination. The emectiles were recreated from reality, but they were just illusions at the end of the day. It was different compared to the monster corpse, which didn't turn into countless particles upon getting killed. You are a lord, no, you need to be stronger role model, a true leader. Get your act together, you fool, he reprimanded himself. A moment later, he extended his hands and came to halt a few centimeters above the corpse. Several streaks of golden light conjured within his palms. The streaks of golden light reached out to the corpse and they got to work. The gemstone embedded in the forehead of the monster detached itself, and it reappeared in front of Michael, completely unscathed and intact. There was not a single scratch on the tennis ball-sized gemstone. However, that was not everything. A black ball with bluish glowing streaks of light spreading through it materialized next to the gemstone. It was of a matching size and was a monster core. Every monster had a monster core. The energy of the origin was hoarded and stored in the monster core, refining it. In return, the monster core refined the body and mind of the monster. It was similar to the War Rune in that aspect. An undamaged Tier 1 monster core of low quality and a Tier 1 gemstone. Looks like I'm quite lucky. Michael thought, uncertain of what price both materials could fetch him. Artificers used monster cores and gemstones as materials to craft artifacts. Thus, they would certainly have some value, though Michael was not too familiar with the price range of most items. But there were still more precious materials and items inside the gem jaguar. Michael's energy was quickly drained, but he continued to use extraction to search through the corpse for precious resources. And as if on cue, leather parchments materialized in front of him. There was a total of 4 leather parchments, and they looked like someone had custom designed them for him. Each leather parchment was roughly the same size, perfectly fitting in his palm. What is tha? Oh, Michael exclaimed. He held the parchments high in the air and began to smile brightly when a flash of information entered his mind, fragments of a summoning scroll. Michael knew that some monsters in the Origin Expanse had a low chance of dropping loot such as summoning scrolls, construction blueprints, unique crafting materials, and even artifacts. The drop rate was extremely low, but it was still existent. However, Michael never heard that it was possible for fragments of a summoning scroll to drop. The drop rate of unique loot was higher the stronger and more unique a monster. Nonetheless, Michael didn't expect much. The drop rates were simply too low. But extraction changed everything. His soul trait could extract everything. This was something Michael had already figured out by digesting most of the information he received upon awakening extraction. However, what he found out only now was that extracting everything was much more than what was visible to his eyes. Extraction was only a 2-star soul trait, but if it was truly possible to increase the drop rate of items unique to the Origin Expanse, wasn't that comparable to possessing a cheat sheet? Michael's hair stood up on its end, and excitement spread through his entire being. What else can I extract, other than summoning scroll fragments? Where is the limit? Is there even a limit in the first place? He chuckled as he kept extraction fully unleashed on the corpse of the gem jaguar. To think that I would get excited after spawning in a Tier 1 territory full of ferocious beasts that can tear me apart with a single slash eye, I'm utterly insane. The Origin Expanse was mysterious and unique. Nobody really knew where it came from, and the reason it existed in the first place. Too many aspects of the Origin Expanse felt like a game of conquest, which included the unique loot one could obtain from killing monsters. Everyone entering the Origin Expanse received a territory with unique buildings, a maid, and a few more items to reassure that everyone had a similar starting point. Why? What was the intention of the Origin Expanse's will and its creator with a game like Realm, such as the Origin Expanse? Many theories existed, but only a few were popular. The most popular was that the creator of the Origin Expanse was an omnipotent being that had grown bored and tired of the universe. In this theory, the Origin Expanse had been built for his amusement, as he watched all races of the universe fight each other in a struggle to acquire more power, expand their territories, and claim resources for themselves to grow. Considering the Origin Expanse as a starting point, even life across the entire universe grew more interesting. After all, more races easily acquired technology that would have otherwise taken them thousands of years of research to come up with. This didn't even include the power countless races acquired by absorbing the dormant energy of the Origin Expanse. Of course, there were many other theories revolving around the mystery of the Origin Expanse creation, but nobody could tell right from wrong. That was why they were only theories and not facts. But even if the creator of the Origin Expanse had an evil plan in mind, did it really matter? The Origin Expanse was plundered every single day. Everyone tried to enhance their war runes tier, whether it was to expand their lifespan or to be able to fight against others outside the Origin Expanse, whether it was for protection or conquest. The resources, technology, and artifacts procured in the Origin Expanse were extremely valuable, speeding up a race's progress by millennia in a fraction of that time. And then there were also soul traits every being could awaken only in the Origin Expanse. It was of immense value, which nobody would want to miss. Michael was no different. He had also entered the Origin Expanse to become stronger and claim his own fortune. Of course, he had other goals as well, but Michael wished to repay his brother for everything he had done for him and to make sure that entitled brats such as his former classmates wouldn't be able to look down on him anymore. Acquiring the status of a lord was the basic requirement to change his life. However, only by becoming a powerful lord was it possible to make sure that nobody would bother him in a society that was led on with the thought that the strong reigned supreme. But for now, Michael had to suck it up. After using his soul trait for 2 minutes straight, he was exhausted. His shirt clung to his body as cold sweat trickled down his temples. "I am really weak," Michael grumbled to himself, but he was not completely dissatisfied with himself. A faint smile formed on his lips as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt quite pleased with himself upon seeing the neatly extracted, intact body parts of the gem jaguar spread out in front of him. Michael was not yet done with the extraction, however. 1 or 2 more uses of his soul trait were enough to finish up. By then, his proficiency in using extraction would improve, speeding up the entire extraction process a little. "When I get back home, I should look out for an energy circulation technique." Michael made a mental note of an important task. Now that he knew what the Origin Expanse's energy felt like, he had to reconsider using a technique to improve his proficiency while wielding it. This would improve the refinement process of his war rune as well. If you have more energy left, can you hunt a few more monsters? If possible, a few more gem jaguars. "I want to check something," Michael asked Fenrir, who had been silently watching him use extraction. Fenrir gave him a slight nod and turned around to go hunt once his curiosity was satiated. "Are all heroic summons that rude, master?" Tiara asked, frowning deeply while squatting down next to him. As she looked at the extracted tendons, clean and intact bones along with the meat Michael had extracted from the gem jaguar, her hands began to itch to also do something for her master and prove her worth. However, she had yet to receive an order from her master. "I don't know. Maybe," Michael responded, not really minding Fenrir's attitude. He understood that Fenrir would need some time to accept him as his lord and master. He pointed at the gem jaguar's tendons and leather. "I will continue to extract organs and whatever else I can from the corpse. How about you make some leather flasks in the meantime?" Gem jaguars didn't have a coat of fur, but their body was covered in thick, leather-like skin. This was also why gem jaguars were sometimes labeled as tenacious hunters that were hard to kill. Michael was a little tired, but he got up from the ground nonetheless. He walked over to a nearby tree, and a golden light conjured in his palm. A small splinter of wood formed in his palm, which he handed to Tiara. The splinter was extracted from the inner core of the rainforest tree's wood, making it more durable than ordinary needles. Tiara's tail wagged from left to right upon seeing what her master was capable of, and she nodded her head eagerly. "Leave it to me. I can make hundreds of leather flasks," she exclaimed while reaching out for the extracted tendons and the bits of leather Michael had extracted for now. "A few are enough," Michael mumbled before he sat down to take a few deep breaths. It was still early in the morning, but Michael was already dead tired. Using his soul trait even before getting to know what origin energy felt like was probably not the most intelligent act. Unfortunately, it was not as if he had enough time to spare. There was no time to slack off. After a short break, Michael returned to the gem jaguar's corpse. He used extraction 2 more times on it before he was finally done. Thus, he could use certain body parts such as leather and tendons without a need to worry about hygiene. The tendons were clean and so was the leather. Not a single speck of blood or flesh was left on them after Michael cleanly dissected the gem jaguar's corpse using extraction. Once the flasks are created, I can extract and store monster blood much more easily. The blood of rare Tier 1 monsters should be worth something, Michael thought, finding multiple ways to earn money using the gem jaguar's remnants. The leather flasks were also useful for filling water extracted from branches that retain moisture. The dried branches could then be used as firewood, which would solve the remaining problem what to do with the high-quality meat of the gem jaguar. Using his soul trait extensively consumed way too much energy. Thus, consuming the meat of a Tier 1 monster should be more than enough to replenish his energy. As a tierless lord who had yet to refine his war rune, Michael's body was not able to store a high amount of energy. Thus, he would certainly be filled to the brim after consuming a small portion of the gem jaguar's meat. With that in mind, he got back to work. He left the clearing, picked up a few wooden branches and a handful of leaves before he returned. For starters, Michael used the gem jaguar's bones to construct a ring to restrain the campfire he was about to start. He extracted the moisture within the leaves and wood with his soul trait and began to set up the campfire. Then, using a rather primitive method of fire making, Michael spent the next 5 minutes creating a fire. Making fire by rubbing sticks together was rather primitive, and it required both practice and patience, but it worked perfectly fine. Nobody who entered the Origin Expanse for the first time could bring a flintstone or matches, so everyone in school had been taught how to make fire using dry wood. It was one of the things every student learned in the survival classes. Now that the fire had been ignited, Michael wanted to cook the meat and grill it on a stick. However, before he could do anything, the war rune on the back of his right hand began to glow faintly. A surge of energy spread through Fenrir's link of loyalty, filling his war rune with energy. The surge of energy was warm and soothing. It refined the war rune naturally, enhancing his strength a little. But that was not what Michael paid attention to. The storage space expanded. Michael could tell that the storage space of the war rune had expanded. It was not big by any means, but it was better than nothing. He had heard that most lords required several days until their war rune absorbed enough energy to expand their storage space. However, those lords hadn't spawned amidst a rainforest full of Tier 1 monsters. They wouldn't even encounter a Tier 1 monster in the first month. Forget about being able to kill such a fierce monster. Fortunately, Michael had someone capable of doing exactly that, killing a Tier 1 monster. Fenrir barged through the rainforest's thicket and entered the clearing, pulling the second low Tier 1 gem jaguar behind him. The silver spear he carried in his left hand was covered in blood, while the corpse in his right hand left a trail of blood behind him. "I got another one." Michael's eyes lit up and he jumped up from the ground upon hearing Fenrir's voice. "Right, I have Fenrir," he recalled, and his expression turned brighter upon glancing at the golden light that conjured in his palms. "Who the hell says that our family is unlucky? Those idiots have no idea. How about I turn misfortune into an opportunity?" Michael, Tiara, and Fenrir only stopped working when it was time to eat. They had to replenish their energy, and eating delicious chunks of Tier 1 monster meat was the perfect solution. The meat was rich in nutrition and was also highly invigorating. It was tasty as well. Other than savoring the meat they grilled and ate, the three worked relentlessly until late at night. If not for the seemingly infinite darkness that spread across the dense rainforest at night, Michael and the others might have continued burning the midnight oil. Working in darkness was not possible given the lack of light sources. Furthermore, everyone was tired after working for half the day. Fenrir kept on hunting until it was too dark. He killed a total of 17 low Tier 1 monsters with the use of the protection barrier, and he reached the low refinement degree of Tier 0 through the energy share of the killed monsters. Meanwhile, Michael used extraction on the monster corpses to dissect them neatly. He removed their monster cores and their most valuable parts at first. Afterward, Michael focused his attention on the monster's blood. He extracted their blood twice to filter out impurities. This left him with the most potent blood, which was stored in the leather flasks Tiara had prepared beforehand. The leather flasks were marked to make sure that everyone knew which monster the blood belonged to before it was safely stored in Tiara's war rune. Her war rune storage was much bigger than Michael's, but that was only given. After all, Tiara's war rune was already at the first tier. When Michael found out about this first, he was confused. It was already very uncommon for a lord's personal maid to be from a different race, let alone be in possession of a war rune. However, Tiara was also not that weak. Michael just thought that she wasn't that powerful at first because she didn't really show what she was capable of. That changed over the course of the day. Talking to Tiara for hours and observing her meticulous work made it clear that she had dexterous hands and that she knew what she was doing. Her huge storage space came in handy as well. A war rune storage space preserved ingredients, which would go bad if left as it is for days. With that basic understanding of the war rune, Tiara gladly accepted turning into a living fridge. The extracted meat, organs, and blood were kept inside her war rune, making sure that nothing would go bad. They didn't want to waste any ingredients because they could be of future use or sold outside the origin expanse. Michael wanted to use his soul trait as often as possible. It was currently the only way for him to get a better feeling of the energy in the origin expanse and to increase his mastery of the soul trait's utility. He worked meticulously and didn't throw anything away. His life as Lord had just begun, and it was necessary to gather as many items as possible to fund his future expenses. However, that was something for later. Now, he and his subjects deserved to get some rest, so they all returned to the manor. Everyone had an assigned room in the wooden manor. There was little to no furniture, but there were beds, and that was enough. After a tiring but fruitful day, Michael got in bed and accessed the storage space inside the war rune. 3 ordinary summoning scrolls, 108 summoning scroll fragments, and a blueprint for a treehouse complex were stored inside. While he retrieved a handful of summoning scroll fragments multiple times, a faint glow engulfed them. The glow intensified the more fragments he retrieved. At last, once 25 summoning scroll fragments had been retrieved, they began to hover in the air. The fragments swirled around one another and connected to one another, merging into one. Slowly the glow dimmed, and a newly formed summoning scroll ended up falling into Michael's hands. 25 fragments form a complete summoning scroll. That's great, Michael thought excitedly before he repeated the same mythical process 3 more times. He was now in possession of 7 ordinary summoning scrolls and 1 blueprint. Even if Fenrir killed monsters a tier above his rank, being able to extract this kind of loot from less than 20 monsters was simply insane. His soul trait, Extraction, was truly something that couldn't be put on the same level as other 2-star soul traits. Michael would never exchange it for a 4-star soul trait, even if he was given the opportunity. He was dead tired while lying in the comfortable bed and was ready to sleep. However, the thoughts flashing through his mind prevented him from falling asleep. It has to be. Fenrir, I wonder where he comes from. Why does his name seem so familiar? Cleve Fenrir. Michael spent some time pondering over Fenrir. His eyelids got heavier by the second, and he could barely keep himself out of the dreamland. Which family has black hair and black eyes? Athletic, but not Bulkaspir Arts Cleve. Unable to keep his eyes open, Michael finally fell asleep. The physical work he had done throughout the day was not that tiresome. However, repetitively unleashing his soul trait in its full power over and over again drained him both physically and mentally. He deserved some sleep, at least until the sun rose again and the second day of his life as a lord would officially begin. While he was deep asleep, Michael was pulled back into a familiar scene. He had just seen it the day before, but he found himself watching a chaotic battlefield yet again. Tightly clutching the blood-soaked spear and clad in black leather armor that had been torn to shreds, a man stood facing his opponents with a sly smile. His jet-black hair was disheveled, and his body was bruised and battered. However, he paid no heed to the wounds and instead let his gaze roam over the vast expanse. His vibrant eyes and his fierce gaze observed the enemies that surrounded him from all sides. There was no way out. The man knew that he would die here, but even in the face of imminent death, his expression did not falter. It was filled with mockery, and he was staring right at Michael. It was then that an illusionary, semi-transparent image of a familiar, grim-looking man appeared next to the man. Both of them wore different armor and wielded different-looking spears, but their eyes and hair were the same. Even their expression was the same. The illusionary image and the man slowly merged, fusing into one. They were now one and the same persona. Isn't that, Michael thought before the space around him twisted once again. He was pulled out of the dream and woke up, gasping in shock. It was already early in the morning and the first rays of sunlight shone on his face through the open window. His second day as Lord had just begun officially, but Michael couldn't think about that at all. He was sweating profusely and his clothes clung to his body. Instinctively, he looked down at his chest to make sure that there was no gaping hole. It was a dream, right? He looked down at his chest out of reflex and tried to calm himself by taking a deep breath. However, the image of Fenrir and the man, whom Michael recalled as the Fang family's first ancestor, fusing without causing the slightest change, left him shell-shocked. Oh damn. That's impossible, right? Michael paced from one side of the room to the other nervously. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and it was hard to determine whether Michael was still sane or if he had lost it. His mind kept replaying the dream in vivid clarity, recalling every single moment of the dream he had. The visuals of both Cleve Fenrir and the first ancestor of the Fang family never left his mind. They looked exactly the same. No matter how hard I tried to find differences, they are definitely the same person. Michael felt like he was going insane. Wasn't the origin Expanse going overboard by giving him a heroic summon that turns out to be a piece of shit? Nobody knew the Fang family's first ancestor better than Michael. He could recite every single line written in the old, tattered book word by word, as he had read it more than 10 times. Michael liked realistic stories better than the fairy tales most parents told their children about the origin Expanse. From a young age, Michael knew that the origin Expanse was both a treasure trove and a graveyard. It was possible to become rich overnight, but it was also possible to die from one moment to another. The realistic tale written in the Legend of the Calamity showed his first ancestor's life. It was clearly a tragic life led by his ancestor that was filled with betrayals, witnessing the deaths of loved ones, and being the center of attention while being surrounded by kingdoms and empires. Unfortunately, the first ancestor never attempted to stay on the right track. He fell into depravity and was corrupted by the power he gained inside the origin Expanse. The first ancestor died in the origin Expanse at last. This was exactly what led to the current situation. Michael figured that his family's miserable luck was at fault. Their miserable luck led to the summoning of a heroic summon, their family's first ancestor a real piece of work, and someone who was known for slaughtering his own people and trusted allies. After living through various ordeals, the first ancestor was given the name, the Calamity, because he caused chaos and terror wherever he went. Does he remember everything about his past, or are his memories sealed? Michael wondered, and he stopped in his tracks. Fenrir didn't act high and mighty like the first ancestor. That could either mean Fenrir's acting skills were extraordinary, or that Fenrir didn't remember anything about his past life. What was it again? Most summoned subjects recall their lives, but not everything. The quantity and quality of memories, combined with the achievement of their past life and the innate potential of a summon, can be deduced from their star ratingos that mean he knows everything. Michael clearly recalled the achievements of the Calamity. He also knew that the Calamity had awoken an 8-star soul trait. Combining those two factors meant that it shouldn't be possible for Fenrir to be a heroic summon. He should be an 8-star summon given his achievements and innate talent, Michael thought. The more he thought about it, the more confused he grew. A bad headache crept up his brain, and he felt like pulling his hair. As long as Fenrir didn't recall his past life as the Calamity, everything would be fine. However, if he recalled his bad deeds or some of the emotions of his past life, the origin Expanse would have to face the second coming of the Calamity. How can I find out whether he has retained his past life's memories or emotions without attracting any suspicion? Provoking him would work, but I would die, that's for sure. Michael ruffled through his hair, pulling out some strands in the process. Isn't there an easier way? He heard footsteps below him, too many for a single person to make at a time. That only meant both Tiara and Fenrir must have woken up. Hearing their footsteps caused Michael's heart to beat wildly. I cannot leave Tiara alone with that guy, he thought worriedly. A moment later, he walked out of the bedroom. Think, Michael, there has to be an easier way to secretly find out if Fenrir is this piece of shit, or if he is still the innocent kid from the start of the story. Think. Michael walked through the hallway on the second floor. He made his way to the staircase to meet up with the others, while his mind seemed to be on fire trying to come up with a solution. Michael didn't even question anymore whether Fenrir was his family's first ancestor. It was not logical, but the origin Expanse seemed to love bullying his family. But that did not change the fact that Fenrir looked like the first ancestor, wielded a spear, and he was a heroic summon. Michael also recalled the time a faint gust of wind brushed past Fenrir's face when Fenrir left the clearing to hunt the first monster. The gust had revealed a mole behind his ear. It was shaped weirdly as if it was a mark. Now that he thought about it, Michael recalled that his brother had teased him about the same mark in the past. Danny didn't have this mole, but he said that some members of the Fang family would have this mole behind their right ear. That was enough to be certain that Fenrir was indeed their first ancestor, leaving only the question of his past memories and emotions. His spee, Michael exclaimed, just to shut his mouth and cover it with both hands. His spear art. The Calamity's spear art was not mentioned often in the tattered book, nor was it detailed, but it was usually described as a vile or wicked spear art. Only once was it further described as a vile technique that uses the wielder's true feelings and intrusive thoughts as its foundation. The higher the mastery of the spear art, the more challenging it was to ignore their intrusive thoughts and hide how they truly felt. Recalling what was written in the tattered book, a vibrant smile formed on his lips. Michael found out what he had been looking for. If Fenrir could use the wicked spear arts, that means he recalled his life as Calamity, and that he was merely playing dumb in front of both him and Tiara to gather strength and wait for the best opportunity to strike. Even if he wouldn't remember his life as Calamity, practicing the wicked spear arts meant that Fenrir would turn evil sooner or later. Fenrir was still weak and required the territory's protection barrier to hunt Tier 1 monsters easily. With the Lord's death, the protection barrier would disappear as well. Fenrir should have figured that Tiara was a Tier 1 maid as well, Attacking Michael while Tiara stayed by his side was not feasible for him yet. I hope you're not using the vile spear arts. Otherwise, Michael thought with determination, blood will be shed inside the protection barrier. He reached the final step of the staircase and emerged on the ground floor. It was only his second day in the Origin Expanse, but Michael could tell that blood and chaos would be served today. Master, how was your first night in the Origin Expanse? Did you sleep well? Master, how was your first night? Did you sleep well? Tiara asked, looking with concern at Michael. Now that Michael was aware of Fenrir's true identity, the gazes lingering on him felt like searing hot needles piercing his skin. Tiara might be acting just like before, being excited and happy that Michael didn't depart to the outside worlds yet, but Fenrir was clearly sizing him up from head to toe. Maybe that had happened already the day before and Michael didn't notice it. Either way, he was now fully aware of every movement made by Fenrir. I was too excited to sleep. I must look like a big mess right now, Michael answered with a faint smile on his lips. He changed his answer midway upon realizing the piercing gaze with which Fenrir kept staring at him from the side. Michael noticed this and it made him feel as if something was pressing against his throat. It was hard to breathe and he broke into a sweat. You're sweating so much. Please don't be so stressed out about our predicament, Tiara voiced out in worry. If you don't sleep enough, you will get sick. We need you full of energy. Tiara's fluffy ears hung down limply, and her tail was also not swishing like usual. She looked down as well with a gloomy expression plastered on her face. What is wrong with this girl? Michael wondered, but his forced smile was soon replaced by a genuine one. Seeing that someone cared about his well-being was quite nice, and the real reason why she was so worried didn't really matter. He took a step closer to Tiara and flicked her forehead lightly, forcing the maid of the Silverfang Tigerfolk to look up. Upon seeing his smile, Tiara relaxed a little. She lightly patted her chest to calm down her heart and retrieved something from her war rune. The summoning gate produced one scroll this morning, she said, holding out an ordinary summoning scroll. Another perk of being a lord was that they would get summoning scrolls just by staying idle and letting the days pass. The summoning gate would produce one ordinary summoning scroll each day. Most subjects summoned through ordinary summoning scrolls would be starless, or one-star summons, but that was still something. Slowly but steadily, a small workforce would come into existence. How about we use all summoning scrolls today? It's still early in the morning, so we will get lots of work done with a few more helping hands, Tiara proposed, rubbing her hands in excitement. It was only obvious to focus on increasing their numbers and use the additional working force to build a few residences, help Fenrir in hunting, and so on. However, Michael didn't want to summon any subjects right now. Why? There was a potential crazy serial killer in his territory. Was there really a need to come up with more excuses? Michael was already feeling bad for dragging Tiara into the mess. However, it was not as if he could send her away. She would just die outside the territory since there were way too many powerful monsters outside the safety of his protection barrier. I will postpone summoning subjects until the afternoon or tomorrow morning. There are a few things I must test out, and I don't want to rush things, Michael said as calmly as possible, trying to make it sound as if he had a strong plan and his schedule mapped out for the entire day. He had a total of 8 ordinary summoning scrolls. With that many additional helping hands, they would be able to build a few residences and create a more efficient hunting system. Slow and steady wins the race, Michael added while stealing glances at Fenrir every now and then, and I want to win by all means. He knew that he shouldn't look at Fenrir so much because Fenrir might notice that something was amiss, but Michael couldn't help it. He was also afraid that he would have a slip of tongue, but that didn't happen fortunately. You look tired, Fenrir. Will you be fine going out hunting the entire day just like yesterday? Michael asked, trying his best to act as if he was concerned. But secretly Michael was glad that Fenrir's eyes were sunken and bloodshot. His hair was disheveled and there were bags under his eyes, making them look puffed. Fenrir clearly hadn't gotten any sleep, which was something that could be made use of. I will be fine. I prefer hunting all day, Fenrir answered before excusing himself. He seemed eager to leave the wooden manor and go out hunting. Are you sure that you don't want to eat anything for breakfast, Fenrir? You will run out of energy until lunchtime, Tiara asked in a loud voice, but Fenrir had already stepped outside the wooden manor. Did he ignore me, or did he not hear me? Tiara mumbled upon seeing that Fenrir didn't turn around either. However, she didn't really mind it. Tiara was so happy that her lord didn't leave her to go back to the outside world, so nothing could dampen her spirits this morning. What do you want to test out that other subjects are not supposed to see, master? She asked while turning to Michael with gleaming eyes. Tiara figured that there had to be a secret nobody was supposed to know. Otherwise, her lord wouldn't postpone summoning more subjects. She could tell that her lord was not dumb, which meant that there was something he was hiding. Due to this, her curiosity increased even more. I can tell you later probably, Michael responded before he had a light breakfast, which consisted of meat and more meat. They had yet to harvest fruits and other ingredients from the forest. Thus their meals would have only meat for a while, but that was no problem. Fenrir's link of loyalty didn't change at all, Michael noticed while he had breakfast. Tiara's link of loyalty was a little different compared to the day before, but Fenrir's was the same. He tried to keep calm and not act too weird, but he was not sure how he was supposed to do that. Calm down and get your plan working. Michael wanted to find out whether Fenrir was using the wicked spear arts to kill his prey, but he didn't rush after him right away. Fenrir didn't seem to have slept, and he had skipped breakfast as well. Thus, it was better to wait a little longer to make sure that Fenrir would be a little bit more tired. Exhaustion and lack of sleep would make him lower his guard, and that way it would be easy for Michael to enact his plan. I will extract sturdy wood and stones from the trees and ground. You can either store them in your war rune or put them in one of the empty rooms inside the wooden manor, Michael proposed before he got to work. In the next few hours, nothing seemed different from the day before. Fenrir used the protection barrier to hunt monsters before he collected their corpses to carry it inside the clearing, where Michael would use his soul trait to dissect the body near perfectly. Nothing seemed amiss until it was about time to have lunch. Fenrir had killed a total of 10 low-tier 1 monsters, which rewarded 1 completed summoning scroll and 59 summoning scroll fragments. Meanwhile, Tiara and Michael focused on collecting resources from their surroundings. Tiara was not sure what or why Michael was running around inside his territory, collecting resources with his soul trait when he could also summon subjects to harvest. However, she remained silent. It was not her task to teach her master but to follow his commands. When she finished preparing lunch and was about to serve it, Michael suddenly announced that he would go and call Fenrir. He left the clearing in the direction Fenrir had gone toward a while ago, leaving Tiara by herself. Is that really fine? Isn't Master too bubbly and kind to be a lord? She mumbled to herself while observing the retreating figure of her master. Tiara liked people like Michael because they were true to themselves and others. Unfortunately, some would think of Michael as a pushover. It was highly likely that others would try to make use of her master for their personal gains. Tiara understood this very well. Shaking her head, she tried to ignore the memories of the past that resurfaced in her mind, and a glint manifested in her eyes. In that case, I will make sure that Master will be fine only, then he might be able to. She trailed off and went back to work. Meanwhile, Michael paved his way through the densely grown rainforest. Only a small part of the rainforest was inside the protection barrier, but it still took a while before he reached the barrier. As he neared it, he could hear the faint and distant sound of fighting. By the time he made his way through the thicket, Michael was only able to witness the end of the battle. Fenrir had used the protection barrier to fight 2 low-tier 1 monsters, a pair of gem jaguars. One of them was already lying on the ground, taking its last breath, while the other one was severely injured. The gem jaguar tried to break through the protection barrier to reach Fenrir, whose silver spear was shrouded in a dark purple hue. His lips curled up in a smirk as he dashed ahead. Fenrir thrust the silver spear forward, aiming straight at the beast. It was a simple attack without any unnecessary grace or elegance. However, that was not needed in the first place. The blade pierced through the gem jaguar's throat, ending the monster's life in seconds. Wow, Michael could only think in awe. His heart skipped a beat upon seeing the display of Fenrir's spear art, and a vibrant smile appeared on his face as he cleared his throat. Fenrir turned around in shock, ready to face his next opponent, only to see that Michael was waving at him with a vibrant smile plastered on his face. Nice kill, Fenrir. Lunch is ready. When Fenrir realized that the territory's lord had approached him and not some monster, he relaxed visibly. Michael was just a bubbly kid who became lord because everyone in the Origin Expanse started out as a lord. He was not dangerous. He didn't even have a weapon to begin with. Thus, Fenrir put the spear aside and pulled the 2 corpses inside the protection barrier. He saw Michael approaching but didn't pay any attention. Let me carry one of them, Michael offered, still smiling as brightly as before. His acting skill was top-notch. Not even he himself would be able to tell that his mind was in chaos if he were to observe himself as an outsider. The spear artsits the calamities. The moment Michael saw the dark purple hue shrouding Fenrir's silver spear, he knew that it was over. Fenrir might not recall all of his memories, but the fact that he used the wicked spear arts turned him into a much bigger problem than the monsters outside the protection barrier could be. As long as Fenrir was given enough time to grow stronger, nobody inside his territory would be able to handle the 7-star summon. Michael was trying to come up with a foolproof way to solve the entire mess now that he had found out that the worst-case scenario came true, but that was easier said than done. He was trying hard to chat lightly with Fenrir. Fortunately, Fenrir was not talkative. After a few attempts to strike up a conversation, Michael gave up. He was more likely to mess up and make some mistakes because his nerves were preventing him from thinking straight. Either way, both Fenrir and Michael carried one of the gem jaguar corpses each to the clearing. Tiara saw them and waved excitedly. She was a little surprised to see that there were 2 corpses, but didn't think too much about it. It was only obvious that Fenrir would become stronger the more monsters he killed. The energy influx he received from killing a Tier 1 monster was not little, and he was a 7-star summon. His basic combat prowess was already terrifyingly high in the first place. After adding the physical enhancement he received for every monster he killed, it was only a matter of time before he could leave the protection barrier to go out and hunt. This is good news, Tiara thought. Lunch is ready. Take as much as you want, Master, she told Michael before turning to Fenrir. Don't hesitate to eat your fill. You need to keep your energy level up, otherwise you may end up exhausted and make a big mistake. You didn't even have breakfast this morning. Tiara lectured Fenrir, but he simply ignored her. He sat down on a small wooden stool, which Michael had created by experimenting a lot with his new soul trait, and put the spear aside. His stomach rumbled, and Fenrir felt like he could eat a whole pig. He hadn't expected to encounter so many monsters this morning and regretted not having had a full breakfast. Tiara frowned upon noticing that Fenrir ignored her once again. She looked helplessly over to Michael, who kept smiling. The day before, Michael was like a starving wolf, gobbling the food she had prepared for them. However, today he seemed a little different. He didn't even eat a lot this morning. Wasn't he a glutton? Was she mistaken? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Tiara gave it a shrug. She concluded that maybe pondering a lot over the progress of the territory caused him not to feel too hungry. Fenrir picked up one of the thick sticks Tiara had used to grill the meat above the campfire. He took a bite of the juicy grilled meat, and it was as if his taste buds exploded. Was it possible for Tier 1 meat to taste that good? Fenrir doubted his taste buds, but he devoured the meat sticking to the spear, ensuring he did not leave even a tiny bit. Still nibbling on the remnants of meat hanging on the wooden handle, Fenrir picked up a second one. Oh, this is much better than I expect, he said, looking at Tiara while continuing to eat. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bright light shone upon him as if something was glinting brightly in the sun on his left. At first, Fenrir didn't think too much about it because Michael was sitting to his left. Michael didn't have a reason to attack his own subject, forget about his only heroic summon, whom he needed desperately to begin with. Furthermore, this pushover of a lord was not even in possession of a weapon. There was no way that the bubbly, kind pushover could do something to him. But that was a gross underestimation, something Fenrir realized way too late when a nagging thought popped up in his mind. What item in Michael's possession could reflect sunlight? There shouldn't be anything like thatrite, he wondered. When his head turned to the left, Michael was already in front of him, the tip of a longsword right in front of his face, inching closer mercilessly. Fenrir's eyes widened and his instincts kicked in. He tried to evade the sudden attack, but he was too late. His hands moved upward to block the attack, only to realize that the silver spear was still resting on the ground where he had set aside to have food, and that he was only holding 2 wooden sticks. Gritting his teeth, Fenrir tried to launch a counterattack as a dark purple hue burst from his hands, enveloping the wooden sticks. Even if it was not possible to properly block the attack, his physical strength and instincts ought to be much stronger than Michael's. His refinement degree was much higher than Michael's, after all. It should be possible to change the trajectory of the fast-approaching blade. However, the moment Tigerfang's tip pierced the dark purple hue, Fenrir's expression distorted into an ugly grimace. How can he be so strong? He cursed it in his mind. What Fenrir didn't know was that Tigerfang was an epic artifact, enhancing Michael's strength and perception drastically. But even without the enhancement, the blade's sharpness was enough to easily cut through the thin layer of dark purple hue and sticks without slowing down. At that moment, Tigerfang's tip sunk deep into Fenrir's throat. Splash! Fenrir's eyes widened in shock. Earlier, Michael didn't smile vibrantly, but plastered a fake smile on his face because he had to. Fenrir had indeed been using the wicked spear arts of the Calamity, and Michael was simply waiting for the right opportunity to strike. He was the Calamity, or would have become one soon. Twisting the blade tip in Fenrir's throat, Michael bit down on his trembling lips hard, making them bleed while his shaking arm pushed the blade deeper into his opponent. Meanwhile, as the life in Fenrir's eyes dispersed slowly, a single thought flashed through his mind over and over again. Why? Inside a small basement of an apartment 510 years ago. Emergency news. Emergency news. Everyone listening to this podcast, pay attention to what I am going to say next. The universe has finally gone crazy. Thousands of youths vanished last night, and more than a dozen pictures denote the existence of white gates that have been found at the crime scene. Nobody knows what exactly these gates are, or who created them, but I have spoken to a few witnesses during the last few days. According to the witnesses, the white gates sucked a member of their family, or one of their friends inside after a sphere-shaped mole formed on the back of their right hand. We don't know what exactly happens, and most might not believe me, but be careful when something manifests on the back of your right hand. It might change your life. The shrill voice of a famous podcaster rang out from the small speaker placed on a wooden table in a small room. The table shook and the walls in the small room trembled, as well as something heavy smashed on the wooden table, breaking it into two. Several men began screaming in shock, drowning the podcast's voice by far and large. The shouting men were loud enough to silence the pleading youth. The government is trying to hide this news, saying that they want to prevent mass panic, but I don't believe that. And the government started the colonization project outside the solar system. But who cares about something like that when magic doors open all over the sun system, kidnapping people by sucking them inside? The sound of a blunt bat smashing down on something soft could be heard clearly, followed by a pain scream. Stop plea, stop dead. A weak scream and a plea for mercy escaped the lips of a young man. The young man, who was on the cusp of reaching adulthood, lay on top of the table that had been smashed into pieces with his body. His breathing was ragged, and even moving seemed like an enormous task. Every inch of his body hurt because he had been lifted and swung down mercilessly. Even if the young man knew that his father turned into a monster when he drank too much, today was different. The young man was accustomed to routinely getting hit, but his father had never lifted his body to smash him on the table. Forget about using a bat before. Something had changed. The abyss-like eyes of the young man stared at the towering figure of his father, and insanity was the only thing he could see in those eyes. His father finally snapped. Why is that happening to me? Why me? Whyy? You should hate your father a little more. He was stupid enough to get drunk and ask money from our men just to lose it all in gambling. This idiot is an utter failure, which is your misfortune after all. You will have to sort out the mess he created. An unfamiliar voice reached the young man's ear. A middle-aged man with long red hair and heterochromatic eyes appeared in the doorframe of the smelly and moldy room. He was wearing a neat suit and smoking a cigarette while calmly watching the father beat up his one and only son with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Why are you coming after me? My father can pay for his own shit because I am not going to do it. The young man screamed in his head while feeling that the last strings of hope were viciously cut. In his mind, he got up from the ground and started fighting both the middle-aged man and his father. Unfortunately, it was all in his mind, nothing more. He didn't get up because he was too weak. Even if he had some strength left in his legs, the young man knew that he would never be able to beat his father. You don't know me, but that doesn't really matter, kiddo. Your father just sold you your body, to be precise, to pay up for his debt. I told your lovely father to beat you up a little bit and kill you to make sure that there is no sense of attachment between you and your father, not that I cannot already tell that right now, the middle-aged man added with a vile smirk that stretched in a devilish grin. But I like to watch the desperation in the eyes of the victim when their own family stabs them in the back in your last moments. You will be filled with pain, anger, regret, and the overwhelming feeling of injustice, but you won't be able to do anything. Isn't that exciting? The young man stared blankly at the middle-aged man standing in the doorframe, his eyes nearly popping out of his eye sockets. What? It was then that a lethal attack came his way. Swoosh. The bat smashed down on the young man's head. He could barely twist his neck to move his head a little, evading the impact by a hair's breadth. His father was utterly wasted, but he was a beast of a man with a weight of more than 150 kilograms and a height of more than 2 meters. The impact of the blunt bat crushed the remains of the wooden table beneath the young man, throwing wood splinters everywhere. It was at that moment when the young man knew his father was out for his life. Dad, stop it, you can still stop, it's not too late yet. The young man screamed out as loud as he could, pleading his father to show some mercy. Kid, just give up, your death has already been sealed. You are nothing more than a host for our precious exclusive items now, the middle-aged man said calmly, but the young man wasn't having it. Fuck off, you piece of shit, he screamed, only to realize that he had been distracted for too long. The wooden bat crashed down on his stomach, taking his breath away. Stars swam in front of the young man's eyes for a second or two, only to regain his senses when he was lifted high in the air. His father's black eyes stared mercilessly at his son as he pulled back the wooden bat once again. Will I really die here? The young man wondered, chaos and terror rioting in his head. Hurry up and kill him, I don't have all day to spare, the middle-aged man said impatiently. He saw what he came for and lost interest in the father-son duo quickly. When the monster of a father heard the middle-aged man's words, he threw his son against the closest wall. The sound of cracking bones rang in the young man's ears, but there was little to nothing he could do right now. He could only see his father approaching him slowly, holding the wooden bat in a vice-like grip. No, that was the life of Cleve Fenrir moments before he was sucked inside the origin Expanse. It was a catalyst in the creation of a true monster that everybody would loathe and fear. I don't want to die. Today was his 18th birthday. It was a day of celebration, something he ought to be happy about. However, today was certainly not a day that could be celebrated. The only present he was about to receive was his own death, freedom from the shackles of life. If I was only a little stronger, he thought in his last moments, had a little bit more strength, I would have fought against them. I would have never allowed father to hit mom, to hit me or my sister. While bitter thoughts clouded his mind, the back of his right hand began to itch. A small sphere-shaped rune formed on the back of his right hand. It was smaller than a marble and could easily be mistaken for a uniquely shaped mole. I wonder how they would fare after mercilessly abandoning me. Soon after, space cracked open, and a radiant light illuminated the room. The crack expanded in size until it was large enough to let a person through. Everyone stared blankly at the gate, their bodies frozen in place. I hope these whores soon die as well, he thought while looking at his father and the evil-looking man. A moment later, the Cleve Fenrir was pulled into the white gate. Cleve Fenrir disappeared, escaping his father's grasp and the hands of the unknown man. It was the same day these men would learn to regret to have hit him, to have forced him to become what he was. They should have killed Cleve Fenrir before it was too late. In a dense rainforest inside the origin Expanse, present day. The last member of the Fenrir family stared deep into the dark, abyss-like eyes of the youngest child of the Fangs. A thin longsword separated them. Tiger Fang's tip burrowed deep into Fenrir's throat, and crimson-red blood gushed out of the wound. Fenrir's eyes were wide open and overflowing with shock and confusion. The life in his eyes slowly dispersed, but his hands were still moving. His hands tightly grasped the blade that had pierced his throat, trying to pull it out. However, Tiger Fang did not budge and continued to cut deep into Fenrir's palms. Michael's eyes quivered, and his breathing grew loud and ragged. He was overflowing with rage that made his hands holding Tiger Fang tightly tremble, and he subconsciously bit down on his lower lip hard, resulting in blood trickling down his mouth. Fenrir's lips parted a little, but no word came out of his mouth. He couldn't speak anymore. His hands grew heavier by the second, and he didn't have enough strength to fight back anymore. The moment he let go of the blade, his arms fell limply to his side. Michael's eyes were still locked with Fenrir's dark eyes. He witnessed up close how the life in Fenrir's eyes disappeared, and how the heroic summon's energy slowly left his body. And it was growing increasingly difficult for Michael to keep holding Tiger Fang as Fenrir's entire body weighed down on Tiger Fang. Michael tried to pull it out, but the sensation of cutting through his first ancestor's neck caused him to retch. His entire body felt eerily cold, and his mind was overflowing with guilt and remorse. I did the right thing, so why am I feeling like this? Michael asked himself desperately. He knew that Fenrir had to be killed. It was the only way to make sure that his territory wouldn't be doomed. It wouldn't even end with the destruction of his territory. The moment Fenrir would recover the power he amassed in the past, he would stop at nothing to lay waste throughout the origin Expanse. Fenrir had to die. But then why did Michael feel like this? Cutting through Fenrir's throat was disgusting. Michael felt nausea from the sensation, and he was disgusted by himself. Not only had he attacked Fenrir, but it was a dirty attack, an assassination precisely planned to strike Fenrir when he was tired, hungry, and unarmed. Fenrir hadn't even been on guard against Michael when he manifested Tiger Fang. Only when Tiger Fang's fangs were bared and about to dig into Fenrir's throat did he react. Of course, it was already too late by then. Michael fell into a state of shock as he staggered back a little. The realization that the first time he killed another human was sinking in. In fact, it was the first time he had killed any living being. The emictiles in the final exam didn't count. Michael knew that they were illusions, so he didn't pay much attention to them. However, the slowly dying summon in front of him right now was different. The last remnants of life inside Fenrir dispersed, and he collapsed on the ground where his body writhed a few times before it came to a halt. Meanwhile, blood trickled down Tiger Fang's blade before it fell to the ground. A moment later, Tiger Fang turned into a white wisp that returned inside the war rune. Michael clutched his chest, and he began to vomit. His legs caved in, and he slumped to the ground where he continued to empty out his stomach for the next 20 minutes. At the same time, Tiara stared at the turn of events with a deathly pale face as shock spread through her entire being. What she mumbled, unable to move. Her lord just killed his one and only heroic summon, who was also one of his two subjects. Michael had only two subjects, and he had just killed one of them. Did he plan to kill her as well? No, that shouldn't be the case. Michael was a bubbly and kind lord. He didn't feel satisfied or relieved after killing Fenrir either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the ground, emptying his stomach while trembling like a leaf in the wind. It took Tiara quite a while to regain her senses. She had been staring blankly at the heroic summon's dead body and her vomiting master. Something felt odd, but Tiara wasn't able to make sense of the lack of clues at her disposal. She approached Michael carefully, bent down next to him, and slowly rubbed his back. The link of loyalty in her gut feeling told her that Michael was not a bad person. She had a bad feeling about Fenrir, but the exact opposite reaction toward Michael. Thus, rather than avoiding Michael, she felt like helping him. It was only a matter of time before she would uncover the truth of what had just happened. Why? Michael asked weakly when his stomach had been emptied, but Tiara couldn't quite understand. Why aren't you asking anything? Tiara continued to rub his back, without saying anything for a while. Her gaze kept nervously flicking from Fenrir's unmoving body to Michael. There was something about them that made her senses tingle, but she was not quite sure what it was. After he saw Tiara's reaction, Michael finally calmed down. He couldn't look at Fenrir's corpse right now as he was struggling to gather his thoughts. This Michael began, trying to tell Tiara what had happened. However, his mouth fell shut a moment later as the memories of Tiger Fang piercing Fenrir's throat resurfaced in his mind. He retched again just a moment later, but there was nothing left in his stomach to vomit. I will clean up the mess and prepare a light meal for you. You might not want to eat something right now, but you will fall sick if you don't eat anything, Tiara said before she got up. Cleaning up the mess didn't take that long. She dragged Fenrir's corpse and placed it next to the gem jaguar corpses. After that was done, she retrieved the silver spear and used a wooden shovel, which was another of Michael's creations from this morning, to clean the rest. Only when everything was cleaned up a little did she return to Michael, who was sitting on the ground in front of the campfire. Her master seemed like a lost soul, but the firmness in his eyes had returned. Was that the first time you killed someone? She asked, knowing that it was out of place to ask this as a servant, but Michael didn't mind. He just nodded his head and continued to stare into the flames. Tiara grilled a small chunk of meat and handed it over to Michael. He was not hungry, but he forced himself to eat nonetheless. Half an hour later, he was done and he began to speak, revealing everything he had found out so far to Tiara. Within less than 10 minutes, Tiara's expression changed over a dozen times. At first, she didn't think that Michael's words made sense, however. When he showed her the mark behind his ear, Tiara's doubts dispersed. The mark behind his right ear was distinct, and it didn't take more than 10 seconds for her to get up, move to Fenrir, and find the same mark behind his right ear. So Fenrir is the first ancestor of your family, and one of the first humans who entered the origin Expanse 5 centuries ago. He was labeled the Calamity in Thistom your family inherited. You figured that Fenrir was the Calamity this morning, when you had a dream about the past, in which the images of the Calamity and Fenrir overlapped. Tiara summarized in a heavy tone. It sounded bizarre and like some tale spewed by a drunkard on an evening when he had finished a few bottles of beer. Nonetheless, Tiara believed what he said. Michael's body language and the way he spoke were clear indicators that he wasn't lying. Massacring the Golden Taken, the Empyrean Dragonia, and being a well-known slave merchant across the entire continento, think that the Origin Expanse would summon someone like this as a heroic summon. The will of the Origin Expanse must have a few loose screws, she mumbled upon recalling the things Fenrir had done in the past. Michael had also told her that Fenrir practiced the same wicked spear arts as mentioned in the book. When she heard what the wicked spear arts did to someone, she smiled at Michael. You did the right thing by killing him, Tiara said with conviction in her voice. Fenrir was already close to the mid-refinement levels of Tier 0. If not for him being unguarded and exhausted, maybe not even your surprise attack, or the fact that your artifact is extremely sharp, with a strong enhancement effect at the tip, would have been enough to kill him. Listening to Tiara didn't give him new intel. Michael was fully aware that he would have died if not for the factors Tiara pointed out. However, it didn't matter in the end. Michael was the one who emerged victorious, while Fenrir was the one who died. Whether it was a coincidence or not, his heroic summon had been a piece of shit, and only the Fangs were aware of that. Michael was not sure what happened, but the name Cleave Fenrir or Cleave Fang, which was the name used in the tattered book, had been removed from the annals of history. Did that mean Michael had been lucky? Was the Origin Expanse after the Fangs, or did the will of the Origin Expanse try to resurrect the Calamity to cause death and destruction across the Origin Expanse once again? Michael was not too sure about that. However, he could tell that his current situation was fucked up. He had lost his powerhouse and the strongest force in the territory, and the protection barrier would disappear in a little bit over and above the period of 8 days. It would be great if he was able to summon another hero, but were they easy to summon? Heroes didn't grow on trees. Michael was at a loss for quite a while, and he could only feel the severed link of loyalty and the energy influx from killing a low-tierless heroic summon. After giving it some thought, Michael gathered his courage and approached Fenrir's corpse. It was time to make use of his soul trait and reap as much as possible. And with that thought, he held his hand up above the corpse of Fenrir, and his hands began to glow golden a few moments later. The energy influx Michael received from killing Fenrir increased his refinement degree. His war rune also increased slightly in size, and he officially became a low Tier 0 lord on his second day inside the Origin Expanse. He had already accumulated quite a bit of energy from the 29 low Tier 1 monsters Fenrir had hunted. Michael should be happy that his strength increased and that the war rune storage space expanded. However, his expression was grave. He could only stare down at Fenrir's corpse, feeling nauseous at the sight. Get your act together. You knew that this was bound to happen the moment you found out about his identity. If you wouldn't have killed him, Fenrir would have ended you eventually, Michael mentally chided himself. He squatted down at last and activated his soul trait. His hands were already glowing in a faint golden light, but the luminescence intensified later. The energy inside Michael was drained rapidly as he targeted Fenrir's corpse with extraction. Sweat beads trickled down his temples, and Michael's breathing grew unstable in the next few seconds. Nonetheless, Michael fought the urge to stop exerting his soul trait. He continued using extraction until the last bit of energy inside his body was used up. "Please give me something good," he pleaded with little hope. Even though he had killed the parasite inside his territory, Michael had also lost his entire combat force. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had to start again from scratch. Who would hunt Tier 1 monsters now that Fenrir was dead? Michael had to do it alone or ask Tiara to help him. He was not sure if Tiara had ever been trained in martial arts or faced with the dangers of life and death combat, but she was a Tier 1 maid. Her physical strength was incomparably higher than his. "Oh, what is that?" Tiara suddenly asked. Michael looked at her, just to see that she was pointing at the drops that had manifested next to Fenrir's body. Michael had extracted the items, but he had yet to pay any attention to them. Using his soul trait was already taxing enough and required his complete concentration. Separating his attention to do other things alongside the exertion of his soul trait was not possible for him, at least not yet. Oh. Upon looking at Fenrir's drops, Michael was a little astonished. Several items had dropped after he used extraction, but Michael was only familiar with the summoning scroll. However, it was a specific summoning scroll because it had the occupation tracker labeled on it. A warrior would have been better, but I guess a tracker isn't too bad either, he thought. Trackers were pretty good at scouting the surrounding landscape. They were better than scouts and could track the lair of monsters using the smallest clues and spotting them at places nobody would even think of looking. All in all, trackers were useful as long as you could use them well. It was only a slight bummer that a tracker summoning scroll manifested from the corpse of a heroic summon. Whatever, Michael told himself, thinking that the other drops were much better. Other than the tracker summoning scroll, Fenrir's body rewarded 3 more types of items. The first was a fist-sized wisp. Michael was not sure what exactly he had extracted from Fenrir, but he knew that he would find out soon enough. The next unknown item were a bunch of small, transparent marbles, 7 of them. Purple streams of energy swirled inside the hollow marbles, attracting his attention. He wanted to crush them to find out what would happen to the strands of energy, but he held back, sensing that the war rune was reacting to them. The war rune began to itch, and it began to glow much brighter than before. Is that energy to strengthen the war rune? Michael wondered, subconsciously moving one of the marbles closer to the war rune. In response, a tentacle-like white strand shot out of the war rune. The strand coiled around the marble before pulling back, disappearing with the marble inside the war rune. What the he blurted out, closing his eyes just a second later. To understand what just happened, he focused on entering the deepest part of his consciousness. After doing that, Michael was able to see the white light in the center, surrounded by the wisp of Tigerfang and the extraction emblem. Nothing changed, Michael wondered. He clearly felt that something inside him changed after the white strand pulled the marble inside the war rune, but it looked like there was no change in the war rune. Note. Upon paying more attention to Tigerfang and the extraction emblem, Michael could make out a difference. It was an insignificant change, but something had changed about his soul trait. The stigma of extraction had only 2 stars before. However, now that he looked at it more in detail, Michael realized that faint outlines of a 3rd star were beginning to form. "These marbles increase my soul trait's star rating," Michael nearly shouted aloud. Goosebumps sprang up all over his body, and the things that happened in the next few seconds seemed like a dream. He picked up the remaining marbles with the unknown purple energy streams and allowed the white strand of the war rune to take them all. Meanwhile, Michael never left the deepest part of his consciousness and continued to witness everything firsthand. A 3rd star is actually forming, he realized in shock upon seeing that the purple strands of energy shot inside the stigma of extraction the moment they were released. The marbles he extracted from Fenrir's body were not enough to form a complete 3rd star, but a 3rd star was on its way. I am not dreaming, right? Michael wanted to figure out the reason why these purple marbles dropped to make sure that he could mass extract them in the future when the tentacle-like white strand of the war rune shot out once again. It moved faster than Michael could think and tightly grasped the 3rd unknown item that had dropped after Fenrir's body had been fully extracted. It was a small coin-sized emblem with an eagle's eye. 2 purple stars were beautifully carved on the top of the emblem. The moment the white strand touched the stigma, it began to glow vibrantly. At the same time, the white light in the deepest part of his being began to shine brighter as well. They reacted to one another. Slowly, a new symbol formed inside the bright light of the war rune. It showed the same emblem of the eagle eyes he had seen on the item that dropped from Fenrir. Wait a moment, he thought, slowly realizing what was going on when he was surprised by a flood of information swamping his mind. This has to be a dream, he mumbled when he comprehended what had just happened. He had just extracted another being's soul trait and made it his own. Fenrir was still a lord. He had the 8-star soul trait Divine Eyes, Michael recalled. Does that mean Divine Eyes turned into the two-star soul trait, Eagle Eyes? The flood of information that swamped his mind when Eagle Eyes manifested had already been digested. He knew how to use his new soul trait and the special benefits of Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes was a two-star soul trait that passively enhanced his eyesight. It could be used actively as well to further amplify his eyesight. It was strong if used wisely. If I could extract Eagle Eyes from Fenrir, does that mean I can use extraction to extract the soul traits of other beings as well? Michael wondered, but he quickly shook his head. Summoned subjects shouldn't possess their former soul trait anymore. Was I just lucky then? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, and most of them were bound to remain unanswered. Fact is that I can extract soul traits and soul trait fragments, or marbles, or whatever they're called. It looks like I can upgrade extraction and Eagle Eyes if I collect more soul trait fragments, and it shouldn't be impossible to collect more soul traits as well. That's insane. The most important question was not how to collect more soul trait fragments, but to find out the details related to the drop rates of soul traits and soul trait fragments. What kind of beings would drop soul trait fragments upon being extracted, and why? The most logical answer to this was extracting the corpses of lords and adventurers. They possess soul traits after all. Shouldn't he be able to extract their soul traits as well then? Will it be that easy? It's not like a two-star soul trait is bad still. Why was I only able to extract a two-star soul trait from Fenrir? He had Divine Eyes. Does the star rating deteriorate? Why? One question after another formed in his mind, and it looked like Michael would never be able to escape the cycle of questions and uncertain answers. Is it because extraction is only a two-star soul trait? Would it mean I will be able to only extract two-star soul traits? Unfortunately, Michael chose to put an end to the series of questions and uncertain answers right here. He would find out the truth eventually either way. The answers were waiting for him, and it was not as if he was in a rush to know everything. However, there was something that could be answered immediately. Did extraction grow stronger upon digesting the soul trait fragments? Michael was still a little tired from using extraction on Fenrir, but he went ahead and extracted the drops from the gem jaguar corpses, nonetheless. Only extracting the drops created by the will of the origin Expanse wasn't as taxing as dissecting the entire body precisely using extraction. However, it was enough to tell just how strong extraction had grown. A wooden warehouse blueprint, an ordinary summoning scroll, and 14 summoning scroll fragments. Even if the first 2 drops were mostly luck, extraction had grown much stronger and more efficient. He mumbled before extracting the monster cores and gemstones as well. They're a little bit cleaner than before and a tad bit brighter. Have they been purified through extraction, or are they just in a better condition than the other monster cores and gemstones? Michael's words reached Tiara's ears, but she could only stare blankly at her master. She could roughly guess what he was doing, but she didn't understand the concept behind his soul trait at all. Michael informed Tiara that his soul trait was called extraction. Even without him telling her, she would have found out eventually. Michael wasn't trying to hide his soul trait, and one would have to be ignorant, stupid, or just extremely dense to be unable to find out what Michael's soul trait was capable of. Spending half a day next to him was already more than enough to figure out everything, even for a maid. However, she couldn't really process what had happened just now. Her war rune's reaction to the items Michael extracted from Fenrir was volatile. The reaction was extremely violent, and it nearly made her act subconsciously. Tiara's hand reached out to the emblem and the purple marbles, which Michael absorbed not long after. It was great to see that Michael could feel excited so soon after he had killed someone the first time, but Tiara couldn't feel the same. She was not sure what Michael had done, and this uncertainty ate her from the inside. Can I ask him what just happened? No, a maid is not supposed to ask questions, Tiara thought dejectedly, while looking at the last item that dropped from extracting Fenrir. Master, please don't forget to use this item, she spoke after a while to fill the awkward silence surrounding them both. Somehow, she didn't want Michael to forget that she was also there, and that she could help him. There was no need for him to carry all responsibility upon his shoulders. Michael looked at the white wisp for a moment before he turned his attention to Tiara. The look in her eyes attracted his attention. You can ask if you're curious about something, but let me ask some questions in return as well, he said with a faint smile on his lips. Michael had many questions about Tiara, which included why she was a Tier 1 adventurer who had turned into the maid of a lord. There had to be a reason why someone not native to the origin Expanse had been chosen as his personal maid. Tiara was also much stronger than most personal maids of new lords. Michael knew that they had many things to do now, that they had only 8 days left in the origin Expanse with the protection barrier around their territory. The number of subjects at his disposal was insignificant if he ignored Tiara and the summoning scrolls, and the only information Michael had about the surrounding region was that the proximity was filled with Tier 1 monsters. Other than that little piece of information, Michael didn't know a thing about the dense rainforest. Tiara locked eyes with Michael and bowed her head lightly in response. Your offer is very kind, but I am not allowed to speak about certain subjects. The questions you have in mind are probably related to those subjects, and I cannot answer them even if I were to sacrifice my status as your personal battle maid." Master Tiara looked down at the ground and did not raise her head again. Michael could only see her gloomy expression, and her ears drooped limply before she regained her composure. She smiled apologetically and bowed once again. "So the will restrains Herond. What is that about battle maid? Well, she never looked like an ordinary maid before, but I expected her to be royalty of the Silverfang Tigerfolk and not a battle maid. What even is a battle maid?" The title suggested that Tiara was able to fight, but Michael felt that the title had more meaning and that he was just ignorant of the obvious truth staring at him. Most people say that the will of the origin Expanse is illogical and random, that it does everything without reasoning, but is that really the case? Michael wondered, feeling deep down that the will had its own reasoning. It was just harder to comprehend. While he was still deep in thought wondering about various things, Michael's hand reached out for the white wisp. However, the moment he touched it, something unexpected happened. The wisp burst apart and turned into several white streams that shot toward his head. They entered his mind, filling his brain with countless pieces of information. No, it wasn't countless pieces of information. What Michael received were memories, snippets of Cleve Fenrir's past life. Michael's eyes rolled so far back in his head that one could only see the white, and blood gushed out of his nose like a waterfall as the memories forced their way into his mind. He collapsed on the ground, writhing in pain while trying to fight the flood of information. Tiara gasped in shock and rushed over to him instinctively. She reacted fast, but she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Michael only stopped writhing in pain after 5 minutes, and it didn't take long before a curse escaped his lips. "I cannot get even a moment of peace, can I?" Why did he feel like this? A particular memory was seared in his mind. It was the memory of Fenrir practicing the wicked spear arts. Even after Fenrir's true death, Michael was not able to get rid of his memories and his spear arts. "Why would I receive such useless memories? I don't need the wicked spear arts," Michael grumbled. "I won't use it, so why give me these memories in the first place?" Michael figured that the white wisp had been Fenrir's extracted memories. While that was an interesting piece of information, since it told Michael that he could expand his knowledge by killing other intelligent beings and extracting their memories, which would in turn allow him to expand his knowledge easily, he was more focused on the content of the memories. There is not much about Fenrir's life to gauge from the memories. Only certain encounters, his practice of the wicked spear arts, and his hunting experience as an archer make up for most of them. His divine eyes soul trait was perfect for becoming an archer, that's for sure, Michael thought while digesting the first chunk of memories. Even if he was to rush his mind, digesting all memories would require quite a while. However, they had no more time to waste. "Dispose of Fenrir's body, please. If you want to, you can use his body to bait monsters close to the protection barrier and attack them. You can use the silver spear, and you're also a first-tier battle maid, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue," Michael instructed before he thought about something. He then carefully added, "I will follow you later after I finish summoning new subjects." It was about time to get his territory rolling, increase the number of his people, and start for real. They had more than enough time to get going with 7 hours of sunlight left, and it would be wasteful not to use them. Tiara didn't hesitate and responded instantaneously to his command. She bowed to her master and grasped the silver spear with her right hand before dragging Fenrir's body through the clearing with her left. Michael felt a little cruel throwing the first ancestor's body out of the protection barrier to turn him into monster bait, but it was self-explanatory why Fenrir's body had to be disposed of. His first impression of the new subjects wouldn't necessarily be good if they were to see Fenrir's corpse. Michael took several more factors into consideration and chose to dispose of Fenrir's body right in the heart of the territory of ferocious monsters. He was not proud of his decision, but it was the best he could think of considering his current situation. "I am pretty lucky with Tyra. Her link of loyalty is strong, and she didn't question me even after I gave her the orders," Michael thought as he retrieved all summoning scrolls and summoning scroll fragments from his war rune. He had 73 summoning scroll fragments, which transformed into 2 ordinary summoning scrolls, leaving him with 23 fragments. He lacked 2 summoning scroll fragments to create a 3rd summoning scroll. With the new addition of summoning scrolls, Michael now possessed a dozen ordinary summoning scrolls and a tracker summoning scroll. He ripped the scroll seals one after another and threw them in the air when he reached the summoning gate. The summoning scrolls unfolded before they shot inside the summoning gate. The energy pool inside the summoning gate rippled while the outlines of 11 people formed. There was no brightly shining star, which meant that the 11 individuals were all starless summons. Only a few seconds passed, but the starless summons emerged from the energy pool. They were wearing ordinary clothes and didn't look anything special. Amongst the 11 summons, 7 were men and 4 were women. This ratio was fairly good for Michael's purpose. After all, he was in dire need of strong laborers right now. After the starless summons emerged from the summoning gate, one of the stars etched on the gate's metallic surface began to shine brightly. One-star summon stepped out of the energy pool, greeting his lord with a light bow. The one-star summon's clothes were no different than the 11 starless summons, but that was not something Michael paid any attention to. A young man with a skinny physique. He is definitely no warrior, Michael figured, while giving him a slight nod. His attention had never completely drifted from the summoning gate, so he smiled when 2 additional stars began to shine brightly, indicating the birth of a 3-star. That was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. He knew that specific summoning scrolls couldn't be starless summons. Thus, Michael expected the tracker to be a 1-star or 2-star summon at most. Of course, he wouldn't reject a 3-star tracker. It was a great gift, which he welcomed with open arms. The tracker stepped out of the energy pool without hesitation. She took note of Michael and bowed deeply. Michael reciprocated the greeting and observed her from head to toe for a moment. She is very athletic, wears better clothes than the others, and her eyes are sharper as well. She is a good summon, Michael summarized, nodding his head faintly. He gathered the 13 new subjects, cleared his throat, and smiled lightly. My name is Michael Fang, and I am the lord of this territory. I summoned you because I need your help in creating a place where everyone can feel at home. This will require lots of effort, and I hope that everyone can diligently work toward the same end goals, our survival, and to pave a way to live a prosperous life. He gave a short introductory speech covering the key points and welcomed his new subjects. Just when he closed his mouth, Michael recalled something, so he added as an afterthought, "It would help if you could introduce yourselves and tell me what job you pursued in the past. That way I can make sure that I won't assign you to work that doesn't suit you." Currently, the links of loyalty were forged between Michael and his summons. He could clearly feel the 13 new links, which gave him a rough understanding of the summon's strength and how they felt right now. Their emotions were a mess and they looked confused, but they didn't seem completely clueless. The tracker was the most composed, but that was what Michael had expected from her. It told him that the will of the origin Expanse provided her with more pieces of information before she was summoned than those of a lower star rating. My name is Blair Tracer, but you can just call me Tracer. That was my title, either way. I am 20 years old and a tracker, and I worked for the Ligurian Empire before I was killed during a suicidal mission. The tracker, Blair Tracer, introduced herself. She sounded calm and didn't seem to be upset about her past, or the fact that she died and that she was resurrected. This impressed Michael quite a bit. My name is Williams Hart. I am 18 years old and an architect apprentice. I really have to say it me lord. The young boy, the 1-star summon, introduced himself, or he was trying to before he began to tremble like a leaf caught in a storm. It is more than enough if you tell me your name and state your line of work in the past. I won't force you to tell me more, even if I am curious about everyone's past, Michael said in a gentle tone. Williams sighed in relief and bowed deeply to his lord. Michael continued to smile before he diverted his attention to the other new subjects. Their stiff expressions mirrored the turmoil in their minds. They had yet to fully comprehend what had happened, and Michael gave them the time they needed to put 2 and 2 together. In the next 10 minutes, the remaining starless summons introduced themselves one by one after overcoming their initial hesitation. It helped a lot that Michael didn't push anyone and that he remained patient with them. Everyone could clearly tell that the link of loyalty artificially enhanced their loyalty, but it was also apparent that their lord was not a bad guy. He was giving his best. Thus, they listened intently as Michael explained what their tasks were for the rest of the day. He retrieved a blueprint from his war rune and handed it to Williams Hart. I am not sure if you have experience in overseeing a construction site, but I believe that you can do it. Just give your best. Williams' hand began to shake upon retrieving the treehouse complex blueprint. He trembled while inspecting the blueprint, feeling nervous and not confident enough to live up to the trust his lord gave him unconditionally. I will try my best, he stammered, which was enough for Michael. He gave him a thumbs up and took a deep breath. Step 1 completed. Now let's see how we can help Tierra, Michael thought, feeling that it was about time for him to actively participate in the hunts. He represented his territory, and he had to become stronger to make sure that his subjects could look up to him and rely on him even in testing times. Being a lord was not easy, but Michael never expected it to be in the first place. He knew that it would be hard to become a good lord, however. He was ready to give his best. That was the least he could do. Step 2, here I go. With enough resources extracted and tools created with the sturdiest materials Michael could extract at this moment, there shouldn't be too much of a problem with the construction of the treehouse complex. The rainforest provided all raw materials, and extraction enhanced them by extracting the sturdiest and most potent resources. Thus, Michael was not too worried. He was sure that his subjects could create a treehouse complex until nightfall. Even if they weren't done by then, the wooden manor had enough space to fit everyone. One 1-star architect apprentice and a 3-star tracker with exceptional agility. None of them has any combat powers, but it's not that I expected something big, Michael thought as he strode through the clearing. He left the clearing and found himself near the protection barrier a few minutes later, looking for Tiara. It hadn't been long since Tiara left to hunt, but she had already killed a monster. The energy influx passing through their link of loyalty was unmistakable evidence of that, and it calmed his nerves much more than expected. After he killed Fenrir, Michael's biggest worry was that none of his subjects would be able to kill low Tier 1 monsters. It was great that he was wrong with his guess. Hunting with Tiara will make everything a lot easier, that's good. Michael was already strong for a new lord, but he was not at the first tier yet. Not even the enhancement provided by a tierless epic artifact was high enough to make up for the gap of strength between a low tierless and a Tier 1 entity. "Master, you've arrived," Tiara exclaimed with a vibrant smile before she bowed politely the moment she saw him. A pack of Tier 1 monsters was currently trying to drag Fenrir's corpse farther away from the protection barrier. They were hovering around the protection barrier cautiously and backed off the moment Tiara moved. One monster had already experienced the fury of the battle made from the Silverfang tigerfolk, and the others didn't want to experience the same fate as that poor soul. Michael watched their face-off with little interest. He approached the protection barrier and pressed his palm against it. There is almost no resistance, he noticed with a bemused look before he shot out. Michael took a single stride forward to reach the monster corpse, which he grasped with his left hand to store inside his war rune. His war rune was large enough to store a single monster corpse. That was more than enough in the current situation. The monster corpse disappeared, shocking the remaining monsters outside the protection barrier. They hadn't expected their dead brethren to disappear just like that. It took most of them a second to realize what had happened. Only then did they move. There was only one monster that reacted faster than the others. It shot forward and pounced at Michael. Michael was not yet inside the protection barrier, but his movements were calm and composed. His eagle eye's soul trait was already activated, and he detected the sudden acceleration of the gem jaguar ahead of him. He could jump backward and easily get inside the protection barrier, but Michael did something else. He pushed his feet away from the ground and pushed them to the side. Simultaneously, he manifested Tigerfang from the war rune and tilted it. Tigerfang's razor-sharp edge pointed at the gem jaguar, while his body moved to the right. Michael could change his trajectory and initiate a counterattack, knowing that the monster's sudden acceleration would make it harder to change its direction in an instant. However, Michael didn't risk it. He summoned Tigerfang to keep the gem jaguar at a safe distance and distract it. The gem jaguar's entire focus was on Michael as expected. It slowed down at once to change its trajectory and attacked Michael. As a result, it was attacked viciously from the side as searing pain spread out from its chest. The gem jaguar forgot about Tiara and that she had been standing right behind the protection barrier. Tiara burst forward when Michael pushed to the right side, noticing that the gem jaguar was focused only on her master. Making use of that, she used her full strength, reached the gem jaguar in an instant, and lashed out with all her might. The silver spear penetrated the gem jaguar's chest before it was viciously twisted and yanked out in a smooth motion. A moment later, Tiara had already retreated behind the protection barrier, where Michael arrived a fraction of a second later. He gave her a small smile before retrieving the corpse he had collected before. "I have enough space. We can continue," he said nonchalantly, though his eyes quivered as he looked at the miserably dying gem jaguar. Even if he was fine with being around dead bodies and extracting them with his soul trait, the sight of someone dying, forget about killing someone, was still a little hard on his stomach. However, he knew that he had to become stronger to be a good and powerful lord. This didn't only involve his physical strength, but also his mental strength. "I need to get stronger," he told himself, gritting his teeth while watching the death of the gem jaguar. Tiara's lips parted and she wanted to say something about his reckless actions, but she shut her mouth only a moment later. It was not as if Michael's tactic had been bad. He clearly calculated the gem jaguar's movements and acted accordingly. Even without her interference, Michael would have made it safely inside the protection barrier before the gem jaguar reached him. By then, the gem jaguar would have been an easy target that was unable to deal with any attacks while faced with Tigerfang's razor-sharp blade. "As you wish, master. Let's continue," she responded after a moment, getting into combat stance to continue the fight against the remaining Tier 1 monsters. Meanwhile, Tiara moved rapidly, attacking the monsters whenever she found an opening. Her movements were fast and her attacks deadly. Being a trained member of the Silverfang Tigerfolk, her agility and flexibility was bound to be exceptional. However, that didn't mean Tiara could fight in sync with just anyone. Whether it was their firm link of loyalty or their natural compatibility, Tiara and Michael were able to deal with the remaining monsters within 10 minutes and gain an upper hand. They killed 7 monsters in 20 minutes and they were not yet done with today's hunt. Several hours later, they returned to the clearing. Tiara retrieved a total of 30 corpses from her war rune, while Michael retrieved 2 monster corpses. The storage space of his war rune expanded a lot after he actively participated in the hunt of nearly 3 dozen low Tier 1 monsters. This was helpful for the fourth step of the plan he came up with a while ago. It is much more beneficial to go out hunting with multiple people. I wonder how efficient we would have been with Fenrir, Michael wondered, just to shake his head and discard that thought. I killed him, so what does it matter? Thinking about it doesn't change anything. It was already late and less than 1 hour was left before nightfall. However, Michael had yet to loot the monster corpses, forgetting about extracting them to dissect their bodies properly and preserve the necessary body parts. Michael sat down a few meters away from the campfire, which Tiara used to prepare dinner for everyone, and he began the extraction of 32 monster corpses. Even by the time dinner was ready, he was not done yet, but Michael got up and walked over to the campfire. He ate with the others and tried to get to know his subjects more. His second day in the Origin Expanse had been far more taxing than the first day, however. Michael felt more comfortable now. On the first day, he had a bad feeling, which proved to be correct. Now that Fenrir was no more, he felt much better. The thought of going to sleep soundly, without bothering about the possible dangers inside his territory, was not foreign anymore. He was looking forward to it, so that he could gauge others' actions better and prevent future mishaps. My lord, we haven't finished the first treehouse yet, but I think the rainforest trees in this area are big and sturdy. The biggest trees can hold 3 treehouse complexes, as long as we construct them with the same sturdy materials you've provided. Will that be all right, or should we spread the treehouse complexes at first? William's heart asked after he gathered all his courage to reveal what he had on his mind. Everyone had slowly warmed up to Michael as their lord. They were still hesitant to speak their mind, because Michael and his personal maid were powerful given the huge pile of Tier 1 monster corpses lying not too far from the campfire. If they said something wrong, nobody would be able to help them. They would have to face their lord's wrath and might even be tortured. That was something they wanted to prevent. However, they could also tell that Michael was not an ordinary or regular lord either. Every summon recalled parts of their lives before they'd been summoned, and some memories were bound to be about lords, whether it was rumors or something they witnessed firsthand. How about you create 2 single treehouse complexes and test a triple treehouse complex afterward? I will summon more subjects tomorrow. You can easily finish 2 single treehouse complexes by then, Michael suggested, and Williams nodded his head without saying anything further. He patted his chest to calm his wildly palpitating heart while praising himself inwardly. It took a great deal of courage to speak up to their lord, but he had not only done it, but the lord had even accepted his proposal. After dinner, everyone was exhausted. However, nobody went to sleep before the lord did. They watched their lord as he continued to dissect the monster corpses one after another using his miraculous soul trait. Everyone wanted to help, which Tiara took as an opportunity to command them. Tiara instructed the summons about where they should keep the dissected body parts, what to do with the blood-filled flasks, and so on. In less than 2 hours, Michael finished dissecting the last corpse. He was dead tired, but a satisfactory smile blossomed on his face that reached his eyes. The drop rate of items generated by the will of the Origin Expanse was much higher than he expected after extraction had been enhanced, and he impatiently awaited the arrival of the next morning. The third day was about to start, and the preparations for his first trip back home were made. It was about time to show the true value of his territory and soul trait. 236 summoning scroll fragments, 3 unknown summoning scrolls, 1 artifact, a stable blueprint, a piece of a map that's not bad at all. Michael mumbled while munching on the meat that had been prepared for breakfast. He slept soundly on the second night in the Origin Expanse, and his energy had been fully replenished. His mind had also been rebooted and refreshed. Master the Summoning Gate materialized another summoning scroll, Tiara informed, handing Michael the scroll. He accepted it and nodded his head subtly. With the gains from yesterday's hunt, I can summon more than 10 subjects. Should I focus on letting everybody settle and get familiar with my territory for the next few days, or should I keep hunting? I don't even know how the region around me looks. Maybe Tier 1 monsters are my smallest problem. Michael noticed that many things needed work and improvement. It would be much easier with a few powerful combat units by his side, but Tiara was all he had. She was powerful, but it was clear that her combat awareness and experience were not comparable to Fenrir's. Michael was not sure what kind of soul trait she had either. Tiara was not allowed to speak about it due to the regulations of the Origin Expanse's will, and she didn't seem to be utilizing her soul trait secretly either. It was a little bit annoying, but not something Michael would ponder about for hours, knowing that he wouldn't receive a useful answer. Before taking action, I should summon more subjects. Williams and the others will need more help to finish the treehouse complexes, he mumbled, getting up from the wooden stool. Michael made his way to the summoning gate before he merged the summoning scroll fragments in his possession together. Since he had still more than 20 fragments from the day before, a total of 10 unknown summoning scrolls formed from the fragments. Adding the complete scrolls to his possession, 14 subjects emerged from the energy pool after Michael ripped the seals away on the scrolls one after another. 13 starless subjects, 9 men, and 4 women emerged from the energy pool. All of them were wearing the same clothes, just like the subjects he summoned the day before. Following the starless subjects, one one-star summon emerged from the summoning gate. It was a young man in his mid-20s tightly holding a staff in his left hand. His name was Heron Tarn, and he was a lesser tamer. When everyone introduced himself, Michael was quite surprised to find out that he got hold of a lesser tamer as well. For now, the lesser tamer's power might be considered less useful, but this could quickly change. The lesser tamer's power could come in handy to control livestock easily, or tame lower-ranked monsters for combat. If a tamer raised a monster from infancy, it would even be possible to create a cavalry, or simply have mounts to carry him and others around with much less trouble. It might be a little bit annoying in the rainforest, but once I create trails through the rainforest, it would be very helpful and time-saving to have a docile, agile monster mount, Michael thought with confidence. However, for now, the lesser tamer's unique trait was not helpful, so he sent him to help construct the treehouse complexes. Should I try to get hold of monster eggs when I return home tomorrow? Michael mumbled, wondering if he should tweak his plan a little. Initially, Michael wanted to leave the Origin Expanse the moment the War Rune's connection had been confirmed. That was usually the case after spending 72 hours in the Origin Expanse. By selling the near-perfectly dissected monster corpses, their blood, monster cores, and exotic body parts such as the Gem Jaguar's gemstones, Michael wanted to have sufficient funds to purchase everything he needed until the protection barrier would disappear. Unfortunately, the space of Michael's War Rune was still not humongous. To purchase everything needed and carry it back to the Origin Expanse, he would have to be able to travel back and forth several times. But that was currently not possible, because the War Rune's connection would only be perfectly solidified once it had been refined to the first tier. Recharging the War Rune should only take a few days. If I can go back tomorrow, and a second time 2 days before the protection barrier lifts, it shouldn't be too difficult to protect my territory, even in the rainforest full of Tier 1 monsters. Michael had to make the best of the given circumstances, but that was easier said than done. Certain things didn't get easier even after he racked his brain to think of a solution. Purchasing a few one-star warrior summoning scrolls would help a lot, but it was not certain that the warriors would be enough to ensure the territory's safety. After all, the rainforest was still an unknown region with a high likelihood of inhabiting stronger monsters. If you're worried about the rainforest, we can send out Blair Tracer, Master. She told me that she was never good at work which required her to use her hands. She was a little embarrassed that she made so many obvious mistakes when she was supposed to help the others in constructing the treehouse complex, and told me about it last night, Tiara proposed. Sending out Tracer. She might be agile, but we're talking about a region overpopulated with Tier 1 monsters. Tracer is a tierless tracker who has yet to start refining energy. Michael couldn't agree to something that risky. If Tracer was also Tier 1 just like Tiara, he would agree, but this was way too dangerous. Blair Tracer will be fine, and she wants to do that, Master. We need the information she can procure as well. Tiara tried to convince just as Blair Tracer approached them. She heard her name and concluded that Tiara had proposed what they had discussed last night. Her expression changed in an instant, and it looked like she started to glow. Please send me out to procure information about the rainforest, my lord, Blair requested politely after she rushed over to Michael to give him a deep bow. A frown appeared on Michael's face, but he nodded his head after a while. Even if he wanted to protect his subjects from as much harm as possible, the unknown worried him a lot. All right, you can go, he said at last, but don't even think of getting injured. We have nothing to treat wounds, not even bandages. Michael was sorry that he had to push the responsibility of exploring the rainforest outside the protection barrier to Blair Tracer, but she didn't seem to mind. On the other hand, she was happy, bowed deeply, and disappeared after finishing her preparations. As long as she's happy, there is no need for me to feel bad, I guess, he thought, turning to one of the most important drops he received from a low Tier 1 frenzy deer. It was a bow, an artifact created by the will, and made from the frenzy deer's antlers and tendons. Even if the artifact was tierless with a common quality star rating of 1 star, the power it could unleash once fully charged was quite high. Michael didn't have any arrows to use it with, but using extraction allowed him to extract sturdy wooden shafts from the rainforest trees. He used them to test out the artifact's strength. Unfortunately, wooden shafts were simply makeshift arrows and not comparable to proper arrows. That was something even a rookie archer could tell, let alone Michael, whose memories predominantly revolved around archery and a few other memories. Michael finished organizing his first ancestor's memories, and he learned quite a lot. Most memories were not useful right now, but Michael was certain that he could make use of them in the future. For one, Michael learned that the wicked spear art required exceptional eyesight and the ability to see what others couldn't even perceive and forget about seeing. He also found out that Fenrir became a spearman solely because of the wicked spear art. He had been an archer before, an exceptional archer at that. Fenrir's archery skills had been impeccable, but he switched to the spear once he found the wicked spear arts. That was just too bad because Michael would have loved to receive more memories of Fenrir as an archer rather than his memories about the wicked spear art. Looks like I can become a pretty good archer in no time as well, Michael thought with a subtle smile on his lips. At least some of his memories are useful. With a little bit training, I can become an expert archer using this bastard's memories, experience, and a weakened version of his soul trait. Extracting everything from Fenrir had been extremely useful. Michael gained so much in return. Of course, he lost a heroic summon as a result, but that could also be considered an advantage. His heroic summon would have definitely lost his sanity in no time. Removing Fenrir was the only way to ensure his own safety and the survival of his territory. Thus, after pondering over it for a while now, Michael concluded that he had done the right thing. Michael would kill Fenrir again, even if time would turn back 24 hours. That was enough for him to understand that he did the right thing and that it was not worth dwelling on the what-ifs any longer. After he justified his actions to his conscience and accepted them at last, Michael began to work hard once again. He helped procure the purest and most resilient resources to build the treehouse complexes using extraction. Simultaneously, he got to know his people more. They were a little confused at first, wondering why their lord was sockend, bubbly, and generous, rather than a stern commander who ordered everyone around while watching from far away. However, they liked this kind of lord much better, especially since he seemed reliable and quite powerful as well. The day passed in the blink of an eye, and time seemed to slow down when Tracer returned to the territory, holding something in her arms while bleeding profusely. What the hell did you do? It had been close to 10 hours since Blair Tracer had left to explore the rainforest, and Michael had been impatiently waiting for her. But what he didn't expect to see when he heard that she returned was a profusely bleeding tracker with 3 yellowish stones in her arms. The stones were shaped like rugby balls, just yellow and a lot heavier. What happened? He asked the moment he saw her sitting on one of the beds inside the wooden manor. She was currently being tended to with a simple piece of cloth that was used as a makeshift bandage to stop the bleeding on her shoulder. A claw must have pierced her deeply not too long ago. Blair began, only for Michael to lift his hand, stopping her midway. If you think that the injury is too serious, we could burn it. After all, we don't have any potions or healers yet, Michael proposed. The last few words were clearly directed at Blair, even though he was speaking to Tiara. I made a tight bandage with some cloth. If the cloth soaks up all the blood in 5 minutes, we must stop the bleeding in a different way, burning the wound, if necessary. Tiara nodded while Blair's face was drained of all its color. Michael threw a glance at her as if to say, I told you to be careful, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he motioned for Blair to start narrating her report. She took a moment to calm her wildly beating heart before she began to speak. In the first 2 hours of my exploration, I circled the proximity of the territory to test if the monsters in the rainforest are highly perceptive and notice my presence right away, or if my skills are enough to travel through the rainforest unhindered. After I was certain that it wouldn't be a problem to explore the area a little farther away, I spent some time traveling carefully through the rainforest. I found a few stronger monsters, but overall, Tier 1 monsters mostly populate this area of the rainforest. Their population is oddly high, but that was the only thing I noticed. Blair took a few deep breaths and drank some water from her leather flask. Her breathing was ragged, and a thin coat of sweat was glistening on her forehead, but she continued her report without paying any more attention to her physical state. Roughly 4 hours ago, I found feathers of a billrox near a well-hidden cavern entrance. The entrance was covered in bushes and surrounded by huge trees. However, I could see a few donkey-sized lizards inside the cave. My gut feeling told me not to enter the cave, so I tried to investigate from a safe distance. There were many feathers, hinting that there might be a billrox horde. I was a little confused as to what an exotic monster such as the billrox is doing in the rainforest and began my research. It didn't take much effort to find a billrox horde that had been captured and fenced. They're held captive by some sort of gorilla like humans, or human-like gorillas. I am not too sure what they are, to be honest. Either way, it looks like there is another lord's territory only a few hours away from ours. They seem very strong and have a numerical advantage. The weakest of them is at the first tier. Blair wanted to say more, but she seemed too weak right now. She began to shiver, and one didn't have to be an expert to tell that her condition was worsening. Michael locked eyes with Tiara, who nodded her head after she took a short glance at the blood-soaked cloth. Tiara left the room to prepare to cauterize the deep gash on Blair's shoulder. Distracting her from the wound should be the best, right? Michael asked himself. He never had to take care of a severely injured patient who was bleeding to death before. However, the biggest problem was not distracting Blair, but tending to her wound. If they had a healing potion or an artifact with a healing enchantment, they wouldn't have an issue healing Blair. Unfortunately, they had nothing. So you brought me lizard eggs, Michael asked while pointing at the 3 yellow rugby ball-shaped eggs, or what he presumed to be eggs. Did she get injured in the lizard cave when she stole them? You have good eyes, my lord. They're eggs, but not the eggs of lizards, Blair said pridefully. The corners of her lips curled upward. Not lizards' eggs. Then what Michael began to ponder while Blair's smile widened further. These are the eggs of a Bilrox. These gorilla-like humans attacked me when they noticed that I stole their Bilrox's eggs, but I was faster and slyer than them. I escaped with 3 Bilrox eggs, though I got a little injured. Isn't that great? She chuckled lightly while giving him a thumbs up. However, Michael didn't feel the slightest bit happy. Blair had just provoked an unknown lord to steal just a few Bilrox eggs. Her mission had been to explore the surrounding area, not to make enemies and receive a lethal wound from acting recklessly. This dumb idiot, he shouted in his mind while maintaining a poker face on the outside. Shouting at Blair right now wouldn't help anyone. It was already a good thing that Blair survived, and it wasn't a terrible thing to have Bilrox eggs. Heron, the lesser tamer, could hatch and raise the Bilrox, and they could create their own horde eventually. That was a good thing. Bilrox were a rare kind of bird that had been announced as extinct, only to resurface in some corners of the origin expanse every now and then. They had a cute and charming appearance that combined the features of a bird and a mammal. Their feathers were yellow in color, but they had special properties which made them quite valuable. They had a distinct appearance with a plump, round bodies and long, slender legs and wings that were too small to allow them to fly. Due to their gentle temperament, they were often captured and used as mounts to travel around and breed to harvest as many feathers as possible. Adding all of this information, Michael understood why Blair stole the Bilrox eggs. She wanted to help her lord in the expansion of his territory, and Bilrox were a reliable source of income and means of transport. If he wanted to sell the eggs, Michael could make much more than he did during the last few days combined. The problem was just that Michael had a bad feeling about the gorilla-like human lord. If his guess was correct, the situation in his territory would soon change for the worse. Gorilla-like humans, strong physically, but Densithat could be Gogi's, Michael presumed, and his expression worsened at the thought. If it's really Gogi's, they will not stop until they find and kill Blair and take back the eggs where they belong. Gogis were one of the most vengeful races Michael had heard about. They were not the smartest and were a bit narrow-minded, but their resilience, determination, and stubbornness to finish what they started making up for those flaws. Unfortunately, that also meant the Gogis would hunt down Blair and her lord, thinking that she had been ordered to steal the Bilrox eggs. What a mess, what a mess. Michael had been focused on extracting resources all day. He didn't go hunting because he was also organizing his war rune storage space and getting familiar to his subjects, hoping that they would learn to trust him. After all, he had to make sure that his subjects knew that he would return to the origin expanse once he returned home. The biggest issue at hand was the Gogi Lord and his military force. If the gorilla-like humans Blair was talking about were actually Gogis, it was highly likely that they would attack his territory once they found it. Because of that, Michael felt obliged to tell his subjects that he would leave the origin expanse to purchase everything needed. There shouldn't be any issues with him leaving because the protection barrier would continue to protect his territory from invaders and predators. Of course, you must leave, Master. Blair will die without a healer or some medicine, so please don't worry about us, Williams Hartz, the apprentice architect said while clenching his fist. We will be fine. It was the evening of Michael's 3rd day inside the origin expanse and everyone had gathered to have dinner. Michael joined them at the dinner table to tell everyone what he planned to do. That way, nobody would panic and think that their lord had abandoned them when the Gogis would attack them, and their lord disappeared. Williams was right, however. Nobody could smile upon recalling what happened to Blair only a few hours ago. The tracker had returned from her exploration mission only a few hours ago. She got severely injured, and her wound had to be tended to. But since they lacked the necessary means to tend her normally, Tiara heated up the blade of the silver spear to burn her wound and disinfect it until she stopped bleeding. Blair's screams rang through the entire territory for several minutes until she could not take it anymore and fainted due to the pain. It was horrifying. Everyone felt sorry for Blair, and they wanted to help her recuperate fast. However, nobody was well versed in the plants inside the rainforest. This made it impossible to find herbs and plants with healing properties. Thus, Michael would have to take care of it by leaving the territory for a while. The eggs are fertilized, and it won't take long before the Bilrox chicken will hatch. No more than 3 days if my appraisal is correct, Heron, the lesser tamer, said, trying to change the topic. Blair's screams had been unbearable to listen to, and he didn't want to be kept reminded about it. That's great. Fortunately, we don't have to pay too much attention to their diet since they're omnivores, Michael responded absent-mindedly. He was still a little bothered that Blair had ensured that he would never be able to befriend the Gogis near their territory. The chance would have been low, knowing that the Gogis were not an easy race to deal with, but Blair had simply sealed off the minor opportunity even before it appeared in the first place. Even their weakest is tier 1, and their numbers are higher as well, while I'm just a new lord in the territory. Sounds pleasant like seriously, he grumbled to himself before his focus reverted to the campfire and his company. Michael knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, so he might as well prepare a few plans for tomorrow while continuing to talk with his subjects. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already pitch black outside. The familiar sounds of the rainforest, such as the rustling of leaves and wild beast noises, reached everyone, but no one paid them any attention. Tiara and the others stared at Michael's war rune. The war rune flickered a few times, and Michael got up from his place instinctively. "I think I can leave now," he said with a faint smile on his lips before he willed the runic gate to open. The space to Michael's left distorted, creating a bright light, and a white, unblemished gate materialized no sooner. "They will be fine, right?" He hesitated a moment, but reaffirmed his determination by locking eyes with Tiara. Her eyes glimmered in determination, so why was he the one who hesitated? He was their lord, the man who was supposed to give his subjects a better, more fulfilling and prosperous life. "I will be back soon," Michael declared, clenching his fists before he stepped through the gate. He disappeared a moment later, and the runic gate followed suit. It dispersed as if it never existed. Tiara's ears drooped the next moment. She stared at the disappearing runic gate, then at her own war rune before she mumbled in a muffled voice, "I hope he won't face any problems." Michael's mind was so focused on the execution of the plans he had come up with beforehand that he didn't even notice when he reappeared at home. He emerged back in the kitchen, where he manifested the runic gate before himself. "Everything looks the same," Michael mumbled, "but why does it feel so different?" He felt a bit odd while returning to the concrete jungle, but it was not exactly a bad feeling. Michael was excited and looking forward to spending his time in the origin expanse and back in mankind's territory. It made him feel as if he lived two separate lives that were as contrasting as possible. "I understand, Danny," Michael thought as he opened the holographic screen of his crystal watch. The crystal watch disappeared when he entered the origin expanse, but it reappeared as if it had never left his wrist the moment he stepped out of the gate. Michael didn't bother paying any attention to it either. "It's Wednesday 1315 p.m., and I entered the origin expanse Tuesday at 3 a.m., he mumbled, "so only 34 hours passed since I entered the origin expanse. The time ratio is really 21, nice. I have no time to waste." Michael had a lot to do, and every minute at home was equivalent to 2 minutes in the origin expanse, so he rushed into the bathroom while booking a shuttle. He jumped in the shower, scrubbed himself nicely, and threw his old clothes away. They were torn in several spots and smudged with dried monster blood, dirt, and sweat. Once he was done, Michael put on a basic combat suit and a second layer of comfortable clothes on top. Afterward, he left the apartment in a rush. The shuttle was already waiting for him, and Michael entered it. "To the central trading hall, please," Michael said before pressing the crystal watch against the screen that popped up in front of him. The emotionless voice of the shuttle's AI resounded a moment later. "Of course, sir." The shuttle set off and flew through the airspace of the capital for the next 20 minutes. In the meantime, Michael spent his time focusing on the crystal watch's messenger. His brother wasn't at home, so Michael sent him a simple message. "Michael, hey Danny, I'm doing fine. I am not injured and just wanted to tell you that there is no need for you to worry about me. My territory is much better than yours, P." Michael was pretty sure that there was no need for him to tell his brother that this territory was a big mess. It would worry Danny needlessly when his brother was already busy with his own territory. Oh, he noticed that a new chat had popped up on the messenger and opened the chat without thinking too much about it. "Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, if you're alive, send me a message. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's aptitude examination will be held on the 20th. I applied on your behalf, but you don't have to come if you don't want to. But just so you know, this year is the first time that applications across mankind's territory will be accepted. Before, the military academy handpicked their students, but this is the first time they are inviting a larger pool, and graduates can apply on their own as well. That means you could be the first student from an ordinary background to reap the military academy's benefits." These two messages were followed up with an attached file containing the exact time and place of the test, in addition to derailed notes about the range of tests and the score one needed to get accepted. However, Michael put the file aside after he downloaded it. He was a little bit interested in the military academy, but there were other things he had to deal with first. So talkative. After he finished reading Alice's chat, he didn't answer immediately. He looked up the prices of items and which clerk he should visit in the central trading hall to make the most use of the resources he had collected within his first 3 days inside the origin expanse. Meanwhile, the shuttle reached its destination. Michael was pulled out of his train of thought upon hearing the emotionless voice. He got up and left the shuttle with a last glance at his chat with Alice Zenobia. Without thinking too much, he typed something before he closed the chat. His message was simple enough to tell her that he was still alive. That should be enough. Michael. It was almost 2 p.m. when Michael reached the plaza of the Central Trading Hall. The plaza was a large and grandiose square, which was surrounded by the U-shaped Central Trading Hall. A huge water fountain, surrounded by stone statues of humanity's heroes, adorned the center of the plaza. However, Michael didn't pay much attention to it. He approached the map and used the searching function. Bartholomew's House of Witchery, he typed, and a detailed route appeared in front of him. Michael pressed the crystal watch against the map's information transfer symbol and left afterward. The crystal watch now had the route to Bartholomew's House of Witchery and guided him through the humongous plaza and even the larger Central Trading Hall. Despite being called a trading hall, it was easier to compare it to a shopping mall with 20 floors in total. It was also possible to sell goods here, which was why Michael chose the Central Trading Hall as his destination. Entering the Central Trading Hall was pretty easy. Every entrance had certain channels one had to pass to be allowed to enter. Awakened with a war rune would have their war rune scanned, while ordinary people's irises and fingerprints would be scanned and compared with their ID for verification. All of this was a precautionary measure since too many incidents had occurred since the Central Trading Hall had been built. When it was Michael's turn, he showed the guard his war rune and waited for it to be scanned. However, the guard didn't step forward immediately. He looked at Michael for a second or two before he moved to scan his war rune. "I hope you don't take offense at what I am going to say, sir, but I recommend you register as a lord. The government will provide higher access permission to certain information if you have a Lord ID, and more benefits will be provided as well," the guard advised with a subtle smile on his face. Michael was stunned for a moment, but he nodded his head. He recalled that the war rune of a lord had a stronger presence than that of an adventurer. This made it easier for others to sense when they're in the presence of a lord and how strong that lord is. Of course, Michael seemed young, and he didn't have a lofty air around him, but it was always better to be careful, especially as ordinary guards. The other guards looked at their colleague with a little astonishment, but they didn't say anything. Once his war rune was scanned, Michael could enter the Central Trading Hall. He followed the guidance of the crystal watch and went looking for Bartholomew's House of Witchery. Meanwhile, the other guards rushed to their colleague. "Why did you speak to that kid? You know that some of those kids can be extremely troublesome, so why did you give him unsolicited advice?" One of them asked in a husky voice while the other jumped ahead, shaking his colleague as if to wake him up from a dream. "Did you already forget what happened to Sage?" "I know," the guard, who had talked to Michael before, replied. "I don't know why I did that either. He seemed kind and was wearing clothes from an ordinary brand, so I figured that he became an awakened not too long ago." He gave it a shrug and didn't bother with the discussion anymore. "He thanked me for the advice, so everything is fine, isn't it?" In the meantime, Michael found himself on the 14th floor, standing in front of a large shop titled Bartholomew's House of Witchery. It's not exotic at all. Isn't it just a normal store? Michael expected the House of Witchery to be a small store that was filled with the smell of herbs and grotesque-looking items from the Origin Expanse. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find it to be the exact opposite. The store was meticulously organized, clean, and faint citrus aroma wafted through the air. All kinds of artifacts were exhibited in the main aisle of the store, and miscellaneous items could be found on his right side. Various potions and various resources entered his view as well upon taking a proper look. Overall, it was easy to understand the setup of the shop. Selling items and monsters can be donor. Michael mumbled and looked around a bit until he found a clerk standing behind a wooden counter. A wooden sign saying Witchery Bazaar attracted his attention, and he approached it. The clerk noticed Michael's arrival in his store and bowed lightly. "Welcome to the Witchery Bazaar. How may I help you?" he asked politely. "I want to sell a few monster cores, flasks of blood, neatly preserved organs of rare monsters, gemstones, and such," Michael said straightforwardly. The clerk took a quick glance at Michael's clothes and war rune before he nodded his head. "I am not wasting your time, buddy. Calm down and let's get this done without wasting our time, okay?" Michael wanted to say, but he remained silent to prevent inviting unnecessary trouble. He was not in the mood to play around. A more skilled and veteran lord was probably on his way to attack his territory. The appraisal room was a room attached to the House of Witchery. It was used to retrieve the goods from the war rune to have them appraised, and to make sure that the trade would remain anonymous. At the same time, it also ensured that the smell of monster corpses and unique smelly goods wouldn't permeate the air of the House of Witchery. The room didn't look anything special. If Michael had to compare it to something, the closest was probably the operation room in the hospital, which was equipped with advanced technology that could measure and appraise the goods at hand. "Please retrieve the items you want to sell. I will appraise them and provide a satisfactory price, I promise." Clerk said with an obvious fake smile on his face. "Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed or what?" Michael asked himself, but he simply complied. He began to retrieve the goods he had neatly stuffed inside his war rune, filling it to the brim. Monster cores and gemstones filled the table, followed by antlers, wolf claws, and near-perfectly dissected fur, leather, tendons, muscles, internal organs, bones, dozens of flasks filled with triple-extracted blood to purify it further. Even if his war-ruined spatial storage could only carry 2 low Tier 1 monster corpses, it was big enough for a self-proclaimed world-class Tetris player to squeeze all the puzzle pieces inside it. Michael had spent a while fitting and storing everything he wanted to sell without damaging it, but it worked at last. He watched the clerk's expression change with a satisfied smile before pointing out the most important fact. If you want to maintain the quality of the highly potent Tier 1 monster blood in their organs, I recommend you preserve them. Damages that occur in the appraisal room are the responsibility of the shop, or so I heard. The last few words intended to take a jab at the clerk and pressure him. It worked perfectly as the clerk panicked for a moment before he pressed the cooling button to decrease the temperature in the room drastically. After that, the clerk had to act quickly to make sure that no good was damaged. He didn't want his monthly report card to be tarnished with a demerit, after all. Michael didn't say anything else. He just watched the clerk and opened the crystal watch to research the price of potions and other goods. There was no need to worry about getting cheated by the House of Witchery or any other shop in the central trading hall. The moment they caused trouble, their lease would be retracted and their contract terminated. Losing one of the best spots in the most popular trading hall on the planet was not something any shop owner would want to happen. After all, the money they made in a month in this spot was equivalent to the biannual income of shop owners in other popular spots. Less than half an hour later, the clerk was done. Despite the frigid air in the room, he was sweating buckets. He glanced at Michael every now and then just to end up cursing himself inwardly. How could he mess up that badly? "I am done, sir," he said before weakly adding, "I am sorry for my attitude earlier. I had a big fight with my girlfriend." Michael chuckled lightly upon hearing the clerk's measly excuse, but he went along. "I hope that the satisfying price you promised me was not a lie," he replied, and the clerk nodded his head vigorously. "Of course, sir, you will love the price." After a quick chat, they left the appraisal room. The details of the House of Witchery's purchase would take a minute or two, but that was already it. Once he signed the deal, he would earn a small fortune, which would be used up to expand his territory and nourish his subjects. However, before Michael and the clerk could finish the deal, they heard a loud voice. "You bastard, do you not love me anymore?" A young woman shouted in a shrill voice. Her voice echoed through the entire shop, followed by the voice of an equally young man who retorted in annoyance. "Not buying you the artifact doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. Get your facts straight, honey." What the hell was going on there? A young couple, roughly Michael's age, was throwing a tantrum in the middle of Bartholomew's House of Witchery. Michael didn't pay them much attention, because it was not the first time that he had seen a lover's spat. This young couple was extremely loud, but that was already it. Thus, Michael followed the clerk to complete the official paperwork and get his money's worth at the counter of the Witchery Bazaar. I shit, the clerk cursed after he spent 2 minutes on the Witchery Bazaar's holographic screen. He looked apologetically at Michael and said, "We will have to go to the main counter to complete the deal. I forgot to open the bank transfer payment gateway in the Witchery Bazaar this morning. It would take a few minutes to unlock all safety measurements. Maybe he really fought with his girlfriend. He looks like a mess, that's for sure," Michael thought with a shrug before he motioned the clerk to proceed in the direction of the main counter. Some of the staff members were at the counter, doing some work while glancing at the quarreling couple every few seconds. "I really don't understand them." "No, I understand their families even less," one of them, a young woman with a ponytail, said quietly to the other. "Why would the Kalbenheim family and Orlando family engage them with each other if they're always this violent? I really don't know. The barbaric couple is always fighting. I think I've never heard any good news about that couple, and that's quite weird since they have decent talent and look quite good together. One would think that a few articles mention their good looks and talent, but there is not a single one." Another female staff with a bob cut replied, "I think there were a few articles, but Frederick would make sure that he fired every man who wrote articles about Jacqueline, while Jacqueline would do the same when women wrote articles about Frederick." Hundreds of reporters were fired. It was a big mess, Ponytail added, sighing deeply. Michael didn't want to listen to their gossiping, but that was almost impossible. Their voices were loud enough for everyone around to hear, including Michael. So a couple like that exists as well, violent and overflowing with jealousy. Well, you can consider that passionate love if you twist the definition a little bit, well, quite a lot, he thought as he was forced to listen to both the gossiping staff and the lovers' quarrel. The clerk who appraised his goods earlier wanted to provide Michael with a good customer experience to make sure that the young lord would return the next time he had something to sell, but his co-workers were not really helpful in this regard. His co-workers kept acting as if they were engrossed in their work, only for their focus to revert to the lovers' quarrel. It looked like the barbaric couple would wreak havoc soon enough, and they didn't want to miss that. Michael frowned, but he didn't say anything. He was in a rush, but throwing a tantrum wouldn't help either. The barbaric couple's quarreling reached a stage where the people around them had to be careful. Ugwin did they unsheathe their weapons. Michael nearly shouted out loud with a raised eyebrow. Both Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando were awakened, and it looked like they wanted to turn the House of Witchery into a battlefield. Jacqueline was a young woman with long red hair. Her cheeks were puffed up and red just like her hair right now. Didn't take a brainiac to determine that she was boiling in anger, ready to slice Frederick into countless pieces. However, that didn't seem to bother Frederick. His azure eyes glimmered in anger even though his fair skin didn't change color even once. He didn't turn red, but his facial expression spoke volumes about the emotions that were slowly beginning to engulf his entire being. At least, they're not powerful awakened. Good thing that they're around my age. The shop will survive, Michael thought as he activated eagle eyes to take a closer look at their war rune and movements. Even if this was a lover's quarrel, they seemed ready to fight it out in real combat. That was a little weird, but Michael could make use of it to observe the descendants of powerful families up close. After all, the coalition between the Orlando family and the Kalbenheims resulted in the creation of a low-ranked kingdom. They shouldn't be underestimated. Why are you like this? Can't you be more reasonable? Jacqueline shouted angrily while brandishing her fencing blade in front of her. Do you even know what you're talking about, Jack? You look like a maniac right now. Frederick shouted back, pointing his longsword at her. Looks like it's impossible to talk to you, Jacqueline replied, flicking her long hair back before she changed her stance. Darling, I think it's time to beat some sense into you. I cannot go on like this. What? Frederick chuckled lightly for a second before he also entered a combat stance. It's like you're speaking my mind. Since I cannot reason with you, I shall leave father-in-law and teach you a lesson in his place instead. Just like that, a fight burst out in the middle of Bartholomew's House of Witchery. The barbaric couple dashed toward each other with extreme speed. No hesitation could be seen as their blades collided. Jacqueline was nimble and thrust the fencing blade forward with a horrifyingly fast acceleration. The tip of the fencing blade hit the flat side of Frederick's longsword, altering the sword thrust's trajectory. Jacqueline followed up by twisting her body to retract the fencing blade and gain enough momentum to thrust out once again. Her second attack was not as fast and strong as the first, but it followed in quick succession to the first attack. Frederick was not fast enough to block the attack. His reaction speed was too slow, which was also why he ended up with the fencing blade's tip in his side. Jacqueline controlled her power precisely. She pierced out and retracted the blade the moment it drilled into her lover's flesh. Only a few blood droplets trickled to the ground before the scratch stopped bleeding. If that's love, I'd rather die at old age, alone, Mickey thought as he watched the couple's fight. His eagle eye's soul trait was not even required to follow their movements, but it was easier to see minute details in their movements. That was also how Michael determined that Jacqueline's war rune had a higher degree of refinement. She was a little bit stronger and faster than Frederick, even though their artifacts were likely to enhance them equally. Michael had yet to see their soul traits, but his interest was piqued. Unfortunately, the couple's fight seemed to escalate a little after the young man's blood had been shed. His movements got sharper at once, and his spatial awareness allowed him to balance out the lower refinement degree of his war rune. The sound of metal colliding resounded, and everyone in the shop was now paying attention to them. No soul trait had been unleashed yet, but the fierceness of the battle was dangerous, nonetheless. If they keep going like that, they will kill each other or injure Oth. Michael's mind blanked out before he could finish his thought. His attention was pulled over to a kid that was racing through the aisles. The young boy passed by everyone as if he was playing on a hardcore course of a racing game, just to head straight to the straight to the chaotic battlefield of the barbaric couple. Kid, are you insane? Michael first thought before he looked around, where the hell are mothers when their kids act suicidal? At that moment, Frederick evaded one of Jacqueline's thrusts before slapping her on the butt with the flat side of his longsword. He wanted to humiliate her, but instead pushed her ahead with too much force. Jacqueline lost balance and ran straight into the oblivious boy, her eyes widened in shock. Well, shit. Michael was the first to realize that something had gone terribly wrong. His eagle eye's soul trait was fully unleashed, providing him with more details than anyone else in the shop could decipher. He tensed up the moment the little boy raced past them, but his tingling senses went awry the moment Frederick slapped his fiancée's butt jokingly. As a result, Jacqueline lost her balance. She tripped over her feet and stumbled forward, unable to regain balance at once. The fencing blade was still stretched out from the thrust she had meant to issue at her fiancé, but her target had involuntarily changed to the little boy. The boy was still oblivious to the lethal threat he was about to face, even though the fencing blade's tip pointed right at him. The distance between the fencing blade and the little boy decreased rapidly, and it was only when they were dangerously close to each other that screams of terror resounded in the House of Witchery. Everyone's eyes grew wide with shock, and they vividly imagined the worst possible outcome as they watched the terrifying scene unfolding in front of them with wide-open mouths. Even though they wanted to help, they knew that they couldn't do anything. They were not awakened, and unable to block a high-quality artifact's razor-sharp blade with their bare hands. Had they been awakened, they might have been able to act, but they were unlikely to reach the young boy before it was already too late. And even if they reached the boy in time, how were they supposed to protect their own life? Artifacts were extremely expensive, and the descendant of the Orlando family was bound to possess a high-quality artifact. As the screams of the people in the shop resounded, a young man made his move. His body acted instinctively the moment he detected that Jacqueline tripped over her own foot. He dashed forward by releasing every bit of strength in his body. Tigerfang manifested in Michael's hand the moment he made a move, but his expression turned grim soon after. I won't make it. He could instinctively tell that he was not fast enough. Jacqueline and the little boy were too close, and he would have to cross almost 10 meters in the next second to make it. Shit, what now? He thought, but his body had already reacted. Fenrir's memories resurfaced in Michael's mind unexpectedly. Memories of Fenrir's experience and tireless training as an archer and spearman came to his aid. Michael felt like he had experienced Fenrir's arduous training himself, and his body moved as if it was familiar with everything it was going to do. However, it was not Michael's muscle memories that allowed him to create a solution, but the memories that were deeply imprinted in his mind. Spear throwing shouldn't be too hard with those memories, so how about a sword? Michael wondered the moment he changed his stance to maximize his momentum. A moment later, the muscles in his right arm bulged and his veins protruded out of his skin, looking like they were about to burst at any moment as he swung his arm forward with full force, releasing the thin longsword. Tigerfang shot through the air with shocking velocity. It crossed 10 meters at once and brushed past the little boy's head, narrowly missing him. The next moment, the jarring sound of metal colliding against metal rang out. Michael paid no attention to Jacqueline or Tigerfang anymore. His focus had diverted to the little boy the moment he threw Tigerfang at the young awakened. His speed never decreased, and he reached the young boy a second later. Michael's arms coiled around the little boy just to throw himself to one side as he heard something breaking. Metal shards flew through the surrounding as if a shrapnel grenade had detonated, but Michael didn't pay any attention. He shielded the boy with his body, trying to take the brunt of the attack and letting the metal fragments hit his body. However, even after a few seconds passed, Michael was not able to feel anything. Not a single metal fragment pierced his back or any other part of his body. None hit me, he wondered as he slowly got up from the ground. Then he saw the metal fragments lying on the ground right next to a red-haired girl whose eyes widened in shock. Jacqueline stared blankly at the metal fragments and the thin longsword that lay unmoving amid it. I thought Tigerfang shattered, Michael mumbled before he retrieved Tigerfang with his will. The thin longsword turned into a white wisp that shot back inside his war rune. At the same time, the little boy began to cry out loud. Buried his head in Michael's broad chest and clung to him after realizing what had just happened. Don't cry, everything is fine now, Michael said in a soothing voice while gently caressing the little boy's head. The little boy stopped crying, and it was only then that the mother arrived. She screamed and shouted at the boy before apologizing to Michael several times. She thanked him profusely, but Michael wasn't buying it. Had you paid more attention to your kid, I wouldn't have had to face these maniacs, you know. He wanted to say, but he let it be. All that mattered was that the little boy was fine. Maybe the incident would teach him not to run around mindlessly. That's what Michael hoped for. After the little boy was dragged away by his mother, who had been too late for the party, Michael was the only one left in the same aisle as Jacqueline and Frederick. Frederick was standing a few meters further away, but Jacqueline fell to the ground next to Michael with a helpless look. She stared blankly at the metal fragments, which had once been her fencing blade, and a tear trickled down her cheek. My artifact, she stammered before starting to sob miserably. Is that your biggest problem right now? Seriously? Michael wondered, having a hard time not staring at her as if she had lost her sanity, because he was pretty sure that this girl was even crazier than the fierce beauty. How dare you attack my girl? Frederick snapped after he regained his senses. He stepped forward while clenching his longsword tightly. Fighting is prohibited in the Central Trading Hall. You know that, right? Michael retorted sharply. So what? Frederick responded, glaring at Michael in response. Frederick slowed down, and his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the shattered remains of Jacqueline's tearless 4-star artifact. Shattering it was not easy, but a single throw of that young man's sword artifact had been enough to break it apart. I don't care about your lover's spat, but you nearly killed an innocent boy because of your fight. Even your families won't be able to help you if she would have killed that boy. You too would have gotten banned from the Central Trading Hall, and worst, you would have killed someone innocent. A little boy. Michael had to summon every bit of mental strength to keep his calm, but it looked like Frederick Kalbenheim didn't really care. Frederick's glare made it seem as if he asked, "Do you think anyone can ban me from anywhere? Do you even know who I am?" It was almost like Frederick didn't consider that little boy, or anyone else, as human beings. This type of response made Michael recall his high school days and the unreasonably lofty attitude of most classmates, and it fueled his anger. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Ashamed? Me? Do you even know who Frederick began, his cheeks red in anger and his sword pointed at Michael. I really don't give a shit who you are. Just don't disturb others and play your games at home in the bedroom, Michael retorted, not allowing Frederick to finish his cliché line. You can kill each other while fooling around in your bed, I don't mind. Michael knew that he had gone too far, but he didn't really care at this moment. However, Frederick was of a different opinion. He cared a lot about his public image, and he would never allow anyone to insult him like this, so he unleashed his soul trait. A moment later, the scene in the House of Witchery changed drastically. Die, you bastard. Is that idiot the incarnation of idiocy and cliches? Frederick unleashed his soul trait in a fit of rage. He used his energy to create gusts of wind with a faint azure hue engulfing them. The gusts were compressed into crescent-shaped blades, which were released a moment later. The wind blades blasted at Michael with a terrific velocity, but he didn't panic. Tigerfang reappeared in his right hand, and his eagle eye's soul trait was still fully activated, enhancing his sight and reflexes. Is that bastard insane? Michael wondered as he slashed at the wind blades that were about to cut into his body. His movements were fluid and nimble as he cut through 3 wind blades while evading the rest. A deep frown formed on his face, but he didn't say anything. It was clear that the barbaric couple was not to be reasoned with. They fought in the middle of a bustling shop in the central trading hall and had nearly killed a young, innocent boy. It was only obvious that Michael wouldn't lower his guard against such a crazy couple. He took a few steps back and glanced over to Jacqueline, who was still sitting on the ground. Tears were streaming down her cheeks like a waterfall as she reached out for the remains of her fencing blade and held them close. People say that opposite attracts, but that's not the case right here. They're like 2 mad lads birthed from the same. Stop evading my attacks and face them head-on, Frederick shouted in anger as he created a new batch of wind blades. He released them while dashing forward as well. His sword arm swung out like a snake lunging at its prey. Tigerfang cut easily through 4 wind blades before Michael changed the sword's trajectory in an instant. He twisted Tigerfang and pushed himself to the side while halting his advance at once. The sound his ankles made when he halted his advance suddenly was sickening to hear, but Michael ignored it. He used his superior speed and perception to use Tigerfang like a bat. Its flat side shot past Frederick's longsword and impacted with tremendous force. The impact surface was Frederick's stomach, and the result was even better than Michael would have expected. Looks like their families aren't mindlessly feeding them with resources to grow stronger, Michael concluded as Frederick collapsed on the ground. Frederick clutched his stomach in pain while trying desperately to breathe. Michael simply looked at the young man as he analyzed his strength and perception. Michael knew that Frederick didn't use his entire strength to attack him because he never considered this short encounter a life-and-death battle. However, it was still quite surprising to think that Frederick's raw strength was lower than his. This could only mean 2 things: Michael's war rune was refined to a higher degree, or Tigerfang enhanced his strength and agility higher than the artifacts Frederick bound to his war rune. Either way, Michael was at an advantage. How about we stop now? He asked. His gaze continued to linger on Frederick, but there didn't seem to be any more danger coming from the young man. Frederick looked up to see Michael towering above him a few meters away. The cold abyss-like eyes of the unknown young man caused shivers to run down his spine, and he nodded his head faintly before he even realized. Who is that guy? Why does it feel like I'm being ridiculed by my instructor? Frederick thought, having a tough time comprehending why Michael's fighting style and actions made it feel like he was fighting a veteran just a moment ago. What Frederick didn't know was that Michael was also a little surprised by his own actions. His body moved before he realized, and the reason was pretty simple: Fenrir's memories. I will need more time to digest Fenrir's memory fragments and sort out the things I do not want to recall, he thought in all seriousness. I do not want his memories to affect me negatively, but exploiting his combat experience and knowledge will help me a lot. While he was deep in thought, Michael ignored that Frederick had already gotten up from the ground. One of his hands was pressed against his aching stomach, while his longsword rested in his other hand. I'm the 3rd son of the Kalbenheim family, Frederick Kalbenheim. I have a 3-star soul trait, and I entered the Origin Expanse a month ago. Introduce yourself, please. He was about to finish the last sentence, but stopped midway as he recalled Michael's fluidic and lethal movements. Is he asking me for a date or what? Michael asked in an incredulous tone before he added quietly, what an idiot. Frederick heard Michael's last words and scowled. Instinctively, he conjured several wind spears using his soul trait, but Michael just smiled. He pointed somewhere behind Frederick with a small smile. Looks like your babysitter found you. Frederick turned his head, and his movements froze upon seeing a gray-haired man standing right behind him. He wore simple yet striking clothes which most butlers wore on duty, but that didn't hide the overwhelming power residing inside the old man's body. Head butler La, we're leaving. Come with me or you'll be carried out like your little fiancé, the head butler instructed, while his gaze moved to Jacqueline, whom he had already picked up. He threw her on his shoulder like a bag of potatoes and ignored that she was throwing a tantrum, trying to escape the head butler's clutches. Michael didn't expect a butler to be a powerful awakened, but it made sense. Some families hired retired awakened as both butlers and bodyguards to make sure that their children would be safe from most dangers. Nonetheless, Michael wondered how strong the old man in front of him was. Thus, he did something he didn't initially want to do. He decided to rile up Frederick for being a douchebag. I have a 2-star soul trait, and it has been less than 2 days since my war rune formed. Looks like you have to train a lot when you're back home. Frederick Kalbenheim with a 3-star soul trait, Michael muttered in a low mocking voice, but he was loud enough for Frederick to hear. The young man's head flicked around at once, just to see the mocking expression on Michael's face. Frederick grit his teeth and clenched his fists, however. He didn't say a word. Instead, it was the head butler who halted in his tracks. He scanned Michael from head to toe before his gaze returned back to the war rune on the back of Michael's hand. His gaze rested on the war rune for a second or two until the head butler bowed to Michael. I apologize for the trouble my master and his fiancée caused. The head butler apologized. They have a bad temper. Lord, you want me to tell you my name? Sorry to disappoint you, but there is not much to find. Michael chuckled in his mind. I am just an ordinary guy who got a bit lucky. There is no need to waste your time on me, Michael replied nonchalantly. He was still a little bit angry about the barbaric couple's attitude and actions, but it was not like the head butler was at fault for their stupidity. Michael was way too familiar with spoiled and entitled children of big families in the first place. Thus, he might have gone a little overboard to teach them a lesson since he was itching to change his life by becoming a strong lord who could stand up for himself after his war rune manifested. I see. The head butler looked at Michael for a few more seconds before he nodded his head. In that case, I hope you will continue to stay lucky, sir. After the barbaric couple was dragged outside Bartholomew's house of witchery, Michael was finally able to conclude the deal and get his money. Meanwhile, in a private room in one of the most popular restaurants of the Central Trading Hall, 2 middle-aged men clinked glasses. Don't you think it's a good sign that we're finally able to create a formal bond between our families? Our families have been working together for a long time, but we were never able to form an even stronger bond. It's a good thing that this will change with Frederick and your lovely daughter, one of the middle-aged men said after he took a sip of the liquor. Lovely, she is wild, and I don't think anyone can control her, the other middle-aged man responded before he downed the entire glass of liquor at once. I really hope that Frederick can control Jacqueline in the future. They might have been good friends since childhood, but I've heard too many rumors about them. It worries me a little, to be honest. The 2 men were the patriarchs of the Kalbenheim and Orlando family, and also the parents of the troublemakers Frederick and Jacqueline. The rumors, you say. I heard that they call Jacqueline and Frederick the barbaric couple because they fight everywhere, and because their temper is so bad. Looks like we spoiled them too much, Igor Kalbenheim, Frederick's father, said with regret. Because they were both lords of their own territory and the patriarchs of their respective families, they had a lot to do. It was not easy to be a patriarch or a lord, but they had to juggle both responsibilities simultaneously. Thus, they never had much time to raise their children. Unfortunately, that was also why they ended up spoiling their children whenever they met. Only now that it was too late did they realize their mistake, but there was not much they could do about it. Talking about regrets of the past doesn't resolve the issues at hand. The rumors are bad enough for us to be forced to meet and have your head butler and my information department report to us about everything they did in the past. We're here to come up with the best solutions for them and our families. Jacqueline's father, Kirk Orlando, said while patting his old friend's back reassuringly. It had been a while since they met up to eat and drink. The occasion was not pleasant, but it was still comforting to have each other to rely on. It was easier to have good in-laws to talk to rather than entitled and lofty families that were unwilling to accept their mistakes. Let go of me, I said, let go. A loud voice reverberated outside the private room, followed by the sound of breaking plates and shocked squeals from the restaurant guests. Kirk Orlando sighed deeply and set his empty glass down. He reached out for the bottle of alcohol to drown himself in misery, only to halt in his tracks. I shouldn't get myself drunk, otherwise Kirk didn't finish his sentence, but Igor understood. He smiled lightly and put the bottle of alcohol a little bit further away from Kirk's reach. A moment later, the slides of the private room opened and the head butler entered the room. Jacqueline was still in his arms, hanging down like a wilted flower fluttering in the wind. She was struggling to free herself and thrashed her arms and legs around without caring for her image. Kirk instinctively reached out for the bottle, ignoring his earlier thoughts. He needed alcohol to endure what was about to happen. Fortunately, Igor had already pushed the bottle beyond his reach while still seated. The head butler let Jacqueline down, while Frederick entered the room with a grim expression on his pale face. Jacqueline's face and hair were a mess from all the crying and Frederick seemed to be in pain. He touched his stomach repetitively and flinched every time. Igor Kalbenheim blurted out, "What happened to you guys?" Kerk Orlando looked at his daughter and future son-in-law for the first time after he heard his friend's question, and a deep frown appeared on his face. He turned to his friend in confusion, but Igor seemed just as confused as him. Their attention switched to the head butler, who bowed deeply in front of the two patriarchs. "I apologize, master. I was held up a little and couldn't prevent the young master and young mistress from fighting." They had a little lover's spat, and it ended up causing a bit of trouble, the head butler explained, his head still lowered. "Jacqueline did that to him. But why is she crying then?" Kerk Orlando asked, feeling a little bit uncomfortable about the situation. Jacqueline took the second question as a sign of breaking out in tears once again. "Dadded me silver-tight fencing saber Somion destroyed it," Jacqueline said, while bawling her eyes out in front of her father. The patriarchs looked at Jacqueline for a moment, and their gazes flicked to Frederick in unison. However, the young man could only look away while gritting his teeth. "What happened?" Igor Kalbenheim finally asked the head butler, who opened his mouth just to close it a moment later. "It is a little bit hard to explain because I arrived too late, master," he started slowly before he added, "but I asked the security team for the footage of the shop's surveillance camera. It should be easier to discern what happened by watching the footage." The head butler accessed his crystal watch a moment later and opened the file he had received from the Central Trading Hall's security. A holographic screen popped up, and the first thing one saw was Bartholomew's house of witchery and the quarreling couple. In no time, the lovers' little squabble turned into a light fight as they brought out weapons. When the patriarchs saw this, they could only shake their heads in disappointment. "Why are you guys fighting again, in public at that? Do that at home or in the arena," Igor grumbled, while Kerk added resignedly, "I've never seen such a weird couple. Why did we even put you two together?" Upon hearing what her father mumbled, Jacqueline threw herself at Frederick. She ignored his pained groan and squealed while pulling him into an embrace, "Because we love each other." Kerk pinched the bridge of his nose, and the thought of getting up and reaching out for the alcohol became more enticing by the second. Suddenly, the video footage showed the exact moment when Jacqueline tripped and lost her balance. She stumbled, and the fencing saber kept getting closer to an oblivious little boy. Kerk tensed and his eyes were glued to the holographic screen as he awaited a horrific scene. Luckily, a young man appeared out of nowhere, and Kerk's shoulders relaxed. He frowned a little and questioned himself if it was a great idea to throw the longsword at his daughter, but that thought quickly vanished. Jacqueline's silver-tight fencing saber broke the next minute, and she slumped to the ground in the video. "Good thing that someone interfered," Igor spoke in a relieved voice, and Kerk nodded his head. He looked at his daughter sharply and pointed at her. "I will deduct the broken artifacts worth from your pocket money. If you touched even a strand of that little boy, I would have separated you and Frederick." Jacqueline wanted to say something but shut her mouth upon seeing the boiling anger on her father's face and looked down at the ground. "What Fredrik?" Igor shouted suddenly. Frederick flinched and he took a step back involuntarily. It was the first time he saw his father that angry. "Why the hell would you attack that man? You arrogant idiot." Igor bellowed and his flat hands smashed on the table. The video showed the short encounter between Frederick and Michael. It ended quickly, but that was enough for Kerk's expression to change. "I've noticed it earlier already, but that kid is pretty good. He doesn't seem that old either," he mumbled. "Which family is he from?" Igor hadn't paid attention to the young man. He only knew that his son had been beaten fairly easily, fortunately. It was a good thing that his son had been taught a lesson after his reckless action. "Why did you stop there?" Igor noticed that the head butler stopped in the video and looked at the young man for a few seconds. However, it was not Michael who answered this time. Instead, Frederick's grumbling could be heard from behind them. "That bastard didn't want to tell us his name, he humiliated me, and said that he had a weaker soul trait than me, and that he manifested his war rune less than 2 days ago." Less than 2 days, he already has a good artifact, and his war rune has been refined quite a bit. "I don't remember this youth from the last family gathering. Which family is he from?" Igor Kalbenheim mumbled after a quick scan of the unknown man's strength. The head butler bowed his head before answering. "I already sent the recording to the information department. They're currently scanning all data to find out who he is. Facial recognition should make it easy to confirm his identity." The patriarchs nodded their heads in unison upon hearing the head butler's words. "I think he is either a shadow of the big families, or he is a disciple of the hidden clans," Kerk mused as they watched the video for the third time. This time, they ignored their children and focused on the unknown guy, but in either case, he wouldn't have intercepted in the fight. They're taught to keep their identity hidden under any circumstances. Igor and the head butler agreed, while Jacqueline and Frederick grumbled quietly. "Who cares about that kid?" Frederick asked, while Jacqueline added, "He destroyed my 4-star artifact. Just send some of our men to beat the living shit out of him." "You too," Kerk warned, clenching his fist. "I think we've treated both of you too nicely." Igor agreed readily, nodding his head at once. The video footage was enough to write several articles about the disgrace the new generation brought upon their family. If competitors of the Kalbenheim and Orlando families got wind of their kids' humiliating public act, they would be in a pickle. Their image would be ruined beyond measure, and so would their goodwill. In turn, the trust people had in them, and their products would go for a toss too. I think it's about time to send you their Kirk said, and Igor agreed without a second thought. I agree. It's about time for them to face some hardships. Little did Frederick and Jacqueline know of the horror that awaited them soon. Suddenly, the discussion of the two patriarchs was intercepted as a holographic screen popped up in front of the head butler. It displayed various pieces of information for everyone in the room to read, attracting their interest. Michael Fangso, that's your name. Back in Bartholomew's house of witchery, a bald middle-aged man broke out in a sweat as he bowed several times to Michael. The bald middle-aged man was the manager of the house of witchery, who came rushing to his shop when he heard what happened. There is no need to exaggerate, Michael murmured to himself in a muffled voice. He stepped forward to pat the manager's shoulder in hope of stopping the man from bowing again. It's fine. I acted because of the little boy, not to protect the shop. Michael didn't really like bootlickers, and he was certainly not one himself. Thus he pointed out the facts bluntly rather than making it seem like he had protected the little boy for the shop's sake. Of course. It was all for the boy, the manager said hurriedly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead before he bowed once again. But your actions protected the prestige of the shop, nonetheless. Frederick Kalbenheim and Jacqueline Orlando are known for stirring trouble and breaking things. Everyone knows them, but you took action despite that. Okay, it would be too shrewd of me if I wouldn't reward you for acting when nobody else did. Seeing your selfless action, I feel a little generous today. You saved the shop today from getting destroyed, so I might as well reach deep in my pockets to thank the savior of our prestigious shop. The manager gave him a proud smile before he snapped his fingers. A staff member rushed to the manager from farther away upon hearing the snap. He was carrying a pair of leather boots in his hands, which he held out for Michael to take. Simultaneously, a golden card with the logo of Bartholomew appeared in the manager's hand. To express my gratitude, I would like to reward you with the Boots of Terran and the Golden Bartholomew membership. With the membership, you'll be able to use all facilities affiliated to Bartholomew. Furthermore, we will always use the highest possible price to purchase your goods and provide a discount whenever you purchase something. Michael stared at the manager with a stupefied expression for a while. He felt the gaze of dozens lingering on him, while the manager stared intently into his eyes as well. He accepted the membership card along with the Boots of Terran while his mind began to rattle. He is genuinely thankful for what I did, but the staff seems a little stupefied, Michael perceived with a single glance across the room. Is he trying to please me to turn me into a repeat customer to use all the Bartholomew facilities? Sorry, but I am just a normal guy and not a big shot. Your investment is not worth it. Despite thinking like that, Michael felt that the manager was a sly man. Granting him various benefits inevitably improved his business relationship with the shop. It was only obvious, but Michael would keep visiting it since he was promised discounts for all purchases and high prices whenever he wanted to sell something. Furthermore, with the rewards he was given, the House of Witchery's image would improve on the outside as well. Word would spread that they're not stingy when it comes to rewarding those who stand up for others when nobody else does. It would improve the shop's public image and goodwill by rewarding their savior for his actions. The Boots of Terran is a tierless 2-star artifact with an enchantment. It won't increase your physical strength of agility drastically upon binding to your war rune, but you will be able to use the enchantment called Swiftness. Winds will gather around the boots to increase your speed by decreasing your weight slightly, the young man explained with a subtle smile. Meanwhile, the bald manager received a call. One moment he was happy, and the next, his face was drained of its color. After bidding goodbye to Michael, the bald manager whispered something to the staff member next to him. He ran away afterward and disappeared a few seconds later. What now? The deal. Michael smiled lightly while scratching the back of his head and turned back to the clerk from earlier. Can we adjust the price according to the rates I would receive with the Golden Bartholomew membership, please? He asked the clerk. The clerk nodded his head immediately. Of course, sir, but please don't misunderstand. I gave you the best rates for ordinary customers. However, since you've become a member of the Golden Bartholomew, the rate changes a little. The clerk didn't want Michael to think that he duped him earlier when he promised the best price. I understand, don't worry, Michael replied calmly. That was enough for the clerk to sigh in relief and get back to work. In the following minutes, Michael waited patiently before he received a new contract. The Golden Bartholomew membership card is also connected to a separate bank account. The annual interest rate is 3. Do you wish to transfer the money to your Golden Bartholomew membership card or to your private bank account, sir? The clerk asked at last. You can transfer it to the membership card. I will use up most of it in the next few minutes. Either way, Michael answered nonchalantly. The clerk smiled lightly in response and gave him a nod. As you wish, sir. The clerk retrieved Michael's Golden Bartholomew card before asking a few questions. Michael answered all of them to link his ID to the Golden Bartholomew before he received 2 notifications on his crystal watch. The Pandemonium Bartholomew Bank has been successfully linked. 50,630 have been transferred to your account. Huh, over $50,000. Isn't that a little too much? Michael's eyes widened in shock. He knew that a low Tier 1 monster corpse was worth roughly 500, but that included their meat, organs, and bones. Michael hadn't brought any meat, and he didn't have enough space to squeeze all monster bones and organs inside his war rune either. Despite that, he had earned 50,000. That was insane. The hide and gemstones of gem jaguars are valuable because they're hard to procure without damaging them. Gem jaguars are also pretty hard to find. The gemstones you sold were in perfect condition, just like the frenzy deer antlers and everything else you sold. It will be quite easy to work with the materials you've provided, which is why the shop's AI gave your goods a high evaluation score, the clerk said when he noticed Michael staring stupefied at the notification on his crystal watch. "Oh, nice," Michael blurted out after listening half-heartedly. His mind was still processing the fact that he had earned so much in such a short amount of time. For a moment, he forgot that he was in a rush, and he continued to stare blankly at his crystal watch. Only when he felt someone pulling at his sleeve did Michael regain his senses. He looked to his right where a female staff member was waiting for him. She stared at him with a smile and bowed lightly when he finally took note of her. "The manager told me to guide you around the shop. If you like something, just say the word." Michael could only nod his head before his shopping trip began. 10 minutes later, he left the shop with a grave expression. "Why did I think that I was rich? I am dirt poor." It was not yet 4 p.m. when Michael entered the shuttle to get back home. His expression was still dazed and filled with disbelief, and it took a while before he regained his composure. Why did I ever believe that 50,000 is a lot? He had only been shopping for a short while, but Michael wanted to cry after looking at his now empty bank account. Most of his savings had been exhausted as well. He had used up his hard-earned money in a fraction of the time it took him to earn it. A bunch of potions, arrows, 2 mass-produced basic techniques used by soldiers, and a low-quality enchantment array is all I can afford. That's ridiculous. I couldn't even buy the low elite arrow artifact with the return enchantment. He bought a bunch of miscellaneous items such as bandages, mattresses, and other necessities to improve his subjects' lifestyle quickly, but these goods were cheap compared to the other things he purchased. The most expensive purchases were the Sun Soldier breathing technique, the Sun Soldier's weaponry technique, and the preservation enchantment array of low quality. Other than that, the potions were also not that cheap. However, their use was exceptional, so his expenditure didn't sting that much. To think that a mass-produced basic technique cost 10,000. They're not even amazing techniques. He grumbled even though he knew that he was already very lucky with the items in stock. Few shops were able to get their hands on the techniques he purchased. The Sun Soldier's breathing technique improved the user's stamina, while simultaneously improving the absorption rate of the origin, Expanse's dormant energy. It was one of the techniques that required lots of practice to be mastered rather than high talent. The same could be said about the Sun Soldier's weaponry technique. It taught the most fundamental points about various weapons, which made it easier for a starless summon to learn how to fight. Instead of purchasing combat summoning scrolls for a hefty price to summon a random combat unit, Michael chose the 2 basic techniques to train his subjects. He didn't want to force them to fight. Instead, Michael wanted to give his subjects the opportunity to become stronger and fend for themselves if necessary. Most of his subjects were starless, and they would probably never be able to receive enlightenment and be able to break through the limit of their potential. Nonetheless, Michael wanted to give them a chance to change their fate. This was something few lords did because they deemed it useless, but Michael was different. He had a huge advantage compared to them. His soul trait made it easier to obtain summoning scrolls. He received summoning scroll fragments from every monster killed by him or his subjects. Extraction increased his drop rate for other loot as well. For someone like Michael, purchasing summoning scrolls was a waste of money. Instead, he should exploit the utility of his soul trait as much as possible. Training his subjects was one way to achieve this. As long as 1 out of 100 starless summons was able to be promoted to a 1-star soldier through the techniques he purchased, it would already be worth it for Michael. With enough time and effort, a small but capable army would form. That was something Michael believed firmly. If 50,000 is not enough to purchase everything, I can just work harder and earn more. Michael's internal conflict died down slowly and he was filled with determination again. After he overcame the initial shock, he finally understood why most lords said that they could never have enough money. There were always expenses that had to be covered, draining the money one earned over a long period rapidly. Just give your best and focus, he told himself as the shuttle descended to land in front of the apartment complex. He got out, entered the apartment complex, and returned home with a glint in his eyes. His mind had been dazzled by the tremendous amount of money a lord required to properly build and grow his territory. Fortunately, he didn't require too much time to get back to his old self, and the tiredness that was about to engulf him dispersed as he regained his composure. Michael was back in his apartment and ready to return to the Origin Expanse to strive even harder than before. "Do I have everything?" he mumbled before checking his war rune 3 more times. Only when he was certain that he had bought everything necessary did he will the war rune to open the runic gate once again. The space in front of him distorted and the white gate manifested. Michael didn't waste a second and stepped through the gate immediately. Few seconds later, the runic gate manifested in the clearing of his territory, and Michael stepped outside. The first thing he did was to check his links of loyalty. None of them had been cut nor had they grown weaker. Everyone is still alive, good. Once he was reassured about that, he looked into the sky and noticed that rays of sunlight were shining through the canopy of ginormous trees. It meant he had arrived in the Origin Expanse shortly after sunrise, just like Michael guessed. Where is Tiara? Michael wondered as he looked out for the battle maid. She shouldn't be too far away, but Michael couldn't find her. Well, whatever. I can search for her once I rescue our idiotic tracker. Michael walked over to the wooden manor and entered Blair Tracer's room. She was lying in the bed, looking deathly pale and sweating profusely. He took in a breath of the cold air and rushed to her bed. With a flick of his wrist, a vial with viscous red liquid appeared in his hand. Michael removed the lid quickly and lifted Blair's head gently before he held the bottle near her mouth. The viscous content of the bottle trickled into her mouth, but there was no reaction from Blair's side. Michael waited patiently, however. Blair was unmoving. In fact, if not for her weak breathing, Michael wouldn't be able to tell that she was still alive. That was a bad sign. Should I give her another potion? He pondered a bit but shook his head at last. Healing potions were infused with life force to aid the injured's healing process. Providing a severely injured patient with too much life force without processing it in specific ways might be counterproductive and cause unwanted results. I didn't expect her condition to deteriorate that quickly. I should have purchased other potions for her. Michael could take the risk, but he knew that the unrefined healing potions in his possession were not the best. They were cost-efficient, but not able to resurrect someone who was on his or her death's bed. Even selling his entire territory wouldn't be enough to afford such a potion. Thus, all he could do was hope that Blair's body would react to the potions he purchased and accept them. Michael sighed deeply in regret and put Blair back down in bed. He called one of his subjects over and handed her a few potions, clean bandages and ethanol to disinfect her wound. Take care of her. Give her another potion if her condition doesn't improve in the next 30 minutes. If she stays like this until lunch, give her another healing potion, Michael ordered. Report to me when her condition gets worse. I understand, my lord, the woman said immediately. She opened her mouth afterward, but shut it a moment later. Michael noticed that and halted in his tracks. If you have a problem, just tell me, he said, sensing that something was amiss. The woman hesitated, unsure if she was eligible to report to their lord. Only when she saw the impatience and concern in Michael's eyes did her lips part subconsciously, and words tumbled out. My lord, I am not sure if you've already received the report, but the beings you called Gogis have started to attack the protection barrier with the rise of the sun. Already, Michael asked, a little surprised, but he calmed down quickly. He had expected the Gogis to attack after he returned, and not before sunrise. Fortunately, their attacks were not his immediate concern because the protection barrier was still intact. It would take a little bit more to destroy the protection barrier than some Tier 1 Gogis. Where is Tiara? He asked the woman, who was about to reply when a weak, hardly comprehensible voice rang through the room. Fighting the Gogis, Blair Tracer replied in the woman's stead. She forced her eyes to open just a bit and look at her lord. Sorry. Michael looked over to Blair with furrowed eyebrows. He didn't expect Blair to be up because the healing potion had been less efficient on her than he had expected. However, it was good to see that her mentality was quite strong. It's good that you woke up, but focus on getting better, he told Blair. Afterward, he turned to the woman standing next to Blair's bed and instructed, please take care of her. Wasting no time, Michael rushed out of the room and the wooden manor. He was not sure about Tiara's exact position, but dashing to the border of the protection barrier, where most noises came from, was the best bargain. It took no time for him to reach the border to his territory, and a battle maid from the Silverfang Tigerfolk, who looked like she had taken a bath in crimson blood. Her ears twitched in excitement, and her tail wagged from left to right as she threw the corpse of a large gorilla-like monster on top of a small pile of corpses. There were at least 10 Gogi corpses thrown haphazardly at each other, forming the small mountain. Each of them was roughly 2.5 meters tall with a great physique that had been trained to the peak. The Gogi were extremely bulky, to the extent that one might question whether they got steroids for all 3 meals of the day. In addition to that, long, black hair covered their entire body. Yetis should look similar, Michael thought at first glance. He then turned over to Tiara, who began to smile brightly upon seeing him. She rushed over to him, her ears perking upward and her tail curling up. Master, you've returned, Tiara exclaimed, bowing deeply. I dealt with some of them. I can see that. Good job, Tiara. Michael appreciated her efforts while giving her a forced smile. Tiara was only 1.6 meters tall, but she carried around the Gogi corpses as if they didn't weigh anything. She is not injured either. That's the most important, he thought while glancing at Tiara, who was excited. Looks like the Silverfang tigerfolk is quite powerful, or is it just Tiara? No, she seems excited to be able to fight instinctively. Is everyone from the Silverfang tigerfolk a warrior? It would be great to have them here then. Michael was in dire need of powerful warriors, but it was not as if he could snap and the Silverfang tigerfolk would gather in his territory. The spot he was currently in was well secured, and the protection barrier was hidden from the dense flora and fauna of the rainforest. As he was deep in thought, Michael took a while to notice, until he heard the loud thuds that were coming from the protection barrier. And when he did, his curiosity was piqued, and he moved around to look behind the thicket. What appeared in front of him were close to 32.5-meter-tall Gogas towering behind the protection barrier, throwing spears and stones at the barrier from 24 meters. After I killed some of them, they retreated. I cannot reach them anymore, not if I don't want to sustain severe injuries in the process, Tiara explained, feeling slightly disappointed, and her ears drooped. Doesn't look like they'll leave anytime soon either. You did a good job hunting 10 Gogas without sustaining any injuries. Michael acknowledged her efforts before he added, how much energy do you have left? Michael used his eagle eyes to collect all the necessary information. He then hid behind the thicket while retrieving the 1-star tierless antler bow. If they stay here, I won't be able to hunt properly. Their attacks will stagnate my progress, he thought before another thought flashed through his mind. The more Gogas I hunt right now, the fewer opponents will I have to face once I clash with their leader. Tiara's ears perked up again upon hearing the praise. Her grip on the silver spear tightened, and she was about to turn around to return to the battlefield. She was extremely motivated and wanted to receive more praise from her master when Michael suddenly threw something in her direction. Bind them to your war rune. The boots have a passive enchantment that drains a bit of energy every few seconds. In exchange, you will have an easier time maneuvering through the rainforest and evading attacks. Michael summarized the effect of the boots of Terran after he handed them to Tiara. She had a war rune and should thus be able to bind artifacts. Tiara didn't tell him how much energy she had left, but he was able to make a rough guess seeing how excited she was and feeling their strengthened link of loyalty. Are you sir? Tiara began, only to see that Michael's attention had already diverted to binding the antler bow to his war rune. Now that his strength and refinement increased a little, he could bind another artifact to his war rune. Tigerfang enhanced his agility, strength, and perception. As an epic artifact, the enhancement was drastic, which was not the case for the 1-star tierless antler bow. It enhanced his perception a little, but that was already it, which was an advantage. Michael didn't want to burden his body too much with the artificial enhancement he received from artifacts because his body was already under a lot of stress from the toll of his refined war rune. His body had yet to fully adjust to the war rune's refinement degree, increasing at a rapid pace within the first 3 days it manifested. Unfortunately, Michael didn't have enough time to fool around and adapt to the changes inside his body. He was in a dangerous territory, and one of the lords near his territory was already hostile to him. Michael had to deal with the issues at hand before he could pay attention to his body and other needs. Meanwhile, Tiara bound the boots of Terran to her war rune and put them on. Their size increased slightly after she summoned them from her war rune, fitting her feet perfectly. Are you confident that you're nimble enough to evade the stones and spears thrown at you? Michael asked seriously. Tiara looked at him for a second or two before she nodded her head. I can use the surrounding environment to block most attacks. Their attack pattern is nothing special either. I won't have a problem getting closer to them. The only issue is close combat. Once I reach them, I won't be able to deal with all of them at the same time, Master. There is no need for you to enter close combat until the end, Michael revealed mysteriously. I don't have to do that. Did you already come up with a plan, Master? The glint in Tiara's eyes intensified upon hearing that Michael had a plan, and her eyes widened upon seeing what emerged in front of her a moment later. That is your plan, Master. Amazing. Michael's plan was pretty simple. He would poison the Gogas. Since he was weaker than the Gogas, and he had only one ally by his side, Michael deemed it necessary to be fully prepared for the Gogas' attack. He didn't have enough funds to purchase lethal poison with the effect to killing powerful opponents, but his savings, combined with the little money he had to spare from his first income as a lord, had been enough to purchase a simple poison that attacked the nervous system of the affected, paralyzing the victim for a few minutes. It was like a narcotic, just a tad weaker and easier to use. Michael could only purchase a single bottle of the paralyzing poison with his meager funds, but that had to be enough. Gogas are dense and their attacks are simple. If you can keep them distracted for a few minutes, the tide of the battle will turn in our favor, Michael said before he began to elaborate the plan he had in mind, sharing more details. Tiara listened intently and nodded every few seconds. 2 minutes later, she dashed through the thicket and emerged outside the protection barrier. Her eyes moved from left to right before she kicked on the ground. Tiara darted to the left, and the heads of all Gogas followed her movements at once. The Gogas picked up their spears and stones and threw them with full might at the detestable target. However, before any projectiles could hit her, Tiara disappeared behind a humongous tree. She reappeared on the other side a moment later, only to vanish into the nearby bush, confusing the Gogas. In the following 60 seconds, Tiara kept the group of 30 Gogas fully distracted. Their heads flicked in Tiara's direction, and the only time their focus wavered was the second they took to pick up new projectiles to throw at the battle maid. The Gogas forgot about the protection barrier and kept attacking Tiara. Upon noticing that their projectiles were useless, some Gogas began a charge at Tiara. It was only a moment later when it happened. A loud thud resounded through the area, which was immediately followed by the crisp sound of rustling leaves. The Gogas were too engrossed in cornering Tiara, so even if they heard the sound, they were already focused on the target ahead of them. They didn't want to give their target an opportunity to escape now that she had left the protection barrier. She had killed too many of their comrades to be kept alive. Thus, they ignored the continuous sound of thuds and rustling leaves and only looked up when their brethren roared out in anger. The Gogas turned around, only to halt in their tracks upon seeing that 6 of their brethren were lying on the ground, spiked with several arrows. More arrows flew through the air, hitting another target 3 times in quick succession. After the first arrow hit the target, the Gogi stumbled. However, only after the second and third arrow impacted did it collapse. They were not yet dead, but their combat prowess had been nullified by Michael, who paralyzed them for the next few minutes. He was standing on a tree branch high up in the air, dozens of meters away from the Gogas. Michael had left the protection barrier earlier to find a better position to attack the Gogas secretly. He could locate his opponents quite easily from his position with his eagle eyes, while the Gogas didn't have such an ability. Furthermore, their tracking skills were not exactly exceptional either. One of my people stole your Bilrock's eggs, but you attacked my territory. We started it first, but that doesn't mean I'll allow you to hunt me down, Michael mumbled to himself as he coated the next 3 arrows in the bottle of Peri poison. Initially, Michael wanted to grow his territory inside the protection barrier first. He had too few subjects and missed out on a vast pool of information about the surrounding area and the overlords of the rainforest by staying confined to his territory. Unfortunately, it seemed like the Origin Expanse wasn't going to be merciful enough to give him enough time to build his territory. The Gogas had a good reason to attack him, but it was not as if Michael would allow them to destroy everything. They were stupid and already fully focused on Tiara. They didn't even realize that someone else had already sneaked up on them and believed that Tiara had unleashed some sorcery to attack from a different angle. They didn't see a second person, which meant that there was no second person, obviously. Michael chuckled when he realized that the Gogas were not even trying to find him. Their eyes kept following Tiara as the battle maid continued to run around and distract them. She closed the distance between herself and the Gogas every now and then before diving deeper in the rainforest's thicket, evading several projectiles easily. His movements were graceful and nimble. It was easy to tell that she had been trained meticulously and that her body was well balanced, able to discharge tremendous strength through every single muscle fiber in her body without adversely affecting her flexibility. Michael observed the battlefield intently in the meantime. He finished coating the next batch of arrows and knocked the first on the bowstring. He pulled the bowstring back when most of the Gogas were focused on Tiara and aimed. However, he didn't release the arrow immediately as a doubt flashed through his mind. 3 arrows are enough to paralyze them, but is it really all right to leave them alive? He noticed that some Gogas had finally diverted their focus from Tiara to help their injured comrades. They dragged their comrades over the ground and away from her, increasing the distance to both the protection barrier and Tiara. They were moving closer to Michael's position, but that didn't change the fact that the Gogi seemed fiercely loyal and had an extreme sense of unity. If I leave them alive, they'll be able to flee. By the time I face the Gogi Lord, I will have to face more enemies, hooray, thirsting for my blood. He looked at the Gogi he had targeted earlier, grit his teeth, and changed his target. The next moment, his arrow aimed at one of the Gogas who was trying to pull his comrade out of the danger zone. Then Michael released the arrow and observed as it flew towards its target. Shivers ran down his spine, and goosebumps spread all over his body as his eyes followed the arrow's trajectory precisely. It was almost as if time had slowed down as the arrow pierced the Gogi's head, precisely shooting through its ear and penetrating the brain. The Gogi was not even able to utter a sound as it collapsed on the ground and died at once. Michael retched after witnessing the devastating damage a single precise arrow could cause and tear his opponent. He felt like vomiting, but forced his stomach to calm down and swallowed the bile rising in his throat. He was a little bit disgusted with himself even now, but Michael understood that strength meant everything. Murder was not nice, that was for sure. However, killing the opponents who wanted to see him dead was a necessity if he wanted to survive. The origin Expanse was a cruel game of survival of the fittest. Being merciful to those who wished to see him dead would lead to more problems. He couldn't spare the lives of his opponents, or he would be the next to die. Get your fucking act together. It's either you or them. In the next 20 minutes, Michael and Tiara killed 18 Gogas. The remaining Gogas retreated unwillingly after a loud honk resounded through the rainforest. If not for the honk, the Gogas would have continued to throw themselves at Tiara and their paralyzed comrades to rescue them. However, whenever they got near their paralyzed comrades, the Gogas ended up under fire. They were either killed at once or paralyzed by a series of arrows that impacted in quick succession. Leaving behind their paralyzed brethren was even worse than death to the Gogas. Their anguished roars of helplessness could be heard for a long time, but neither Tiara nor Michael let that fool them. There had to be a leader in the group of Gogas, commanding them with certain sounds, such as the honking of a horn that forced them to retreat. If not for that, the Gogas would have sacrificed themselves one after another. That was how loyal they were to their comrades. Either the leader is as dense as the other Gogas in the group, or he arrived just now. It could have been a scout as well instead of a leader, Michael thought, unsure about the Gogi race's military hierarchy and structure. He knew some things about Gogas, but he was not an expert. Their denseness, stubbornness, and camaraderie were apparent, but other than that, Michael couldn't really tell much. Now that the Gogas retreated, there was no need to keep the hostages around anymore. Michael retrieved a few more arrows from his war rune storage and knocked the first on the bowstring. He pulled the bowstring back, lifted the bow, and readied his aim for 2 seconds. Then he shot. The arrow dug deep into the head of the paralyzed target, killing it. Michael fought against the disgust that spread through his entire being and knocked the second arrow on the bowstring. 7 arrows later, the paralyzed Gogas were dead, and a massive energy influx flooded Michael's war rune. The pace of refinement of his war rune shot up to a high degree, and Michael could immediately tell that the space of his war rune storage expanded. As a Tier 0 Lord with a low refinement degree, the energy influx he received from killing a single Tier 1 prey was already quite high. Dealing the finishing blow to a dozen Tier 1 Gogas was equivalent to killing a few hundred tierless monsters. 1 or 2 of the Gogas he killed had been 1-star warriors, which provided an even higher energy influx due to their elevated potential. Despite that, Michael's refinement degree didn't reach the mid-level. It was not that easy to increase the refinement degree of the war rune. Forget about advancing tiers. Michael would have to work a lot harder to advance tiers and become an even stronger lord. Michael climbed down the tree once he was done. He safely put everything back in his war rune and walked over to the corpses of the Gogi. Tiara was already waiting for him over there. "Master, are you fine?" she asked while breathing heavily. She was sweating profusely and could barely speak, but a bright smile had blossomed on her face nonetheless. After she witnessed her master's impeccable archery skills, Tiara couldn't help but look at him with a newfound reverence. She had never expected her master to be that powerful and versatile. He was already a good swordsman, and now he was an even better archer. Was there something her master was bad at in the first place? Michael was still unsure how many subjects the Gogi Lord had, but the loss of 28 Gogas was certainly not easy to compensate. The Gogi Lord would have to think twice before ordering his subjects to attack Michael again. Michael felt a little nauseous looking at the corpses of the Gogas he had killed, but he could still hold the contents of his stomach inside. He didn't vomit. It was still not easy for him to kill, however. It had been much harder to kill Fenrir than attacking the Gogas. Michael figured that he would get better with time. However, until then, he would have to suffer a lot. But that was fine because it was something everyone had to go through in order to grow. Now that he thought about Fenrir and how he had killed him, memories of Cleve Fenrir flashed through Michael's mind once again. The memories were mostly related to archery and combat training rather than the first ancestors' evil deeds, and Michael had to secretly acknowledge their utility. "It's good that I am getting more experience through his memories. They were pretty useful in the fight." "There is no need to praise me so much, Master," Tiara said in all seriousness while her tail continued to wiggle excitedly. It took him quite some effort not to burst out laughing as he looked at Tiara, but he somehow managed to keep a straight face. Michael collected his arrows and stored them inside his war rune alongside 3 Gogas. "Master, let me store the remaining corpses," Tiara exclaimed, rushing to his aid promptly. She had a Tier 1 war rune and could thus fit a lot more in her spatial storage than Michael. Her storage space was only filled when the 10 Gogi corpses lying around on the ground inside the protection barrier had been squeezed into it. "Let's go back," Michael suggested once they were done. He was a little bit disappointed because he had missed the chance of pursuing the remaining Gogas, but he knew that it was for the better. He had no idea about the total number of Gogas around their territory. Forget about their territory's structure. Blair Tracer was also temporarily incapable of helping him for the next few days if she survived, that is. Back in the clearing, they retrieved the Gogis and laid them down in 3 lines. After that, Michael stared at the corpses for a while, wondering where to start from. There were a total of 28 corpses. They don't have a monster core, and I don't think there is much I can extract from them either. The drops of the origin expanse, their hair and maybe their blood. Michael mumbled to himself, confused and unsure what else he should extract. He figured that the Gogi's hair could be used as bedding, to make clothes, or to sell it to pharmaceutical companies. Some would certainly purchase it, though Michael was not certain how much money he could make. One way or another, they required more resources. It was not as if they had excessive resources in his territory. They couldn't afford to throw away precious corpses and had to extract as much as possible to make the most out of them. While Michael started extracting the Gogi corpses, Tiara was told to install the low-quality preservation enchantment array. Michael gave it to her while also telling the architect apprentice to make use of the array and the warehouse blueprint to build a storage for all kinds of goods, including meat and other things that could go bad easily. The war rune storage was great, but the space was severely restricted. Furthermore, only he and Tiara had spatial storages, and only they could access them. This had its own advantages and disadvantages. But all in all, it was much easier to use the preservation enchantment array together with the warehouse that would be built soon. That way, everyone could add and remove resources as they deemed necessary. It was necessary to fuel the enchantment array with monster cores, and though he did not have them right now, it was not that expensive to get them either. The resources he procured daily were bound to increase eventually, and it was necessary to prepare suitable storage with preservation enchantment beforehand. It was already lunchtime when Michael finished extracting the last corpse. The warehouse's construction was not yet completed, but that was okay. They still had some time left. Michael was very satisfied with the gains, which everyone could clearly see while he hogged one slab of meat after another just like the glutton he was. The food is good, and the gains I made are even better. What a great day to be alive. Michael extracted a total of 290 summoning scroll fragments, 7 ordinary summoning scrolls, and 2 warrior summoning scrolls from the 28 Gogi corpses. He merged the 275 summoning scroll fragments into 11 ordinary summoning scrolls, and picked up the daily summoning scrolls, the summoning gate created every day, before he broke the seal of the summoning scrolls after finishing lunch. A minute later, the number of Michael's subjects had increased by 17 starless summons, 2 one-star warriors, a 1-star craftsman, and a 1-star scholar. Michael's territory was now populated by close to 50 subjects. It was only the 4th day, but he already had so many subjects without the need to purchase a single summoning scroll. That was fairly good, and something Michael could be proud of. With a 1-star scholar leading the research, it might even be possible to find non-poisonous fruits or clues about the environment and vegetation all over the rainforest. It was worth a try. As he devised plans, Michael watched the actions of his subjects intently. They didn't need any motivation to work, which was great. Unfortunately, that didn't help when it came to being able to fight against Tier 1 monsters. Forget about providing help in the fight against the Gogis. Even the 1-star warriors would have to use the protection barrier to hunt and procure some energy first. They were still tierless warriors with the lowest degree of refinement. However, even if they were to hunt all day, it was near impossible for them to advance to the 1st tier before the protection barrier was lifted. In that case, I can only give them the techniques once I finish reading them. If I summon more warriors, they'll be able to work together and kill Tier 1 monsters even without the protection barrier, Michael thought while scratching the back of his head. The easiest would be to decimate the population of monsters around his territory to decrease the burden and risk factor once the protection barrier was lifted. However, that was easier said than done. Blair had explored the territory outside the protection barrier only once, but she had found the population of Tier 1 monsters to be high, oddly high. Michael was deep in thought when he opened his mouth subconsciously to yawn. From one moment to the next, the weight of his body seemed to have increased drastically. The excitement spreading through him had been exchanged with tiredness. But who could hold that against him? Michael had been wide awake all night. He traveled back home under stress, fought the descendant of some big family during his shopping trip, and he returned to the origin expanse just to be faced with a group of Gogis, whom he fought while using his soul traits for a prolonged period. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Michael's body was begging for a break, but he didn't want to go sleep right now. It was too early, and his day would be wasted if he were to go sleep now and wake up late at night. Going out to hunt at night in the darkness where he was unable to see anything was suicidal and far from intelligent. Michael took that into consideration and chose to do something less demanding. He started to read the Sun Soldier's breathing technique after handing the Sun Soldier's weaponry technique to his warriors. Let's see what I paid 10,000 for. Don't disappoint me, please, Michael pleaded quietly as he opened the first page of the Sun Soldier breathing technique inside his room. He sat comfortably on his bed and began to read the introductory part. Sun soldiers of the Abyssal Sun Empire are known for their tireless combat. They can regulate their breathing even in the most desperate situations to calm their mind and body in a fraction of a second. When the Abyssal Sun Empire was faced with a threat that nearly cost its annihilation, the sun god's elder monk attained enlightenment. He was able to incorporate the sun breathing technique into the army's training regime, creating the sun soldiers who are known for their efficient use of stamina, tireless combat, and fast replenishment of energy. Are they trying to show off? Just give me the juicy details I want to know. Michael grumbled inwardly after he finished reading the introductory part. The sun soldier breathing technique can be divided into two versions. The first version is deep belly breathing, which involves conscious engaging in the diaphragm, a dome-shaped muscle located below the lungs, to achieve slower, deeper breaths. Practicing the first version increases oxygen and energy intake and enhances the awareness of the present moment. It calms the mind, reduces stress, and helps inculcate a deeper sense of presence and mindfulness. It is a technique that requires lots of practice and focus. It cannot be practiced on the battlefield and is more of a technique that prepares the soldier for the battle. The second version of the sun soldier breathing technique changes the practitioner's breathing fundamentally. To practice this version properly, the practitioner needs a deep understanding of the body and the sun soldier breathing's first version. The body and mind will have to learn to breathe in a specific way, which will decrease the consumption of stamina drastically. The intake of oxygen and energy with every breath will increase, and it forces the practitioner to keep calm in dangerous situations. An in-depth understanding of the body and mind will be imprinted in the mind of the practitioner, allowing the practitioner to freely utilize the energy and oxygen inside the body. Michael was not sure how long he had read the sun soldier breathing technique, but he was intrigued. The second version attracted his interest because it allowed the practitioner to use the sun soldier breathing technique passively. A high understanding of the body and mind was required to start practicing the second version of the sun soldier breathing technique, and it would reward the practitioner with an even deeper understanding of himself. That was especially interesting. Is that why this technique is said to possess great potential? It increases the understanding of mind and body, even though the practitioner's understanding has to be high, to begin with. Very interesting, Michael thought, closing the book. Initially, he wanted to go to sleep after reading a little bit, but Michael changed his plan. He knew that he was too excited to go to sleep and started practicing the first version of the sun soldier's breathing right away. It wasn't too difficult to get started since a better understanding of his body and mind came with time and practice. Even if I'm tired, I can give it a try. There is no harm even if I fail to practice the first version miserably. A moment later, Michael found a comfortable position on the bed where he sat cross-legged with an upright yet relaxed posture. Then he closed his eyes, allowing his body and mind to relax by letting go of all distractions, including the distraction caused by being able to think. After a few seconds, Michael placed his hands on the abdomen. He rested his hands gently on his lower abdomen and inhaled deeply through the nose. In a slow and controlled manner, he drew the air deep into his lungs, expanding his abdomen as he breathed in. Michael focused on the lower area of the lungs to allow the diaphragm to descend and create space for oxygen and energy. Then he exhaled through the mouth, slowly and steadily, while trying to feel how the abdomen reacted as the diaphragm rose. Most energy was lost when he breathed out, but a trace remained in his abdomen where his body absorbed it naturally. It was only a minuscule trace of energy, however, that was already much better than Michael expected. He thought that it would require a few dozen attempts before he would be able to absorb his first trace of energy. Fortunately, he was a little bit faster. Intrigued by how far he could advance, Michael repeated the deep belly breathing once again. He maintained a natural and gentle rhythm while continuing to practice for the next 2 hours. After 2 hours, the stress he had accumulated during the last few days seemed to disperse, and the tension in his body was released. He fell asleep soon afterward, while darkness consumed the territory and terrifying roars reverberated across the dense rainforest. When Michael woke up, he felt extremely calm and at ease. His mind was void of worries and his body felt much lighter than before. How was that even possible? Was it owed to a few hours of practicing the sun soldier breathing technique? That's amazing, he blurted out as he got up from the bed. The sun had already risen beyond the horizon, but Michael was not worried about the amount of work he had to complete today. Somehow he was certain that everything would be all right as long as he gave his utmost effort to make it work. Michael made his way out of the wooden manor with that belief. Most subjects were already awake and working on new treehouse complexes, while others were busy collecting the fruits they found inside the protection barrier. Apparently, the rainforest had cocoa pods of high quality and fruits that looked like mangoes and tasted like mangoes, but weren't mangoes. Michael gladly feasted on some freshly harvested tiacha, which was the local name for the mango-like fruit. After mostly eating meat for the last few days, Michael felt like his taste buds came back alive. It was like he was thrown into a blissful moment of tropical indulgence when he took the first bite of the tiacha. The tiacha combined sweet juiciness and tangy flavors with the tropical essence of the rainforest, which created an intoxicating aroma and a bittersweet taste. If we can produce more tiacha, we can have enough for ourselves and sell the rest for a good price, Michael thought aloud. He knew that it would take a while to grow more tiacha trees, but the tiacha trees seemed like a reliable source of income, just like the bilrock's eggs. They hadn't hatched yet, but it was only a matter of time before they would hatch, mature, and produce more eggs. By the time a small bilrock's horde formed, he would have two decent sources of income, mounts to ride and sweet fruits to eat. The thought alone was enough to make him smile contently. "You're already awake, master." Tiara and the two one-star warriors ran over to Michael when they saw him pace through the clearing. He was strolling around and observing his people as they went about their day to get a rough understanding of his territory's progress. Michael saw a big quiver full of spears slung around the warrior's back, and fresh blood trickled down Tiara's silver spear. "You went out to hunt already?" he asked Tiara, who nodded her head. "I wanted to show our newcomers how dangerous our territory is, and why it is so important for everyone to become stronger," she answered. "I also demonstrated how to hunt the monsters of the rainforest with the protection barrier's help. Luckily, we have enough throwing spears to attack from further away now." The Gogis had thrown more than 100 throwing spears at the protection barrier before they gave up on their attempt to break it and retreated. Tiara and the two warriors collected the spears the day before and spent a few hours training with them. This morning, they made use of their practice from the day before to hunt a few monsters. Tiara retrieved 4 corpses with a bright smile. "They were able to hunt 1 monster each while I killed the other 2. Her voice was filled with pride, and Michael could understand why she felt like that. If more people inside the territory were able to hunt monsters, their gains would increase. In return, Michael would have more corpses to extract. The number of summoning scroll fragments and summoning scrolls in his possession would increase as well, and so would the chance to summon more subjects with combat-oriented occupations. Furthermore, Michael would also receive an energy influx more often since his subjects would kill more monsters, but that was trivial when compared to the increased chance of summoning more warriors and other combat units. Tiara and the warriors shared their experience when hunting the monsters while he used extraction on the 4 bodies. After using his soul trait more than 100 times in the last 4 days, his proficiency and understanding of the soul trait had improved drastically. Completing the extraction of a monster he had already extracted from several times took less than 5 minutes, and he didn't waste damage any energy or body parts either. Michael walked over to the warehouse once the extraction was completed, and he activated the preservation enchantment array using one of the monster cores. The enchantment array cooled the entire area of the warehouse, and it could be configured to have intense cooling in certain areas compared to the rest. That was something Michael wanted to test out in the future. However, for now, he had to listen to the daily morning report. Michael had introduced this practice to make sure that he would be informed about the newest changes after waking up every day. With the use of this report, Michael would be well informed about his territory. That way, he would get to know about obstacles that his subjects faced completing a task and provide solutions on a real-time basis while also assigning tasks for the day. Additionally, he would have daily interaction with everybody, which would increase his subjects' cooperation and sense of unity. So to summarize everything, the warehouse has been completed, the Gogi's body hair has been used as bedding, various tools have been created with the remaining resources, and we're currently lacking more resources, which include water and sturdy construction material, Michael said after he read the report. Tiara nodded, but she quietly added, "Blair will survive, but she has to rest for a few more days to recuperate properly, and we need more treehouses if the population of the territory is going to expand soon." Michael licked his dry lips while contemplating his next set of orders. He stretched his neck and nodded his head. After he said that, Michael left the clearing. He scanned the trees around him and nodded his head once he found 2 large rainforest trees that had grown next to each other. They were restricting each other's growth. That meant he could remove one of them without any qualms. Initially, Michael wanted to use the next few days to solve the problem they had with the Gogis, but it was obvious that rushing anything wouldn't be helpful. On the contrary, focusing on the Gogis would harm his territory since they lacked various resources to be self-sufficient. Michael could provide the resources using extraction, and that was exactly what he did. "I wonder how much energy I need to process you," he mumbled as a golden light conjured in his right hand. A few seconds later, he began extracting blocks of sturdy wood from the tree in front of him. Michael didn't stop until his energy ran out. His breathing was ragged, and his back was drenched in sweat, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was not even close to finishing processing the large rainforest tree, but the amount of resources he procured was already more than he had expected to extract from the entire tree. That fueled his motivation, and he spent the remaining morning and noon diligently working on extracting everything useful from the tree before he couldn't handle it anymore. He was constantly running out of energy, sweating profusely, and his mind was slowly going awry. Adding the toll of constantly using extraction to that, Michael clearly exceeded his limit. Fortunately, his soul trait had grown stronger after the link of loyalty of several dozen summons was added to his war rune, and Tiara went out hunting with the two warriors. Michael could extract the moisture in the blocks of wood after extracting them once. That removed the need for air drying, which made it easier to use the sturdy wood for construction projects such as the treehouse complexes and the warehouse. Once he finished his work for the day, Michael rested a bit. He practiced the Sun Soldier, breathing a little to empty his mind, which was harder than the day before. Michael realized the core problem in the fight against the Gogi Lord, and his subjects had been the fact that all Gogis were natural fighters, while the same didn't apply to humans. Only Tiara is strong enough to aid me in the fight against the Gogis, but one of us needs to stay behind to manage everything and protect everyone. Tiara could help the warriors get stronger, but that doesn't change the core problem. He had only a handful of warriors, and the few he had couldn't help him yet. The Sun Soldier technique's impact was not big yet, no matter how much future potential they had. On the brighter side, Michael and Tiara's combat prowess were quite impactful. It doesn't matter how all of it began, we're on hostile terms with the Gogi Lord. Either we obliterate him, or he obliterates us once the protection barrier has been lifted, Michael mumbled quietly to himself. He summarized the events and the bits of information at his disposal. That means I have to defeat them before the protection barrier is lifted. I will be able to take them by surprise if I attack earlier. But do I have what it takes? He asked himself the most crucial question. A few hours later, when it was already dark outside, Tiara knocked on his door. Michael was a little surprised to see her that late in front of his room, but when he saw what she pushed into his arms, he could only nod his head. You're right, I might need them. Michael's 6th day as a lord began early in the morning. He picked up the ordinary summoning scroll from today and the day before, and listened to the daily report while extracting the monsters Tiara and the two warriors hunted yesterday. 2.5 hours later, Michael was finally done, and the dissected body parts were neatly stored in the warehouse. 16 scrolls, not bad, he mumbled after merging the summoning scroll fragments together. Michael broke the scroll's seals and welcomed his new subjects. Out of the 16 summons, 14 were starless, and 2 were 1-star summons. Surprisingly, one of the 1-star summons was a warrior, while the other was a craftsman. At last, his military force started to expand. Head to the southern wall of the protection barrier and assist the battle made in warriors, he ordered the warrior, who saluted instinctively. Michael had yet to realize that his presence and demeanor were changing slowly. He was getting more confident while his presence grew stronger and more charismatic. His command was also precise and decisive, which made it clear that Michael understood what had to be done. This was more than enough to instill confidence in the warrior. The warrior departed after a second salute to heed the commands he had been given. Meanwhile, Michael turned his attention to the other summons. He told the craftsman to join the other craftsmen to create furniture, kitchenware, and other woodwork while telling the others to join the construction of more treehouse complexes. After that, he retrieved the boots of Terran and bound them to his war rune. Last night, Tiara had visited him to return the boots of Terran. She was not sure what Michael planned to do, but she could tell that he wanted to do something dangerous. Michael had been working on a plan all day, and he concluded that his window of opportunity wasn't that big anymore. Gogis might not be the smartest, but it didn't need much of a brain to figure out that Michael was at a horrifying disadvantage. He was a new lord, and only one of his subjects was Tier 1. That was already bad, but he had only 4 days left before the protection barrier would be lifted, and the Gogi Lord could bulldoze his territory. Michael had to act within those 4 days to change the fate of his territory. Nonetheless, the Gogi Lord was highly likely to be waiting. Gogis may be a simple-minded race that had more muscles than brains, but they were also a social race that focused on camaraderie. Michael witnessed firsthand that they would sacrifice their own lives in an attempt to protect their comrades. That was why the Gogi Lord wouldn't attack Michael's territory if the protection barrier was still up. He had already burnt his fingers by attacking Michael's territory and was forced to retreat humiliatingly after his subjects had already been beaten senseless. The Gogi Lord ensured to keep his subjects unharmed instead of camping near the protection barrier, where they were certain to be hunted down mercilessly. Michael didn't have to worry about finding someone camping outside the protection barrier, waiting to ambush him, but he was vigilant when he decided to leave his territory. As a precautionary measure, he had a long talk with his injured tracker before stepping out of his territory. It was not the first time that he left the protection barrier, but he would always stick close to it and had yet to leave the proximity. That was what he had to do today to collect more information and see whether his plan was feasible. "Calm down, you'll be fine," Michael repeated the line like a mantra. he left his territory and made his way to the lizard cave Blair had mentioned earlier. Michael recalled some interesting facts about reptiles and amphibians, and he wanted to see if the same facts applied to reptilian monsters of the origin Expanse. On his way to the lizard cave, Michael encountered a few monsters. He avoided them by climbing the nearest trees or by hiding in the bushes. Even if he was not the best at stealthily walking through the dense rainforest, Michael was good enough to avoid fighting low Tier 1 monsters head-on. One monster followed him when it picked up the scent, but it departed the moment Michael retrieved the antler bow and a few arrows from his war rune. That was the worst incident Michael faced on his way to the lizard cave. Is luck finally on my side? He thought ironically as he found himself standing in front of the lizard cave's entrance. He hadn't been pulled into a life-and-death fight yet, but he had a bad feeling about the lizard cave. If it were possible to avoid entering the lizard cave until he got a little stronger, Michael would have done it. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much time. The Gogis were already waiting for him, after all. The entrance of the lizard cave looked like an arched gate that had formed naturally over the course of time. It was 7 meters high and of similar width. Michael stepped through the entrance while ignoring the eerie feeling Blair told him about. He scanned the entire cavern entrance with his eagle eyes unleashed and took in every detail he was able to make out. No monster. In that case, he bent down while golden streams conjured in his palms. Show me what you got, little lizard cave. Using extraction in the cavern entrance allowed him to extract various minerals from the ground. However, Michael focused on the valuables and materials that could be useful against the Gogi Lord. Glow a crystal snow, it makes sense why the deeper parts of the lizard cave are so bright. There is also xanthine ore. If the ore deposit is large, I've found a treasure, Michael mumbled to himself as small purple shards and bits of a silverish green ore manifested in the golden streams of his soul trait. Xanthine ore was considered the equal of iron ore in the origin Expanse. It was a little bit more durable and flexible, but it was quite common in the origin Expanse, so it was not exactly a jackpot. Fortunately, there was always a demand for xanthine ore. A white crystal manifested not long after. It was small and crumbled when Michael used some force to test its durability. Is that chalk? It could also be magnesite or something like that. Well, whatever. Michael extracted a few more samples of everything to get it inspected by the scholar once he returned. The scholar should be able to tell him more about the materials of the origin Expanse. Other than glow a crystal, xanthine ore, and the fragile white crystals, Michael was able to extract 3 different types of ores. Their quantity was much smaller compared to the others, but that made sense if one could find their deposits deeper underground. Michael was monitoring the consumption of his soul trait and using it judiciously. Once he collected enough samples, Michael went deeper inside the lizard cave, using the only tunnel connected to the cavern entrance. The eeriness of the lizard cave caused goosebumps to spread across his tense body. However, he continued to walk deeper into the cave until he found a small tunnel on his left. Michael stopped to look, and his expression lit up. Eggs, 6 of them at that, he exclaimed, seeing the oval-shaped eggs. Immediately, he scanned the tunnel, but there was no mature lizard. Where is your mom, my little eggs? It was at that moment. A low growl echoed through the cavern tunnel. Michael flinched and slowly turned to his right, careful not to make any sudden movements. And a moment later, he found the lizard motherer. Would it be better to say that the mother found him? For Michael to execute his plan properly, the lizards in the cave couldn't be too weak. Being low Tier 1 monsters wouldn't have been enough. Fortunately, luck was on his side, or would it be better to call it misfortune right now. A huge lizard the size of a shuttle was growling at him menacingly. It was standing at less than 5 meters separating them. It had green scales and large reptilian eyes that stared at him in hatred, or so Michael thought. His hair stood up on its end and he felt like someone was squeezing his throat tightly. The pressure weighing down on him made it hard to breathe. Is that the pressure of a peak Tier 1 monster, or is it already at the 2nd tier? Michael wondered while his body remained frozen. He didn't move a single inch, hoping that the lizard would redirect its attention elsewhere. Still, the reptilian eyes kept staring at him, crushing his little hopes slowly. The lizard didn't seem happy about the intruder, but the overflowing pressure decreased slightly when it glanced over to its eggs and saw that they were unharmed. Now, Michael used the opportunity to kick his feet off the ground. He manifested the boots of Terran and empowered the artifact's swiftness enchantment. His acceleration skyrocketed, and he reached full speed within seconds. He headed to the cavern entrance without looking back even once. That was not needed. Michael could hear the lizard mother's roar and feel the tremors in the ground as the monster began its pursuit. Despite sprinting as fast as he could and crossing close to 20 meters a second, Michael could tell that he was not fast enough. The lizard mother closed the distance between them rapidly. Damn, I shouldn't have underestimated my opponents. Michael knew that the rainforest was dangerous from the beginning. However, he had been foolish enough to enter the lizard cave without ample preparations. Despite knowing that, Blair had even told him that the cave was eerie and more dangerous than the dense rainforest, yet he had somehow believed he could return unharmed. That's a really dumb way to die. Not just think less and run more. Michael cursed himself, but he couldn't switch off his mind. Too many thoughts flashed through his mind to survive, while the shuttle-sized lizard was getting closer. The tremors spreading through the ground began to affect Michael's mind. His breathing got ragged, and he felt anxiety rising from the deepest pits of his body. Michael broke into a sweat, and he vividly imagined the lizard swallowing him whole. It was at that moment when a memory flashed through his mind, the reason he entered the lizard cave in the first place. Some reptiles are invested in caring for their young. The lizard mother's overflowing pressure receded when her eggs began to shake. She had looked over to her eggs worriedly, which Michael had used as an opportunity to run for his life. The moment Michael recalled this, his body began to move of its own accord. He twisted his body and turned back while unleashing the eagle eye's soul trait to the full extent. Simultaneously, the antler bow and an arrow emerged from within the war rune. Michael's hands moved instinctively. His left hand reached out for the antler bow's frame, while his right hand was already holding the arrow nocked on the bowstring. He inserted energy in the antler bow, pulled back the bowstring, and let go the moment the bow was drawn out fully. The arrow soared through the air at full speed in the following instance. Michael turned back while the antler bow turned into a white wisp that shot back into the war rune. He stumbled for a moment, but quickly regained balance. Michael reached top speed once again and kept running without caring to see what was going on behind him. When he released the arrow, his eagle eyes were fully focused on the lizard mother's eggs. Michael had never intended to shoot at the lizard mother. Killing her was out of options, with a tierless 1-star artifact as well. He knew that he would just enrage her, and that his chances of survival would decrease even further. Being fairly intelligent, the lizard realized what was about to happen when an arrow shot past her. The beast reacted instinctively, swiping its tail at the arrow with tremendous force. Yet, despite its quick and instinctive reaction, the tail missed the arrow by a hair's breadth. In the next second, the arrow disappeared inside the cavity. A multitude of sounds rang out from the cavern, and the lizard mother came to a halt at last. She stared back at the small cavern tunnel, only to turn back to Michael the next second. She opened her mouth widely, revealing a dark greenish substance that had accumulated inside. The lizard mother took aim and released the dark greenish substance in Michael's direction. Afterwards, she turned around to rush back into the tunnel. If even one of her eggs had been damaged, she would hunt down Michael and torture him until he died miserably. Michael was already close to the cavern entrance that shone brightly in the midday sun when his hair suddenly stood on its end. He knew that the lizard mother wasn't behind him anymore. The tremors in the ground were fewer than before, but something seemed fishy. His highly enhanced perception was telling him that something was wrong and that he was standing at death's door. The Grim Reaper's scythe was pressed against his neck, cold and merciless. However, the only thing Michael could think about at this moment was the weird sound the lizard mother had released before turning away, almost like the sound of a human spitty. Wah! Michael used his full force to dive left all of a sudden. His ankles felt like they were about to burst from the sudden change of trajectory, but Michael endured the pain as he smashed hard into the ground. In the next instance, something splashed on the exact spot he had been standing just a moment before. Michael took a second to realize what had happened. He got up from the ground and looked at the dark greenish substance corroding through the hard stone ground. "Oh my," Michael blurted out. "Acidic spit, for real." The thought of nearly being hit by this much acid caused chills to run down his spine. Michael instinctively looked back into the cavern tunnel, but the lizard mother was not there anymore, fortunately. "Good thing that I didn't aim at the eggs," he mumbled before he got up to leave the lizard cave. Michael didn't think twice and rushed to his territory without delay. His mission inside the cave had been completed successfully, even if it may not look like it. It had been a hassle and a near brush with the Grim Reaper's scythe, but he escaped death by a hair's breadth and was able to find out everything he needed to know while staying alive and relatively unharmed. Back in his territory, Michael handed the scholar the materials he procured in the lizard cave. Afterward, he used the information he procured to finalize his plan and make ample preparations for his next move. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight reached the rainforest, Michael left his territory once again. However, this time it was not to gather information. This time Michael left for war. End of Volume 1, Lord of the Untamed Jungle. A silver streak passed through the darkness like a shooting star crossing the cloudless sky. Thud. The silver streak impacted, impaling the target that slumped to the ground, writhing and thrashing for dear life. The violent movements lasted a few seconds, but nobody came to the target's aid. Instead, a shadow emerged next to the dying man. "This is really disgusting," the shadow mumbled. A thin longsword materialized in his right hand, and he sliced it through the dying man's neck with a single move, ending his suffering. Blood spurted through the surrounding area while the dying man finally went still. The longsword turned into a white wisp that disappeared in the shadow's war rune a moment later. Meanwhile, the shadow stepped forward to retrieve the arrow that was stuck deep in the Gogi's gaping mouth. One moment, the Gogi was yawning tired from a long night watch, and the next moment an arrow drilled into his mouth. The Gogi didn't even realize what happened before it was already too late. The shadow killed him without a second thought. I still feel guilty whenever I kill someone, the shadow mumbled to himself. I wonder if it's possible to kill without remorse. As the shadow looked at the dead Gogi, the first rays of the early sunrise shone through the canopy of humongous trees. The sun rays showered the shadow with soft light, revealing Michael beneath a black cloak. Michael received a cloak made from the Gogi's black hair as a present the day before. One of his subjects made it for him, and Michael made use of it immediately. His left hand reached out to the inside pocket of the black cloak when he heard a twig breaking. His ears perked up and he dashed to the side, hiding in the shadow of the nearest tree. Guristan, Wakata Miria. A second Gogi emerged through the thicket after his hoarse voice tore through the silence. The Gogi was less than 10 meters away from Michael and the dead Gogi's body. Tigerfang and the boots of Terran materialized the moment the Gogi saw his comrade. The Gogi jumped to his comrade in the hopes of rescuing him, however, it was already too late. The body was deathly still. "Join your friend," Michael muttered as he emerged next to the Gogi. Tigerfang sliced through the Gogi's neck like a hot knife through butter, living up to the sharpness of an epic artifact. Michael used more force to twist Tigerfang, dealing the finishing blow to the helpless Gogi. The Gogi's lethal mistake was that it didn't expect anyone to be daring enough to attack their territory. Night duty was just a formality to make sure that no untoward incidents occurred. Until today, no monster had been foolish enough to attack the Gogi Lord in the dense forest. Today, however, was different. Today was the day everything would change. Michael initiated an all-out war, and he wouldn't stop until his last breath or until he won. Of course, he had a plan. Blood splattered on his face as he pulled Tigerfang out of the dead Gogi. The thin longsword returned to his war rune where he could summon it at will, instantaneously. He twitched when the warm blood spurted on his face before it trickled down slowly. He made a disgusted face as he looked around in his surrounding area. Michael received the energy influx from the second Gogi after the life in its eye dispersed. He reached into the inner pocket of the cloak and dropped something on each corpse before he departed. His movements were deadly silent as he entered the Gogi Lord's territory. "Let's see how fierce you can be and how much you love your offspring," Michael mumbled to himself as he dropped another object from his cloak's inner pocket. Michael felt a little bit bad about what he was going to do, but he was also painfully aware that being merciful and not utilizing every possible means at his disposal would result in a disastrous end for him and his territory. He was not a good person, he had never been one. Michael always desired to use the origin expanse to become stronger, and he knew what that entailed, the choices and sacrifices he would have to make. It required tremendous strength and courage to stay alive in places that were controlled by the strong and wealthy. The strength Michael had to accumulate was not only physical but also mental. He had to bear the responsibility for his actions, no matter how burdensome it might be. Whenever he killed someone for his sake, if only to survive, Michael felt a slight pang of guilt, but he only had two choices: either choose to live with the burden or to perish with it. And he knew that over time, this feeling of guilt would lessen, though it was debatable if he wanted to become a senseless killing machine or not. But that thought could wait for now. He clenched his fists tightly while going further ahead. Michael knew what he was going to do and what he had to do to survive. Never in his life had he been more aware of his actions' repercussions than today. Now that he was inside the Gogi Lord's territory all by himself, Michael had to be vigilant. He didn't think that the Gogis had installed traps around their territory because they were more likely to trigger them rather than catching invaders, being a somewhat dumb species, but it would be troublesome if he was to encounter a group of them. No sooner had he thought this, a group of 2 Gogis appeared on the trodden trail to his right as he was jinxed. His eyes began to glow, and his stance changed at once as he burst into their direction. The Gogis were simply strolling around in their territory and had their guard lowered. Who would expect a fully armed opponent to appear next to them? Nor had T expected a silver streak to pass by. Forget about the possibility of their head rolling over the ground the first thing in the morning. Their energy influx reached Michael a moment later, but it didn't boost his strength significantly like usual. This was because he had attained the mid-level refinement degree last night. Mid-level degree of refinement and an enhancement from 3 artifacts, combined with a soul trait, seems to be enough to handle unguarded Goddess. What a wonder, he thought ironically as he retrieved another object from his cloak's inner pocket. He put it on one of the corpses and looked around afterward. Few Gogis were awake yet, but Michael could hear some commotion a little further ahead. The densely grown flora and fauna blocked his sight, however. That could be considered an advantage. She's not here yet, so I might as well. Just when that thought flashed through his mind, a terrifying roar reverberated through the surroundings. The corners of Michael's lip curled upward, and goosebumps spread all over his body upon hearing the familiar sound. What did I even expect? He thought, questioning whether it was just fate that he jinxed himself repetitively, or if it was related to the first ancestors and his sins. Maybe it was both. Either way, Michael retrieved the remaining fist-sized oval-shaped objects hurriedly before he threw them closer to the center of the Gogi Lord's territory. The objects, also known as a lizard's eggs, shattered without resistance. Mayhem followed soon after as the lizard mother paved her way through the dense rainforest, pursuing the filthy thief who had stolen her eggs. This filthy thief was none other than Michael, who resorted to calling his backup to thrust the Gogi Lord in a battle he will never forget. Unfortunately, his backup required some motivation, which Michael gladly delivered. A few minutes after the roar resounded through the Gogi Lord's territory, Michael found himself standing on a wide branch of a large tree. He was close to the center of the Gogi territory and could not wait to enact his plan. The densely grown bushes and trees made it a little bit more difficult to observe every single detail, but that was not necessary in the first place. Following the actions of the shuttle-sized lizard mother was already more than enough. After completing all preparations for the attack on the Gogi Lord's territory, Michael sneaked out of his territory. The sun was not yet up at that time, but using the glow of crystals, it was possible to illuminate his surrounding area. He had made use of the same darkness to enter the lizard cave when the mother was asleep and had stolen her eggs. After his thievery succeeded, Michael rushed to the Gogi Lord's territory, where he killed the Gogis to drop the lizard mother's eggs on their dead bodies. The last 2 eggs were thrown in the direction of the territory center, where they burst open. It had been less than half an hour since dawn, but the lizard mother was already wide awake and overflowing with anger. She found the first few eggs on the dead Gogi bodies, before her eyes fell on the crumbled and broken shells of 2 of her eggs that were lying on the ground, burst open, exposing the premature embryo. The next thing she saw was more Gogis, but living ones this time. Wrath and grief consumed her as a ball of acidic liquid was released through her mouth. It hit one of the Gogis, who began to scream in unbearable pain as his body began to corrode. Merely a few seconds later, the Gogi was dead. The corroded Gogi's comrades were shocked by the unexpected attack, but they began to move nonetheless. One of them grasped the corroded body and rushed back to the territory, while the other Gogis threw themselves at the lizard mother. Needless to say, the Gogis died. It required only a single slash to cut through the Gogis' weapons and body, or a tail swipe to smash the Gogis against the nearest tree, breaking most bones in their upper body. They weren't even able to reach her claws. Michael mumbled to himself in slight surprise. He had expected the lizard to be powerful and prove to be a great aid in his battle against the Gogi Lord, but she was a one-man army. Maybe it was not even necessary for him to act. It would be great if he could avoid facing danger head-on, but Michael was almost certain that it wouldn't be this easy. And as if on cue, an earth-shattering honk reverberated through the rainforest. Following the honk, countless Gogis emerged from within their huts with a spear quiver slung around their back and a wooden mace in their hands. Michael's attention was turned to their weapons at first. However, he grew more interested in something else by the second. "How many are they?" he blurted out subconsciously. Even if Michael wanted to count the Gogis, he wouldn't be able to. They looked mostly the same and moved around chaotically. Close to 200 Tier 1 Gogis with high physical strength and enough spears to turn the lizard mother into a porcupine if they can penetrate her scales, Michael concluded in awe and shock. He was glad that he had lured the acid-spitting lizard to the Gogi Lord's territory to cause destruction. She was either a lowest Tier 2 monster or a peak Tier 1 monster on the verge of breaking through. One way or another, the lizard had a great natural defense with her metal like scales and multiple means of attack. If the Gogis wouldn't aim their attacks on her joints and unprotected areas such as her eyes, they would have a tough time using their maces to break the lizard's scales. However, that was exactly what Michael expected them to do. He expected them to throw a few spears before they would realize that their attacks were useless, and that was exactly what happened. Close to 200 spears soared through the air near simultaneously, but only a fifth hit their target. None out of 40 spears injured the lizard upon impacting. The lizard had closed her eyes and mouth when a few spears came dangerously close to those areas, only to be repelled upon hitting the lizard's eyelids. After 2 more sets of spear throws that did nothing to harm the lizard, the Gogis changed their tactic. They used the environment to their advantage and surrounded the lizard while holding their maces tightly. Afterward, the Gogis charged at their enemy as if they were the Suicide Squad. "I know that they're more muscle than brain, but shouldn't they wait before their lord arrives?" Michael thought at this moment. He was fairly sure that the Gogi Lord was stronger than the Starless, and 1-star Gogis that were charging at the lizard. The Gogi Lord could bind artifacts to his war rune, boosting his strength drastically, and he was in possession of a soul trait, no matter how bad it was. Furthermore, as Lord of 200 Tier 1 Gogis, his war rune should be at the first tier with a decently high degree of refinement. just what are they doing? The Gogi Lord wouldn't sacrifice his subjects to tire out the lizard, or would he? Michael was really confused by the Gogi Lord's actions. He watched the lizard spray a huge load of acid at the Gogis charging at her from the front. The lizard was hellbent on killing all who had taken the lives of her unborn offspring and continued her attack by smashing her tail into the closest Gogi. The Gogi was flung back and crashed into the comrades standing behind him. Afterward, the lizard charged forward as well. She headed straight at the Gogis whom she had sprayed with her acid and ran over them brutally. The lizard clawed at some of them, tearing through their chests and abdomen before she escaped the encirclement easily. Several Gogis sustained lethal injuries while a handful died. Meanwhile, the lizard was unscathed. It didn't take an expert to tell that the lizard didn't feel like she was in danger either. She was attacking aggressively and faced the Gogis calmly without a single thought of escape flashing through her mind. Michael felt weird while watching the ongoing battle. The lizard released more of her acid before she charged at the Gogis, who were already in unbearable pain after the acid hit them. The Gogis had broken 2 of her eggs, so they had to pay the price for their actions. That was what the lizard mother thought as her claws viciously tore through her opponent's chests and abdomens. The lizard killed mercilessly, consumed by wrath and grief. Meanwhile, Michael started to feel odd. I didn't expect the lizard mother to be that sensitive. Is she that intelligent and emotionally aware? He wondered, unsure if the lizard's behavior was related to her being that powerful, or if it was related to the type of monster she was. Monsters of a higher tier were said to be more intelligent, however. Michael had never seen that firsthand. But now that he watched the lizard's behavior and fighting style, he felt like the door to a new world was open to him. I should never take the monsters of the Origin Expanse lightly. Suddenly, something smashed loudly against one of the larger rainforest trees. The sound pulled Michael out of his thoughts, and his head flicked over to the origin of the noise. A bulky, 4-meter-tall Gogi appeared in his sight. The Gogi Lord had arrived at last. The Gogi Lord was 4 meters tall and bulkier than the rest of his people. He was wielding a huge mace in his right hand, which the Gogi Lord had smashed against the nearest tree to pull everyone's attention over to him. The Gogi Lord shouted something in their native language, and his subjects retreated from the battlefield at once. They heed their lord's command without hesitation, even if that turned into a deadly situation for some Gogis. Lizard ignored the Gogi Lord and continued attacking the Gogis in her vicinity. She tore them apart as they retreated before continuing her advance. Suddenly, something big and heavy crashed onto the lizard's head as she was about to clamp her jaw on a helpless Gogi. It was the Gogi Lord's mace, which he threw at the lizard with all his might. He roared out loudly and beat his chest loudly before he charged forward. A huge 2-bladed battle axe and a Galia helmet materialized a moment later. The battle axe was grasped tightly in the Gogi Lord's right hand, while the Galia covered his head from all sides. The moment the 2 artifacts materialized, the atmosphere on the battlefield changed at once. The Gogis began to shout out their battle cries in a voice loud enough to make someone deaf, and the Gogi Lord's high speed accelerated further. He swung the heavy battle axe at the lizard without hesitation. The Gogi Lord ignored the acid ball that formed in the lizard's mouth and viciously cleaved downward. A moment later, the lizard released the acid, and the battle axe impacted upon her. Chaos and mayhem ensued as the battlefield was stirred up, and the Gogis' battle cries were overwhelmed by the roars of the lizard and the Gogi Lord. Blood splattered all around, and the pungent smell of burned hair and flesh filled the air once again. Meanwhile, Michael frowned deeply after seeing what happened. The Galia helmet cast a protection layer on the Gogi Lord, but it was too weak to repel the acid fully and protect him. Simultaneously, the battle axe sunk deep into the lizard's shoulder, a lot deeper than expected. Both combatants had grossly underestimated their opponent's attack power, causing severe injuries. But that was not all. The Gogi Lord could retreat now and order his warriors to aim their spear throws at the severe injury he had inflicted, while the lizard didn't have this opportunity. It injured the Gogi Lord, whose chest would continue to burn, and his flesh would sizzle as the aftermath of being hit by lethal acid, but that was already it. Neither of them was in a mood to back off. The Gogi Lord's muscles bulged, and his veins popped out as he used his full strength to pull the battle axe out of the lizard. In the same instance, the lizard pounced on the Gogi Lord. Her tail coiled around the Gogi's legs tightly, and the Gogi Lord crashed hard on the ground with the lizard on top of him. The Gogi Lord reacted quickly. He thrust the battle axe between him and the lizard before using his feet to push the monster away. However, the lizard didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, more dark greenish acid formed in her mouth, and she sprayed it all down on the Gogi Lord, who was trying to move with all his might. He couldn't avoid the acid fully, and had to decide between sacrificing his shoulder and arm or his head. The protection layer of the Galia artifact had already been destroyed, and the Gogi Lord knew that he needed his head to keep fighting. Thus, the only option he had was to allow the lizard's acid to be showered on his left arm. But while the acid gushed out of the lizard's mouth, she was distracted. The Gogi Lord roared out and exerted strength beyond his natural capabilities. The adrenaline and energy surging through his body allowed him to tap into power he didn't know he possessed. The burst of strength allowed the Gogi Lord to tilt the battle axe and pierce the lizard's abdomen with its razor-sharp edge. The lizard noticed that something was amiss, and it stopped releasing acid, but it was already too late. The battle axe's edge had already cut deep into the lizard's abdomen. After a short struggle, the lizard rolled down from the Gogi Lord as a bolt of pain erupted from the injury. She was bleeding severely and took a few strides back to observe her surroundings thoroughly. She was heavily outnumbered as more than 100 Gogis surrounded her and the Gogi Lord. Their encirclement formed a large arena for them to battle in. Simultaneously, it was a cage to restrict the lizard from escaping. Now that she had sustained multiple wounds, it was much easier to worsen her injuries with the spears each Gogi held tightly in their large hands. The moment the Gogi Lord ordered his subjects to attack, spears would be thrown at her from every direction. Few would hit the lizard's injuries, but it didn't require many to further deepen her wounds and gravely injure her. However, the Gogi Lord didn't give such a command. He got up from the ground, looked at his left arm, and let out a blood-curdling growl. His battle axe pressed against his shoulder, and he roared out in anger. The next moment, the corroded and half-rotten arm fell to the ground, and a fountain of blood gushed out of the Gogi Lord's shoulder. "Damn," Michael blurted out. He was impressed by the Gogi Lord, who possessed an unyielding spirit and resolute attitude. Once again, Michael was glad that he didn't attack the Gogi Lord on his own, and that he was observing the fight from further away. If he wanted to, he could run away at any time, and nobody would notice it. However, the opportunity that unveiled itself in front of him didn't come by easy. Michael was certain that he would have to clean up the mess he had created today. The Gogi Lord lost one of his arms, and the protection of the Galia artifact was also destroyed. Meanwhile, the lizard was bleeding severely, and surrounded by more than 100 Gogis, who were more than willing to sacrifice their lives to deal the finishing blow. Should I start moving? Michael thought at this moment. The antler bow manifested in his left hand, and he retrieved an arrow but stopped moving midway. No, not yet. Michael held himself back at the right time, or he would have fallen victim to his greed. He wanted to kill all Gogis and land the finishing blow on both the lizard and the Gogi Lord, hitting two birds with a stone. That way, he would receive the energy influx from everyone, which would increase his degree of refinement tremendously. Refining his war rune and advancing to the next tier was important, that was a given, but Michael was currently not desperate to advance quickly. At least, he was not desperate enough to jump into the fight like a suicidal maniac. Michael resumed his observation, but he didn't put the antler bow and arrow back inside his war rune. He used his eagle eyes to watch the fight even more intently than before, and knocked the arrow on the bowstring after a while. The Gogi Lord and the lizard continued to fight a terrific battle. It looked like they were becoming more vicious and feral the more injuries they sustained, but Michael knew that this was just a temporary thing. Both the Gogi Lord and the lizard were overflowing with adrenaline, which had an increased potency upon encountering the churning energy of the origin expanse that circulated through their bodies. However, being able to release more power than usual led to rapid consumption of stamina and the inability of their wounds to heal. Their bleeding showed no signs of stopping. No, it grew worse. At last, when Michael thought it would be over soon, the Gogi Lord raised his right arm high in the air. He gave a command and the Gogis began to act. A moment later, more than 100 spears soared through the air. You can also visit my Patreon, Pa-Hideousgrain, GG eds DGFVWWZ. Link also in my description. Do you like it? Leave a review and add it to the library. The tide of the battle changed once again when the Gogis began to throw spears at the lizard. After the Gogi Lord had inflicted 3 lethal injuries all over the lizard's body, the spear's threat increased exponentially. Not many spears hit the lizard. Even fewer had been precise enough to pierce through the monster's open wound, but the few that hit caused considerable damage. The spears that hit the targeted areas penetrated deep into the lizard's flesh where they remained stuck. The lizard's movements made the spears sink deeper into her flesh, worsening her injuries in the process. The spears stuck in her body wouldn't kill the lizard immediately. However, they weakened her and enraged the monster even further. Meanwhile, the Gogi Lord was barely hanging on to his life when he gave his subjects the command to join the battle. Initially, his pride didn't allow him to give up, but he did not want to die and leave his subjects behind while the lizard was still alive. He had to survive, even if it was just for his subjects. More than 100 Gogis were still standing, and they attacked the lizard with the remaining spears in their quivers. The lizard was further driven by wrath and used every ounce of strength in her body despite being exhausted and severely injured. She began to fight desperately, abandoning reason and logic. She charged at the most crowded areas and used her claws, tail, fangs, and acid spit to cripple and kill all Gogis. Her desperate struggle was clear to see, but this only highlighted the immense power the monster could unleash through the stress she faced. The surges of adrenaline blocked her sensation of pain, turning the monster into a living slaughter machine. The Gogi Lord took a step closer to the lizard and his subjects, but stopped afterward. He began to tremble, and it grew increasingly difficult for him to move around. The Gogi Lord could only clutch at his corroded abdomen, where remnants of the lizard's acid spit were still at work, burning his flesh and eating him away slowly. The full potential of the lizard's acid spit came into effect at last. It restricted the Gogi Lord, preventing him from rejoining the battle. He was forced to witness the demise of his subjects as he limped helplessly, unable to do anything about it. Both are half dead. Good thing I waited a little longer. Michael was sitting on the tree branch like a coiled wire, observing the battle intensely. However, now that the opportunity he was seeking finally appeared, he would be the last one to shy away from joining. The first arrow was already knocked on the bowstring of the antler bow, and he pulled it back slowly. He lifted the antler bow slowly, aimed for a second with his eagle eyes fully activated, and shot. Michael didn't have to follow the arrow's trajectory to know that his aim had been perfect. He retrieved the second arrow from his war rune, which he knocked on the bowstring before he pulled it back once again. He channeled bits of his energy into the antler bow to boost the power behind every shot and released the arrow after he aimed at his next target for a second. Michael's arrow pierced through the left eye of his second target with a sickening crunch. The Gogi had been in the outermost circle, where nobody noticed him. His death was quick and silent, piercing his eye and skull before he realized it. Michael continued to attack the Gogis that were the furthest away from the battlefield. Everyone was too focused on the lizard's terrifying attacks and her desperate struggle for death. The Gogis were certain that the lizard would die soon, which increased the intensity of their attacks even further. Nobody noticed him as the Gogis threw themselves at the lizard in the hopes of landing the finishing blow and ending her menace for once and all. He didn't think highly of that tactic because most Gogis ended up killing themselves, but their idiotic behavior was an advantage for him. It was better if more of them died while tiring out the lizard. Michael's focus diverted to the lizard whenever he eliminated a few Gogis. He continued to kill the Gogis all over the battlefield while staying well hidden high up in the tree, using the thicket as a cover. His aim was impeccable. Almost no arrow missed its target. That was something that surprised even Michael. In school, they had learned to wield all kinds of weapons, but Michael knew that he hadn't been an exceptional archer before. All of that changed with Fenrir's memories. Most memories of Fenrir using the bow had been deeply ingrained into his body and mind. One could say that Fenrir's memories and experiences had become a part of Michael. They became his memories and experiences. Combining the aim, accuracy, and tricks that Fenrir had learned by using the bow for years with the eagle eye's soul trait made it much easier for Michael to replicate Fenrir's exceptional archery skills. The star ranking of their soul traits was different, but Michael made up for the difference by keeping the distance to his targets short enough to hit them without flaws. Continuously using eagle eye's full power drained quite some energy, but it was not worth mentioning compared to the energy influx he received now that he started killing the Tier 1 Gogis. I should slow down a little. Once the number of Gogis decreased to less than 50, Michael released fewer arrows. He noticed that some Gogis had started to look around as if they sensed that something was amiss. They had yet to find the arrows stuck in some of their comrades' bodies, but that was only a matter of time. Even the densely grown rainforest couldn't hide everything. Time passed eerily slowly as the fight continued. Michael had less than 20 arrows remaining while the number of opponents decreased slowly. A few minutes had passed since he stopped shooting, but there were still 20 Gogis alive and fighting viciously. The lizard monster was now close to death, but she perceived a ray of hope now that the number of opponents was so little. Unfortunately, the Gogi Lord regained his ability to move at last. He is willing to sacrifice his life instead of continuing to watch his subjects' demise. What a great lord! Michael was getting increasingly impressed by the Gogi Lord and found himself respecting his actions. Most lords didn't even think of their summoned subjects as living beings. The Origin Expanse had resurrected them to obey their lords. This turned them into mere puppets. That was what those lords believed firmly. However, the Gogi Lord was different. He seemed to treat his subjects like he himself wanted to be treated as well. Under normal circumstances, having such a personality was great. Unfortunately, it may not be the best option for a lord who is responsible for ensuring the survival and safety of his territory and subjects. What a shame. I wonder if we could have become partners if not for the incident, Michael wondered before he made a move. One arrow after another cut through the air. In the next instance, the first arrow drilled deep into the Gogi Lord's left eye. Then the second and third arrows followed suit. The Gogi Lord staggered after the first arrow pierced his head. When the second and third found their target, the Gogi Lord lost control of his body and crashed to the ground. The lizard monster, who had turned over to the Gogi Lord to face him, saw the arrows when they pierced the Gogi Lord's eye. She turned around and her gaze followed the direction in which the arrows had flown towards the Gogi Lord. She found Michael standing high up in the trees only seconds later. At that moment, realization struck her, but it was already too late. She roared out loudly with the last bits of strength in her body before a series of arrows pierced her eyes and her wide-open mouth. Michael, the cleaning fairy, was about to complete his mission. You can also visit my Patreon, Pa Hideousgrain, GG DGFVWWZ. Link also in my description. Do you like it? Leave a review and add it to the library. Michael released one arrow after another. He was certain that the lizard monster was about to die the moment his first arrow pierced one of her eyes. However, the lizard didn't collapse even after the fourth arrow pierced her. Only when the sixth arrow dug deep into the monster's vital points did it collapse. The lizard continued to twitch, but Michael couldn't pay the monster any more attention. The Gogi Lord's energy share reached him. It felt like a bucket of boiling water had been simply upturned over his head before it entered his body by forcing its way through his pores. His blood began to churn and his muscles cramped. Michael could barely hold onto the antler bow before he lost control of his trembling arms. His legs gave in due to the sheer intensity of the energy and he slumped to the ground. However, it was not over yet. The lizard monster died just now, and her energy share reached Michael. Michael's veins protruded, and the muscles all over his body bulged when the lizard's energy share slammed into him, leaving Michael breathless. If the energy influx of a low Tier 1 Gogi could be compared to a bucket full of water, the Gogi Lord's energy influx would be a bathtub that had been filled to the brim. However, Michael would still be able to accept this much energy if given enough time. But the energy influx of the lizard didn't wait for him to take a few breaths and ready himself. The energy influx crashed down on him like an avalanche, suffocating Michael with its sheer mass of energy. Michael's body couldn't take in that much energy at once, yet the energy influx didn't care about that. It forced its way inside Michael's body, causing his skin to burst open and blood to spurt out. He began to bleed from all 7 orifices and coughed up even more blood. His blood was sticky, and it was boiling hot. For an unknown amount of time, Michael was unable to sense anything in his surroundings. His eyes were covered in blood. He could only smell his own blood and hear his wildly thumping heart. Even his sense of touch was numb. Michael couldn't feel a thing, as if he had been isolated from the rest of the world. Focus on the war rune. Channel every bit of energy inside the war rune. Michael told himself repetitively as if he was chanting a mantra. The flood of energy spreading through his body was too much for him to handle in his current state. It was already surprising that his body didn't disintegrate into pieces. His muscles and veins were on the verge of rupturing, but they weren't. They barely contained the tremendous pressure inside his body. At one point, Michael thought that he fainted. He regained his senses a few seconds later, but worry plagued his mind from that moment onward. Was he going to die? Instinctively, he materialized Tigerfang. He channeled some of his excess energy inside the artifact, easing the pressure weighing down on his entire being. Michael followed up by using as much energy as possible to unleash the full power of his soul traits, further alleviating the pressure off him. That's better. The massive amount of energy spreading through him was easier to bear at last, and Michael's chaotic senses finally returned to normalcy, making him feel a bit relieved. He wiped his eyes with his cloak and opened them once again. The most annoying foes are dead, but how many Gogis are left? Even if Michael wished that the battle was already over, that was not the case. Some Gogi were still alive. Michael continued using both soul traits and channeling energy into his 3 artifacts, while his war rune was refined at a rapid speed. The refinement of his war rune resulted in a proportional increase in his strength, which decreased the pressure caused by the energy influx. A war rune could be controlled manually, but it would naturally absorb the untamed energy of the origin Expanse when it entered his body. Michael made use of that. He slung the antler bow around his shoulder and looked down at the battlefield. The survivors of the battle were a few Gogis. They had gathered around their lord's dead body and were beating their chests while roaring out loudly. A few more Gogis doesn't really change anything, Michael thought before jumping from one branch to another. All opponents had to be killed before he could calm down and put his full focus on the untamed energy inside him. He reached the ground after a few jumps and channeled more energy into the boots of Terran when his feet touched the soft soil. The next moment, he turned into a flash. The distance to the remaining Gogis decreased in the blink of an eye. Tigerfang arced through the air and cut down like a descending shooting star. Michael felt the faint resistance of the Gogi's skin as Tigerfang's razor-sharp edge cut through it. The blade continued to hack and slash at the Gogis, severing their muscles and tendons with little to no resistance. The first bits of resistance reached Michael when Tigerfang sliced through the Gogi's flesh and bones. However, Tigerfang was overflowing with energy, further enhancing the epic artifact's sharpness and durability. The enhancement was high enough for a mid-level Tier 0 Lord who was overflowing with energy to cut through Tier 1 Gogis without feeling too much resistance. Tigerfang was an exceptional artifact, but so were the Boots of Terran. After Michael channeled enough energy into the Boots of Terran, he was able to overdrive the swiftness enchantment. The power output of the enchantment was temporarily increased by 200, further increasing his speed. Using all of his means, Michael ended up taking the remaining Gogis by surprise. They had been grieving the loss of their lord, only to end up with a sword thrust through their chest, or with the loss of their head, joining him in the afterlife. The energy influx of the Tier 1 Gogis didn't worsen Michael's condition any further. The flood of the lizard monster's energy had been too massive for the low Tier 1 Gogis' energy to make a difference. Once the remaining Gogis were dead, Michael felt a tinge of excitement surging up from the depth of his subconscious. He was still forced to keep releasing his soul traits and channeling energy into his artifacts to make sure that he wouldn't die, but he came to realize that the battle had finally ended. Michael had won the battle against the Gogi Lord by deceit, stealthily entering the lizard monster's cave to steal her eggs to lead her to the Gogi Lord's territory was not something a warrior would have done, but Michael was not a warrior in the first place, not yet. He was a lord and ready to do everything necessary to ensure the survival of his territory and people. Thus, the Gogi Lord had to die, or he and his territory would have been annihilated in the following days. That was a fact. I really did it, he mumbled, his gaze moving across the bloody battlefield. The environment was either destroyed or died in the blood of the deceased, along with the mangled and mutilated corpses of the Gogis scattered all around. It was a gory sight that caused Michael to retch. However, he had to endure it. Michael was not allowed to close his eyes and turn away from the gory sight. He was the reason why everyone on the battlefield died today. His action led to everyone's death, and he knew that he had to imprint the sight into his mind. It was necessary to know what effect his actions had, otherwise, he would break down after doing something he couldn't forgive himself for doing. Every action resulted in a consequence. That was something Michael had to understand. For example, defeating the Gogi Lord meant that the territory of the Gogi Lord was not protected anymore, and that a new overlord would soon come to stake claim on it. Michael didn't possess the strength or resources to expand his territory that far yet. Thus, more monsters would gather in the Gogi Lord's territory and fight for it. Meanwhile, Michael's war rune received a large amount of energy from killing the Gogis and Gogi Lord. His war rune was being refined, but it couldn't be overcharged with energy. It would require some time before all energy would be absorbed and further used to refine his war rune. Thus, Michael had to continue to endure it. Fortunately, there was a lot to do. He could distract himself for quite a while, exploring the Gogi Lord's territory and extracting the corpses of more than 200 Gogis. His storage space was much bigger than before, but he couldn't store 200 Gogis to his misfortune. Nonetheless, the space was enough to store the corpses of the Gogi Lord and the lizard monster. He stored them inside his storage space before he turned his focus to the Gogi corpses. I cannot carry all corpses, but I can still extract the loot generated by the origin Expanse, Michael mumbled to himself. If he was already using his soul traits to drain his energy, he might as well gain something out of it. However, just as he was about to bend down to extract the drops of the first corpse, Michael's senses tingled. He dived to the side, rolled on the ground, and jumped up to look back as something cutting through the air with horrifying velocity reached his ears. What he saw caused his veins to pop. "You fucking forest, just leave me alone." 3 arrows pierced the ground where he had been standing just a moment ago, making him curse profusely. Michael nearly lost control of the untamed energy inside him when he flared up in anger. However, it was hard for him to believe that he was attacked right after he got rid of his last enemy. It was not as if enemies were queuing up to fight him right. One of the 3 arrows stuck in the ground had grazed Michael, ripping his clothes. A single glance was enough for Michael to tell that the arrow's tip had scratched his left leg. It cut him faintly. Who? Michael's head flicked in the direction where the arrows came from. His eagle eye soul trait was still fully activated, perceiving the faintest movements in his sight. Thus, it only took a second or two until he found the perpetrators standing on a wide tree branch high up in a tree 100 meters away. What the? A group of 5 human-like creatures carrying bows entered his sight. They stood proudly on the large tree branch with their youthful and ageless appearance. They had fair skin, emerald eyes, and long golden hair that had been tied back in a bun or ponytail. They were elves. Their large, pointed ears were not hard to see with the eagle eyes activated. They attracted his attention almost immediately. However, the arrows knocked on their fully drawn-out bowstring instantly made him feel wary about them. They have war runes. Maybe the group doesn't belong to another lord, Michael thought when he got a fairly good view of their war runes. It didn't take a genius to tell that their war runes were more advanced than Tiara's war rune. In fact, Michael was certain that the elves' war runes were more refined than that of the Gogi Lords. Michael's heart had been filled with joy and excitement before, but it began to beat wildly now that a new threat appeared. His positioning was bad, and he had to split his focus to continue consuming the untamed energy inside him. He didn't know much about the elves either. Were they also his enemies, or did they shoot him as a warning? They could have killed me easily. 5 arrows shot at me when I was unguarded would have been more than enough. Michael could tell that the 3 arrows shot in his direction were not released using much force. They weren't stuck deep in the ground, and he had been able to evade them even though he had been focused on something else. Despite feeling that the elves might be easier to deal with by talking rather than fighting, Michael felt a small spark of anger rising from inside him. So there are elves in this annoying, deadly forest, and they're some adventurers. I swear, if they're tier 2 adventurers, I am going to search the origin expanses will end. Michael couldn't finish his thought. His attention was locked on the elven group. They continued to aim at him but didn't release a second barrage of arrows. Instead, their eyes moved across the Gogi Lord's territory. They saw the mangled and mutilated Gogi corpses spread across the bloody battlefield and Michael standing in the midst. Were they the Gogi Lord's partners? Give me a break, please. Michael willed Tigerfang to return to his war rune and lifted his empty hands to show he was not an enemy. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, and the tension increased exponentially while the elves continued to hold their bows aimed at him. They only kept staring at him without the slightest movement or uttering a single noise for the next few minutes, which worsened the worry in Michael's heart until he couldn't take it anymore. If you guys don't want to talk to me, then I am not going to stay here like a living target, Michael thought. I am at a huge disadvantage here, either way. Don't even think that I will risk talking to you guys while your arrowheads are locked on me. The instance after he finished his train of thought, Michael retrieved a glass vial from his war rune. He grasped it tightly and channeled a tremendous amount of untamed energy inside it. The next moment, he threw the vial into the air. Michael turned on his heels and he kicked his feet off the ground when an intense and bright flash of light filled the bloody battlefield. Simultaneously with the flash, the vial produced a loud bang as it burst open. Michael could reach his top speed near instantly with the boots of Terran's swiftness enchantment. He didn't look back to see the effectiveness of the dazzling light and how the elves reacted to it, but he jumped through a bush and headed straight back to his territory. If the elves wanted to talk to him, they could have done so already instead of the tense standoff. Thus, Michael chose to take the worst-case scenario into consideration, which was that the elves and the Gogi Lord were close business partners and that they wanted to capture and torture him to take revenge. Even if the worst-case scenario was not right, it was weird that the elves didn't utter a single word nor attempted to initiate communication, but pointed their arrowheads at him, which he took as a sign of hostility. That was not beneficial, and more than enough reason for him to risk fleeing. Michael retrieved a second glass vial from his war rune while continuing to run for his life. The glass vials had been filled with red viscous liquid before Blair drank them. Michael and his subjects had toiled endlessly to test out a few things and put those now empty vials to good use. Michael wanted to have a few means of escape since he had been wanting to fight the Gogi Lord alone. Too many steps in his plan could have gone wrong, which was why he made ample preparations to ensure his survival. That way, even if something had gone wrong, Michael wouldn't have necessarily died. They ground the glow of crystals and mixed them with the frail white crystal, which had properties like magnesite. At the end of the night, Michael, the scholar and the craftsman had created a flash powder that could be ignited with the dormant energy of the origin expanse. The more energy was used, the brighter the flash and subsequent burst of light would be. Fortunately enough, Michael was overflowing with a massive amount of untamed energy right now. It was no problem for Michael to create a dazzling flash of light. The dazzling flash of light dispersed after a few seconds. However, that was enough for him to increase the distance to the elves. Michael sprinted swiftly through the rainforest. He jumped over a large root and charged through 2 bushes. Michael's moves were nimble, and the changes in his direction were instantaneous, almost like a cheetah. The moment the densely grown environment blocked the elves' sight, Michael charged straight home. He dashed through the bushes and thicket that did little to deter him. On the contrary, he could maintain his top speed while using the tree roots as launching pads and means to trick the elves. Are they behind me? Michael wondered after he ran for half a minute. The rainforest's noises, his ragged breathing, and the distraction caused by the untamed energy raging inside him prevented Michael from using his full focus on his escape. However, the rustling leaves high up in the trees around him were enough to tell that someone was following him. The sounds came from behind him, but they inched closer with each passing second. Why are they tailing me but not attacking? The elves traveled through the trees like monkeys, jumping from one branch to another. Meanwhile, Michael was already running as fast as he could while using the densely grown rainforest vegetation to his advantage. He could only make use of the only advantage he had. The elves didn't know where he was going. Because the elves had no information about him, they couldn't be certain he was alone. His war rune was still tierless, and there had been more than 200 Gogi corpses at the first tier. No matter what the situation may be, the elves would never believe that Michael killed the Gogas on his own. Thus, logically, the elves would be wary of him and try to keep some distance and stay vigilant. After all, Michael might be a bait to lure them into a trap. The unknown was dangerous, and it was better to act carefully and slow down instead of walking into an obvious trap. At least, that was what Michael believed the elves thought about the current situation. Nobody would believe that he obliterated the Gogi Lord by himself. It didn't make sense. Fortunately, Michael had the help of a powerful lizard mother, but that was not something the elves had to know. A second flare of dazzling light flooded the proximity when the protection barrier of his territory entered his sight. He channeled enough untamed energy in the vial to release the most dazzling light before he threw it high in the air. Michael heard the groans of a few elves, which was all the more reason to use the last bits of strength within his body to run even faster. The elves couldn't be far from him if he was already able to hear their groans. Fortunately, the flare of dazzling light gave him some leeway. It allowed him to inch closer to the protection barrier without getting caught. However, Michael could only feel safe when he dived through the protection barrier. The moment he landed inside the protection barrier, several thuds and smacks rang out behind and above him. 3 of the 5 elves pursuing him hadn't perceived the protection barrier. They charged into it at full speed and bumped into it. I feel like I ran a marathon after feasting at an all-you-can-eat buffet," Michael mumbled quietly. He retched and gagged a few times, but he never vomited. It was just the untamed energy inside him that ravaged his body, causing mayhem. Since Michael forcefully controlled the untamed energy to channel it inside his artifacts, and the vials to create a dazzling flare of light, his entire body was slowly being wreaked. The rapid refinement of his war rune and his strong willpower were the only reasons why he had not yet fainted. However, now that he had returned to his territory, the adrenaline coursing through him had finally ebbed. The tension all over his body had been dispelled the moment he knew that he was safe, and he felt like sleeping for an entire week. Unfortunately, the elves had yet to leave. They stared at him while 3 of them rubbed their noses. "What am I supposed to do now?" Michael wondered. He tilted his head while looking at the elves. They didn't attack him when they could have, and it didn't look like they were angry either. On the contrary, they were simply staring at him with curiosity and confusion. Michael was thankful for not being stuck with an arrow in his back, but he wouldn't let the elves fool him. It might be great to befriend the group of elves, but it was always tricky to get closer to lords and adventurers of other races. Nobody could tell if both sides were sincere, or if one side was slowly leeching off the other until it was sucked dry. Even befriending other lords of the same race was quite difficult since greed and selfishness often led to betrayal. But then again, elves were known to be loyal once you earned their trust, even if that was said to be quite hard. "Do you want to take revenge on me for killing the Gogi Lord?" Michael asked in the origin language. One of the biggest reasons for him to attend one of the most prestigious high schools in the Golden Sun province was to join the origin language class. His brother was unable to join a prestigious school in the past. Thus, he had to spend most of his savings to attend a night class to learn the origin language. Not only was that extremely expensive, but the quality of the lesson was on a different level. Michael could speak the origin language as fluently as the human language, while his brother had attained the same skill level after spending several years inside the origin expanse, learning it the hard way. The elves looked at each other when they heard Michael and had a quick discussion in the elven tongue before one of them stepped forward. "We don't really care who eliminated the Gogi Lord if we get the Lord's corpse. Hand it over and we'll leave silently," one of the elves said. She was standing right in front of the protection barrier, unprotected and easy to target. Michael could materialize Tigerfang and thrust out to kill the elven woman, however, that would only cause more problems. He didn't want to invite more trouble, and he wouldn't be able to endure the energy influx from killing the elven woman, either way. Michael had enough trouble with the energy influx of the lizard, the Gogi Lord, and dozens of Gogas. It was not necessary to worsen his condition any further. "You want his corpse. Why? Did someone order you to kill the Gogi Lord?" he asked in return. Now that he was inside his territory, Michael felt much more secure. He was not even nervous anymore. They're either adventurers or mercenaries. The elven woman looked at Michael intently. She pressed her palm against the protection barrier with some force and nodded her head. To think that another lord appeared in the untamable jungle. But it's even more surprising to think that a lord, whose grace period has yet to conclude, was able to take down the Gogi Lord. She mumbled quietly to herself before her focus returned to Michael. "How did you do it? You're merely a tierless lord, so you couldn't have done it alone." Most Gogi corpses on the battlefield were mauled and disfigured by something big. The elven woman seemed intrigued, but Michael didn't answer even after the graceful elven woman stared at him with gleaming eyes. "Is that how they interrogate people? By bewitching them with their beauty? Well, it doesn't seem like a bad plan to make use of their beauty that way," Michael thought while keeping his mouth shut. "We received the extermination mission from the guild in Ziltra," the female elf answered at last. She didn't know the human lord, but it was not difficult to tell that he was a tough nut to crack. "Ziltra, is that a city in the untamed jungle?" Michael asked curiously. He didn't have much information about the region around him. Michael just found out that the rainforest region was called the untamed jungle. Meanwhile, Ziltra sounded like the name of a city, which was why Michael made a guess. This time it was the female elf who remained quiet, her lip curled up while Michael's face darkened. "You're not going to tell me anything if I don't tell you anything," Michael asked inwardly before letting out a sigh. Ziltra is one of the border cities of the Zentaka Empire. It's the first line of defense against the monsters of the untamed jungle that often wreak havoc and lay waste in the Empire. We're a E-rank adventure team and accepted the mission to kill the Gogi Lord after the Gogi Lord kidnapped the Bilrock's horde of a wealthy merchant. The merchant offered us a small fortune, so the female elf trailed off, but it was enough for Michael to get the gist of it. No matter how she looked at the situation, the human lord was at an advantage. He could use the protection barrier to hunt them down or leave the origin expanse with the corpse of the Gogi Lord inside his war rune storage space if hunting down didn't work. They were in dire need of money, and the human lord was the only obstacle factor separating them from their fortune. If a few answers were enough to get on his good side, why wouldn't she reveal some commonly known facts? Zentaka Empire. Ziltra is a border city and the first line of defense against the untamed jungle, Michael thought, slowly trying to comprehend the bits of information he received. And my territory is in the untamed jungle that even an empire doesn't seem to be able to conquer great. Once again, Michael realized that he had no idea where he was and how dangerous the untamed jungle truly was. He sighed deeply and looked at the elven adventurer team. Let's make a deal. The deal was rather simple. Michael would receive the information he wanted, and the elves would receive the Gogi Lord's corpse. Both sides would benefit greatly. We accept the deal. Let us inside and we can talk all night, the female elf said generously, giving him a faint smile. However, Michael didn't move an inch. He frowned deeply and shook his head. That's not going to happen. We will talk here with the barrier between us, Michael announced, making his stance clear. Of course, if you remove your weapons and allow me to tie your arms and legs, I will reconsider letting you guys inside. But I don't believe that anyone here wants to be tied up like a prisoner, he added after a few seconds. Michael sensed that the other elves looked at him with discontent and ridicule, but he couldn't care less. They whispered to each other in the elven tongue, which Michael shrugged off. He didn't mind if they thought of him as a coward. Why should I trust you guys in the first place? I don't know you and you don't know me. I would rather stay alive than fall prey to stupidity. The elves were as strong as the lizard mother, if not stronger. Michael couldn't even deal with the Gogi Lord without help. Dealing with the elven group was out of question. You can decide to leave with empty hands. I don't really mind, Michael said calmly. It's not like I ask for a lot. All you have to do is spend 10 or 20 minutes talking about the untamed jungle, where Ziltra is located, and some information about the places I should avoid when I travel to Ziltra, places in Ziltra I should visit, and even the places I should avoid in Ziltra. Michael had nothing to lose if the elves were not willing to accept the deal. In the worst case, he could preserve the Gogi Lord's corpse and hand it over to the guild in Ziltra to receive the elves' mission reward. The reason Michael was willing to give up on the mission reward was pretty simple. He hoped the elves would feel indebted to him and that they would provide secret information. But most importantly, Michael didn't want to make new enemies now that he got rid of the Gogi Lord and the lizard after tiring himself out for hours. The group of 5 elves was far more dangerous than the Gogi Lord given the fact that they were deemed mercenaries by the Empire. It would be great if they could become friends. But even if that was not possible, it would be fine as long as their relationship remained neutral. The female elf from earlier nodded her head in response. Michael's comments were reasonable. Michael was the one to have defeated the Gogi Lord and Gogas. He deserved the reward, not them. There would be some minor issues if Michael were to travel to Ziltra and demand the mission reward from the guild, but these issues were not worth mentioning, and all Michael asked for was some information. It didn't take an expert to determine that Michael was a rookie lord. His war rune was tierless and the protection barrier was still up. Considering these factors, Michael was either well-trained or in possession of a powerful soul trait. Otherwise, he shouldn't have been able to kill the Gogi Lord and his subjects, or was just suicidal, though the elves didn't think that this was the case. The rookie lord seemed vigilant. We accept your deal. In fact, we will not report the appearance of a new lord in the untamed jungle either, the female elf, who seemed to be the adventure team's leader, said. Michael didn't think much about that, so he nodded his head thankfully. It's not like his territory will remain standing long enough to be worth reporting. In the first place, another elf added in a low voice. Michael heard the comment and tilted his head in confusion while looking at the youthful man for a while. After a second or two, Michael's gaze moved away from the youthful man. He looked at the other elves and noticed that they refrained from commenting on the youthful elf's silent jibe at him. They think that I won't be able to hold my fortes at that dangerous here. The Gogi Lord survived as well, so why can't I? It was a fact that Gogas were warriors and physically extremely strong. However, it was not as if their tier was higher than others upon being summoned. Michael felt that he shouldn't be too much at a disadvantage compared to the Gogi Lord. Don't take my comrade's comment to heart. Your territory is located a bit deeper inside the untamed jungle when compared to the Gogi Lord's territory. The Gogi Lord was already in a dangerous position on the outskirts of the untamed jungle, but you're already at the border to the middle zone, the elf leader explained when she saw how confused Michael was. Middle zone. My territory is only a few kilometers away from the Gogi Lord, and so far, I've only encountered low Tier 1 monsters. Though their population is much higher than I expected, there are no tierless monsters either, Michael grumbled quietly, which caused the elf leader to add. That's the thing. The overpopulation of Tier 1 predators is the most common at the borders between the outer area and the middle zone. There should be some Tier 2 monsters nearby, but you've probably not encountered them yet. Michael recalled the lizard mother when the elf leader spoke about Tier 2 monsters, and he kept his mouth shut. The only places he had visited outside the territory were the lizard cave and the Gogi Lord's territory. He didn't have to go deep inside the lizard cave and immediately encountered the lizard mother. Even if Michael had never encountered a Tier 2 monster before, he was pretty sure that the lizard mother had been one. The energy share he received from her was more than 10 times stronger than the energy share of the Gogi Lord. So what if I'm in between the outer area and the middle zone? I survived the Gogi Lord as well. I can deal with Tier 1 monsters even though I'm only a tierless lord and I have Tiara and my warriors. With enough time and effort, we'll be able to deal with Tier 2 monsters as well. In the first place, no Tier 2 monster seems to be running around mindlessly. Mickey was a bit stubborn and zealous, but that was required to not let anxiety about his territory's location disadvantage get to him. It was not as if Michael could change the location of his territory in the first place. He had to accept the situation and progress, rather than lament about the inevitable. That was also why Michael listened intently to the information provided by the elven adventurers. Where should I start? I think you're the most interested in the untamed jungle. The elven leader began to share information. She was meticulous and didn't seem to mind going into detail. Whenever Michael had a question, she would give him a satisfying answer. The elven leader was quite knowledgeable, which made Michael feel as if he hit the jackpot. Time passed quickly after the elven leader began sharing her knowledge about the untamed jungle and Ziltra. More than half an hour passed before she stopped. Meanwhile, Michael looked like his brain was melting. He couldn't absorb any more information even if he wanted to. Fortunately, that was not necessary because he had learned most things he wanted to know from her. Even if he was not foolish enough to think that everything the elven leader said was true, the pieces of detailed information he had received would be quite helpful in the future. Saying so, Michael turned around and disappeared in the thicket of the rainforest inside his territory. The elves looked at each other in confusion. Is he playing with us? We know that the Gogi Lord is in his war-ruined space, the youthful elf said, clenching his fist. The other elves nodded their heads, feeling similarly confused. There shouldn't be a reason for the rookie lord to leave suddenly. I don't really care as long as we get the Gogi Lord's corpse, the elf leader answered with a shrug. She didn't think that Michael was foolish enough to betray them. The rookie lord seemed quite intelligent and vigilant. He wouldn't dare to anger them knowing that the protection barrier would disperse in a few days. That doesn't make sense, is he trying to fool us? The youthful elf repeated, only for his head to snap forward when the elven leader slapped the back of his head lightly. Shut up and wait. What the elves didn't know was that Michael was less than 10 meters away from them. He retrieved the Gogi Lord's corpse once he was certain that the trees and bushes acted as privacy screens, shielding what he was going to do next. Then his hands began to glow golden. Before handing over the Gogi Lord's corpse, he had to extract his body. After all, that was his loot to claim. It took only a minute to extract the most important loot, but Michael took his own sweet time to return. 20 minutes after he left, Michael returned to the elves. He dragged the Gogi Lord's corpse behind him and pushed it through the protection barrier without saying a word. His face looked pale, and his expression was filled with confusion and doubts. Michael was deep in thought and didn't even notice that the youthful elf called him out to disappear for such a long time. Even the elven leader had grown a little worried when Michael didn't return after 10 minutes. The elves were unable to figure out what had taken Michael so long when he merely had to access his war rune to retrieve the Gogi Lord's corpse. However, Michael's entire focus was on the loot he had received from extracting the Gogi Lord's body. Some drops were expected, while others were just too confusing. He had obtained a wisp of memories, several soulstar fragments, a few blueprints, the Gogi Lord's battle axe artifact, and hundreds of Bilrock's feathers. It was the first time he used extraction on someone with a war rune, and it was the second time he had extracted a wisp of memories and soulstar fragments. Soulstar fragments was the name Michael gave the translucent marbles with strands of purple energy inside. They could form into soul traits or enhance his soul trait's star rating. Interestingly enough, the soul star fragments didn't form into a soul trait upon getting extracted, but that was better. Michael didn't want to collect hundreds of low-ranked soul traits in the first place. Instead, he desired to enhance the star rating of his existing soul traits. When Michael saw the soul star fragments, he didn't wait long and willed the war rune to absorb them. It was not difficult to enhance extraction, which was upgraded to a 3-star soul trait at last. The soul trait Eagle Eyes may help him more in combat upon being upgraded, but extraction increased his drop rate and strengthened the resources he extracted. Thinking about his drop rate made him recall the Gogi Lord's territory, where the corpses of more than 200 Tier 1 Gogis were scattered on the ground, waiting to be extracted by him. That was also why Michael thought of upgrading extraction, as the changes his first soul trait underwent when he upgraded it from a 2-star soul trait to a 2.5-star soul trait were quite beneficial. Michael had yet to test it out, but he was certain that his drop rate increased even further now that extraction was upgraded to a 3-star soul trait. Being able to extract soul star fragments and a wisp of memories had been great, but Michael had predicted that. He was more interested in the extraction of the Gogi Lord's battle axe and the Bilrock's feathers. The Gogi Lord's body was not covered in Bilrock's feathers, but the storage space of his war rune might Bilrock's feathers stored in it. This led to the question, which tormented him the most right now: could he use extraction on war runes as well? The answer was pretty obvious. Michael extracted the battle axe artifact that had been bound to the Gogi Lord's war rune, and he extracted the Bilrock's feathers that could only be stored in his war rune's storage space. Gogis didn't eat chicken meat. Finding out a new perk of his soul trait was quite exciting. He didn't expect that he would be able to take the artifacts of deceased lords and adventurers for himself, and that he could even loot their war rune's storage space. However, this brought forth even more questions. What was the limit of his soul trait? Could he use his soul trait on living lords and adventurers as well, or was it restricted? Michael could use extraction on the trees in the untamed jungle even though they were not dead. With that logic, it shouldn't be impossible to steal the artifacts of other lords and adventurers. Michael may even turn into a thief, capable of looting the storage space of war runes. Of course, Michael didn't plan to turn into a thief, but he wanted to find out the limit of his soul trait. It could be useful for future purposes. He had many more questions that were waiting to be answered. However, it was better to make mental notes and save those for later to ponder about when he had free time instead of throwing dozens of questions around. Most of them couldn't be answered easily, either way. After Michael came to a conclusion, his fogged mind cleared up at last. He realized that he had been rude to the elves and wanted to apologize. However, when he looked at the elves, their body language indicated that they didn't really seem to mind too much. The youthful elf glared at him, but the rest seemed unbothered. Are elves not as difficult to deal with as everyone says? He wondered. Michael felt much better thinking that the elves were nicer than expected, and he recalled something when he was about to see them off. You might be able to earn a big fortune by bringing the Bilrock's hoard back to the merchant. If that merchant is not an idiot, he will give you a generous reward, he proposed with a faint smile. The elves had stored the Gogi Lord's corpse and were about to leave when they turned back to him. The elven leader returned a simple smile. If you need help in the future, you can ask for us in the guild tavern. I am Lilica Baurian from the Turton Woods. We belong to the Forest Elven, and I'm the leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team, she introduced herself. Does that mean they'll take the Bilrock's hoard back to Ziltra, or not? Michael asked himself. He was a little confused because it felt like the dynamic between him and the Emerald Leaf Adventure Team had changed. However, instead of dwelling on it unnecessarily, Michael chose to go with the flow. My name is Michael Fang, and I'm a human lord. I won't allow the untamed jungle to devour me, so we'll probably meet each other in the future. He introduced himself, which the elves acknowledged with a nod before they departed for good. Even if Michael wanted to make the Bilrock's hoard his, he didn't have the means to bring them over. Furthermore, if Michael would have somehow managed to bring them over, he did not have the resources to feed and raise the Bilrocks. He didn't even have enough space to construct a Bilrock's farm. For the time being, raising a horde of Bilrocks was out of question. The 3 Bilrock's eggs from Blair were already enough to start with. Thinking about the Bilrock's horde in the Gogi territory, Michael recalled once again, I have yet to extract their corpses, however. Michael couldn't return immediately. Right now, he was trying to digest the soul trait's upgrade and accept the changes in his body. Simultaneously, the lizard mother's energy share was still not fully digested either. It ravaged inside his body, just like the information he had received from Lilica Baurian. He was not sure if everything she said was true, but the wisp of memories which he had extracted from the Gogi Lord's corpse would probably answer that. Michael retrieved the white blob of light which he labeled Wisp of Memories from his war rune. He pushed it lightly inside his head where the streams of light scattered. Then, the Gogi's memories filled his mind. Memories of the Gogi Lord filled his mind. It felt like waves crashing down on him, revealing various pieces of information about the Gogi Lord's combat experience, his life in the territory, and the Gogi's homeworld. The extracted memories were of much higher quantity compared to Fenrir's memories. However, the memories of a heroic summon were qualitatively on a much higher level than the memories of a lord who had entered the Origin Expanse less than half a year ago. That was inarguable. But Michael was satisfied, either way. He had been a little confused as to why he didn't receive any summoning scroll fragments or summoning scrolls when he extracted the Gogi Lord's body, but the wisp of memories had been quite helpful, so he didn't mind it too much. The Gogi Lord's memories proved Lilica's information to be correct. That's good. He had been a little uncertain about the credibility of the information provided by Lilica. Michael didn't know the elven leader of the Emerald Leaf Adventure team, and she could have provided wrong or slightly tweaked information to him that would land him in trouble. Fortunately, that was not the case. Now that he was alone and inside his territory, he could finally rest. Michael's entire body was still under massive pressure due to the energy share of the Lizard Mother and the Gogi Lord, but his war rune was rapidly being refined. This resulted in a proportional increase in his body and mind strength. His artifacts were retracted into the war rune, and Michael retrieved the corpse of the lizard body. His storage space seemed like it would crumble any moment since he had squeezed the Gogi Lord and the Lizard Mother inside it without caring whether they fit inside or not. The Gogi Lord was already 4 meters tall, and the Lizard Mother hadn't been smaller either. She was 3 meters tall and 7 meters long. How did they even fit inside in the first place? Michael wondered before he gave it a shrug. Rather than wasting his time asking stupid questions, he could use extraction on the lizard corpse. Whatever, 10 minutes later, Michael had completed the extraction of the lizard's corpse. He had dissected her completely and stored everything possible inside his war rune. Afterward, he staggered back to the wooden manor before he crashed onto his bed. His mind was churning in the attempt to neatly absorb the memories of the Gogi Lord, while his body endured the untamed energy inside him. Michael was tired, and he didn't really care that it was only early afternoon. I still have the entire day for me to work tomorrow. I deserve some rest now that the Gogi Lord is dead. The moment he thought that, exhaustion overtook him as his eyes felt heavy and his mind wanted to shut off. Michael was unable to escape his body's demand for rest and well-deserved sleep. The last few days had been too stressful, especially the last few hours. He was only a tearless lord who had yet to get accustomed to the threats and pressure of the Origin Expanse. One way or another, Michael was proud of himself. He had single-handedly removed a big threat while the protection barrier was still up and didn't lose a single subject. That was enough reason to be proud and satisfied. Thus, Michael was able to sleep until the morning of the following day, feeling content with himself. Dawn marked the beginning of his 8th day inside the Origin Expanse. Only 48 hours were left before the protection barrier would disappear, but Michael was not that worried anymore. There were many tasks left to complete, yet Michael woke up with a calm heart. The untamed energy inside him had been fully absorbed to increase the war rune's degree of refinement, and the Gogi Lord's memories had also been completely digested. Michael was full of vigor after sleeping for so long. He felt like he could move mountains. Now that the Gogi Lord is dead, we have to take care of the overpopulation of Tier 1 monsters. Tiara and the 3 warriors should be enough to tackle that, though. If the monsters recognize us as the overlords of the territory, we'll be fine. They wouldn't attack us as long as they're not starving, Michael concluded. In the past week, he had learned quite a bit about the territorial behavior of the monsters in the Origin Expanse. Just like no monster dared to enter the lizard cave, the monsters in the vicinity shouldn't be daring enough to get too close to his territory by now. However, that was just Michael's assumption. He had to meet up with Tiara and the warriors to prove the theory before he could adjust his plans accordingly. Michael felt a little lazy today, but he understood that he couldn't stay in bed and do nothing. He had yet to return to the Gogi Lord's territory and use extraction on more than 200 Gogi corpses. Now that extraction had been upgraded to a 3-star soul trait, Michael hoped that he would receive an average of 10 summoning scroll fragments for every Tier 1 corpse. In addition, he would receive a summoning scroll every now and then. That meant he might be able to expand the number of his subjects by 100 after today. That thought provided him with enough motivation to jump out of bed and rush downstairs. He listened to the daily report, met up with Tiara and the warriors, and distributed the daily tasks. More treehouse complexes had to be constructed, and various necessities had to be provided if he would be able to turn the extraction of 200 Gogi corpses into 100 summoning scrolls. To provide the required resources for the necessities, Michael dissected the monster that Tiara and the warriors hunted the day before. They killed a total of 45 Tier 1 monsters, which was a lot more than Michael expected according to the daily report he received. Fewer monsters dared to approach the vicinity of his territory, the protection barrier, to be precise. It was just like Michael had theorized, which was great. The loot he received from 45 monster corpses was far more than he initially expected. In total, he received 3 blueprints, 9 summoning scrolls, and 459 summoning scroll fragments. Combined with the 3 summoning scrolls, 41 summoning scrolls fragments he extracted from the Lizard Mother, and the daily summoning scroll of the Summoning Gate, Michael could summon 33 subjects. Thus, he wasted no time and Michael summoned them at once. More helping hands were always welcome. Out of the 33 summoned subjects, 4 were one-star summons. There was one cook, one alchemist, a librarian, and a warrior. The rest were starless summons that were given tasks according to the territory's needs. Meanwhile, one-star summons were given the means to make use of their talent if possible. The warrior was added to Tiara's group of warriors, which was how Michael noticed for the first time that the other 3 warriors had grown a bit stronger. They were ranked low-tier warriors after advancing from the lowest grade. In fact, Michael realized for the first time that his craftsmen and most of the older subjects had advanced from the lowest grade to the low grade. They worked so hard that their refinement degree progressed at a monstrous speed. Working hard allows summons to absorb more dormant energy. I know, but isn't that too fast? Michael wondered. He knew that warriors absorbed more energy from killing monsters, and that summons with occupations amplified the absorption of energy by doing tasks in accordance with their occupation. But that didn't explain how 14 starless summons were able to reach the low refinement degree. Did they practice the sun soldier's breathing, or had they attained enlightenment somehow? No, enlightenment is not that easy to attain. Michael was baffled, but he shook his head to dispel the doubts in his mind. He could think about the reason for his subjects' fast growth once he collected more information. He would put his brain to much better use by focusing on other tasks to complete for the time being. Thus, he stored some meat and teacha in his war rune and left the protection of his territory. On his way to the Gogi Lord's territory, Michael took a look at the remaining objects he obtained from extracting the lizard mother's corpse. He ignored the scales and meat and focused on the 2 pieces of paper he had obtained. Michael retrieved them from the war rune and took a proper look at them, a forging blueprint with detailed steps to follow. Even a blacksmith apprentice should be able to forge the blade, Michael mumbled to himself before he noticed something written down at the bottom of the blueprint. It can easily cut through the hide of high tier 1 monsters and is highly durable. That's amazing. The forging blueprint was already amazing, so Michael's expectations were a tad bit higher for the other piece of paper in his hand. However, what he saw confused him more than he expected. Isn't that? GG adds DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps. D. The second paper was a tattered parchment. The topography of the untamed jungle was drawn on it. It was a map, a part of a map to be precise. Why does it look so familiar? Michael was certain that he had seen a map of the untamed jungle before. He accessed his war rune storage space and retrieved a similar-looking parchment. It's not the same, Michael concluded quickly. The maps were far from detailed, and one could mostly see green dots indicating the treetops of the untamed jungle, but it was easy to tell that the maps were not similar. Certain marks and spots on both maps were different. Michael put the maps next to each other and tilted his head. They should be fragments of the same map probably, he guessed. Right now, he was more confused than excited. The map could be a treasure map, but then why was there no red cross marking the position of the treasure? The red cross, if there was one, was etched on one of the missing parchments. Even if I had the map with the marked spot, the map barely has any details to pinpoint an exact position. Michael grumbled before he put the parchments back inside the war rune. It would have been great if the map was drawn in detail. That way he would be able to pinpoint his own position, the position of the lizard cave, the Gogi Lord's territory, and the habitats of the overlords in the untamed jungle's outer area and middle zone. He and his subjects would have a much easier time evading dangerous areas and coming up with precise strategies against most kinds of threats using a detailed map. Treasure map or no teats, a little sad, he thought with a tinge of regret. Fortunately, the regret quickly dispersed when he got closer to the Gogi Lord's camp. He got excited and further accelerated his steps. Michael paved his way through the untamed jungle's outer area while avoiding the monster habitats. It took him less than an hour to reach the Gogi Lord's territory, with excitement spreading through his entire being. Unfortunately, this excitement died down the moment he reached the bloody battlefield, or where the bloody battlefield was supposed to be. Not even a complete day passed, Michael mumbled. His eyes shot wide open. He was stunned and had a tough time processing what happened. Not even 24 hours passed, but the entire bloody battlefield had disappeared into thin air. He couldn't find a single splatter of blood, forget about the corpses or the remains of the dead. It looked like there had never been a battle in the first place. Did I take a wrong turn? Maybe. I am at the wrong place. He scratched his head in confusion. A moment later, Michael began to climb up one of the large trees near him. He activated his eagle eyes and scanned the vicinity once he found a large branch to stand on. He was more than 20 meters above the surface and could see far in every direction. The untamed jungle was densely grown, but the vegetation was scarcer at a higher altitude. Thus, Michael quickly figured that the Gogi Lord's manor and summoning gate were not too far away. They were roughly as far away as they had been the day before. The angle at which he could see the wooden manor and the summoning gate were also the same. He was at the right position. This place was the bloody battlefield. How can that be? Michael was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend the situation. It was as if somebody cast a spell on the surrounding landscape to make everything disappear. But that was far from the truth, and he was faced with a mystery to solve. Thus, Michael jumped down from the tree while his hands began to glow golden. He used extraction in the vicinity while walking around. He recalled the rough position of a few Gogi corpses from the day before because they had been torn apart near a cluster of several densely grown trees. The trees were still there, but the corpses, organs, and all the blood had disappeared. Using his soul trait on the same spot, Michael wanted to find out one thing: were the traces of the bloody battlefield just hidden, or had they been removed altogether? Extraction allowed him to extract everything in a targeted object. He targeted the trees, bushes, and soil with the intention of extracting every last trace of blood. Either someone took the corpses and cleaned up the mess, the will of the origin Expanse removed the existence of the Gogi Lord's subjects, or the untamed jungle devoured everything. Michael came up with 3 theories, and it was fairly easy to get closer to the truth using his soul trait. The will of the origin Expanse had nothing to do with this phenomenon if he could extract the blood from the ground. If there was none, the will of the origin Expanse was the perpetrator. However, what if blood was not the only remnant of the bloody battlefield? The moment Michael used his soul trait to extract the blood from the ground, a fountain of crimson liquid manifested in his golden glowing hands. His eyes shot wide open, and he stopped utilizing extraction for a moment. What was that? Michael gulped nervously and subconsciously took a step back. He stared at the crimson blood he had extracted and tilted his head. Goosebumps sprang up on his body, but Michael forced himself to stay calm. Taking a breath to calm his jittery nerves, he manifested the golden streams of his soul trait once again. However, this time, Michael focused on the vast variety of substances he could extract from the roots, soil, and bark around him. It was at this moment when Michael realized the truth behind Lalika's words and the forest elves' warning. The untamed jungle was dangerous. Michael understood that now. He understood that it was more than just a forest inhabiting ferocious monsters. It was a living entity, a devourer. Michael shuddered the moment he sensed the remains of the first Gogi in the ground. His soul trait may not be able to tell him detailed information about the Gogi, but he could extract the remains of the corpse if he wanted to. However, the Gogi corpse had already been torn apart and digested by a great deal, and he wouldn't receive the drops created by the will of the origin Expanse either. This is insane. Michael had been a little bit confused why the Zentaka Empire didn't conquer the untamed jungle to acquire more resources. The jungle's trees were very resilient, and he had spent hours getting them extracted. Even a full blow of the Gogi Lord's battle axe wouldn't have been strong enough to cut deep into their trunks. That was also what made it so difficult for Michael's tearless subjects to cut down the trees. But now that he found out that the untamed jungle was not just a home to many living beings, but was also alive, and not just as an ordinary life form, that made him feel oddly fascinated. It also meant that the untamed jungle was sentient, with a certain degree of intelligence, and could devour its inhabitants, which made Michael understand their reasoning. The untamed jungle was a habitat for very powerful existences, according to Lalika. If the Zentaka Empire wanted to conquer the untamed jungle, they would have to kill, subdue, or drive away the mighty monsters. However, if the sentient untamed jungle lashed out and devoured the armies of the Zentaka Empire while they fought the mighty monsters, it would be near impossible to conquer the untamed jungle without destroying it. Did that mean the untamed jungle was on the side of the monsters, but it didn't attack the Gogi Lord's subjects when they were alive? Was the untamed jungle unwilling to devour living beings, or was it unable to do so? If either of them was the case, why would the Zentaka Empire be afraid to conquer the untamed jungle? Is it possible that the untamed jungle doesn't consider lords as its enemies? Michael wondered, but he quickly shook his head. The lords killed countless monsters and brutally cut down the trees and hampered the environment for their personal gains. It was hardly possible that the untamed jungle didn't consider lords its enemies if it was truly sentient enough to sense the difference between lords and monster habitats. What if the entire ecosystem around the untamed jungle is just a symbiotic relationship between the inhabitants and the untamed jungle? Michael felt that he was slowly getting nearer to the truth. However, he didn't really like that feeling. His heart was beating wildly, his throat felt tight, and 1,000 thoughts were wreaking havoc in his brain. What would happen to the lords who dare meddle with the symbiotic relationship of the untamed jungle and its habitants? After he gathered his thoughts for a while, Michael traveled deeper into the Gogi Lord's territory. However, what he saw confused him more than before. Everything was destroyed. Not a single stone was in the right place. The wooden manor had been reduced to ruins, and the vegetation had taken over all the space, covering the wooden planks and pillars. A single glance was enough to tell that the wooden manor would become one with the surrounding environment in a day or two, and the trees and vines would gobble it up. Is that also the doing of the untamed jungle? Michael mumbled quietly as his gaze moved across the small accessible area that had once been the center of the Gogi Lord's territory. Is it trying to get rid of the traces left behind by the Gogi Lord, his subjects, and his territory? Most buildings had been razed to the ground. The vegetation had quickly claimed the space, invading the settlement, snaking its way through the gaps into the buildings to cover them first before devouring them. Only the summoning gate was left in good shape. Michael strode through the Gogi Lord's territory. He couldn't see any monsters, but he was still vigilant, and his senses were hyper-aware. The untamed jungle felt scarier than ever before, and it was uncertain whether he was in danger right now, or if he was safe and sound. The more time he spent in the center of the Gogi Lord's territory, the scarier the scenery around him grew. There was a feeling of unease bubbling inside of him, and it grew so intense that Michael felt like he should leave at once. However, there was still no imminent danger. There was no reason for him to leave, other than the eerie feeling the untamed jungle caused within him. Just what is the relationship between the untamed jungle and lords? Michael wondered again. He could tell that the eeriness and the scary feeling were somehow directed at the now-dead Gogi Lord. The untamed jungle seemed to have hated the Gogi Lord to the core, but it attacked the Gogi Lord's territory only now, after he died. Michael was aware that the untamed jungle had not attacked him or his territory either. He had already extracted several trees and killed hundreds of monsters, but the untamed jungle had not harmed or hindered him in any way. If not for his encounter with the Gogi Lord, Michael would have never thought that the untamed jungle was sentient and a devourer. That meant the untamed jungle couldn't attack lords when they were alive. Some reason prevented the untamed jungle from venting its hatred at the beings it loathed to the core. Only when they die would it get its revenge, devouring things they once valued and loved, wiping away every trace of their existence. If that were really the case, Michael and his territory could be reassured. He didn't plan to die anytime soon either. After he traveled a while through the Gogi Lord's territory, Michael found the remnants of a once large and empty area. The grass and plants in the area had grown a lot, but Michael was more interested in the demolished fence around the area and the monsters that had been raised and taken care of inside before. Michael expected to find a few Bilrocks who had been left alone, or at least some Bilrock's feathers, but there was nothing. After he witnessed what happened to the Gogis, Michael immediately thought that the untamed jungle must have devoured the Bilrock's horde as well. However, that thought was proven wrong once he began to unleash extraction on the small ranch. Michael tested if the Bilrock's horde had been devoured using extraction. He walked inside the ranch and scanned the ground with his soul trait. It didn't require much energy to scan the surroundings with extraction if he didn't extract anything. Thus, in no time and with the use of a little energy, Michael found out that the wet soil hadn't absorbed Bilrock's blood or its remnants. Their only remains in the ground were dung, quite a lot of it at that. Was it the forest elves then? They wouldn't waste their time inside the untamed jungle to lay waste to the Gogi Lord's territory, but they might have taken the Bilrock's horde. Michael concluded that the Emerald Leaf Adventure team took the Bilrock's horde, including all of their feathers. The untamed jungle wreaked havoc afterward, turning the entire territory upside down. That was the most likely course of events. It calmed Michael a little to know what must have happened, and he diverted his focus to the destroyed buildings. There was something he wanted to find out. If the untamed jungle doesn't attack living lords and subjects, I should be fine, Michael repeated in his head like a mantra. Simultaneously, he stayed vigilant of the surrounding area. He had a nagging feeling that something was odd about the destruction of the Gogi Lord, but he had no way of finding out more, not right now, at least. Michael spent the next 20 minutes using extraction on the destroyed buildings. He first started with the wooden manor, extracting the most precious resources out of the manor's ruins and salvaging whatever he could. Afterward, he walked over to the other buildings to unleash extraction on them. Within 20 minutes, Michael extracted 2 blueprints and various precious materials. This made him feel excited. Oh ho! Michael's eyes gleamed brightly, and a bright smile appeared on his lips as his head flicked to the summoning gate. He walked over to the summoning gate and unleashed extraction once again. His hands were shrouded in golden streams, and it didn't take long before the first materials were extracted. Summoning gates can be dismantled, and their cores and other components can be used to strengthen existing summoning gates or construct stronger summoning gates. But is that everything? The glint in Michael's eyes intensified while his smile widened, reaching his eyes. His energy was rapidly drained, but Michael continued to extract. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, and his back was drenched in sweat not long after. Never before had he used that much energy to extract a single object or corpse. It felt a little weird to realize that his energy had been completely drained, yet the summoning gate was still towering in front of him. However, that was all the more reason to keep working hard and give his utmost. He could rest a little to replenish his energy and continue extracting right from where he stopped before. It didn't matter if he had to spend several hours extracting the summoning gate because he was certain that he would gain a lot. At noon, Michael's stomach grumbled loudly, but he didn't take pause, nor did he stop extracting. He looked at the first few drops he had extracted with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. Oh, GG eds DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps D. A total of 10 ordinary summoning scrolls, 2 arrow crossbowman summoning scrolls, and 1 mythic summoning scroll had been extracted. That was great. He knew that using extraction on more than 200 Gogis would have yielded a much better result, but Michael also knew that he shouldn't complain when he was given something. He could only shudder at the thought of what must have happened to him if he had returned to the Gogi Lord's territory after handing over the Gogi Lord's corpse. Extracting the summoning scrolls and summoning scroll fragments on more than 200 bodies would have required way too much time. He would have been even more exhausted than he was yesterday, and it was likely that he would have collapsed due to internal and external factors. It had been way too dangerous and not worth the loot of 200+ Gogi corpses. Michael was in danger even now. He had spent several hours outside his territory, all by himself, while being just a tearless lord. If that was not dangerous in a region such as the untamed jungle, few things could be considered dangerous in the first place. However, he was brimming with vigor now, and not restrained by the foreign memories occupying his mind, and untamed energy raging through his body. The summoning core, Michael exclaimed inwardly. His eyes glowed as he looked at the fist-sized orb. It was white but also had numerous black spots. That was the summoning core. It didn't look special, but the summoning core's presence was mystical. His fingertips began to tingle upon touching the summoning core, and his face lit up. Every summoning gate had to have a summoning core, otherwise, they couldn't use the gate to summon subjects. Nonetheless, Michael felt weird while holding a summoning core in his hands. He had been certain that the mythic summoning scroll which he had extracted from the summoning gate had been the most precious gain today. However, upon looking at the summoning core, he changed his opinion immediately. The summoning core was more valuable than the mythic summoning scroll, even if a mythic summoning scroll guaranteed a 2-star summon. The thought of enhancing the summoning gate in his territory was already worth more than a 2-star summon. After all, it would bring him more long-term benefits. Michael had read a lot about summoning gates and the conditions that had to be met to upgrade it, but it was the first time that he was holding a summoning core. Fortunately, he had seen a few pictures of a summoning core before. Otherwise, he would have had a tough time recognizing the summoning core. But there was something that confused him a little. Isn't the summoning core way too dark? In the pictures, they have fewer black dots. Michael was not sure what the black dots were, but he used extraction on it to figure it out. If other summoning cores had fewer black dots, it shouldn't be a problem to extract 1 or 2. The golden streams engulfed his hands before they entered the summoning core. His energy was rapidly drained while grain-sized black masses formed on the surface of the summoning core. Immediately, a reeking stench spread through the surroundings, making him double up. Michael wanted to vomit the moment the stench infiltrated his nostrils. He stored the grain-sized mass of dirt inside his war rune storage before he retrieved it once again. This time he held his breath and looked at the black mass he had just extracted from the summoning core. Isn't this what everyone calls impurities? It smells bad, is black, and looks like mud. Yes, that should be impurities, Michael guessed with the knowledge he recalled from high school. Students at elite high schools learned quite a lot about impurities. In fact, everyone had impurities in their body. There was nothing like inherent purity, but even if there was nothing like inherent purity, it was important to learn more about it. Impurities could be considered as deviations from an ideal essence. They signify the presence of substances that disrupt or corrupt the harmony or perfection of a particular existence or system. The human body was a good example of such an ecosystem. The human body amassed impurities from pollution, certain food, and other means from a young age. Lords and adventurers underwent a natural cleansing whenever their tier advanced. The removal of impurities improved the circulation of blood and energy, and it allowed the body to accumulate more energy inside the body. That was one of the many reasons why a peak Tier 0 Lord was said to be several times weaker than a lowest Tier 1 Lord, because the Tier 1 Lord had already undergone his first natural cleansing. That is also why mankind desired to cleanse their body and remove the impurities within their body to grow stronger and evolve. The pursuit of purity was inevitably associated with the yearning for transcendence or the attainment of a higher state of being. This desire was also something Michael felt sometimes. He was still young and had a lot to learn, but he often found himself listening more intently in class and paying attention when the lesson was related to impurities. It was often said that the degree of purity of an existence could give a rough estimation of its potential and power. Michael understood this concept to a certain extent, but he had never received the opportunity to prove it. Fortunately, that changed now that he was in possession of a wonderful soul trait and a summoning core filled with impurities. Driven by desire, Michael continued to extract the impurities within the summoning core. He spent half an hour extracting as many impurities as possible. His 3-star soul traits limit was to remove round about 10 of the summoning core's impurities. That was a lot more than Michael expected, considering that his soul trait had yet to be strengthened. He was a tierless lord with less than 100 subjects, after all. Michael was very satisfied, but he had yet to find out if this particular summoning core was better than the summoning core in his territory. Unfortunately, he couldn't rush home just yet. A huge summoning gate was still waiting for him to be extracted. It was already afternoon when Michael returned to the territory. The summoning gate in the Gogi Lord's territory had been completely dismantled, and everything had been stored inside his war rune. Now that he was back in his territory, Michael removed the summoning gate's parts and stored them in the warehouse. Afterward, he retrieved the summoning core and approached his summoning gate. Can I add another summoning core already, or do I have to upgrade it first? Michael mumbled to himself when he sensed something. A suctioning force tugged at the summoning core in his hands. Michael's eyes widened, but he kept holding the core tightly. The suctioning force grew intense as he approached the summoning gate. Understanding dawned upon Michael, and he began to circle the summoning gate. A few subjects stared at their lord in wonder. They could tell that their lord was exhausted after spending most of the day outside the territory, yet Michael seemed overjoyed and excited. Seeing the excitement on their lord's face calmed their worried hearts. In less than 2 days, the protection barrier would disperse. After that, nobody would be able to protect them if a powerful monster or a horde of hundreds of monsters was to attack them. The chances were slim, but something bad could happen, and the subjects kept thinking about that. Despite their worries, their lord seemed quite calm. He had been the most worried of them all in the past, but somehow, he had now turned into the calmest one. This was a welcome change. There had to be a reason behind their lord's calmness, and though they did not know the reason, it infused them with renewed confidence and hope. Meanwhile, Michael was oblivious to the effect he had on the people around him. He was fully focused on the summoning gate in front of him. At first, he thought that he would have to experiment a lot to configure the summoning gate and to add a new summoning core, but that was not the case. A hatch on the metal foundation of the summoning gate opened, revealing several small sockets and the summoning core of his summoning gate. Michael stepped closer to take a better look at the sockets in his territory's summoning core when he noticed 2 things. First, the suctioning force had grown much stronger, pulling the summoning core to the socket right next to the other summoning core. Second, the summoning core installed in the summoning gate was filled with impurities. It had even far more black dots than the summoning core of the Gogi Lord's territory. He didn't think too long and bent down to take a better look at the summoning core. A second later, golden streams conjured in his palm. Michael began to extract the impurities from the already installed summoning core. Since the summoning gate was going wild to pull the purified summoning core inside the hatch, Michael might as well purify the other summoning core. He added the purified core and put it on the socket next to his summoning core while continuing to extract as many impurities as possible. Michael collected the impurities inside his war rune to remove them later. He didn't plan to turn his summoning gate into a reeking piece of metal. When he was done, Michael removed his hand. The hatch closed the next instance, leaving Michael with nothing but a black mass of impurities. The summoning core he acquired in the Gogi Lord's territory was inside his summoning gate, but he couldn't open the hatch to look at it. It was as if the summoning gate didn't want him to fool around in the hatch and make a mess out of it. He was just about to get up when he heard Tiara's excited voice. "Master, look, your summoning gate activated itself." Huh. Michael looked up, just to see that 1 star lit up when 2 men emerged from the summoning gate's energy pool. Why did 2 1-star summons appear? He was a little confused, but upon staring at the 2 well-trained men, who wore a full metal armor and wielded a longsword and a metal shield, Michael could hardly complain. 2 knights in training just appeared in front of him, just like that. He was dumbfounded, but quickly regained his senses. "My name is Michael Fang, and it looks like I'm your new lord." Michael introduced himself shortly when he sensed that 2 new links of loyalty had been formed. Their links of loyalty were stronger than those of the others, and they were both 1-star summons, which were well equipped. "Was that a gift? How did you come here?" Tiara asked the question Michael wished to know the answer to as well. Tiara was excited, but she was also a little suspicious. She had been eyeing Michael from a distance since he returned to his territory and knew that he had not broken the seals of some summoning scrolls. "Didn't my lord summon us?" one of the knights asked. He seemed confused as he looked over at Michael. He kneeled in front of his lord, put down the shield, and handed Michael his sword. "I, Harold Levian, pledge my loyalty, bravery, and honor to defend the weak, protect the innocent, and uphold justice. I do solemnly swear to uphold the virtues of chivalry and faithfully serve my liege, my kingdom, and the code of knighthood. I shall be the sword led by my liege and master." May all the gods be my witness and grant me strength to fulfill this oath until I take my last breath, Harold Levian pledged in front of everyone. The other knight in training followed his companion's example and knelt. He removed his shield and held his longsword out for Michael to grasp. I, Siegfried Certain, pledge my loyalty, bravery, and honor to defend the weak, protect the innocent, and uphold justice. I do solemnly swear to uphold the virtues of chivalry and faithfully serve my liege, my kingdom, and the code of knighthood. I shall be the sword led by my legion master. May all the gods be my witness and grant me strength to fulfill this oath until I take my last breath, Siegfried pledged while impatiently waiting for Michael to take his sword and accept his oath. Harold Levian seemed a bit more patient than Certain, but even he was confused why their liege had not moved forward yet to take his sword. However, he didn't dare look up. Michael stared blankly at the two knights in training. He tilted his head after a while and looked over to Tiara, who merely smiled. She motioned him to take the swords, which Michael did after a moment of hesitation. Did they appear because I added another summoning core, or because I purified them? He was not certain if that was the reason, but it seemed the most likely. He took a look at the knight's longsword and thought about it for a moment before he returned them. As the protectors of the weak, and my swords, you shall not be unarmed. To heed my commands and protect the weak from the ferocious monsters outside my territory, you will need a weapon. Take back your weapons and prove your dedication and loyalty to me, Michael announced and motioned them to get back on their feet. He had never expected to start role-playing, but one look at the bright expressions on the knights' faces told him that his words had been pleasant enough. I wonder if I can summon 2 one-star summons every day now, Michael wondered, feeling as if a ray of hope was in sight. It might have been a coincidence that 2 one-star summons emerged after he installed the summoning core, but Michael hoped for the best-case scenario. There was nothing else he could do. Now that the Gogi Lord was dead, Michael wanted to focus on calmly expanding his territory. He had many things to pay attention to and work on, but none of them had to be finished in a rush. The only task that had to be completed in the next few days was putting up the spiked wall. Michael asked his subjects to construct a spiked wall and an ordinary wall around his territory to hinder the monsters that would attack the territory after the protection barrier was lifted. He was not too worried, but it was always better to be careful. The untamed jungle was not a region that could be taken lightly, after all. I should use the lizard cave to harvest glow crystals and other minerals soon. The resources in the lizard cave are quite exceptional and will help my territory advance, Michael thought while breaking the seals of the summoning scrolls he was left with. At first, 10 starless summons emerged from the summoning gates, followed by 2 one-star arrow crossbowmen and a 3-star robed woman. The arrow crossbowmen looked quite imposing. They wore a full set of leather armor and held a silver crossbow in their hands. 2 small quivers were attached to their belts that were accessible and easy to reach in times of danger. However, the most impressive were those wind currents swirled around them, making their hair flutter. It was quite an intriguing sight. On the other hand, the robed woman radiated a feeling of utter calmness and tranquility. She seemed to be in her 50s and wielded a wooden wand. An azure crystal was embedded at the top of the wand. Streaks of water conjured around the azure crystal, drawing Michael's attention. A water elemental mage, that's great, he exclaimed in excitement. The 3-star elemental mage emerged from the mythic summoning scroll. The chance to summon a 3-star summon had been quite low, but Michael seemed to have hit the jackpot. Not only would it be much easier to procure water with the mage, but a water elemental mage was also useful in combat. She could attack and defend by shooting water jets. Michael introduced himself to his subjects and welcomed them into his territory. The summons introduced themselves as well before they looked at the territory. Tiara showed them around and tried to familiarize them with the untamed jungle. She didn't hesitate to mention the dangers of the untamed jungle, but her words made it look like she was talking about the weather rather than something life-threatening. Because it was already late afternoon, there was not much for everyone to do. It would be too dark once the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and venturing out at that time would be risky. That was also another reason Michael wanted to make the lizard cave his. Harvesting a few glow crystals would change the dynamic inside his territory completely and not restrict them to only daytime activities. They wouldn't have to rely on the sunlight with glow crystal torches placed everywhere. However, Michael didn't think that it would be easy to conquer the lizard cave. The lizard mother might have been the only inhabitant of the lizard cave he came across, but Michael believed that there were a lot more lizards as strong as the lizard mother, if not stronger. The ominous feeling that spread through his entire being when he entered the lizard cave was still apparent in his mind. He clearly recalled the sensation, which had intensified as he made his way deeper into the cave. It was highly likely that there were stronger monsters in the deeper parts of the cave, and Michael didn't want to bother them just yet. Despite that, Michael knew that time was ticking, and fighting the monsters in the lizard cave in the future was an obvious course of action because the cave was a treasure trove. The crystals and ores he had procured by using extraction at the cavern entrance were already quite shocking. If he could manage to find the crystal and ore deposits, Michael would be able to make enough money to stir envy in the hearts of most lords. After all, even Tier 2 lords might not have had the chance to procure a source of income of similar value. The lizard cave was not yet in Michael's possession, but that would change in the future. His territory would progress rapidly from now on just by looking at the number of combat units and their terrific combat prowess. He had Tiara, 4 one-star warriors, 2 arrow crossbowmen who could be considered elite 1-star summons as they possessed the ability to control the surrounding winds to a certain degree, 2 one-star knights in training with the prospect of attaining enlightenment and becoming 2-star knights, and a 3-star water elemental mage. With such a group, hunting was bound to become easier, and progress would inevitably follow suit not long after. In fact, Tiara and the warriors had gone out to hunt a few monsters, while Michael was busy in the Gogi Lord's territory. The number of monsters that dared to get close to the protection barrier decreased drastically over the last few days, but they were fortunate enough to hunt 18 low Tier 1 monsters during the day. Fully extracting the bodies of 18 monsters was no problem for Michael anymore. He knew the anatomy of the monsters he had dissected dozens of times since he had entered the Origin Expanse, and extraction had been upgraded to a 3-star soul trait as well. The efficiency of extraction increased a notch while the energy consumption decreased. Michael spent less than half an hour fully dissecting the monster corpses, whose body parts were quickly moved to the warehouse. Afterward, Michael was left alone with the loot created by the Will, 181 summoning scroll fragments, 4 summoning scrolls, and 2 blueprints. No artifact. It was not easy to procure artifacts even with extraction's bonus. Michael had expected that, which was why he didn't fret much and switched his focus on the other drops. He combined 175 summoning scroll fragments into 7 summoning scrolls and put the remaining 6 aside. A total of 18 monsters turned into 11 summoning scrolls and 2 blueprints. Others would never be able to procure summoning scrolls and blueprints that easily. Thus, Michael began to wonder what he should do with the opportunities his soul trait revealed. Selling the summoning scrolls may sound like a good opportunity, but I need them. The more subjects I have, the stronger my soul traits grow. Furthermore, I need more people to work on the territory, but what about the blueprints? I should have a few blueprints doubled or even tripled by now. They should be worth something, right? Michael knew that he had many things stored in the warehouse, but he had yet to take a look at everything. They had too many monster corpses without use for them. It was time to return home and sell the excessive body parts and the lizard mother's body. The warehouse was quite small, which was also why they had to expand it soon. However, it was also true that he had several barrels filled with the blood of Tier 1 monsters, and chests overflowing with monster cores, gemstones, antlers, and much more. However, they were also lacking various resources. The most important were sources of light to see when it was dark. Other than that, it was also important to purchase paper, quills, and tint to copy the Sun Soldier technique for everyone in his territory to read and train. Many showed interest in the Sun Soldier techniques, and Michael wanted to provide his subjects the opportunity to grow stronger and attain enlightenment. Copying the techniques was allowed, but sharing them with people outside his territory wasn't. Even sharing the techniques with adventurers who made an oath of being a loyal subordinate to a lord was frowned upon. If Michael was found guilty of selling copied techniques, he would be tried by a jury and fined. That was too troublesome, especially since they lived in the era of technology and the internet. It was easy to find out that he purchased the Sun Soldier breathing and weaponry technique from Bartholomew's House of Witchery. There were many tricks that could be applied to fool the system, but that was also illegal. Michael was not that desperate yet either. He had more than enough items to sell in the first place. He was interested in visiting Ziltra to find out more about the market in the Zentica Empire, but the border city was too far away and not easy to travel to and from in a single day. This was even more true with the untamed jungle in his way. Once the Bilrocks hatched and matured, it would be easier to travel to Ziltra, but that would take a while. That meant Michael had to leave the Origin Expanse again to sell the goods he gathered during the last few days. His war rune has already recharged, so he could use the runic gate to return home. But before he would return home, Michael slept for a few hours. He felt that he would need the rest right now, because something told him that his second trip back home would be more turbulent than the first. GG adds DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps D. Michael spent a long time organizing the storage space of his war rune. Since his war rune's degree of refinement increased a lot compared to the last time he left the Origin Expanse, it was easy to fill it with more stuff. However, he had so much to sell that he had to use his professional Tetris skills to fit most items inside. I will be back before the protection barrier disperses, Michael promised his subjects sincerely as the runic gate manifested next to him. It was his 9th day inside the Origin Expanse, and it was not long until the protection barrier would disperse. The protection barrier was up for 10 days, but it was usually not exactly for the entire duration of 10 days. Sometimes, the protection barrier would disperse a few hours too early, sometimes it would last a full day longer. However, there were still rough calculations one could take into consideration to guess how much longer the protection barrier would last. Michael used this calculation to reassure himself and his subjects that they would be fine before he left. He stepped through the runic gate and returned home. When he emerged in his apartment, the first rays of sunlight greeted Michael. It was dawn, the perfect time to start making money. Michael first entered the bathroom to take a well-needed shower. Then he threw his clothes in the washing machine and switched it on. He changed into a separate set of clothes and looked at his crystal watch not long after. On the crystal watch's messenger, Michael noticed messages from 2 chats. The most received messages were from Alice Zenovia, but Michael ignored them. His brother had messaged him. That was much more important. With a smile on his face, he opened those messages. Danny Glutton NR, 1. It's good that you made it out alive. You have to tell me everything the next time you come back home. If you leave out anything, I will find you and... Danny Glutton NR, 1. Either way, message me once you get out of the Origin Expanse. I want to give you some artifacts and summoning scrolls. That way you can show off to your friends when you meet them again. Does he want me to really message him, or is he low-key threatening me not to message him? Michael wondered with an amused look when he saw the threats in his brother's messages. However, he smiled until he saw the last sentence Danny had sent to further poke him. You know that I have no friends, you stinky glutton. He cursed and immediately moved his fingers to the button next to Danny's name tag. He called his brother the next moment instead of wasting time chatting. If you fled to the Origin Expanse, you're a fa. Michael had begun just to shut his mouth when his brother's voice rang out through the crystal watch. Looks like my taunt worked. Haha, Danny announced proudly. Realizing that his brother had planned all of this and he had walked right into the trap, Michael's eye began to twitch. It infuriated him even more. You really want a beating, don't you? Michael asked, ready to fight it out. However, Danny just kept laughing. Don't bother, we know that I will win. Michael wanted to retort something, but he knew that Danny was stronger. His brother was on the verge of advancing to the 3rd tier. Even the Emerald Lead Adventure team were mere children when faced with an opponent like Danny. Where are you? Let's talk about your experiences in the Origin Expanse. I should be able to give you some pieces of advice and bountiful resources to help you advance faster. I don't need your resources, but we can meet up and talk. Treat me to a meal in the Central Trading Hall. The Central Trading Hall, that's fine with me. Where do you want to eat? The Pleonexia buffet opened up, so let's go there. It's open all day, Michael proposed after he took a quick glance at the list of restaurants inside the Central Trading Hall. Sounds good. I heard the Pleonexia buffet has high-quality meat and vegetables from Origin Expanse. Let's meet in half an hour. I'll be there. Let's talk then. I have to research something now. See you, Michael said to tell his brother that he was now the busybody. Danny laughed before he agreed. You must be busy now that your protection barrier is about to be removed. Make your research and meet up with me in the Pleonexia buffet once you are done, Michael, who is now super busy. Danny ended the call after he finished taking a jibe at his little brother yet again. He had a lot more questions, but he clearly recalled the pressure he had to face in the first 10 days inside the Origin Expanse. He didn't have any time for Michael at that time. In fact, he was so busy that he could only return home once, and that was only for an hour to sell a few items and buy something before he rushed back to the Origin Expanse. Compared to him, Michael seemed quite calm. Michael was even willing to spend some time with him and talk about his life in the Origin Expanse instead of madly rushing back. That gave Danny some hope and reassurance about Michael's slightly better situation inside the Origin Expanse. Maybe territory was in an advantageous position without too many monsters and enemies surrounding him. Michael hailed a shuttle and traveled to the Central Trading Hall's plaza. He looked at the guide and made his way to the Pleonexia buffet. From the moment he hailed the shuttle, Michael's focus had been on the member website of the House of Witchery. He wanted to make the most use of the Golden Bartholomew membership card. Thus, he had to find out all the benefits and understand how to abuse them to the full extent. Michael was certain that it would be quite difficult to exploit the system, but it was not that hard. There was not too much to abuse in the first place. With the Golden Bartholomew membership, I am given access to all Bartholomew facilities with VIP status. I can participate in the VIP auctions and inspect the online catalog of items that will be stocked the following week. I will receive the best price for selling items, and my purchases are discounted. All of that is amazing, considering that I didn't do much to receive such benefits. The benefits Michael mentioned were not everything. He was also given access to the hidden shop of the House of Witchery, and he could tap into Bartholomew's network system. His access rights had been adjusted with the Golden Membership Card, which meant that he could research most of the things he wanted to know. The Bartholomew network system was quite advanced. It had various types of information about the origin expanse, such as the regions of the origin expanse, human territories, details about other extraterrestrial races, and mankind's relationship with them, and even more information about the rarity and price range of certain resources. Since he had yet to register his Lord ID, the network system was the best replacement to gather as much information as he could procure. Let's see, what should I start with? The untamed jungle, Ziltra, or the Zentica Empire. That makes no sense, Michael mumbled as he entered the elevator. He was already inside the central trading hall and was about to reach the Pleonexia buffet, but he was too stupefied to realize that. But it made sense somehow. Michael had been searching for information about the untamed jungle, Ziltra, and the Zentica Empire for the past 10 minutes, but he barely found any useful information. Neither the untamed jungle nor Ziltra were mentioned in the database of the Bartholomew network. That was already weird because the Bartholomew network was considered a reliable source filled with information. The network even had information that was hard to procure with an ordinary Lord ID. It required a higher access grade to procure this information, which was why Michael had been optimistic. Sadly, despite the massive pool of information Michael could access, he was barely able to find 3 reports related to the Zentica Empire. To make things worse, none of them sounded very pleasant either. The first report was about the lords whose territory had been bulldozed by the Zentica Empire's armies. None of the lords wanted to go further into detail, but they said that the Zentica Empire had various inhuman conditions to fulfill if one wanted to remain a lord inside the Zentica Empire. One condition was to sign a soul-binding contract that had been acknowledged by the will of the origin expanse. This soul-binding contract prevented any lord from spreading information about the Zentica Empire to the outside world. This ensured that the Zentica Empire stayed hidden from the preying eyes of greedy individuals that might want to raid and pilfer it. While that was still fine, some conditions mentioned turned lords into the vassals of the Zentica Empire, while restricting their growth drastically. However, since only a few lords were able to escape total annihilation, there weren't any detailed reports about the internal structure of the Zentica Empire, its size, and the full extent of the empire's military might. The second report was a little bit different. It was made to honor a few lords living on the outskirts of the region surrounding the Zentica Empire. It was a short article about the living conditions of the lords, who were reportedly residing in a humongous mountain range that was nestled between 2 rival empires. These lords detailed their grievances, sharing their ghastly living conditions and the harsh weather that turned every day into a game of survival. The small report shared the flora and fauna found in the mountain range, the dangers of the environment in certain regions, and the native empires of the origin expanse rather than the issues these lords had to face. In Michael's opinion, they were merely fillers that were used to add more words to the report. The report was written by a reporter for a small company. It never gained much traction and had less than 100,000 views 10 years after it had been released. For Michael, both reports were mostly useless. He was not a lord residing in the Zentica Empire, and he was fairly sure that the freezing cold mountain range was not next door either. Only the third and last report revolving around the Zentica Empire was of any real use to Michael. The third report was about the Zentica Empire's emperor and the royal family. It was stated that multiple royal families existed and that each of them originated from a different race. The Zentica Empire was considered a native empire, which meant that the natives of the origin expanse had built it. They built it from scratch and have been the undisputed rulers since then. Why was that important for Michael? It was pretty simple. A widespread theory about the origin expanse's natives said that all natives were once subjects of lords. That means all natives came from the outside, and they died inside the origin expanse before they were resurrected as natives of the origin expanse and subjects of their lords. But how was that related to the creation of native empires? Lords were unlikely to die before their subjects, much like a chess game, where the pawns and other pieces sacrificed themselves to save the king. Most lords would jump onto the battlefield when the battle had already been fought by their subjects. To put it in simple terms, the creation of most native kingdoms and empires was a result of the corpses of lords. If the first generation of the Zentica Empire's royalty were freed after their lord died, they might have started a conquest against all lords in order to free other subjects from the link of loyalty and forced subordination, Michael thought after he read all 3 reports twice. He could tell that he was currently imagining the worst-case scenario, a scenario that was unlikely to be true in the first place. Nonetheless, Michael's mind went wild, using the little pieces of information he was provided with. Michael was not sure about the source of information from the last report, but he considered it reliable until proven otherwise. Whether the Zentica Empire was controlled by natives or an extraterrestrial lord didn't make much of a difference for Michael for the time being. However, it helped him to mentally prepare himself to have some information about potential opponents and threats. If the worst-case scenario were to come true, he wouldn't be too shocked. That was not the kind of information I wished to find, Michael mumbled to himself when he heard someone appear next to him. What information did you want to find, busybody? It was Danny who had appeared next to him. He smiled brightly upon seeing that his brother was well and unscathed and slapped hard on Michael's back. Forget it, Michael responded while rubbing the spot his brother had hit. Ever since Michael had entered the Origin Expanse, his brother stopped holding back and treating him like a kid. He slapped Michael lightly, but it felt as if his left shoulder was dislocated. How was it in the Origin Expanse? Is your territory nice? Where exactly are you? If I know someone near you, you could team up with him. How about your resources? You told me that you don't need my help, but I cannot believe that. I was always struggling because I never had enough resources or money to buy everything I needed. Do you need cash or some resources? Danny bombarded Michael with questions. They had yet to enter the Pleonexia buffet, but Danny had already asked more than 20 questions. He didn't even give Michael time to take a breath and answer a single question. Danny didn't stop asking questions even after they reached the Pleonexia buffet. He continued throwing one question after another while showing a code on his crystal watch's holographic screen. Did he make an online reservation just to bombard me with questions? No, that cannot be right, Michael wondered, hoping that he was just mistaken. Pleonexia buffet was a high-quality, all-you-can-eat buffet. Danny first sat down at their table, ready to order drinks, and continued to ask his younger brother some questions. However, Michael disappeared at the buffet to fill 3 plates to the brim. He placed them on their table and sat down to start feasting. Both Danny and Michael were gluttonous, and they did not have a set time when it came to having food. Whenever they had the opportunity, they would eat as much as possible because they knew that they would often skip meals. That happened a lot in the past, and it would get even worse now that Michael had become a busy lord. Thus, it was no problem for them to fill their stomach to the brim even though it was early in the morning. Just as Michael sat down on the chair glad that his brother had left to fill his plates, he received a new notification. He opened the messenger and saw a message pop up. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, I saw that you were online 28 minutes ago. Why are you ignoring a pure maiden when she sacrifices her time for you? Where is your chivalry as a man? Michael's expression turned sour at once, and he put down the drumstick he had picked up a second ago. What a crazy buy. He had received several messages from Alice Zenobia. It had only been a little more than 2 days outside the Origin Expanse, yet Alice Zenobia acted as if the universe was about to collapse, and that was merely because he didn't answer her properly before. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, really? Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, I am disappointed in you. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, come on, just message me properly once you're back. Alice Zenobia Fierce Beauty, as long as you agree to sit for the entrance exam of the Sapphire Lake military camp, I will forgive your insolent self. That's how generous I am. It was the first time Michael found the time to look at her messages, and he was surprised to have received so many from her. He had not expected Alice to be that affected by the response he had given before. In his opinion, his answer had been more than enough to show that he was alive. Am I the first who was daring enough to ignore her? Michael wondered after he reread her message. His frown turned into a faint smile while thinking about it, and he put the crystal watch's screen aside while shaking his head lightly. He couldn't believe that Alice Zenobia was actually behaving like a spoiled brat merely because he didn't answer her as enthusiastically as she had hoped. It was quite fun. What's wrong with your face? Danny asked as he sat down with 3 plates and a bowl. They were all filled to the brim, just like Michael's plates. Why, is it handsome? Michael joked light-heartedly, feeling good. Danny was about to take a bite of his food when he froze in his tracks. His expression turned sour, and he looked at his brother as if he had lost his sanity. That was a joke, Michael grumbled, which caused another change in Danny's expression. You got a girlfriend? He asked. Huh, no, Michael responded with furrowed eyebrows. He chose to change the topic because it looked like they weren't going anywhere with this discussion. Furthermore, he didn't really want to answer most of Danny's questions. That would only make him worry too much about his little brother's safety. Michael also thought about Alice Zenobia and the invitation she issued when they first met. Do you think I should apply to a university or military academy? Danny took a bite from one of his plates while looking at his brother. He was thinking about something before he answered. Did someone tell you that you should apply? Did your school send you a notification about it? He asked. A notification? Why would I receive a notification from school? Michael responded in confusion. He was not sure what Danny was trying to imply. Michael, you do know that you took your final exam the day before your war rune manifested, right? Danny followed up while staring at his brother as if he had grown another head. Michael was already familiar with this expression, but he could only return a blank stare to his brother. You didn't prepare yourself for the graduation ceremony. Prepare what? At that point, Danny was certain that his brother was either an idiot or addicted to the Origin Expanse. Maybe it was both. Wait. Do you even know the score of your final exam? Danny asked sternly, just to see Michael shaking his head. I am probably somewhere in the top 10 of my class, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Danny could only sigh when he heard what his little brother said. He was about to open his mouth, but he was not too sure if it would be a waste of time and breath to mention this to Michael. So you want to tell me that you came back to sell the goods of your territory and purchase necessities for your territory, and not to purchase a new suit and prepare yourself for the graduation ceremony on the weekend? He asked at last, even though he was pretty sure what Michael's answer would be. Michael nodded as an answer. I actually forgot that we have a graduation ceremony, he mumbled before shaking his head. That's not important right now. Do you think I should join a military academy or not? This time it was Danny's turn to stare blankly at his brother. The graduation ceremony and the after-party were considered one of the most important social events for graduates, yet Michael didn't pay any attention to it. Is it because he had no friends in school? I heard that elite schools make it hard for ordinary students, but Michael never complained about his school life, Danny thought while pressing his lips together in a thin line. Maybe it is not that important for Michael to be present at the graduation ceremony. If he is on bad terms with his classmates, or he's getting ignored altogether, it might be better for him to not go. Danny freed his mind after a while. He continued to eat and thought of an answer to Michael's question, rather than trying to convince him to be present at the graduation ceremony. Michael was very responsible in the first place. He knew what to do and what he shouldn't do. I noticed that you didn't apply for the Lord ID yet, so I guess you haven't heard the news yet, Danny explained slowly. One of the alliances affiliated with humans is on the verge of waging war with another extraterrestrial life form. Danny's words crashed down on Michael like a tidal wave. Michael's expression turned sour, but he continued to listen intently as Danny continued to explain. For now, everyone is preparing for the worst-case scenario while hoping for the best, but it looks like the situation is slowly turning worse. In a few years at most, war will break out and the military will send out draft calls. That is something pretty much every lord with the necessary access permission can tell. Danny took a few bites of his food to give Michael the necessary time to digest the shocking news. However, Michael opened the holographic screen of his crystal watch instead. He used the Bartholomew network to look up news about the war, only to figure out that most news articles and reports of the last few days were related to the Cold War, the next interstellar war, and topics closely related to the conflicts between the extraterrestrial race and the Triton Alliance. Michael didn't know much about the Triton Alliance, but the summary was quite simple. When mankind left the solar system, they encountered the barbarians and warlock centaurs in the adjacent stellar system they traveled to. Mankind helped them solve their problems and create an alliance by causing a huge massacre. Both the barbarian race and the warlock centaurs were honorable warriors who loved to clash with other races and fight. Mankind made sure that they became allies before using their military power to improve their influence. That had worked out very well until today, but it looked like being in an alliance with war and violence-loving races came back to bite them at last. It didn't seem easy to have war-loving companions. Many lords, big families, and influential clans desire to send their children to military academies and universities with military courses. They want to make sure that their children and disciples can accumulate military merits and form connections with high-ranked members of the military without being on the battlefield. That way they can improve their military ranking quickly once everyone is drafted for war, Danny said, summarizing the key points to his little brother. He was not sure what Michael had seen online, but he was drained of all his color. So I think you should apply to a military academy. The person who told you to apply to one probably tried to help you out. I don't know who that person is, but he or she should have seen some talent in you. Of course, you should stay vigilant because that person might try to lure you into their organization or something like that, thinking that you are just an ordinary person that can be used as a replaceable extra or an experimental lamb. Danny cautioned before he added another note. That doesn't mean the person has to be bad. He or she could have good intentions. You will have to figure out their true intentions on your own. Michael couldn't agree more. He had already suspected Alice Zenovia's intentions, but he was not yet sure what she was trying to do. She told him to apply to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy in their first meeting itself. That was a little weird. However, the recent messages affirmed that she was a straightforward person who couldn't hold back when she wanted to say something. Alice Zenovia didn't seem like a dishonest person. Even if she wanted to bait him, Michael was pretty sure that she wouldn't turn him into a meat shield. Of course, he couldn't be certain of that. It was just his gut feeling telling him that she did not mean any harm. He could be wrong, but I am not sure if you will get accepted into a military academy. It will be quite difficult because the acceptance threshold should be much higher than in the years before. Even if you get accepted, you will have to compete against prodigies who have trained meticulously since they started to walk and have years of teaching and lessons to back them. It won't be easy to procure resources, but if you can make it, you'll be able to get your hands on treasures and resources that you would never be able to obtain otherwise. After all, the government showed its willingness to increase the funding for universities, and even more so military academies to prepare for war. Michael was a little dumbfounded after listening to his brother. He was not sure what to do right now, and he opened his chat with Alice Zenobia subconsciously to ask her a question. However, he held back and didn't hit the enter button. Michael deleted the message before he looked at his brother. I understand what you're trying to say, but did you never apply to a university or military academy then? GG ads DG FV WWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Feel free to give me some critiques. I can endure it, probably D. I understand what you're trying to say, but did you never apply to a university or a military academy then? Michael asked before he proposed. Do you want us to apply together? With your 5-star soul trait and tier, you would be accepted with open arms. I can even ask someone to send an application form to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy on your behalf. I think she would do that. Michael couldn't hide that he was a little excited at the thought of studying at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy along with his brother. Danny was his best friend, and he would sacrifice his life for him, if necessary. That was not even debatable. However, Michael quickly noticed that Danny didn't seem as excited as he was. Danny went silent, and he had stopped eating as well. Seems like I shouldn't have asked, Michael thought, giving it a shrug. He couldn't hide that he was a little disappointed, but it didn't matter. I won't force you. It's just a thought that occurred to me. I felt that it would be easier for us if we go together, he said, forcing himself to smile. Michael knew that if he was accepted into the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, he would have to leave the planet. They would be light years apart because the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was on Kelta, which was the first planet in the new stellar system they'd begun to colonize a few decades ago. With light years separating the brothers, it would be extremely difficult for them to meet up. Michael suppressed a deep sigh, and he began to eat again. The information Danny had shared weighed heavy on his mind, but he was hungry nonetheless. There was almost nothing that could cause him to lose his appetite. Meanwhile, Danny was still deep in thought, but Michael didn't bother him any further. Michael had learned a lot today, whether it was about the origin Expanse in the Zentica Empire or the outside world, mankind's current state of events, and the future that awaited him. He had a lot to digest, but he felt better knowing what was going on than being left in the dark. Being ignorant would come back to bite him when he least expected it. Thus, Michael was quite satisfied. As for his thoughts about the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, Michael was still not certain if he should apply to it. Alice Zenobia might have told him to attend it, but there were countless military academies in the solar system. Some of them ought to be ranked higher than the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Couldn't he apply to them, instead of having to leave the solar system to get admitted to a military academy that was constructed only recently? Michael opened his chat with Alice Zenobia with those thoughts flashing through his mind. He wrote a message on impulse and hit the send button before he could rethink his decision. Michael, sorry for replying so late. I've been busy with my territory. I didn't have the time to research the Sapphire Lake Military Academy and compare them to other military academies near Elira, so I cannot give you a certain answer yet. Even if I sit for the aptitude examination on the 20th and pass, I am not sure if I will join. I know nothing about the benefits the Sapphire Lake Military Academy has over other academies and universities. If you could give me some information about the benefits, I might be able to give you a clear answer soon. After he sent the message, Michael focused his full attention on Danny and the delicious food of the Pleonexia buffet. The food was even better than Michael expected, and he savored each bite. Simultaneously, he began to answer some of Danny's earlier questions once he refilled his now empty plates. Danny had yet to finish his bowl and 3 plates of food when he returned to the table, but he was less uncomfortable than he had been when Michael asked him to join a university or academy together. Michael made use of that to talk to Danny. He wanted to know more about the Triton Alliance and the treaties mankind made with other races. Mickey was also curious about Danny's territory, how far the development had progressed, and how many powerful subjects he had nurtured since he became a lord in the Origin Expanse. They talked a lot, and it looked like they would never stop until a staff member came over to politely ask them to hurry up since their allocated time had been used up. The staff member asked them if they wanted to extend their time, but the brothers declined. They had gobbled up close to 30 plates of food that had been filled to the brim. The amount of food and nutrition were enough to feed a family of 10 for 2 days, maybe even more. The brothers didn't see a problem, but they noticed that some of the staff members looked at them in disbelief. Michael even heard someone asking their friend if they had starved themselves for several days to prepare for the pleonexia buffet in an attempt to taunt the brothers. Little did they know that this kind of meal was something Michael could eat every other day. His stomach would digest everything rapidly and turn it into a massive amount of energy. That was exactly what he required. After all, the origin Expanse was bound to cause countless sleepless nights in the future, but that was only obvious. Being a lord was time-consuming, especially if one wanted to be a good lord. The two brothers got up from their table and left the pleonexia buffet. They finished their meal, and it was now time to do two things. First, Danny asked Michael to register himself as a lord and get his lord ID information. The reason for that was apparent to Michael, whose brother had done the same thing 4 years ago. To create a Lord ID, a trace of the War Runes data would be extracted and stored inside the Lord ID. This made it near impossible to copy the Lord ID, which turned it into the most authentic identification device. However, that was not everything. With the War Runes data in the Lord ID, the access permission to the Lord network would be upgraded automatically whenever the War Runes tier increased. It would be updated in real time in the Lord ID if a Lord loses his territory or dies as well. The Lord ID's card would naturally lose its luster and become blank when the Lord's territory was lost, and it would burn if the Lord died. This information would be sent to the AI governing all Lord IDs, which made it much easier to be updated on a Lord's death in the origin Expanse, and to forward the information to the deceased's family. Danny wanted his information and to be immediately informed if something happened to Michael. Michael was against that because he didn't want to make his brother worry needlessly. However, the brothers clearly recalled the dispute they had 4 years ago. At that time, Danny didn't want to share his Lord ID with Michael because of the same reason. It was just the other way around this time. Michael realized that he was wrong and that he had to comply to his brother's demand. That was fine until something bad happened, which Michael wouldn't let happen. Thus, they went over to the branch of the Awakened department that was located inside the central trading hall. It took only a few minutes to reach the Awakened department, and the Lord ID was created and all set to be used in half an hour. When the Lord ID was done, Michael forwarded the ID's information to Danny. However, his brother was fully focused on Michael's war rune. Danny could tell from Michael's presence that he was already a decently powerful lord with quite a few loyal subjects. While that was great, the fact that Michael's war rune was almost refined to the late stage was a little worrisome. Are you sure that you don't need any help? I began to save up a little after entering the origin Expanse. I always put some of my savings aside to make up for the little time I could spend with you, Danny said in a sad voice as they left the Awakened department. He looked a little embarrassed, but Michael just smiled. Gifting me Tigerfang is already more than I ever expected to receive from you. I don't think I should ask how much your bank account had to bleed to buy me an epic artifact. Furthermore, Tigerfang is powerful enough to cut through Tier 1 monsters, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Michael reassured his brother with confidence spreading across his face. However, Danny's face turned dark upon hearing his brother's words. Cut easily through Tier 1 monsters, is that so? How do you know that? Damn, at that moment, Michael realized that he had fucked up. The moment Danny realized what he had just said, Michael knew that he fucked up. How am I going to explain that now? Michael opened his mouth, but he closed it just a moment later. He didn't want to tell Danny about the untamed jungle because his brother would worry more than necessary. Danny could only sigh deeply upon seeing that Michael was reluctant to speak up. He looked at Michael once again and scanned him from head to toe. Michael was clearly unscathed and doing well. It worried him that Michael spoke so lightly about fighting Tier 1 monsters, but it was not as if he could do something against it. His little brother was just as stubborn as himself. No matter what happens, tell me when things go south, please, Danny said in a low voice. He grit his teeth and clenched his fists. I don't want anything to happen to you. You're the last. Danny began but trailed off as the last words died in his throat. He couldn't get himself to say them out loud, but that was not necessary because Michael understood what Danny wanted to say. Their parents had never been there for them. After that happened, they just disappeared, leaving a house and some monthly allowance for the brothers. I understand. Don't worry, I am giving my best to survive, Michael reassured his brother before he added a little bit more seriously, but we should go to the House of Witchery now. I need to sell a bunch of items and buy even more. Michael went ahead while Danny's gaze lingered on his brother. He could only shake his head before he rushed behind his brother. The market of Olympus has a higher rating than the House of Witchery. Why don't we go there instead? I am getting good prices for the goods. I sell my goods there every time. Danny proposed, but Michael shook his head. I get a special price from the House of Witchery. The market of Olympus won't give such prices to ordinary customers. I looked at the buy and sell ratio of most shops and did some calculations. The House of Witchery is the best with the benefits I get. Benefits? Why would you get benefits from the House of Witchery? Danny asked, but Michael only offered a smug smile and a shrug. He didn't answer his brother even after Danny asked for the 5th time. Michael wanted to show off the golden Bartholomew membership card when the timing was right. They entered the shop less than 10 minutes later. Some of the staff members remembered Michael, and they immediately greeted him with a bow. Michael didn't expect this kind of special treatment, but it made him feel good since his brother was witnessing everything. He had a hard time staying calm as he approached the witchery bazaar. Whether it was a coincidence or destiny, the same young man from 2 days ago had a shift at the witchery bazaar. He rushed over to Michael and bowed deeply to him the moment he saw him. "You're already back, sir. How can I help you? Do you want to sell new goods again?" the young man asked in an overly polite voice. Michael was unable to hold back his smile anymore as he glanced over to Danny. Meanwhile, his brother could only stare at the strange situation with widened eyes. "I came back to sell some goods, yes. But I have a lot more than last time, and I'm not sure if you can appraise them fast enough to make sure that their quality won't deteriorate when I take them out after a long time," Michael said while continuing to smile. Most of his goods had been stored in the warehouse for a while. The preservation enchantment array was exceptional, but it was not a perfect solution. The quality of some goods had deteriorated a little, though they had not gone bad. Nothing was spoiled. "No problem, I will call over a few more staff members to help me." "That's no problem at all, sir," the young staff member said as he left the brothers at the counter. He rushed over to his colleagues and brought some of them over the next minute. Afterward, he led Michael to the appraisal room. "Will your friend over there come with us, sir?" the young staff member asked while looking at Danny after he gave a quick bow in his direction. "That's allowed?" Danny asked, dumbfounded. He thought that it was a custom to not allow anybody to enter the appraisal room except for the seller and the required staff. "Of course not. Sir can bring as many people inside the appraisal room as he desires," the young man said as if it was perfectly normal. The other staff members nodded their heads in agreement as well. Danny turned to Michael and frowned deeply. His eyes seemed to scream, "What the hell did you do?" But Michael merely smiled. "I will stay here," Danny said after he pondered for a second or two. He didn't really want to see the goods Michael had brought to sell. If there were corpses of multiple Tier 1 monsters in his storage, his mind would go awry, and he would start questioning Michael about the danger of the region his territory had spawned in once again. There had to be a reason why Michael didn't want to talk about the region around his territory, and Danny had already guessed it. However, he didn't want to reaffirm his guess by following Michael inside the appraisal room. "All right, I will be back soon," Michael said before he followed the staff members inside the appraisal room next door. The temperature inside the appraisal room plummeted instantly, and they waited patiently for Michael to retrieve the goods he wished to sell. Thus, he began taking them out one by one. Michael retrieved 6 blueprints first. He had 2 sets of those blueprints, so he might as well sell one of each. Afterward, he retrieved the Bilrock's feathers in his possession. Michael had extracted them a second time to clean them perfectly. Michael followed up with 93 low-tier 1 monster cores, several dozen gemstones, antlers, and other precious body parts from 93 low-tier 1 monster corpses, such as their extracted blood, unscathed organs, clean tendons, and more. This time, Michael sold the extracted meat of Tier 1 monsters as well. However, that was not everything. In fact, it was merely an appetizer. The main dish was about to be served now. Michael retrieved several hundred perfectly extracted lizard scales, close to 2 tons of lizard meat, the perfectly extracted and well-preserved organs and other precious body parts of the lizard, and her monster core. When Michael retrieved the perfectly dissected lizard corpse, the staff members stopped moving for a moment. Their jaws hit the ground and their eyes widened as they turned over to Michael. Was that guy really a Tier 0 lord? Why are they acting like that? It shouldn't be the first time they saw such monster corpses. They didn't see the desert, either, Michael thought while retrieving the war axe artifact of the Gogi Lord. Half an hour later, Michael and the staff member left the appraisal room. The staff member looked deathly pale while Mickey smiled brightly. As expected, the lizard mother was a Tier 2 monster. Satisfied with himself and the gains he had made, Michael followed the staff member to the counter to sign the deal. Meanwhile, Danny praised himself inwardly when he saw the stunned look on their faces. Good thing I didn't join them. Now that all goods had been appraised, Michael only had to sign the form that listed all goods and the amount of money he would receive, and he would be done. Danny followed Michael to the counter, and he saw the total sum of money Michael was about to receive by chance. His heart skipped a beat and he looked at Michael in utter shock. Michael hadn't signed the paper yet. His hand hovered over the form, but he looked at Danny with a sly smile. "Do you want to see how much I'll get?" he asked teasingly, seeing Danny's reaction. However, Danny could only shake his head. He was already sweating and looked absolutely stunned, and so far, he'd merely seen the total sum, and not what items allowed him to earn so much money. "You're scared about what you'll see, aren't you?" Michael mused inwardly, even though he understood Danny's reaction. If he were in his brother's position, he wouldn't want to know where such a huge sum of money came from either. Danny was just shocked, which was completely justified. His earnings were more than Michael's, but that was because his territory was bigger, and his sources of income were quite big and diverse. The money he earned from hunting was extremely high. However, that was because he was a Tier 2 lord with 4 years of experience as a lord. He could leave his territory to go out and hunt groups of Tier 2 monsters with his military might and 5-star soul trait. That was definitely possible and not even that hard for him since he had formed a strong and cohesive group with exceptional teamwork with his subjects. But Michael was merely a rookie lord whose protection barrier was still up. He hadn't even been in the Origin Expanse for 10 days. "Did you sell your soul?" He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, yet Michael just laughed. "I just sold a few monster carcasses and an artifact." "It's nothing major," Michael waved off his hand as if it was the most natural thing. Meanwhile, the clerk and the other staff members who had appraised Michael's goods could hardly keep a straight face. Their eyes shot wide open upon hearing the brothers' conversation, but they chose to keep their mouths shut. That was best for everyone. "Well, I didn't expect the war axe to be worth that much either. I should have researched a little bit more about the price of artifacts," Michael acknowledged at last. He glanced at the list of items he had received and nodded his head. Michael would receive an average of 5,500 for each blueprint. 2 of them were quite rare drops, which were good for new lords. Wealthy families wouldn't hesitate to buy the blueprints for an exorbitant price, since the blueprints allowed their offspring to develop their territories at a much faster rate. Other than that, the average price for the low Tier 1 corpses increased to 1,080, which was mostly due to 3 major factors. First, most monsters in the untamed jungle seemed quite rare. Their population was way too high in the untamed jungle, but they could rarely be found anywhere else. Second, Michael included the extracted monster meat this time as well. He had not done that last time. As for the third reason, it was something Michael was the proudest of. Like last time, he had been very thorough when he had dissected the carcasses. That was why it would be very easy to work with the materials he provided. As a result, the shop's AI gave his goods a high evaluation score, just like last time. This high evaluation score was also why Michael earned 150,000 from the near-perfectly dissected lizard corpse. The lizard scales were particularly good for armor, and they could be ground and used by alchemists as well. The meat was delicious and had been sold in a massive amount of 1.8 tons. Meanwhile, the remaining parts of the lizard were also well preserved and near perfectly dissected, earning Michael a small fortune. The Bilrock's feathers, on the other hand, earned the least with 5 for each piece. He sold a total of 166 Bilrock's feathers, earning him an additional 830. Finally, the 3-star Tier 1 war axe of the Gogi Lord had been appraised to be worth 730,000, which totaled his goods to be worth slightly above $1 million. If I might suggest something, it would be better to sell the 3-star Tier 1 war axe through a VIP auction, or by looking for a customer who is specifically in need of a huge war axe. After all, the shop's AI evaluated the battle axe as too hard to wield since it is too big for human lords and adventurers to use. If not for the war axe's overdimensional size, you would have received much more money for the weapon artifact. The staff member provided well-meant advice. Michael considered it for a moment before he shook his head. He knew that artifacts were rare to drop, and extremely hard to produce since the link to the war rune cannot be recreated easily. Good weapon artifacts were even scarcer, yet Michael was satisfied with the price he received. He didn't have the time to wait for the next VIP auction, forget about searching for the perfect customer. It was better to use the money at his disposal to invest in the future and advance faster rather than waiting for weeks to earn a little bit more from the war axe artifact. Michael signed the deal without hesitation. Danny was a little shocked after hearing about the 3-star Tier 1 war axe, but he gave his utmost to ignore the worry blossoming deep inside his heart. He told himself that Michael was simply lucky and that he received good fortune by defeating 1 or 2 Tier 1 monsters. Deep down, Danny could tell that the situation was a little bit different than what he assumed, but there was nothing he could say about it. It was not as if his life as a lord in the desert was much easier. He was about to go out on an expedition to conquer a primeval pyramid, so who was he to tell Michael off? Danny used his actions of the past and present to ease the worry in his heart. He had been a lot more reckless in the past, and he could tell that Michael would be fine if things wouldn't get worse. Danny knew what his brother was capable of, and he believed that Michael would overcome all kinds of troubles. With that in mind, he followed Michael to give him a few pieces of advice about the items he would require eventually. Just like that, the brothers went on a shopping trip to splurge Michael's hard-earned money in less than 20 minutes. How can $1 million feel like nothing? That's a huge fortune, but I've spent it just as easily as I spent the 50,000 last time I came here, Michael grumbled in a depressed voice before Danny patted his brother's back. In the future, you will have to spend a lot more. However, the beginning is the hardest. Once you have a few stable sources of income, you'll be able to set aside some money to purchase stronger artifacts and high-rank summoning scrolls. Michael forced himself to smile and nod his head. He knew that he had a lot to do, but it was still a little depressing to see his bank account balance after a short shopping spree. Finances, 251.5. The items Michael had purchased earlier were very simple. He bought all the necessary tools to perform alchemy, forge weapons and armor, and for gardening. The tools were of high quality and enough in quantity for 3 to 4 alchemists and blacksmiths to use. Other than the tools, Michael purchased high-quality fertilizer for the teacha trees and potions with growth hormones. The potions had been developed for monsters and livestock. They would be quite useful for the Bilrocks once they hatch. Michael purchased several sets of tempered leather armors manufactured with the hide of Tier 1 monsters for his warriors and tiara to use, a wide variety of potions, a large medicine kit, and a bunch of recipes and books for all subjects who were still apprentices. Being an apprentice meant that they had the potential to become experts when they were still alive. Sadly, they died before reaching that level, which meant that they could attain it now that they had been resurrected. Unfortunately, everything was ridiculously expensive. More than a third of his earnings had been spent on the items above, which had left Michael with a little bit more than 600,000 to purchase a better bow artifact and arrows. The antler bow was great, but it was not good enough anymore. Michael wanted to train his archery skills without being restricted by the power output of a tierless 1-star bow artifact. Thus he purchased a bow whose pulling force could be adjusted by channeling energy inside it. The 3-star Tier 0 hardwood bow artifact was perfect for this purpose. It didn't possess an additional enchantment, but the hardness of the frame could be adjusted with the amount of energy inserted. It could injure peak Tier 1 monsters in its strongest form, which was exactly what Michael needed. The discounted price Michael received was 600,000, and a batch of arrows was included in it. However, he purchased a few hundred additional arrows, spending most of his remaining fortune, leaving the House of Witchery with an empty pocket. Just like last time, Michael felt a little sad, but he was also satisfied with himself. I can give Tiara the antler bow to increase her perception a little. I can teach her a little if she is still interested in archery, Michael thought to himself before he retrieved the antler bow. He cut the connection between the antler bow and his war rune, and proceeded to bind the hardwood bow to his war rune once he and his brother entered the shuttle, which they had hailed to return home. A familiar white strand of energy emerged from within his war rune. Michael willed it to bind the hardwood bow, and the strand of energy shot forward. Like a tentacle, it coiled around the hardwood bow artifact before starting the binding process. Michael closed his eyes to feel and sense the binding process intently, while the hardwood bow turned into a white wisp, which was pulled inside his war rune shortly thereafter. The enhancement provided by the hardwood bow spread through his entire being when they arrived in front of their apartment complex. Michael felt his perception and agility increase considerably. It was several times stronger than the perception increment he had received from the antler bow. However, the increment in his perception and agility was still weak compared to the enhancement he received from his epic artifact. Even if the difference between a 1-star artifact and a 3-star artifact is worlds apart, Tigerfang is even more exceptional. The hardwood bow increased his perception and agility by roughly 20, while Tigerfang's overall increment was more than 70 even now. The external increase of strength provided by artifacts was predetermined and wouldn't change. Nonetheless, Tigerfang's enhancement was still extremely high, even after his war rune's degree of refinement was about to reach the late stage. It was truly an invaluable treasure for a tierless lord, and served as a mean to increase Michael's survivability drastically. "Are you not getting out?" Danny asked, pulling Michael out of his train of thought. Michael shook his head to free his mind and left the shuttle. It was only then that he noticed something lying on his lap. It was an arrow. "Huh, isn't that the—" he blurted out in a dumbfounded voice when Danny nodded his head. "That's the return arrow. You were looking at it as if you were going to steal it, so I purchased it." Danny laughed lightly, recalling when Michael had a look of pure yearning on his face while staring at the return arrow. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money to purchase it just yet. He would have to save up another $1 million to purchase the tierless 3-star artifact, the return arrow. "You bought it? Why, whoa," Michael began, but he couldn't even finish his sentence when Danny began glaring at him. "I just bought it, so what? Don't tell me that you don't need it. I know that your territory is in an extremely dangerous region. Otherwise, how would you be able to earn 50,000 after you spent 3 days in the Origin Expanse, and $1 million after spending 8 days in the Origin Expanse?" Danny shouted after being slightly influenced by the emotions that wreaked havoc in his mind for the last half an hour. Danny was fuming in anger when he noticed that Michael was about to retort, so he added, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but don't you dare to lie to me, Michael." Michael kept his mouth shut and scratched the back of his head helplessly. The return arrow was actually something Michael wanted. It was a tierless 3-star artifact that could be used indefinitely, until it broke into pieces, to be precise. One could configure the return enchantment by channeling energy inside it to determine exactly how far the arrow could travel away from the war rune before it would return to him automatically. The concept was similar to that of a boomerang. "It's good that you did not reject my gift. I just want to make sure that you can survive as long as possible." The return arrow will increase your agility a little, but you should ensure that you will never lose your weapons when you're in battle. Arrows are consumables, and you cannot retrieve them most of the time. The return arrow is different, so I can feel reassured that you'll be fine hopefully. Danny said before he added lightly, I can buy you a few more artifacts if you want. However, Michael shook his head immediately. All right, I will do as you say. But first, I will leave to take a look at my territory. The preparations for the expedition should be completed by now, Danny answered as they stepped inside their apartment. The next moment, two runic gates appeared in the living room at the same time, one created through Michael's war rune, the other manifested by Danny's war rune. It was great to spend time with you. Let's repeat that soon, Danny said as he approached his runic gate. He was a little reluctant to leave his brother alone, but he also knew that Michael would be fine. His little brother was stronger and more talented than he was, after all. Michael nodded his head with a bright smile on his face. Yes, let's go out to eat when we meet again. Michael wished to spend more time with his brother, but the protection barrier would be lifted soon. Furthermore, Danny was also busy with his expedition. Danny didn't say a lot about the expedition, the desert region that surrounded his territory, or his life and experiences as a lord. However, that was fine. It was not as if Michael was willing to reveal everything he had experienced either. They spent a few hours together and talked far more about the origin, expanse, and the livelihood of lords than ever before. They had a great time together, catching up with each other and their experiences, but they had to separate now. Michael entered the runic gate, his war rune materialized, and he returned to the origin expanse. The apartment that had been filled with noises seconds ago returned to peaceful silence as the brothers returned to their territories to live the life of busy and hard-working lords. Like always, Michael first smelled the aroma of the untamed jungle's flora and fauna. It was incomparable to the smell outside the origin expanse and had an almost addictive quality to it. He stretched his body when he emerged on the other side of the runic gate and looked at his surroundings. It was already afternoon, but that was something Michael had already expected. He walked over to the wooden manor where he received his daily report. Afterward, he ordered one of his subjects to look for Tiara and the others. For the next task, Michael retrieved the goods he had just purchased and put them neatly inside the warehouse. He hadn't built a farm, an alchemy house, or a smithy yet, but it was important to have the tools ready beforehand. He moved the books and recipes he had purchased into one of the wooden manor's empty rooms and told everyone to use them. Michael had also purchased a big stash of paper, several bottles of waterproof ink, and a pen that could be easily filled with the ink. These were all items needed for the scholars and librarians to replicate the books, and the Sun Soldier techniques for everyone to read without the need to wait several days due to having limited copies. Once most items had been stored neatly, Michael met up with Tiara. He gave her the antler bow, 2/3 of the arrows he had purchased for himself, and the leather armor sets for her and the warriors, who'd spawned without an armor. Master, you're way too generous with us, wasn't all of this way too expensive? Tiara asked in shock. She hadn't expected her master to go out of his way and generously spend a small fortune to buy them tempered Tier 1 leather armor sets and to give her the antler bow artifact and refined arrows. If you think that I'm too kind and generous, you can thank me by continuing to give your best to protect the territory, Michael responded with a light smile. He didn't mind spending a small fortune on his warriors if it allowed them to survive the ordeals they encountered every day. They fought for him and his territory, so it was only fair to give them what they deserved. In that regard, Michael was certain that he should reward his people more than what he could provide for now. In that case, I hope you're satisfied with the 63 monsters we hunted when you left the origin expanse, one of the warriors exclaimed proudly. He was overjoyed with the tempered Tier 1 leather armor and couldn't even hide his emotions at this point. Michael smiled when he saw the warrior's reaction. He had already noticed that some of his combat units had grown stronger, but he hadn't expected them to have hunted 63 monsters. Even half of that number would have been more than what he expected from them after hunting for half a day. You guys left the protection barrier to hunt, didn't you? Michael asked after he turned to Tiara. He didn't look at her as his maid anymore. Tiara was more like his commander in charge. She nodded her head and explained, with Ms. Kelia by our side, it is much more secure than you might think. Her control of the water element is exceptional, and the high humidity in the air plays in favor of her ability. She is great. Ms. Kelia was the water elemental mage. Michael could tell that she was powerful simply because she was a 3-star elemental mage, but it seemed as if she was even more resourceful than expected. After all, it was not easy to hunt 63 Tier 1 monsters when they had only one Tier 1 combatant in their group. That's great. Maybe I'll be able to summon a few more warriors to aid you in battle once I finish extracting the carcasses, Michael exclaimed, and the others nodded their heads vigorously. They were excited at the thought of their military might expanding further. Tiara's ears perked up when she heard, summon, and the hint of a smile appeared on her face. After you left this morning, 2 subjects emerged from the summoning gate. They're both one-star summons just like the knights in training from yesterday," she said with a bright smile. Michael was stunned. More one-star summons. He sensed the links of loyalty connected to his war rune and realized in astonishment that 2 more links of loyalty had been formed. They were stronger than ordinary links of loyalty, similar to the bonds of the knights in training. Did that mean getting 2 one-star summons like the knights in training was not a one-time reward, but a reward he could claim daily? That would be great. Should I start conquering more territories to procure more summoning crystals? That should increase the number of daily summons. I could earn a bunch of soul star fragments and soul traits on the side as well. Michael mused, even though he knew that it was not easy to conquer other territories. Michael was not even sure where the closest Lord territory was located in the first place. He might be the last Lord in the entire untamed jungle region without realizing it. Even if he was the last Lord, it was fine. He could find other ways to procure what he desired. But for now, Michael had to take care of his territory. He extracted the monster corpses like always and ordered his subjects to store the near-perfectly dissected body parts in the warehouse. Meanwhile, Michael's full attention was on the seemingly ordinary piece of parchment he had extracted from a ferocious wolf's corpse, another fragment of the untamed jungle's map. Is it actually a map or a treasure card? Michael murmured to himself as he stared at the third piece of parchment that showed the topography of the untamed jungle. How many more pieces do I need to complete the map? Will I be able to find out more about the untamed jungle once I find the remaining pieces? Either way, Michael stored the parchment in his war rune while being deep in thought. He received the energy share from the monster killed by his subjects and could clearly feel that his war rune's refinement degree would soon reach the late stage. Great, everything will work according to my plan. Despite being one of the biggest events for all rookie lords, nothing much happened when the protection barrier around Michael's territory was lifted. It dispersed and opened the ways for outsiders to intrude on the territory. However, no monster dared to attack the territory right away. Tempered wooden walls and spiked walls had been constructed to protect the territory and the citizens, but that was not all. The remaining monsters in the territory's vicinity knew that their kind had been ferociously hunted over the course of the last 10 days and had received a painful death. They understood that a new overlord had emerged in the small area of the clearing and immediate surroundings, so they were wary of Michael's territory. That was some great news, which allowed Michael to focus on his territory's progress and on extracting resources and monster corpses in the following days. All teacha trees in the range of the territory had been uprooted and planted near each other. A few of his subjects were dedicated to caring for them and ensured that the trees received fertilizer and the best possible treatment to make sure that they would grow fast and prosper. At the same time, more treehouses had been constructed, the warehouse was expanded, several gardens have been constructed beneath the treehouse complexes, and both smithies and alchemy houses had been constructed as well. The infrastructure of his territory was finally put in place and meticulously organized. The humongous jungle trees that stunted each other's growth because they had grown too close to each other were taken care of. Some of them were removed to provide resources for treehouse complexes and other construction projects, while others had parts of their roots extracted. Michael did the latter because he wanted to leave the opportunity open to build bigger buildings high up in the trees with the use of several trees that had grown close to each other. Other than that, Michael also joined Tiara and her combat unit to go out hunting. He had yet to see the combat prowess of the arrow crossbowmen, the knights in training, and the water elemental mage. Thus he joined them one day to see how much their teamwork had improved and how dangerous it was for them to fight Tier 1 monsters. At the end of the day, Michael was quite surprised. The arrow crossbowmen and the water elemental mage easily killed lone Tier 1 monsters long before the melee fighters reached it. It was not much different in group battles either. The melee fighters would only engage in battle once the group exceeded 5 monsters, since other subjects could easily tackle fewer numbers. That was exceptional, and it was also why Michael was able to extract round about 700 summoning scroll fragments, 13 summoning scrolls, and 5 blueprints every day for 3 days in a row. In fact, on the 3rd day, Michael was even rewarded with a tierless 2-star artifact. Michael felt that it was a bummer because he and his people killed Tier 1 monsters only to be rewarded with tierless artifacts, but the 2-star artifact was a bracelet with the protection shield enchantment. It was worth a small fortune in the market, but it could also be very well used by him or Tiara. However, since Michael was already in possession of multiple artifacts and eager to hone his archery skills, he gave the 2-star bracelet artifact to her. It allowed Michael to stay worry-free when Tiara and her fighters would leave the territory to go out hunting. Other than the combatants, Tracer also left the territory. She had recuperated at last and started to work again right away. Blair Tracer was embarrassed about her foolish mistake. she had indirectly forced Michael to engage in war with the Gogi Lord after stealing 3 Bilrock's eggs. Michael never said anything about that after the Gogi Lord had been exterminated, but Blair felt bad and guilty for putting him in such a situation nonetheless. Thus, she began to explore the untamed jungle relentlessly. She investigated every nook and cranny and made a detailed map of the untamed jungle with precise marks about every unique-looking spot in the surrounding area. Michael was satisfied with Blair's work, but he was more focused on other tasks. 2 one-star summons with strengthened links of loyalty emerged from the summoning gate every day, and Michael used the gains he made daily to summon new subjects in the morning. Over the course of 3 days, Michael summoned 126 subjects. On the first day, he summoned 41 subjects, the following day 42, and a day after Michael summoned 43 subjects. Amongst the 126 summons, 14 were one-star summons, while the rest were starless summons. Just like that, the number of Michael's subjects exceeded 200, but that was not everything. The refinement degree of his war rune reached the late stage, which was fast. His 13th day in the Origin Expanse had yet to pass, but he was already quite powerful. His subjects had become a lot stronger as well, and their link of loyalty had strengthened as their trust in him increased over the course of time. All of his gains were exceptional, but the cherry on the cake was that the Bilrocks were ready to arrive in the world. It was the evening on the 3rd day after he had returned, and Michael had just received the report that the Bilrocks were about to hatch. He rushed to the other side of the clearing, where a small fence attached to a wooden hut came into his sight. Tiara, Blair, and a few more people were already inside the hut. They looked over to Michael when he barged inside the hut and bowed lightly to him before their attention returned to Hirn, the lesser tamer, who leaned over the 3 wiggling eggs. The atmosphere in the room was filled with excitement and anticipation. All eyes were fixed upon the eggs, nestled in a straw-lined nest. Subtle cracks had appeared on the little eggshells. Seeing the cracks for the first time, Michael's heart skipped a beat. A nervous energy buzzed through him, and he rushed forward. Without any care for his image, he squatted down next to Heron Tarn to take a close look at the wondrous scene. Time seemed to slow down suddenly. The first signs of life emerged, a tiny chip in the shell. Michael held his breath, and his heart began to beat even wilder than before as the fragile creature within the egg struggled to escape the prison. With each peck, the crack expanded, revealing glimpses of the vivid world beyond. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the shell gave way to a small yet pointy beak, small and black in color. The room was filled with a mixture of awe, joy, and empathy at this miraculous moment. It was the first time life had been given birth in Michael's territory. Tired, yet relentless, the hatchlings instinctively kept pecking the eggshells. They scratched against the remaining fragments of the eggs that had been their cocoon for months until they fell onto the straw nest with a soft thud. Exhausted and overwhelmed with the new surroundings, the hatchlings took their first uncertain and wobbly steps. They explored the unfamiliar environment with great curiosity. Everyone sighed in relief when they watched the 3 hatchlings look around curiously. They seemed exhausted but healthy. Various emotions filled the room. Everyone was awestruck while watching the Bilrock's hatchlings, but there was more behind the birth of the little hatchlings. Their birth infused everybody with the hope of a better future. Bilrock's existence unraveled countless new paths of development for the territory. Furthermore, the birth of the vulnerable yet determined creatures reminded everyone of their childhood and their struggles. At that moment, everyone shared an appreciation for the wonders of nature and the beauty of creation. It was truly miraculous. One of the Bilrock's hatchlings slowly wobbled and reached Michael's leg. It chirped shrilly and rubbed its head against his leg. Oh my, Michael's heart melted when he saw that. He had only been taking lives since he entered the Origin Expanse, so it was an overwhelming experience to witness the birth of life for the first time. His heart couldn't take it anymore. Michael's hand reached down instinctively. He caressed the hatchling gently while ignoring its damp and matted feathers, which had a distinctive slimy texture. The remaining 2 Bilrock's hatchlings squeaked shrilly and soon joined the conquest as they approached Michael to compete for his attention. Michael chuckled when he saw this, and he looked over to the lesser tamer, who returned his gaze with a smile. Take good care of them and use everything you deem necessary to make sure that they are healthy and mature well. Report immediately if they're injured or missing nourishment. At this moment, everyone realized that Michael had fallen victim to the cuteness of the hatchlings, but who could hold him accountable for that? They were just too cute. Michael and the others spent more than 2 hours inside the hut, caressing the Bilrock's hatchlings and watching the lesser tamer taking care of the newest members in the territory. After 2 hours, the 3 hatchlings had fallen asleep. Michael reminded the lesser tamer once again to take care of the Bilrock's hatchlings and do everything possible to raise them well before he and the others left the hut. Once the miraculous event of the Bilrock's hatchling's birth was over, Michael began with the task distribution for the following days. He was not sure for how long he would be away, but he wanted to make sure that everyone would be busy while he left to attend the graduation ceremony of his high school. Michael was still not looking forward to it, but he could tell that the graduation ceremony would turn into an interesting event, especially with his old homeroom teacher and Nicholas Leakoven present and the after-party later. He was still oblivious to his final exam score, but he didn't really care about that anymore either. Somehow, marks and grades felt negligible to him after having fought with his life on the line several times. His life in the Origin Expanse was different from the days he spent in Lackey. Michael had responsibilities now, and he felt like certain parts of his previous life had become insignificant. Half an hour later, Michael finished distributing the tasks. His war rune storage space was also filled to the brim with the most valuable body parts of the countless monsters he had collected during the last 4 days. All preparations had been completed, and Michael left the Origin Expanse once again. He returned home and appeared in his apartment. The first thing he did was to open the crystal watch to see the time, 1351 p.m. There are still 4 hours left before the graduation ceremony begins. That's more than enough, Michael murmured before he switched to the Messenger app. His brother hadn't sent him a message, but it looked like Alice Zenovia had sent a detailed answer to the question he had asked her before. It was related to the benefits of the Sapphire Lake military camp's benefits. However, before he opened the message, Michael hailed a shuttle and took a shower. He took a quick shower, put on the clothes he washed last time, and left the apartment. After getting inside the shuttle, he opened Alice's message at last. Alice Zenovia Fierce Beauty, I am generous enough to forgive your insolent behavior. However, don't think that I will always be that generous. It is hard to be the bigger person, you know. Alice Zenovia Fierce Beauty, either way, I'm glad that you're asking me about the benefits the Sapphire Lake Military Academy has over other military academies and universities. First of all, the Sapphire Lake Military Academy has yet to be registered in the ranking of top education institutes since it opened less than 5 years ago. That is also why you might have a hard time finding credible information about the Sapphire Lake Military Academy and its benefits. However, you can be at ease with me by your side. I will be your beautiful guide. Alice Zenovia Fierce Beauty. The biggest benefit of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy is that it's one of mankind's first educational institutions in the Zenot stellar system. If you don't know much about the Zenot stellar system yet, it is also the stellar system where we encountered the barbarians and the warlock centaurs first. The Triton Alliance was signed in the Zenot stellar system as well. The barbarians and warlock centaurs are proud races. They love war and are very powerful, but they take honor and the warrior oath very seriously. That is also why the government wants to make sure that the barbarians and warlock centaurs take mankind seriously. The easiest way to achieve this is by showing the superiority of our youngest generation. We can only show our rapid growth rather than the strength of our oldest lords. After all, their oldest generations have been lords in the Origin Expanse for millennia, while we've only been there for half a millennia. Michael had to take a short break while reading her long message. He was still inside the shuttle and on his way to the central trading hall, but his mind was somewhere else. Either her message is chaotic or my mind is so no. I should first read everything and then figure out if I understood her properly. Michael calmed down and read Alice's next message. Alice Zenovia Fierce Beauty. Due to the high hopes the government has for the educational institutions in the Zenot stellar system, they invest much more funds in the Sapphire Lake Military Academy than the academies and universities in the solar system. However, that is not everything. The Sapphire Lake Military Academy received big funding from charity organizations of big families of clans. The reasons behind this are simple. First, they want to make sure that their children can attend the military academy without wasting their precious time with the application process and aptitude assessment. Second, the big families and organizations want to gain a little bit more power and say in the government and in the military academy to research information about other students. This is to search for potential targets to lure into their own clans or families. After all, only the best of the best will be able to attend the academies and universities in the Zenot stellar system. There are a few more reasons, but I doubt that you want to hear all of them. P.S. Don't worry, the big families and organizations won't have a lot of power. Even my family doesn't have a permanent seat in the committee yet. Alice Zenovia Fierce Beauty. Thus, the benefits of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy can be boiled down to 2 major factors: a vast pool of resources and the strongest lords and adventurers as professors and instructors to teach you. Michael began to frown when he read Alice's last message. He was a bit mad. How couldn't you have sent only the last message and left it at that? Michael thought at first. However, after giving it some more thought, he realized that he had spent at most 2 or 3 minutes reading the messages, but Alice had spent a lot more time explaining everything to him in detail. Michael was also fairly sure that Alice had shared confidential information with him, which was much more than he could have hoped for. Maybe I shouldn't be such a pain in the ass to her, he thought, glad that he hadn't sent her a message yet. The shuttle arrived at the destination, and Michael got out a moment later. However, his eyes were still glued to the information Alice shared with him. It would be a lie if he were to say that he was not interested in the Sapphire Lake military camp and getting to know barbarians and warlock centaurs. Despite that, Michael didn't really want to be thrown into a pool full of sharks once again. His time in high school had been nothing short of a nightmare, and he didn't want to go through the same misery again. But as soon as he thought of it, Michael froze in his tracks. Who says that it will be the same as before? He asked out loud suddenly. He had changed over the past few days. Now, Michael had powerful soul traits and the means to become much stronger as long as he survived the ordeals of the untamed jungle. It was even possible for him to extract more soul traits and increase their star rating. Why would he have to be afraid of the kids born with a silver spoon in their mouths that would attend the military academy alongside him? He just had to crush them if they acted up. Michael was on his way to Bartholomew House of Witchery for the third time in a week. Almost 2 weeks had passed in the Origin Expanse, but to the outside world, only a little over a week had passed. Some of the staff at the shop knew how much money Michael had earned on those 3 trips, and that he spent the entire fortune he had earned. From their point of view, it was ridiculous how much money lords could earn and how much they had to spend. It was crazy. Michael immediately walked over to the Witchery Bazaar where 3 staff members led him inside the appraisal room. Now that I am set to enter the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, I should advance to the first tier before the 20th. Michael thought while retrieving the blueprints and carcasses he wished to sell. Michael recalled Danny's advice and the fact that there were fewer open spots in the academy due to the influence and donations of the rich, who wished to give their child the best opportunity to grow and reserve a seat. Most ordinary people would consider the actions of the rich annoying and unfair, but Michael thought that it was surprisingly good. More donations meant that the Sapphire Lake Military Academy had more funds, which would provide more and better resources to him as long as he would become one of the strongest freshmen. That was also why he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible and receive a high evaluation in the aptitude assessment. He was willing to give his best to join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. It seemed important for his future, whether it was about the high possibility of an upcoming war or his future growth. The system might be rigged by the rich, but that was quite normal. No matter where one looked, the wealthy and strong would have their hands in the game of power and influence. Michael figured that he would have to accept this reality and barge straight into the lion's den if he wanted to become stronger and overcome all kinds of ordeals and perilous situations. But for now, he had to face the graduation ceremony first. "Sir, are you fine with this price?" the clerk asked. Michael was pulled out of his train of thought and noticed only now that they had returned to the Witchery Bazaar's counter. The clerk held out the form where all necessary information was mentioned. He sold the near-perfectly dissected carcasses of 261 low-tier 1 monsters for an average of $10.25 and 21 blueprints for an average price of $4,800, totaling $368,325. That was more than enough money to purchase a suit of high quality and a few other things for his territory. But instead of purchasing something immediately, Michael left the House of Witchery. He visited the tailor where he purchased an expensive suit and handmade leather boots for the graduation ceremony. Afterward, he went to a different shop to find a way to work out properly inside the Origin Expanse. Nowadays, he spent most of his time inside the Origin Expanse, mainly fighting or using his soul trait to aid his subjects in collecting sturdy resources. That was why Michael had to search for a technique that allowed him to use the dormant energy of the Origin Expanse to stimulate his body to keep it fit and agile. Michael had already researched a few techniques, but he was still unsure what he wanted to purchase. It should be a workout technique that uses the Origin Expanse's energy to its full extent and his body's nutrition to stimulate every fiber in his body. That way, Michael could stay fit and improve his physique as well. With a fit body and a stimulating workout, it would be much easier to adjust to the constant enhancement he received from the War Rune and improve his stamina. He entered a shop called Rainbow Koi, a shop where thousands of books, tomes, and scrolls were sold, and searched for a suitable technique for 20 minutes before he found something interesting: Berserker Physique. It is a formidable technique that refines your body using the training method of the Berserker tribes in the Origin Expanse. Their shamans shared the techniques with a human lord, who is willing to sell the technique for merely 200,000, the young man explained graciously. Michael frowned a little, but he couldn't help himself. The introductory part of the Berserker Physique sounded interesting. "Isn't it just the copy of a workout technique? Why is it so expensive?" Michael asked, feeling certain that the shop wanted to exploit him. However, the young man shook his head valiantly. "Esteemed customer, you don't understand. The Berserker Physique is not an ordinary workout technique, but a body refinement technique that increases your physical strength, endurance, and stamina to that of a peak Tier 1 Lord up to 30 once practiced to the extreme. Michael pressed his lips together and asked one last question before he made his final decision. "I can share the technique with my subjects, right?" he inquired, and the staff member nodded his head immediately. "Of course you can. Even adventurers who took an oath of subordination to you are given permission to practice the technique." Michael nodded his head subconsciously. "All right, I'll take it." After he made his decision, the staff member acted quickly and completed the formalities. 5 minutes later, Michael left the shop with the Berserker physique technique and a massive deduction of 200,000 in his bank account. He left the central trading hall, hailed a shuttle, and opened a holographic screen. Danny was not online, but Michael sent him a message, nonetheless. He wanted to let his brother know that he was still alive after the protection barrier had been lifted. "I hope he is doing fine. The expedition this time around would most probably be a little bit more dangerous than usual." Michael knew that Danny didn't like cooperating with other lords under normal circumstances. He had experienced a few betrayals in the past, which made him very vigilant when it came to trusting other lords in the Origin Expanse. However, for this particular expedition, Danny made an exception and created an alliance with 3 other lords. He had researched a lot about the other lords and found them trustworthy enough to explore the outer parts of the primeval pyramid. However, Michael didn't really feel good about that. The fact that Danny was willing to make an alliance with other lords meant that the primeval pyramid was far more dangerous than he initially expected. "I swear, if you worry about me all the time while you're in an even more dangerous situation, I will kill you." The shuttle brought him to the designated destination in front of the gates of the Golden Sun Province's most prestigious school. Many luxurious cars had already been parked in the parking lot next to the school, and Michael could see a few familiar faces. He didn't bother to walk over and greet them and headed straight in the direction of the school's auditorium. While he walked to his destination, various thoughts flashed through his mind. The memories of his school life resurfaced as he saw the familiar corners of the high school, and he immediately wanted to leave once again. His time in high school hadn't been as bad as Michael always said. He was just too embarrassed about his own behavior in school to talk about it with someone. However, to the Golden Spoons, Michael was an eyesore. He had always been since he joined their school. He was merely an ordinary citizen, yet he dared to enter the most prestigious school in the province. Who did he think he was? A prodigy. Many students were irked when he became the top student after the first semester results were announced. They bullied him and succeeded in suppressing Michael completely. He didn't have any power, forget about any influential connections he could use. One time he got so pissed that he nearly beat the shit out of one of his bullies, only to recall the trouble that would await him if he dared to act on his impulse of going against the children of wealthy and highly influential families. The hesitation he felt on that day, and the worry of the aftermath, and how it would affect his future had made him feel hopeless. It was one of the most frustrating moments in his life. Just because he was ordinary and they were born with a golden spoon, Michael had to accept their bullying and presumptuous attitude. If he retaliated, he would be at fault. He didn't have the necessary power to twist the truth however he wanted, but his bullies had. Michael didn't want to be expelled because he required the benefits provided by the elite high school. Thus, he ended up hiding in the corners of the school ground every now and then, avoiding everybody altogether. It was quite embarrassing, but the situation had changed now. They were not students anymore, and Michael's life had been turned upside down since he manifested the war rune. The days after he entered the Origin Expanse shaped him into a different person, and he was now more confident about himself. Even if someone was to attempt to bully him, Michael wouldn't stay idle. He would retaliate and do everything he could to protect himself. In the worst case, he could leave Lackey to enter the Origin Expanse for a few weeks. However, Michael was sure that it wouldn't be necessary to flee and escape into the Origin Expanse. When he reached the auditorium, Michael walked over to the small counter where he showed his ID to register as a graduate before he was let inside. The auditorium appeared just like always to him, except for the fact that it had been decorated a little, and tables and chairs had been placed all over the auditorium. On the left side of the auditorium, some staff members were busy setting up the plates for the buffet at the after-party, while others hurried through the auditorium to change minor details in the decoration. Michael saw a few familiar faces, but he ignored them once again and sat down at the table the furthest in the back. The graduation ceremony started less than 20 minutes later, in which Michael thought about his high school life and the most important question, what he could have done better. Ever since he entered the Origin Expanse, he had matured a lot. Rather than being annoyed with the bullies or sulking about the unfair treatment he received merely because he was an ordinary citizen, Michael felt frustrated about his own behavior in the past. The more he thought about it, the clearer it was that he had been acting like a coward. At least, I know that I've been a coward in the past. If I use the mistakes I made in the past and learn from them, I shouldn't have to consider these years as a failure and wasted time. Instead, I can use them as a lesson to grow stronger, to become better. Michael nodded his head subconsciously. Learning from mistakes was the most important if he wanted to grow as an individual. Unlike what others thought, it was fine to make mistakes. However, it was not fine to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Understanding this principle was the first step of Michael's growth as a person. I think it was a good decision to come here, he acknowledged at last. Even if the afterparty was why he participated in the graduation ceremony, Michael felt that the most significant gain he made today was that he had come to terms with his past. He could acknowledge why he acted like this in the past, and what kind of person he had been in the 3 years he spent in the elite high school. Michael's train of thought naturally wandered elsewhere after his mind fell at ease. If I reach the first tier before the 20th, I should be considered a genius, or not. It will be a little over half a month since I first stepped into the origin expanse, and I have 2 soul traits. My combat prowess is also not that bad, nor is the knowledge I acquired in the last few years. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to get accepted at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy, right? Michael thought. After a while, the graduation ceremony was halfway done. The head teachers and the principal had concluded their speeches, but Michael's mind was somewhere else. He was in the origin expanse, trying to find the most efficient way to advance to the first tier. Hunting a few tier 2 monsters should allow me to advance to the next tier. The lizard mother's energy share had been massive. Michael couldn't even absorb half of it at that time. By now, Michael was confident that his body and war rune were strong enough to handle the energy share of a tier 2 monster. The only problem was how he should hunt tier 2 monsters with the means at his disposal. Will a sneaky attack be enough? Probably not. I should make a few more preparations and purchase some stuff. For a while, Michael completely forgot where he was. His surroundings turned insignificant as his thoughts focused on the various plans that were forming in his head. His goal was to become a Tier 1 Lord before the aptitude assessment for the Sapphire Lake Military Academy started on the 20th. He still had 2 weeks left to achieve this goal. But the task was not easy, as the energy required to reach a higher refinement degree increased drastically from the late stage. It would require several times more energy to refine his war rune to the peak of the 0th tier than refining it infinitely close to the late stage. After that, Michael had to break the barrier that separated Tier 0 existences from the first tier. This would require a tremendous amount of energy, lots of time, and exceptional willpower. With that in mind, he continued to ignore the speeches and useless talk of the head teachers and the principal. He couldn't care less about them now that his mind was focused on the origin expanse. After all, the afterparty was the most important event he eagerly awaited. It was an opportunity for Michael to get back at some idiots and witness their stupidity one last time. Times had changed, and Michael had grown much stronger physically, but even more so mentally. He was not the same man as a week ago. They didn't have to change their location for the afterparty. It was being held in the same auditorium. The interior space of the auditorium was tweaked a little after the formal part of the graduation ceremony ended, but it was nothing major. Most chairs and tables had been pushed to the right side of the auditorium to leave an open space in the center. Michael presumed that the open space was the dance floor for the couples to dance and have fun. Even though most of them were already lords or would become lords soon, they were merely 18 years old and filled with the desire to pursue romance and have flowery feelings toward their beloved. At least that was the case for many students. They walked over to the dance floor after a while and started to dance slowly and intimately. Meanwhile, the preparations for the buffet had been completed as well. For someone like Michael, the buffet was the most important. One could even say that it was one of the minor reasons why he chose to come to the graduation ceremony. He didn't really care much about the couples dancing on the dance floor. They could be as passionate and intimate as they wanted to be, but delicious food was still better in his opinion. Michael was just a glutton, one of the few prideful gluttons at that. He headed over to the buffet the moment it was opened. His plate was filled to the brim within minutes, and he began feasting on the food at a nearby table. Because he was dressed in a pristine new suit, Michael chose to eat with etiquette. It was not necessary to gobble down his food as if he had been starving for weeks. 15 minutes later, he finished his first plate. He went back to the buffet to get a second serving. Michael wanted to eat in silence before observing his former classmates, but he was not given that much time. Nicholas Leacoven, some of his idiotic friends, and their head teacher Kellen Dame were already waiting for him at the table. Michael knew that some of them had been watching him for a while now, but he didn't think they would be so impatient. Even dogs were not interrupted while eating. "Look, who's here? If that isn't Michael Fang." Nicholas Leacoven pointed at him with a vibrant smile. "To think that you're daring enough to come here today. Are you not afraid that I will beat the shit out of you?" Nicholas' voice turned cold when he spat out the last few words. He stared at Michael like a predator eyed their prey before they attacked. Michael's right eyebrow rose lightly as he held Nicholas' gaze. However, his expression was emotionless and his eyes were clear without any hatred or fear. "Michael Fang, Just because you scored higher than Nicholas in the final exam does not mean that you are at the same level. You should lower your head in front of him. Kellen Dame said in a tone that made it seem like he was ordering Michael. However, Michael just turned to Kellen Dame without a change in his expression. I don't even know my score, so how about you keep quiet? Michael responded, his voice tranquil and calm like a lake. He looked at the back of his former headteacher's right hand and smiled lightly. Kellen Dame was already in his mid-30s, but he was barely a Tier 1 adventurer. He lost his territory quite early and spent more than a decade to advance to the first tier. After that, he left the Origin Expanse to become a high school teacher. There was nothing else he could do with himself given his lacking power and influence. As a Tier 1 adventurer, the only thing he could do was to become a teacher at a prestigious high school where he enjoys a great salary without the need to face the dangers of the Origin Expanse. Nicholas noticed that Michael scoffed at their former headteacher's war rune, and his vibrant smile widened. He pointed at the gloves Michael had put on and laughed lightly. You don't need to hide that you didn't manifest a war rune. Just stay the loser you've always been. Michael frowned. Can't he sense my war rune's fluctuations through the gloves? Is his perception that bad? Initially, Michael put on some gloves to keep a low profile. Less than a third of the high school graduates had turned 18 so far. Thus, most students couldn't sense the energy of the Origin Expanse his war rune exuded. However, someone like Nicholas and Kellen Dame should be able to sense the subtle trace of energy radiating from him. But that was not the case. They couldn't sense it. Are they idiots? Michael asked himself before he snickered. What a stupid question. Is that even debatable? You don't have to laugh in sadness. It's fine. Not everyone can be as talented as I am. Nicholas was gloating in a voice loud enough for most students to hear. He lifted his right hand high into the air and showed it to everyone. After everyone had seen it, he took a step closer to Michael to give him a clear view of his war rune. Nicholas tried to shove it into his face to make it clear that he was the most talented, but Michael didn't even flinch upon looking at Nicholas' war rune. Congratulations. You refined your tierless war rune to the mid-stage, Michael said in an emotionless, dry voice. It required a tremendous amount of willpower not to laugh out loud when he said that. Nicholas was 2 months older than most of them, yet his war rune was less refined than Michael's. Michael's T-earless war rune was on the verge of advancing to the late stage, while Nicholas' war rune reached the middle stage not too long ago. Looks like you're baffled, idiot. However, listen up. Nicholas Leakoven continued to boast and show off before he made another announcement. By the end of the month, I will become a student of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Michael listened to Nicholas gloating patiently. His expression changed a little, which Nicholas took as a sign to rub salt on Michael's injury. Meanwhile, you will have to struggle to earn enough money to stay in the capital. Poor you, he drawled in the same arrogant, overly bright smile as before. Little did he know that Michael's expression changed because of a different reason. Michael looked at Nicholas for a while before he diverted his attention for a moment. He knew that the Leakoven family was powerful. Still, given that Nicholas said, by the end of the month, Nicholas had indirectly confirmed that his family had failed to buy him a spot at the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Does that mean we will meet again on the 20th? That would be fun, Michael thought, unable to control a grin from appearing on his face. Nicholas noticed the change in Michael's expression clearly. It irked him much more than he expected, and he was just about to do something when one of his subordinates took a stride closer to Michael to push his plate away, spilling the food all over. Why did he do that? He probably wanted to impress Nicholas and use the opportunity to make fun of Michael. But Michael looked at the idiot for a moment before he moved to the side. He stretched one leg out, and the wannabe bully tripped and fell over with a loud thud. The young man, who had been Michael's former classmate, wailed in pain when he smacked his face right on the floor. Michael burst into laughter the next moment. He hadn't expected his former classmates to be even more idiotic than before. Only a week passed, but their IQ must have dropped by a dozen points. Nicholas grit his teeth seeing that Michael was fooling his crony. He growled and was about to manifest one of his artifacts when loud cheers filled the auditorium. The girls began to squeal loudly as Jasmine Blade entered the afterparty in a graceful dress, alongside a young man with azure-colored hair. Jasmine looked beautiful and elegant as she strode through the auditorium. Meanwhile, the young man beside her was handsome and walking alongside her with his chest puffed out and his chin held high. He was well aware of the gazes lingering on them, and his body language was filled with confidence. The short strides he took next to Jasmine pulled the attention of everyone in the auditorium toward him and his partner. However, Michael was just confused as he looked at the young man. Isn't that the fierce beauty? Michael was not sure why he thought about Alice Zenovia when he looked at the young man, but they looked eerily similar. Their similarities were too many to be a coincidence. While looking at the young man, Mickey forgot about Nicholas completely. His eyes followed the young man and Jasmine Blade until he heard some of his former classmates murmuring, "Isn't that Caleb Zenovia? Why is he here? Didn't you hear?" The Zenovia family and the Blade family are going to join hands together. The arranged marriage between Jasmine and Caleb is quite an old piece of news now. That's the fierce beauty's brother, Michael realized. It made sense. That is why they seemed so similar to him. He felt that Caleb looked rather beautiful than handsome. I bet that he was often mistaken as a girl when he was younger. Now that he was pondering about their relation, Michael recalled that Alice had said something about her brother and his soon-to-be fiancé when they first met after his final exam. Right, she was told to watch the final exam of her brother's soon-to-be fiancé, Michael mumbled. He smiled faintly and used the opportunity to step back. Even if Michael wanted to show Nicholas that he was far from useless, that he was stronger than his family's wealth and connections were useless in the face of incompetence, he could tell that the time was not ripe. It was much better to feast on the buffet than bothering about Nicholas and his subordinates. Food was much higher in his priority list than these idiots. They could be taken care of once his stomach was filled to the brim. Michael was one of the few people who were focusing on the buffet right now. Most graduates wanted to make sure that their connections with the other graduates could be maintained in the future, while others would enjoy themselves by drinking or dancing with their beloved. Michael didn't have any friends in school and was a loner. He was the only student with an ordinary background who made it into the elite class of the most prestigious school in the Golden Sun province. Thus, he was looked down upon by almost everyone. Even if some wouldn't look down on him, approaching him with good intentions could be considered as volunteering to be bullied. Hence, most of the students steered clear of him too, but Michael was fine with that. In fact, it was much easier for him to be a lone wolf. He didn't have to be considerate to anyone and could focus on his food. At least that was something what Michael hoped for. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before the atmosphere of the after-party changed for the worse. Just as Michael approached the big spit roasted pig to get a taste of it, goosebumps appeared on his body. His heightened perception told him that something was wrong, and his body moved backward instinctively. A moment later, an azure streak flashed past his eyes. The azure flash cut through the air and pierced the apple placed in the spit-roasted pig's mouth. It was an arrow. Someone had shot an arrow through the auditorium without a care for the safety of the people at the buffet. Michael hadn't been right next to the spit-roasted pig, but a single miscalculation would have cost his life. Michael's head flicked to the direction from which the arrow had flown towards him in anger. He thought that it could have been Nicholas Leekhoven, who wanted to make fun of him, but the archer holding the bowstring was actually Caleb Zenovia. Caleb Zenovia was standing next to Jasmine Blade with a smug expression on his face. He was surrounded by a small crowd of women who seemed to have joined Caleb's fan club and were openly admiring him. They squealed loudly, and a few even clapped when they saw that Caleb's arrow pierced the center of the apple precisely. Their squeals and Jasmine's praises were enough to make a smile blossom on Caleb's face. Initially, he wanted to act a little tough in front of his girlfriend. However, since he was only 17 years old and not yet a lord, he could only show off the skills he attained after undergoing rigorous training since he was young. He was famed as an exceptional talented archer, which was why he gave everyone a little demonstration of his skill. His plan worked out perfectly. Jasmine was in awe and everyone's attention had been pulled over to him. He cleared his throat after he thought of something and made an announcement. "Everyone, let's have some fun tonight. How about a small competition?" The auditorium erupted in an uproar when they heard what Caleb said. He wanted to turn the after-party of their graduation ceremony into a competition. Who the hell did he think he was? Well, was Caleb Zenovia, and his suggestion earned thunderous cheers from the newest members of his fan club and his girlfriend. Meanwhile, many guys were both excited and agitated simultaneously. They wanted to show off what they had learned as well, but they were also bothered because Caleb deliberately acted to attract the attention of all women. He was not even an awakened yet, but he felt that it was necessary to show off his skills. Was it even possible to be more arrogant than this young man? It hadn't been long since they graduated, but almost a third of the graduates had already manifested their war rune. Nicholas's tearless war rune was already refined to the mid-stage as well. His strength, perception, and eyesight were much stronger than that of an ordinary human. Furthermore, he had been trained from a young age as well. In fact, Nicholas was not alone. Everyone had been trained from a young age, and many had already manifested their war rune. Despite that, Caleb wanted to hold a competition against them. Wasn't he too full of himself? They walked over to Caleb Zenovia and readily showed their interest in joining the competition without caring about the competition's subject. They didn't want to give Caleb the opportunity to act high and mighty in front of them. Their pride was on the line. On the other hand, Michael was just angry. No matter whose family Caleb came from, he shouldn't have shot an arrow at the buffet while being amidst so many people. First of all, they were not in a training facility for archers. It was forbidden to go around and shoot arrows wherever one wanted. Second, Caleb didn't seem to take the safety of others into consideration. A single mistake could have cost someone's life. Caleb's action had been reckless and utterly selfish. And last but not least, Michael was not hungry anymore after Caleb shot the apple in the spit-roasted pig's mouth, which had been less than 5 meters away from him. While Michael could accept the first point, the second made him angry. As for the third point, it was more than enough for him to start loathing Caleb. Nobody, not even his brother, was daring enough to make him lose his appetite, even less when he had been happily saving up some space in his stomach to savor the spit-roasted pig at the end. He had been eager to relish the flavors and savor every bite, yet Caleb made him lose his appetite. That was the worst sin anyone could commit. Michael didn't really want to join any competition at first, however. Caleb provoked him way too much. Not only did he show off his skills by foolishly releasing an arrow in the buffet where people, including Michael, were busy enjoying their food, but Caleb had gone a step ahead and made Michael lose his appetite. That was the worst. Caleb deserved a beating for that. What kind of competition do you want to hold? Nicholas Leakoven asked Caleb as he made his way to the crowd of people around the young man. Nicholas disliked Caleb right from the moment he entered the auditorium. So what if he was a Zenobia? What did it matter? Caleb was just an unawakened kid in front of him. It is pretty simple, Caleb said calmly and confidently. I want us to compete with each other using our archery skills. Since some of us are awakened, you'll only embarrass yourself when you lose bitterly later, Nicholas responded in a cold and mocking tone. Caleb raised one of his eyebrows before he gave a nonchalant shrug. If I lose, it means that I have to train more, that's it. Nicholas glared at Caleb, but he didn't mock him any further. He would let his archery skills speak up for him. I will join your little competition, Nicholas declared, which was followed by several other people stepping forward and joining the competition as well. More than a dozen had joined when Michael reached the crowd. I'll join as well, Michael announced calmly. He understood that it wouldn't be good if his emotions were all over the place. Archery required him to calm down and become one with tranquility. Your archery skills are a mess. Weren't you barely in the top 10 of the class? Nicholas asked mockingly before he rubbed salt in the wound by adding, you shouldn't embarrass yourself. Just sit back and continue eating, hog. This time it was Michael's eyebrow that rose. Michael had been consistently ranked 8th in almost all practical classes. Not only did he become 8 intentionally, but it was not even a bad rank to be. After the first semester when he had been attacked by everyone for becoming a top student in most subjects, Michael tried hard not to be first. If he gave his utmost, he would have been much higher in the ranking. Wasn't it obvious that he was holding back by staying in the bottom ranking in most subjects, whether it was theory or practical subjects? Michael glanced through the crowd to gauge the reaction of his other former classmates, but all of them had a reaction similar to Nicholas. Nobody expected anything from him. He was just an unwanted extra in their opinion. Good thing that I came today. It's about time to wipe the smiles off their faces, Michael murmured to himself before he turned to Caleb. He stared loathingly at the young man for making him lose his appetite. I will join. Caleb gave him a small nod, but he was a bit confused. Why was this young man so angry with him? It was not as if he did something inhumane. Wasn't it just a competition? However, after looking at the expressions of the other guys who had been rushing over to join the competition as well, understanding dawned upon Caleb. They were all angry that he had attracted the attention of all the girls at the after-party. Nonetheless, Caleb stared at Michael for a few more seconds. He heard a few insults that were thrown at Michael and began to frown. Why are they acting like 5-year-old children after their Barbie doll was taken from them? This guy is clearly unbothered about the insults thrown at him, so he must be used to this behavior already, Caleb whispered in Jasmine's ear. He thought about it and added, did he or his family offend one of these clowns? Jasmine diverted her attention from her friends and looked over to see Michael being bombarded with insults and bullied by the others. He was not in my class, but I heard that Michael Fang is an easy target. He has no background and somehow managed to get into the elite class. His class taught Michael a lesson after the first semester because he thought that being in the elite class means that he is a big shot now. I heard that he is a coward. You can just ignore him, she explained nonchalantly before intimately caressing his cheek. Caleb planted a kiss on her lips before his attention was pulled back to the guys who groaned after seeing the couple's public display of affection. He accepted everyone's participation in the competition since it would be more interesting with more people, but he never looked at Michael again. 10 minutes later, everyone interested in the competition had joined. Caleb clapped his hands twice to draw everyone's attention to him. Now that everyone has joined the competition, let me explain a few basic rules of the competition, he said calmly. It is pretty simple. We will use the auditorium as our playground. First, someone shoots a target or makes a call directly. Afterward, the others will move to the same starting position before they'll hit the same target, repeating their predecessor's action. That means Caleb took a pause and retrieved an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring of his foldable bow, and pulled the bowstring back. A moment later, he aimed and released the arrow. It pierced the apple of the spit-roasted pig once again. That means everyone will have to hit the apple of the spit-roasted pig. Once everyone hits the target, the next one in the row can choose the next target. It's pretty simple, isn't it? Caleb finished the explanation with a faint smile while bathing in the cheers and squeals of the girls next to him. Jasmine looked at Caleb with a blush and stepped forward. She wove her arms around his left arm and smiled even brighter as she looked back at the cheering girls, who were also the newest members of Caleb's fan club. The rules are pretty simple, but the execution can be quite difficult, Michael thought as he looked around to see what kind of targets he should choose for this challenge. He heard insulting comments around him but ignored them mostly. How can I get back at Caleb and these idiots at the same time? Michael wondered. Showing off his archery skills would, at most, shock everyone. That was not enough. Michael thought about it for a while, and his expression lit up when a great idea flashed through his mind. Is this competition even fun without a bet? He asked in a light-hearted tone. His voice was low but loud enough for everyone to hear. The guys turned to Michael before they burst into laughter. They laughed so much that their eyes watered and they could barely breathe anymore. Tears trickled down the corners of their eyes and they pointed at Michael while continuing to laugh, openly ridiculing him again. Nicholas and the others were the first to stop laughing. They looked at each other and grinned devilishly. How much do you want to bet, Mr. Fang? Is 10 fine with you, or is that too much for you to handle? How about 5 then? Nicholas asked while another one joined the taunting. Maybe 5 is also too much. How about we make a different bet? He said while looking at the third guy, who cleared his throat. How about the loser has to remove their clothes and walk home naked? The third guy proposed, and the entire group around Nicholas began to cackle hysterically. The girls frowned when they heard what their former classmate said, and even Caleb couldn't help but squint his eyes in disgust. However, he noticed that Michael was unfazed and even had a small smirk on his face. Did he just smile? Caleb asked himself, unsure if his eyes were deceiving him. How about I bet an epic artifact? Michael manifested Tigerfang out of thin air before he showed his possession for everyone to gawk at. Who dares to bet with me? GG ads DG FV WWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps D. The moment the thin longsword manifested out of thin air, everyone realized that Michael was actually a lord. Nicholas, who had been mocking Michael before, couldn't help but stare blankly at Michael and Tigerfang. How can that be possible? He murmured in disbelief while Michael removed his gloves. It would be rather inconvenient to continue wearing the gloves now that he would be entering the archery competition. He didn't want to lose the bet over a silly mistake and be forced to part with Tigerfang because his fingers slipped from the bowstring. Michael showed Nicholas his war rune intentionally, but Nicholas was too baffled to react. However, it was not just Nicholas who was left speechless. Their former head teacher, Kellen Dame, looked stupefied too. He stared blankly at Michael's war rune and his jaw hit the ground the next moment. Refinement degree close to the late state. Everyone stared blankly at Michael, while Caleb was the first to recover from the shock. He merely smiled and thought, looks like he is not the loser everyone assumed him to be. Michael's head turned to Caleb with a sinister smile. If someone dares to challenge me, you'll have to bet something of equal worth, he announced, his eyes glimmering brightly. Since I'm already here, I shouldn't waste my time and return home empty-handed, Michael thought, feeling quite satisfied with his performance. Give me all your money, you bastards. That's the reimbursement for all the suffering you caused me in the past few years. For the first time since Michael got to know the high and mighty descendants of powerful families and clans, they hesitated. Only a third of all students had already manifested their war rune, but most of them were utterly clueless about how expensive an artifact was. They didn't have to work hard to earn it and would get any artifact they desired by asking their parents and clan elders. Yet even their parents and clan elders couldn't promise to gift them a tierless epic artifact. I have 800,000 in my account, right now, one of the students said just as everyone wondered how much they should bet to join, or if they should back off. They might be better than Michael, but they weren't confident in defeating Nicholas or Caleb, whose skill level was still a mystery to them. That's fine with me. I don't really care how much you bet, Michael said with a shrug before he added provokingly, but if the others think about betting small amounts of money, they only show that they have a small dick and no confidence. His eyes were on Nicholas and his cronies as he said the last few words, and a vibrant smile blossomed on his face. Yes, I'm talking about you, brickhead. His eyes seemed to scream. Nicholas grit his teeth and stepped forward. He was ready to throw a punch at Michael, but Kellen held him back. If you want to defeat him, accept the bet and get his artifact. I don't know how he obtained an epic tierless artifact, but it's an invaluable treasure if it's genuine. Kellen explained hurriedly to calm down Nicholas. Nicholas clenched his fists and reluctantly held himself back. Can you prove that your artifact is a genuine 5-star tierless artifact and not some cheap replica? Nicholas bellowed angrily. Michael shook his head in response, but he remained calm. I cannot prove it right now, but I am willing to become your subordinate through the oath of subordination if Tigerfang is not a tierless epic artifact. The winner can take Tigerfang to an appraiser and see for himself, whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, he retorted with a steely gaze. His words were overflowing with confidence. Even Nicholas couldn't say anything for a second or two. However, at the thought of turning Michael into his subordinate, everything else turned insignificant and a devilish smile appeared on his face. "I'll bet 2 million," he announced grandly. Nicholas looked back at his people and gestured to them to place their bets. Slowly but steadily, most people joined the bet. Nicholas bet the most money, but the total sum was much higher than Michael had expected. "In that case, let's set up a contract. I already sent the form in the group chat," Michael added after a minute. "You guys merely have to add the amount of money you bet and give it a nice swish with your finger where you have to sign." While Nicholas and the others had been shouting out their bets grandly, Michael had been busy setting up the contract. He wanted to make sure that nobody could escape their fate after losing bitterly and humiliating them further. He turned to Caleb, who looked at him with renewed curiosity. "Jasmine, can you forward the form to him? After all, Caleb will have to join the bet if he is big enough to join the games of us adults." Caleb's expression changed drastically, and he was about to say something but held himself back when he saw the expression on Michael's face. He realized only then that Michael wanted to provoke him. "Send me the form, babe," he told Jasmine, who nodded her head faintly. She had not expected Michael to already have manifested a war rune, forget about obtaining an epic artifact. She knew very well how rare and expensive epic artifacts were. Not even her family could promise her one when she manifested her war rune. Jasmine was not sure if Caleb would obtain a tierless epic artifact once he turned 18, but the chance was quite high. The Zenobia family was on a whole different level than the families that could be found in the Golden Sun province. Meanwhile, Michael waited patiently. His attention was on the contract that was being updated in real time. He noticed that Caleb didn't fill out the column stating what he would give if he were to lose the bet, but he simply signed it. That meant Caleb would give the winner of the bet something he desired as long as it was at par with the value of Tiger Fang. "You don't even consider the possibility of losing the bet. Your arrogance will kill you in the future. I shall teach you a lesson in your sister's name." Michael thought before he turned his attention to the contract. Everyone had signed the form and the competition could begin at last. But now that high bets had been made, everyone was a little tense. Only Nicholas, Caleb, and Michael were calm. "I already shot the apple of the spit roasted pig twice. Let's use it as the first target," Caleb said nonchalantly, and both Michael and Nicholas agreed. Nicholas manifested a bow artifact out of thin air, and he retrieved an arrow out of his war rune storage space. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring back slowly. He perfected his aim for a few seconds and shot. The arrow cut through the air before it pierced straight into the apple. Nicholas' subordinates exclaimed and clapped like sea lions when they saw that their boss hit the target. Afterward, they took turns to shoot the target as well. In the next 10 minutes, the remaining participants retrieved their own bows or borrowed the bows of the other participants to shoot their target. Most of them succeeded, leaving only Michael in the end. However, Michael didn't really pay much attention to the first round. It was too simple. He was more focused on the confused caterers who were running around with apples in their hands, trying to replace the apple cores that fell out of the pig's mouth after being hit several times. It was quite an amusing sight. Now that it was his turn, Michael manifested the hardwood bow and an arrow. He put the arrow smoothly on the bowstring, pulled back, and shot within a single smooth motion. The arrow shot through the air with horrifying velocity and penetrated through the apple, splitting it apart at once. Nicholas froze when he saw how Michael used the bow with precision. Michael required merely 2 seconds to manifest the bow and hit the target. Most weren't even able to take a proper look at his bow when the arrow had already pierced the target. Nicholas was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone was baffled and a stunned silence enveloped them all. What the hell happened to Michael? Was he still the same loser as before? Michael merely smiled. "How about I choose the second target? Let's reduce the number of participants a bit." It hadn't been long since Michael obtained the hardwood bow. Only a few days passed, and he wasn't able to test his newest artifact as much as he wished to. Fortunately, now he finally received the opportunity to test out the gains he made in the last few days. His perception was heightened through several artifacts, including the return arrow, the hardwood bow, and Tiger Fang. It was no problem for Michael to scan his surroundings precisely, and it became even easier upon activating the eagle eyes. "The slit between the golden sign and the principal's photo is the next target," Michael said calmly as he turned his body. He retrieved the next arrow from his war rune and knocked it on the bowstring. He channeled some energy in the hardwood bow to increase the strength he had to use to pull the bowstring back and kept his eagle eyes activated. It was not necessary to keep using his soul trait, but it was almost like a default setting, a subconscious act engraved in his mind to use the eagle eyes when he held a bow in his hands. He felt uncomfortable not using the eagle eyes soul trait when he acted as an archer. Michael pulled the bowstring back and adjusted the angle before he released the arrow 2 seconds later. With a dull thud, the arrow pierced the 5-centimeter big gap separating the sign that quoted the school's motto and the frame of the principal's huge photo on the other side of the room. The shooting range was merely 50 meters, but the targeted area was very small. Michael hit the target with great precision, yet he was not satisfied. He had aimed a few millimeters northwest but missed his target by a few inches. I need to be a little bit more careful when I channel energy inside the hardwood bow. I should have used a tad bit more energy. Michael's experiments with the hardwood bow had been mostly about the bow's strongest force. He had channeled a lot of energy inside it to test the hardwood bow's limit, but that was it. What are you guys waiting for? Is it too scary? To think that my high and mighty classmates are scared chickens. How funny, Michael said in a loud and provoking voice. He chuckled while waiting for the response of the arrogant fools. Some of his former classmates stepped forward, just like Michael had expected. They shot at the target but failed miserably. Their arrows hit the golden sign or the wooden frame, but they didn't hit the designated target. Even if their aim was only a little off, they had failed in their task. It was all because they had been influenced by Michael's provocation. Enraged, they released their arrow a fraction of a second too soon. It was just a tiny mistake, but that was everything it took for them to fail. Trash, Nicholas growled before he pushed his useless subordinates to the side. He shot the target and hit it easily after taking his time to aim at the target for several seconds. Inspired by Nicholas' successful shot, the others followed suit and took some time to adjust their aim. However, soon enough, it was clear enough that the target was too difficult to hit. Other than Caleb, Nicholas, and Michael, only 2 more people were able to hit the designated target. Both were already low-tier lords, leaving Caleb the only unawakened in the competition. On the other hand, Michael's war rune had the highest refinement degree. However, that was weird and difficult for his classmates to digest. He hadn't manifested his war rune at the final exam. Only a week passed since then, yet Michael's war rune was already more refined than Nicholas' war rune. Furthermore, his archery skill had improved by leaps and bounds. Was that the extent of growth one received upon manifesting a war rune? That shouldn't be the case. Did that mean Michael was special? This loser, that couldn't be. Nicholas couldn't believe it. He was not the only one who was shocked, but he was hit the hardest. The ordinary loser, who was supposed to become a slave of society, had grown ridiculously strong within a single week. Not only that, but he obtained an epic weapon artifact as well. How did Michael deserve that? Under the influence of his raging emotions, Nicholas pointed across the room, locking eyes with the next target. The purple grapes are the next target, he announced before he pulled back the bowstring of his bow. An arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Nicholas aimed for more than 10 seconds before he released the arrow that shot across the auditorium. The arrow flew past the buffet tables and tore through the chocolate fountain, which obstructed the path to the grapes before it impacted. However, instead of smiling pridefully, Nicholas' expression darkened. His arrow pierced a green grape instead of a purple one. Does that mean he is disqualified? Michael asked aloud the next moment. Through his eagle eyes, he could clearly see the arrow and the green grape that had been pierced. The question earned him a glare from Nicholas, while Caleb nodded his head to their right. Since he said that the purple grapes are the target, he should be disqualified. What is everyone else thinking about this? Caleb added, generously asking the others for their opinion. A sliver of hope surfaced in Nicholas' heart, only to be crushed a moment later when Jasmine Blade and the other girls supported Caleb. I think Caleb is right. Nicholas should be disqualified. He didn't hit his target after all. Michael smiled, ignoring Caleb's comment. He stepped closer to Nicholas because it was his turn now and stood in the same spot to shoot the target. He pulled the bowstring back once an arrow had been knocked before he released the arrow 2 seconds later. His arrow shot through the chocolate fountain easily, and it pierced through 2 purple grapes at the same time. That was easier than expected, he muttered, just to step aside to give the others enough space to try it as well. Nicholas glared at Michael, who returned a bright smile. You should keep the money ready. I will share my bank account details with you when this is over, Michael added in a gloating voice before he began to laugh lightly. He never expected that it would be that easy to earn several $1,000,000 in less than half an hour. Who said that you won? Caleb asked coldly when he finished his turn. He had hit the purple grapes along with Michael and reached the next round. Oh, he did not like that Michael was already declaring himself a winner. You're not bad. Everyone said that you're just a loser, but it looks like you didn't bet the epic artifact foolishly. Caleb praised Michael, who could only shrug his shoulders. He had yet to forgive Caleb for making him lose his appetite. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel that Caleb's personality was not that bad. He left a bad first impression on me, but it's not as if Alice was better. Maybe that's a family thing. How about you announce the next target? Caleb asked, ignoring Nicholas, who wanted to veto his disqualification. He merely stared coldly at Nicholas before Kellen pulled his former student back. It was not worth enraging the Zenobia family because of a little bet. Are you sure about that? Michael asked, feeling slightly astonished. Was Caleb just arrogant, or was there a reason behind his offer? But Caleb just smiled at Michael before he gestured to him. Of course, I'm sure. Do as you please. Don't cry later then, Michael mumbled. He recalled something about the stage in the auditorium as he thought about his next target. It was often used for skits and theater shows of the school's theater club, and Michael had to help them out once or twice in the past. I will pierce the clock behind the curtain. It's backstage. Michael announced his final target while walking further away from the auditorium stage and stopping a good distance away from the stage, from here. After he announced his target, Michael didn't stay idle. He activated his eagle eye's full power and channeled a considerable amount of energy into the 3-star hardwood bow to increase its efficiency. He took a deep breath and used the full extent of his own expertise and Fenrir's archery memories that were now fully integrated into his mind. Michael adjusted his aim for a few seconds before he released the arrow at last. The arrow cut through the air much faster than his earlier arrows. It shot through a metal ring that attached the curtain to the crossbar on the ceiling and impacted with a loud thud. Everyone held their breath when they saw that Michael's arrow disappeared backstage. Their heartstrings were pulled the moment the sound of something breaking rang through the eerily silent auditorium. It was not even possible for most people to see the metal ring from Michael's position, yet he shot through it and hit something. That alone was already enough to make them realize that Michael was slowly becoming an expert. He was clearly a veteran even without decades of practice. When the first graduate near the stage regained his senses, he rushed backstage. A moment later, his shocked exclamation resounded through the entire auditorium. "Oh my God," he hit the clock. The sound of glass shards falling to the ground rang through the auditorium. Some swallowed their saliva with an audible gulp. Then there was nothing except an awkward silence. Nobody dared to make a sound as their gaze was focused on the theater's stage and the tiny ring. Did Michael's arrow actually pass through the metal ring and cut through the curtain before hitting the clock, or were they hallucinating? It had to be a dream. Everyone was shocked to the core. They had always assumed Michael to be a good-for-nothinger, so they thought. Everything they knew about Michael seemed like a big lie, and it made them feel miserable. How was it possible that this loser was more talented than them? Wasn't he just a loser? How could that be? Michael savored the change in the distorted expressions of his former classmates and everyone else present. It was a great feeling to be towering above everyone else, to be the reason everybody's face was drained of all the earlier joy and color. Finally, he didn't have to hold back anymore. There was nothing they could do to him now that they had signed a legally binding contract. Threaten him with their family's power. They could try. Michael was not afraid of their family's power or influence, not anymore. Thus, he calmly pointed at the stage while his gaze was fixated on Caleb. "It's your turn," he said calmly. Caleb stared blankly at Michael. He was not confident in hitting that shot. Their distance to the theater stage was roughly 100 meters, and the gap in the metal ring was tiny, almost negligible from this distance. Caleb couldn't even see the gap in the metal ring clearly, forget about the clock backstage. However, Caleb couldn't give up now. It was already too late, and his pride was on the line. If he was to lose against an ordinary citizen in an archer competition, his image would be tarnished. Caleb couldn't accept that. He momentarily forgot about the bet they made as he took a deep breath. His pride was far more important than an insignificant bet. Caleb retrieved an arrow calmly. He knocked it on the bowstring, which he pulled back slowly. Caleb held his breath once the bowstring reached the corner of his mouth. He aimed at the metal ring for more than 10 seconds before his arm became still. He was poised and his body tense while his entire focus was locked on the target. Then he released the arrow. The arrow flew through the air in a beautiful arc. It reached the theater stage in the next second and was steadily moving toward the metal ring. At that moment, the corner of Caleb's lips turned upward, and his fans began to cheer. Even Jasmine Blade clenched her fists in joy. Caleb's arrow was bound to pierce through the tiny gap in the metal ring. However, just as everyone thought Caleb would hit the designated target, his expression changed. He noticed that the arrow slowed down earlier than he anticipated. It fell behind in speed a fraction of a second earlier than it should have been, but Caleb noticed that. He had predicted the trajectory of the arrow, but it didn't take the perfect course. Michael noticed that as well. "It's your bow," he said quietly. The next moment, the arrow reached the curtain on the stage. A loud jingling noise echoed through the surroundings. The arrow hit the metal ring and fell down with a thud. The cheering of Jasmine and the other girls stopped abruptly, and a stony silence enveloped them again. Caleb lost the competition. His arrow missed the metal ring by a hair's breadth, but he lost. The cheers died down and Caleb's expression worsened. Meanwhile, Michael was stunned, though he felt elated by his own performance. The only reason Caleb lost was the strength of his bow. Caleb had used the maximum range of his bow. Only a bow with a stronger pulling force, such as his hardwood bow, could fly that far without losing much traction. However, the bow Caleb had used was already his limit. He was only 17 years old, and he hadn't manifested the war rune yet. Without the war rune, he couldn't refine his body. Caleb was clearly at his limit. Meanwhile, Michael had only been confident to win against the Golden Spoons like Caleb and others, who had undergone a completely different training regime than him from a young age, because he had the eagle eyes, the 3-star hardwood bow artifact, and Fenrir's memories as an archer. Of course, it was also necessary to be able to calmly pull the hardwood bow's bowstring, which was something he could do easily through the strength he received from his war rune's high refinement degree. The advantages at his disposal determined his victory in the archer competition, but that didn't matter. A victory was a victory. Caleb had challenged Awaken because he was too arrogant. He had been certain that he would win against the people in the afterparty, which was why he challenged them. Thus, Caleb had to live with the consequences of his actions. That was what Michael thought. A seed of joy blossomed in Michael's heart, and he chose to forgive Caleb for making him lose his appetite. Being too petty now that he won the archer competition and the bet didn't suit him, I am forgiving Caleb for committing such a heinous sin. See how generous I am. Michael patted himself mentally while looking at Caleb with a faint smile, but Caleb could only frown. He looked at Michael, whose artifacts had already returned to his war rune, and opened his mouth. You have a soul trait that enhances your eyesight, don't you? He asked coldly all of a sudden. Michael raised an eyebrow at the tone of Caleb's voice. He didn't think it was necessary to give an answer. This was not an interrogation. Cheater. Michael stared at Caleb in disbelief. Was Caleb a whiny person? You're a cheater, he shouted now, but it sounded more like a dog barking pitifully after a juicy piece of bone was snatched from it. It was obvious that Caleb didn't want to acknowledge that he lost the competition. He grit his teeth and clenched his fists furiously. Meanwhile, Michael could only stare back at Caleb, unsure what to say. Is he an idiot? You do realize that you challenged several lords just now, right? The chance to encounter someone with a better bow, or a suitable soul trait, was not that small. Michael tried to put sense in the prideful prick before he added a little bit more seriously. But you do realize that you signed a contract where all of that is clearly stated, right? The content of the contract, which Michael had drafted, clearly stated that they were going to hold an archery competition between ordinary people and awakened lords and adventurers. If Caleb would have read the contract instead of signing it blindly, he might have been a little bit more careful. You bastard, do you even know who I am? Caleb roared at last. His behavior stunned Michael, along with the other participants of the competition and everyone else present. Jasmine wished she could bury herself underground at this moment. Since when did Caleb turn into such an embarrassing, jealous idiot? If he had simply accepted his loss graciously, nobody would have said something. In fact, he would have been praised for his great talent. After all, he had bagged second place in a competition against lords. It was obvious that Michael had a soul trait that enhanced his archery skill, but what did that matter? Nobody wanted to acknowledge it, but Michael's victory was justified. There had been a reason he confidently bet an epic artifact on his victory. That loser was not the same loner as he had been before. Michael frowned deeply when Caleb played the family trump card. He knew who the Zenovia family was. Of course he knew. Thus, a faint smile blossomed on his face as he looked provokingly at Caleb. You're an idiot, so what? GG ads DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps, D. You're an idiot, so what? Michael's words thundered in Caleb's ears. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Do you think your family would like that you're throwing a tantrum and ruin their image just because you lost a small, private competition? I doubt that they would love to see you gambling either, Michael added, his voice growing colder with each spoken word. Your actions are childish, and so is your attitude. I cannot believe that you're already 17 years old. You act more immature than some 5-year-old children. Michael was a little bit disappointed. Except for Caleb's bad first impression, Michael thought that the young man from the Zenovia family might have a better personality and some brains. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. Caleb, who was already boiling in anger, couldn't control his emotions anymore. He took a stride closer to Michael with blazing flames of hatred flickering in his eyes. It looked like Caleb was about to pounce on Michael. He knows that I'm an awakened lord, did he forget that just now? At that moment, just before Caleb could do something he would regret later, the clicking sound of heels rang through everyone's ears from farther away. It sounded like someone was running inside from the other side of the room. It looked like someone had arrived at the entrance of the auditorium when everyone was focused on the final round of the archer competition. At first, everyone thought that the principal or other teachers who had left earlier to talk amongst each other had returned upon hearing the commotion Caleb made. However, that was not the case at all. It was a woman with a captivating appearance. She radiated a beauty that demanded attention. However, that was not all. With her long black hair, piercing ocean blue eyes, sharp and confident gaze, and a hint of a mischievous smile, the beautiful woman exuded an irresistible combination of fierceness and allure. Her movements were sharp yet elegant. She looked confident and unapproachable as she stepped closer to the crowd with her gaze fixated on one point. The woman wore casual clothes, but that didn't hide her beauty in the slightest. A single glance was enough to stir envy in the hearts of the women and cause the men's hearts to skip a beat. But Michael was just confused as he looked at the beauty. What is she doing here? It was Alice Zenovia, living up to the nickname he gave her fierce beauty. While the others stared at her in awe, Caleb started to shiver. There was not a single trace left of his domineering attitude from a few seconds ago. "Sis, W, what are you doing here?" he stuttered, feeling stupefied. Caleb didn't expect to meet his sister today. Why was she in the Golden Sun province? Did their parents tell her to drag him home? However, Alice ignored her brother. She walked past him and stopped only when she was in front of Michael. "What's the use of telling me that you won't enter the Origin Expanse for a while when you're not online to answer my messages, either way?" she asked him, placing her hands on her hips. Michael opened the messenger where he saw several messages from Alice. Only now did he recall that he didn't look at the messenger after he told her that he would be online for a while. In fact, Michael had only said that to appease her, because he felt guilty for being angry at Alice earlier for beating around the bush when she told him about the Sapphire Lake Military Academy's benefits. He had felt guilt-ridden, which disappeared only after he told her that he wouldn't return to the Origin Expanse for a while. "Oops," Michael mumbled while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. What was the use of telling her that he wouldn't enter the Origin Expanse if he wasn't online in the first place? "Oops, you bastard." Alice's anger flared up seeing how nonchalant he acted. She had only a little free time now that the aptitude assessment of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy was about to start, but she spent most of it providing Michael with enough detailed information and helping him despite her busy schedule. All of this was just to make sure that he wouldn't miss the aptitude assessment, and so far he had not given her a certain answer. Would he appear for the assessment test, or would he ditch her? Michael couldn't suppress a smile when he thought about his attitude toward Alice. "Stop smiling like that, yo," Alice shouted before Michael interrupted her. "I'll come on the 20th, don't worry." Alice shut her mouth and tilted her head as if she was trying to process his words. A moment later, an "oh" escaped her lips. Her anger dissipated in the next instance and a smile appeared on her face. "That's great. It is good that you finally listened to my advice. Seems like my hard work finally paid off," she mused to herself while patting his shoulder. "By the way, I saw your last shot. Your archery skills are pretty good. Looks like your soul trait is quite compatible with archery." Michael was still unsure why Alice Zenobia paid so much attention to him, and why she was so adamant about him joining the Sapphire Lake military camp, but that was something he could find out when the time was ripe. He was sure that he wouldn't receive a satisfying answer if he were to ask right now. However, Michael was fine with that. He didn't get any bad vibes from her. That was the most important. "It's not like she gains anything if I join the Sapphire Lake Military Academy," he told himself. "I guess if you saw the last shot, you must have seen what happened after that as well, right?" Michael asked suddenly. "Is that stingy brat really your brother? You guys are so different." Michael didn't intend to praise Alice and mock her brother in the same line, but she seemed to take his words as a compliment. She pulled her hair back and smiled smugly. "That idiot is my brother, unfortunately," she acknowledged. A glint flashed in Michael's eyes and the corner of his lip curled up a bit. "In that case, you might solve this issue," he said, explaining the situation of the archer competition, the bet, and the contract they'd signed. Michael displayed the contract for her to read and waited patiently for her verdict. He read Alice's face and how her expression contorted as she glanced through the clauses. That was when he knew. He had successfully changed the topic from the Sapphire Lake Military Academy to something far more important: Caleb and the debt he owed him. Since Alice was already here, he might as well use her to get his money's worth. Caleb stared at Michael in utter confusion. His head flicked to his sister and his expression contorted. What the hell is going on right now? Are they acquaintances? How do they know each other? Didn't everyone say that Michael hailed from an ordinary background? One confusing question after another formed in Caleb's mind, but there was no answer. His confusion grew, and so did his worry. After all, he didn't want to face his sister's fury. Caleb's lips parted, and he was about to say something when his sister's head turned in his direction. It was as if time slowed down all of a sudden. Caleb realized at this moment had fucked up. In the next 10 minutes, everyone began to pity Caleb. Alice lived up to her nickname of fierce beauty as she thrashed her brother in front of everyone. Jasmine had long since stepped back, her cheeks red and her eyes teary. She had wanted to show off her boyfriend in front of everyone, but was humiliated by his childish behavior in the end. Caleb had been on his best behavior at first, but he lost his temper when Michael won the competition. However, that was not even the worst. The way Alice thrashed her brother without caring about their surroundings made Jasmine feel wary about the siblings and felt suddenly uncertain about her future as the daughter-in-law of the family. Caleb looked like a pitiful, whiny puppy that had been kicked in the gut. It reached a point where even Michael couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. "How about we stop right here? I can just say that he never participated in the bet," Michael said quietly. Even if it hurt his heart a little to lose that much money, Caleb was just too whiny. It was not as if Michael would lose the money the others bet, either. Only Caleb wouldn't have to pay him anymore. However, Alice could only sigh deeply when she heard what Michael said and turned to her brother with a frown. "Look, even Michael pities you." Alice Zenobia lost the strength to keep shouting at her brother and could only shake her head. To her, it felt like Caleb had lost a few brain cells. Usually, he was intelligent and composed. He knew what he was supposed to do and what he should refrain from doing. So why would he challenge lords while he had yet to manifest his war rune? That was plain stupid in her opinion. In fact, that was not even the problem. The problem was that he threw a fit after losing against a lord and calling him a cheater for using his soul trait, which was totally legitimate. If that was everything, she would have forgiven him after scolding him publicly, but Caleb even made a bet, signing a contract in the name of the Zenobia family. That idiot didn't even hesitate to implicate the Zenobia family and ruin their image. If their parents and elders were to find out about today's events and everything Caleb did in the last half an hour, they would severely punish him. Alice's small lecture in front of his girlfriend and a few dozen people would be nothing compared to the punishment they would give him. Unfortunately, Caleb had still not learned a lesson. He was glaring at Michael, knowing that he was pitied. Michael's pitiful gaze hurt him more than his sister's lecture. In a fit, he retrieved a golden card from his pocket and threw it in front of Michael. "Take the golden Bartholomew membership card and stop bothering me, bah," he bellowed, only to be slapped on the back of the head when he was about to insult Michael. Michael pressed his lips together and picked up the golden membership card of Bartholomew. He handed it to Alice, who looked at the membership card in confusion. "He shouldn't give me his membership card." "I have my own," Michael explained calmly while retrieving his own membership card to show them. Since Caleb was from the Zenobia family, it was no surprise that he possessed the membership cards of most big companies. It was a mere coincidence that he withdrew the golden Bartholomew membership card. Alice pulled her brother's hand back, but she couldn't hide her astonishment. "You have the," she asked, only to stop midway. Alice squinted her beautiful eyes, and her eyebrows furrowed as if she was seeing him in a new light. "Did I underestimate him?" The background check clearly stated that there is nothing special about his family. With that thought, Alice turned back to her brother, who had thoroughly disappointed her today. "What exactly did you guys bet? I didn't see it clearly earlier," Alice asked coldly, but Caleb couldn't get himself to answer. "This is so awkward, can't we solve this issue somewhere else?" Michael wondered in his head. However, he sensed that Alice wanted to teach her brother a lesson in front of everyone. Michael was fairly sure that Caleb didn't think of the lecture as something that intended to help him. On the contrary, Alice's lecture was bound to backfire and have the opposite effect on Caleb. Unfortunately, Alice looked at him hopefully when Caleb didn't answer. He retrieved Tigerfang with a sigh and handed it over. Since he didn't specify the item he was going to bet in the contract, he will have to hand over an item of equal value, or hard cash of the same value as the artifact I bet. Michael did not ask for a specific amount of money or artifact, but that was mostly because he had no idea how expensive Tigerfang was. Even he was not sure how his brother was able to procure a tierless epic artifact. Alice didn't think too much about the thin longsword at first. However, when she used one of her appraisal-type artifacts, she could only curse her brother for such a costly mistake. An epic artifact. It is a weapon artifact, which increases its value, and it's tierless. It doesn't have an enchantment, which means that it is a naturally formed epic-grade artifact. Its power and enhancement is as powerful as a 3-star Tier 1 weapon artifact, maybe a little bit weaker, she mumbled quietly to herself as she analyzed the weapon. Despite its great enhancement, sharpness, and endurance, it can be wielded by a tierless lord. This fact alone increases its value manyfold. Mankind has yet to find a tierless 6-star artifact, and even tierless 5-star artifacts are as rare as phoenix feathers. You cannot purchase such an artifact easily, because nobody is willing to sell a life-saving tool to rookie lords that easily. It's an invaluable treasure all big families and clans would purchase for a horrifying price. After all, everyone wants their offspring and disciples to start their journey in the origin expanse with the best preparations. When Alice finished her appraisal of the weapon, she stared at Michael without uttering a word for a while. Even the biggest families had a tough time finding such a treasure, yet Michael, an ordinary young man, was an owner of a tierless epic-grade weapon artifact. How could that be possible? How did you obtain this artifact? Alice asked, clearly more interested in the answer than her brother's stupid bet. Michael was also a little confused after listening to Alice's explanation. He knew that Tigerfang was rare and valuable, but it seemed as if Tigerfang was much more valuable than he thought, or Danny had made it look. "My brother gifted it to me after my war rune manifested," he answered after a few seconds. "Your brother, if I remember correctly, he is just a Tier 2 lore. Never mind that. Did he find this artifact in some ruins, or did he purchase it from the black market?" Alice Zenobia asked quickly, trying to cover up the slip of tongue. Michael heard her comment but was not surprised. He figured that she had already investigated his family background when she invited him to the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. It made sense. However, he couldn't help but frown at her question. "How am I supposed to know where he got Tigerfang from?" Seriously, how did Denny get his hands on Tigerfang? Michael mused after Alice explained the true value of the tierless epic artifact. He thought about it for a while and gave it a shrug. Danny told me that he found Tigerfang on his way back home. That could mean he either found it on his way back from the Origin Expanse or when he was out shopping. I don't really know. When he spoke about the Origin Expanse, Michael recalled that Danny was currently exploring the Primeval Pyramid. That made him think that Danny might have procured Tigerfang on his first expedition in the Primeval Pyramid's outer perimeters. He had never asked Danny much about it since he did not know the true value of Tigerfang. However, that was just a guess. He could only tell Alice what he thought, which was nothing certain. She understood that and nodded faintly. Do you want an epic artifact of the same value as Tigerfang, money, or resources? Alice asked before she gave him a well-meant advice. You cannot buy something like a tierless epic artifact of the weapon type like Tigerfang with money usually. If I was in your position, I would either ask for rare resources of an epic artifact. The fierce beauty glared coldly at Caleb for being stupid enough to make a bet against Lords while being unawakened, but that was not Michael's fault. The contract Michael had drafted wasn't anything special, but it was neat and did not leave any loophole for Caleb to wriggle out of the contract without paying what Michael demanded. If Caleb had spent a minute or two reading it, he could have avoided creating such unnecessary problems. Caleb couldn't look into his sister's eyes. He lowered his head subconsciously, and so did the other participants of the archery competition. Thankfully, they had not bet much money, but they felt as if Caleb's sister had slapped and lectured them to along with her brother for daring to offer such a ridiculous amount of money, while Michael bet Tigerfang without hesitation. The participants imagined the fierce beauty staring at them with disgust in her eyes while slapping their faces. Most felt humiliated, while only a few looked at the fierce beauty with a trace of anticipation in their eyes. Michael could tell that these few didn't have good intentions, but he ignored them. He cleared his throat and smiled lightly. The others are going to pay me with money, so I wouldn't have asked you for money either way. I'm actually reconsidering selling Tigerfang after my war rune breaks through the first tier. If you can help me out a little with that, we might be able to create a win-win situation, Michael offered after giving it some thought. Alice had been very helpful over the past few days, and he didn't want to make things too difficult for her and strain their relationship because of Caleb. However, that was not everything he had in mind. Tigerfang's value was the highest for rookie lords. That meant Michael could sell Tigerfang once he reached the first tier in order to buy a tier 1 weapon artifact with a similarly strong enhancement effect, while the remaining money would be put to good use. Alice noticed what he meant. She took a step closer to him and grasped his wrist. Let's talk somewhere else, she said before walking off with Michael. When Alice grasped his wrist, Michael felt tremendous power surging through her delicate fingers. It was the first time he noticed that Alice Zenobia was not only beautiful and fierce-looking, but that she was also extremely powerful. Since he didn't really care about his former classmates or anyone else from high school, Michael could act however he pleased and not be formal or polite anymore. In fact, the only important connection he had made in high school was at the final exam. Alice Zenobia. She might be a bit fierce and annoying at times, but her connections and pieces of advice were very helpful. Even without Caleb's bet, I should have made roughly 10 million from all bets. Nice. Michael was a bit excited. He had never expected these privileged kids to walk right into his trap. Of course, the entire situation could have gone south, but that didn't happen. He had more than enough reason to believe that he could win either way. He knew what Nicholas' soul trait was, and the others were only low-tier 0 lords. They did not stand a chance against him, not after he obtained Eagle Eyes, Fenrir's memories, and the hardwood bow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the auditorium, Alice stopped in her tracks. She let go of Michael's wrist and turned to him. In the next few seconds, she observed him from head to toe. Betting your epic artifact was either extremely smart or utterly foolish. Do you even know how exceptional my brother's archery skills are? She scolded Michael, but he could only give it a shrug. Alice's words seemed more like a compliment to him. If her brother was so talented, why didn't he win the archery competition in the first place? Well, the answer was nothing spectacular, because it was mostly owed to the advantages at Michael's disposal, but he didn't really care. How are we going to deal with your brother's debt? I'm in need of mythic summoning scrolls, so you can pay me with a bunch of them if you want, Michael said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. He had spent a lot of time coming up with strategies for the development path of his territory in the past few days. Michael realized that extraction could be utilized best on monster corpses. He made the most gains whenever he dissected their body near perfectly. That was also why he felt that it would be great if he could summon a few summons with a high star rating. If 1 or 2 summons like the 3-star water elemental mage appeared in his territory, the hunting prowess of his combat unit would increase exponentially. Of course, it was not that easy to summon subjects like Keliatan. Michael was fully aware of that. However, it was one of the fastest ways to increase his strength. The more monsters his combat units could hunt every day, the more summoning scrolls and summoning scroll fragments he could extract daily. That way, he could increase the number of his subjects rapidly. Most subjects would be starless summons, but they could be trained with the right techniques and enough time as well. Unfortunately, Alice Zenobia stared at him as if he was an idiot. You know how rare mythic summoning scrolls are, right? They're several times more expensive than named summoning scrolls, and those cost already 50 times more than ordinary summoning scrolls on average, she explained, but Michael was already aware of the market value of mythic summoning scrolls. A single mythic summoning scroll was usually auctioned in the millions. That was how much a summon with at least 2-star was worth, no matter what their occupation was. On the contrary, the market value of ordinary summoning scrolls was somewhere between 2,000 to 5,000 when the supply was high. The demand for them was always extremely high, but that was only given. After all, more subjects in his territory would mean that Michael's war rune would have more links of loyalty, which would reinforce his soul trait's power output. If that was not enough, more subjects also meant a higher workforce. Alice frowned the moment she heard him mention mythic summoning scrolls, but she secretly agreed that Tigerfang was valuable enough to be bet against mythic summoning scrolls. The issue was just that it was not easy to procure that many mythic summoning scrolls. Alice Zenobia sighed deeply. Just tell me what you want, and I will see what I can do for you. Zenovias never forget their debts, even if it's the debt of an idiotic child. It was not difficult to tell that the fierce beauty wanted to twist Caleb's neck and was still upset with him. Michael just smiled at that. In that case, can you prepare a few Tier 1 artifacts for me until the 20th? He asked. Alice's ears perked up when she heard him say 20th. A faint smile blossomed on her face and her interest was piqued. Procuring your artifacts for the aptitude assessment will help you a bit, but it won't help you with all assessment criteria, Alice mumbled, and then she began to ponder. But it might be for the best, actually. Considering Alice's words, Michael thought about something. I can settle Caleb's debt with the Zenobia family by making them buy me a whole set of 3-star Tier 1 artifacts. But what did she mean with all assessment criteria? How many criteria are there in the first place? He reconsidered a few things and concluded, it would be great if you could provide me with books so I can study for the aptitude assessment. I guess that there will be a quiz about military stuff and about extraterrestrial space, Michael requested. Alice furrowed her brows upon hearing the request. She bit her lower lip in hesitation but agreed with a nod. I won't tell you what will be important in the assessment or provide you with any detailed information. The descendants of other families with the same authority as the Zenobia family can procure the information that I will send over to you as well. However, I have a condition. She said sternly. Michael looked up at her at the mention of a condition. You have to sell Tigerfang to the Zenobia family. Otherwise, I will only give you the full set of Tier 1 artifacts to settle Caleb's debt, and no mythic summoning scrolls nor the materials to study for weeks without a break. Michael didn't think long about it and agreed readily. He stretched his hand out, which Alice took with a subtle smile on her face. Of course, you'll have to send me the study material immediately, in paper format to make sure that I can carry it with me to the Origin Expanse, Michael added suddenly, and I will only sell Tigerfang after the aptitude assessment. Other than that, you'll have to give me the Tier 1 artifact set before the aptitude assessment. Michael smiled brightly at Alice, whose expression contorted. She had never seen someone being so shameless and shrewd in front of her. For the first time in a while, she wanted to hit someone other than her brother so badly. She couldn't do that. There were too many witnesses, unfortunately. Yo. Even if Michael's demands were shamelessly straightforward, Alice agreed to all of them. She wanted Tigerfang since their family didn't have many Epic Tier 0 artifacts. In fact, they did not have a single natural Epic Tier artifact. Tigerfang was unique, and it suited Caleb perfectly. Her brother had yet to turn 18 and manifest his war rune to enter the Origin Expanse, but their parents were already working hard to collect the necessary resources for him. An exceptional tierless artifact was everything he was missing right now. Tigerfang was perfect for Caleb to bind before he entered the Origin Expanse. With Tigerfang, he would be fully prepared for the worst-case scenario. Nobody hoped that the worst-case scenario would occur, but it was always better to be prepared, and if they had the money or resources, nobody would let the opportunity to grab Tigerfang slip away. All right. Give me your address and the study materials will be prepared and sent over to you. It should be done in a few hours, Alice agreed at last. She had stepped out of her comfort zone to agree to Michael's conditions, but it was for her brother's sake. Caleb might have acted like a brainless idiot before, but he was still her brother and he didn't usually act like today either. Alice glared at her brother from afar, but that was all she could do at the moment. If we're done, I'll leave. Message me the details of the Tier 1 artifacts you want today or tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't be able to procure them before the 20th, she said quickly before leaving. Alice walked over to her brother, whom she dragged outside the auditorium. Jasmine Blade bowed to Alice and apologized for not paying enough attention to Caleb, but the fierce beauty ignored Jasmine's existence. That girl was useless in Alice's opinion. On the other hand, Alice's attitude toward Michael was completely different. The fierce beauty had underestimated his strength, shrewdness, and talent. Something like that didn't happen often. Meanwhile, Michael just laughed in his mind. He walked past the crowd of people before he left the after-party with a few final words. Send over the money and be quick. It would also do you good to read the penalty clause stated in the contract if you're thinking about suing me. Since he had a few more hours left until the study material would arrive at his apartment, Michael wanted to make sure that his bank account was filled to the brim. It was about time to splurge some money. It was late evening when he left the school ground. Michael hailed a shuttle that brought him back to the central trading hall. He was still wearing the customized suit, but he wanted to change his clothes. Thus, he jumped into a clothing store and bought some comfortable clothes before he changed into them. After that, he received a few notifications on the crystal watch. 2 million have been transferred to your account. 800,000 have been transferred to your account. 300,000 have been transferred to your account. 650,000 have been transferred to your account. They're pretty fast. Looks like they hate being in debt as well. Or maybe they complained to their families and realized that they couldn't avoid paying me. Not that it matters in any way, Michael mused, feeling satisfied with his small act of revenge against his former classmates. The after-party had developed into a fruitful event. Of course, only Michael gained something, but that was all that mattered. Several million were now safely deposited in his bank account, and he could start splurging money now. However, instead of rushing anything, he entered a bar. He sat down on an empty chair and minded his own business. He had to reconsider what type of artifacts he should demand from Alice. The answer was pretty simple at first glance, but it was not that easy, unfortunately. Michael had to improve his attack power, movement speed, and his defensive tactics. He wanted to continue using a melee weapon, but Michael felt that it was even more important to keep practicing archery. In fact, commanding his troops as an archer from an elevated position would be much easier. On the other hand, it would be better for his warriors' morale if he were to charge in front of them into their enemies. Thus, he had to be a little bit more flexible and adjust his combat style to fit the given situation on the battlefield at any time. Half an hour after he entered the bar, Michael opened his chat with Alice. Michael, I think I figured out what artifacts I want. First, I need a leather armor set with a protection enchantment if possible. Then, I need a better bow with adjustable pulling force, a return arrow, and boots that increases agility. As for the weapon I want, it doesn't matter whether you procure a thin longsword like Tigerfang or a spear. However, it's important that the weapon artifact is natural, without enchantment, but has high destructive power to injure Tier 2 monsters even if I don't hit their vital spots. They shouldn't break from the impact of Tier 2 monsters' attacks either, so high endurance is also quite important. Remark, of course, all artifacts should be Tier 1, preferably 3-star. Michael sent the message the moment he finished writing it. Afterward, he reread it and frowned deeply as he recalled something. Michael, it would be great if the artifact's external enhancement could strengthen my perception and agility the most. By the way, if you think that I am asking for too much, don't shout at me, but deduct the price from what you would give me for Tigerfang. The external enhancement of Tier 1 artifacts was much better than tierless artifacts. A natural epic artifact like Tigerfang was an exception to that rule, but it was not worth keeping Tigerfang if he could make better use of it in other ways after he advanced to the first tier. Michael would have requested more artifacts from Alice, but he was unsure if his body would be able to endure the external enhancements of the artifacts he had requested. Thus, he refrained from being even more shameless than he was already. In the end, he didn't ask Alice about a specific number of mythic summoning scrolls in exchange for Tigerfang. That was mostly for Alice to adjust the number according to the final assessment. He wished to bleed her out and exploit her to the fullest, but Michael decided to refrain himself. He felt that it wouldn't be the last time that he met Alice. It was more likely for them to meet each other quite often in the future. After he sent the last message to Alice, he left his home address in their chat as well. Then, he received a few more notifications. The remaining money had arrived. Since he was now in possession of a body refining technique and about to obtain a full set of Tier 1 artifacts, Michael could spend his money differently. He entered the House of Witchery and bought a bunch of alchemy recipes and rare blueprints such as the Medicine House blueprint and an intermediate ranch blueprint. Other than that, Michael chose to invest in Tiara's combat prowess. Tiara had a war rune, which meant that he could increase her strength externally with the use of artifacts. She was already a Tier 1 battle maid. Thus, a rapid increase in her strength would enhance his territory's military power exponentially. Michael bought a bunch of artifacts for Tiara, and he paid immediately. The total cost of today's trip to the House of Witchery cost him more than $6 million. It was painful to look at his rapidly declining finances, but he was satisfied with his purchases nonetheless when he left the shop again. Meanwhile, the staff members could only stare at each other dumbfoundedly. They'd seen Michael a few times by now and knew who he was. Our manager really has great eyes. I thought that he would be punished for handing out a golden Bartholomew membership card so easily, but he was praised for his great KPI over the last few days, one of them said, only for the other to agree wholeheartedly. Our manager has great eyes for young talent and opportunities, that is for sure. They all nodded at each other as they looked at the retreating figure of Michael as he walked with a confident stride and planned his future endeavors. Just like that, Michael had become a little treasure of the House of Witchery. Once his shopping spree was over, Michael returned home. Several boxes filled with study materials were already waiting for him at the doorstep, in addition to a well-clothed gentleman who asked for his Lord ID and signature. Michael noticed ripples of energy around the well-clothed gentleman, and it didn't take long before he realized that he was one of the Zenobia family's butlers. Even their butlers are awakened. That is not really unexpected, Michael concluded after a second or two. Once the formalities had been completed, the butler disappeared after a short bow. Michael wanted to say something to the butler, but he had already disappeared. It was as if he had never been in front of his apartment. Weird. He opened his messenger and informed Alice that he had received the study materials and thanked her once again before he stored everything inside his war rune. Afterward, he entered the apartment and manifested the runic gate in the living room. A few minutes later, he had changed his clothes once again and returned to the Origin Expanse. I have 20 days left in the Origin Expanse. That should be enough to advance to the first tier and expand my territory. I should be ready for the aptitude assessment by then. Michael emerged in his room inside the wooden manor a second later. He wanted to use the opportunity to bring Tiara her new artifacts and store away the new goods he had purchased. However, upon looking outside, he noticed that it was well past midnight. I am way too excited to go sleep. Now should I try the Berserker Physique Body Refinement Technique? He asked himself before he retrieved the technique naturally. Michael channeled some energy into the glow crystal that had been put on the nightstand next to his bed, and a dim light illuminated the room. It was bright enough to read, which was more than enough for now. He opened the first page of the body refinement technique and started reading. For the next few hours, Michael did nothing but read and comprehend. Every last trace of exhaustion was wiped off his body as he grew engrossed in reading, but he did not allow himself to be overly excited. Instead of blindly refining his body and making countless mistakes, it was necessary to understand the technique's special perks. He didn't want to cripple his body accidentally by rushing into anything. However, that was only obvious. Michael gained a general understanding of the Berserker physique. The first level was not that difficult, and it was nearly impossible to make a mistake. Thus, Michael started his first workout since he entered the Origin Expanse. The energy and nutrition inside his body were quickly burned to nourish his muscles as he began the workout. Less than half an hour later, Michael's energy was drained, and he was lying on the ground, panting like a dog. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and it felt like every muscle in his body had been subjected to extreme wear and tear and trained to the point of unbearable soreness. However, Michael was quite satisfied. The body refinement technique was much better than he would have expected. It may use a tremendous amount of energy and nutrition to be utilized efficiently, but he could tell that practicing the Berserker physique technique repetitively would strengthen his entire body. He was unsure how much his physique would improve after completing the first level, but it was something to look forward to. Despite being exhausted after burning the midnight oil and reading, Michael forced himself to adjust his position. He sat on the ground cross-legged and started practicing the Sun Soldier breathing technique. Michael hadn't received the chance to test the special perk of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique before, but now that he was dead tired and drained of energy, Michael felt that it was about time. The special perk of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique stated that one had a high chance to enter a state of increased sense of perception immediately after a tiring workout. The harsher the practitioner's condition, the higher the chances of epiphany, a sudden moment of realization where one would feel as if all of his senses received a huge influx of energy. But what did that even mean? Michael was not sure about that at first. Practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique shouldn't require something like an epiphany to be practiced. It was a breathing technique that required lots of practice to be perfected, or so he thought. Only when he started to practice the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, after he was too exhausted to breathe properly, did he realize how wrong he had been. Following the steps of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, his energy replenished rapidly. It felt like the energy around him was flooding his body. His pores slowly opened, allowing the energy to stream inside him in tidal waves. Time seemed to slow down as the energy invaded his body. It replenished the energy Michael had used up to practice the Berserker physique within minutes before nourishing his exhausted muscles. The soreness all over his body was washed away and his muscles were nourished. This stunned Michael. Was that the epiphany mentioned? That shouldn't be it. The breathing technique stimulated the absorption rate of the origin Expanse's energy. Just no, but what about the utility of my stamina? The Sun Soldier's breathing technique should improve the utility of stamina and absorption rate of energy. But what if he could use the stimulation to increase his proficiency of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique? So far, he had only practiced the first version of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. However, there was a second version that changed the practitioner's breathing fundamentally. To achieve a fundamental change in his breathing, Michael required a deep understanding of his body and the technique's first version. The body and mind will have to learn to breathe in a specific way, which will then lead to a decrease in the consumption of stamina and the natural absorption of the origin Expanse's energy. Making use of the exhausted energy channel and soreness of my body after practicing the berserker physique will be quite beneficial. And adding the increased sense of perception from practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique right after the workout to deepen the understanding of my body and the breathing technique should be able to progress faster is that the epiphany they mentioned. Michael was not so sure about that anymore. He was also unsure how much time passed before he stopped practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique or when he fell asleep on the ground. However, what he knew was that the sun had risen above the horizon when he woke up again. The sounds of his subjects getting ready for the day's work reached his ears and he got up from the ground. Michael rubbed the back of his head in confusion, but he regained his composure not long after. He stretched his body a bit to test whether his physique had improved or not, but there was no noteworthy change. It has only been a single day. It's not like my physique will improve drastically right away. Training requires time, even with a body refinement technique, Michael told himself before he left his room. He felt a little bit more energetic than before, and it felt like the air around him was fresher than usual, but Michael didn't pay much attention to this. He thought that his emotions influenced the way he sensed his surroundings, and he was excited and happy because he had finally gotten revenge against the people who had harassed him in the past. They paid their price quite literally, and Michael didn't have to see them again. How could he not be happy and excited? After Michael finished practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, he took a quick bath in one of the temporary bathrooms that had been built next to the wooden manor. He met up with Tiara afterward and presented her the 3 artifacts he had purchased for her. Because you already have Fenrir's silver spear, I think it would be better to purchase a few different types of artifacts, Michael said as he handed the artifacts over. Tiara stared dumbfoundedly at the round shield, the plazarit chestplate, and the set of boots she was given. Her eyes began to quiver and she opened her mouth, but nothing except a puff of air escaped her lips. All 3 armaments are natural 3-star Tier 1 artifacts without enchantments. They'll increase your agility, endurance, and strength greatly. Michael left out the fact that these 3 artifacts cost him $6 million since they were natural artifacts with great external enhancements, but that was not something Tiara had to know in the first place. The better Tiara's equipment, the higher her combat prowess. An increase in her combat prowess was equivalent to an increase of his military might. Of course, he would invest into that. Mastery I cannot act. Tiara began, but Michael had already lifted his hand to intercept her. You will accept the artifacts and you will bind them to your war rune. Your survivability is important, whether it is as my battle maid or as the commander of the territory's military, he said in a serious tone that didn't allow objection. Tiara lowered her head and nodded faintly. As you command, master. Michael raised an eyebrow at this, but he didn't say anything. Is the daily report already compiled? He asked instead. Tiara's head flicked upward and she nodded much more vigorously than before. The report should be done now, she said, turning around to dash away and pick up the daily report. A minute later, she returned with a piece of paper in her hands. Tiara handed Michael the daily report, which he read through within a few minutes. Once he was done, a faint smile appeared on his face. A 1-star enchanter novice finally emerged. That's great. Enchanter was a person who did exactly what the occupation's title suggested. They enchanted items, or created enchantment arrays such as the Preservation Enchantment Array. It was extremely expensive and time-consuming to train an enchanter from scratch, according to the information Michael had learned in high school, but that was mostly because the basics were hard to comprehend and quite confusing. With an enchanter novice, one didn't have such a problem. Most enchanter novices had to pass a test before they were accepted as a novice. Thus, Michael was quite lucky. Bring the 1-star enchanter to the temporary library for now. He should study as much as possible until I've procured a few blueprints, recipes, and the necessary resources for him to start working, Michael ordered before he noticed something else. There is also a 1-star botanist that's also great. He can take care of the seeds I bought. Michael fell deep into thoughts reading through the daily report. His territory now had the trio of basic lifestyle occupations: an alchemist, blacksmith, and enchanter. Though they were all in the apprentice and novice stage, he had purchased more than enough books, recipes, and blueprints for all of them to study. The trio could be utilized greatly once they finished studying, which meant that Michael could now focus on gardening in the untamed jungle. Initially, he purchased some tearless seeds to test the fertility of the untamed jungle's soil since he was not adept with gardening and raising plants. But now that he had a botanist and a gardener, Michael could change his approach a little. He could start gardening mystic plants, valuable flowers, and all ordinary materials that were required by the alchemist and enchanter. Since everything grows much faster in the origin expanse, we should make detailed statistics to find out the fertility of the untamed jungle, Tiara proposed. Michael agreed without a second thought. Everyone knew that the energy of the origin expanse allowed both monsters and plants to mature at a much faster rate. In fact, the energy of the origin expanse stimulated mutations as well. However, that was something the botanist and gardener would have to pay attention to when gardening. The others found more fruits, tiacha trees and cacao trees. The trees were already moved to the temporary tree farm as well. Nice. Michael made mental comments and was satisfied with his team's progress as he read through the daily report. He made a few mental notes about the things he had to focus on and what projects could be postponed. Once he was done, he returned the daily report. I will make a priority list of construction projects that have to be completed. I brought a few blueprints back, and we will have to construct them sooner or later for her next task. Michael told her to spend the next hour to bind the new artifacts to her war rune and adjust to the external enhancements they provide. Tiara was a bit hesitant but returned to her room reluctantly. Meanwhile, Michael's gaze roamed across his territory and inspected it. He was proud of the progress he and his subjects had achieved since he became a lord. His subjects had been given tasks that would keep them busy for several days before he had left the origin expanse to be at the graduation ceremony. That was also why everyone was already bustling even though it was still early in the morning. It was almost as if his territory would never turn silent again. Michael felt elated at this sight. Goosebumps spread all over his skin. Let's work hard to continue progressing as fast as possible. He reminded himself in excitement before he went over to the Bilrox's hut. Since Alice sent him several big boxes full of study materials, Michael decided to make use of them. He sat down next to the Bilrox hatchling's nest before he retrieved the first book. Meanwhile, the Bilrox hatchlings chirped loudly, trying to attract his attention. They started to prick him with their beaks when he continued to ignore them, only to climb up on his lap and sleep when all attempts failed. Michael was not disturbed by the sounds around him when he studied. As weird as it may seem, loud voices allowed him to focus more on the words written on the paper. He had to concentrate more on reading, which allowed him to enter a highly focused state. This highly focused state allowed him to study much better. The following 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Michael focused on studying and playing with the Bilrox hatchlings, which were growing much faster than expected. However, on the 4th day after his return, Michael left the origin expanse once again. He had to purchase a few things and sell the body parts of monsters he had dissected. In less than 3 hours, he returned to the origin expanse. However, what he didn't expect to have happened in the brief period he left the origin expanse was that Blair Tracer returned from her exploration outside the territory. She was out of breath and had crucial information in her hands, waiting to be delivered to him. Blair Tracer had recuperated from her severe injury a long time ago. It had been a while since she started to leave the territory to explore the surroundings of the untamed jungle. Her task was to note down every single detail about the unknown territory so that Michael received a detailed report of the jungle. However, today was different from usual. Blair returned to the territory panting heavily. Her long hair was dripping with sweat and clung to her face. She was beyond exhausted, and scratches all over her arms and face showed that she had hastily rushed back to the territory with all her might. I found a large clearing southward. A huge frenzy deer, much stronger and bigger than the frenzy deers we encounter every now and then, is lying there. It is injured, and more than a dozen corpses of frenzy deers are spread across the clearing as well. I don't know who or what it fought, but I also saw a few patches of black hair. The frenzy deer probably drove away the enemy, Blair reported hastily while trying to catch her breath. Weren't you searching for easy prey? The deer is probably tier 2, or at least at the peak of the first tier, and it is severely injured. It's also a leader of a horde with more than 100 frenzy deers. Blair seemed excited to Michael as she reported the situation to him. Since she made a big blunder in the past, Blair reported the situation immediately in the hopes of redeeming herself in her lord's eyes. She didn't dare to act on her own like she did when she encountered the Gogi Lord's territory for the first time. Fortunately, nobody died because of her blunder, but Michael had been in several life and death situations to rectify her mistake. Since she had made him suffer a lot, she wanted to help her lord become stronger quickly. Hunting an injured tier 2 monster was the perfect way to achieve that. Michael's interest was piqued when he heard her. He immediately told Blair to take a seat and tell him more about the situation. Blair, the tracker, seemed a little bit impatient to rush over and kill the huge frenzy deer while it was still injured, but Michael didn't just run towards the deer blindly. the huge frenzy deer would still stay injured for a few hours. Furthermore, Michael's military might was not strong enough to deal with a horde of more than 100 Tier 1 frenzy deers easily. The population of his territory was slowly inching closer to 350, but that didn't mean he was fortunate enough to summon many combat units. In total, he had summoned 2 1-star warriors and 2 1-star archers during the last 4 days. It was nothing great, but it was more than the gains most other lords made. A 1-hour walking distance southward. That's closer than expected, Michael mumbled. If the huge frenzy deer was truly a Tier 2 monster, the situation would be more problematic than he first expected. After all, the death of a dozen low Tier 1 frenzy deers and the severe injury of a Tier 2 frenzy deer suggested that there was something stronger nearby. A 1-hour walking distance was insignificant. That meant the moment the huge frenzy deer and its horde were hunted down by him, Michael and his territory would probably turn into the next prey of the stronger monster. Despite the risks, Michael was interested in finding out more. If the huge frenzy deer was able to drive away the other monster, it was probably injured as well, or not much stronger than the huge frenzy deer. Maybe I can deal with both. Killing 2 Tier 2 monsters should be more than enough to refine my war rune to the peak and beyond, Michael figured, suddenly feeling hopeful. During the last few days, Michael's war rune had reached the late stage. At first, he thought that everyone was joking whenever adventurers and lords said that the refinement degree slowed down drastically upon reaching the late stage, but it was true. The energy he had required to progress from the mid-stage to the late stage was not even a tenth of the energy required to refine his war rune to the peak stage. That was something Michael found out during the last few days. It was quite shocking, but it made sense. Every lord and adventurer complained about the tremendous amount of energy required to improve their tier and refinement degree. Most lords spent half a year or a full year to advance to the first tier. Meanwhile, Michael wanted to make a speedrun to the first tier to be ready for the aptitude assessment of the Sapphire Lake Military Academy. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. He would have to take a few risks to make that happen. Thus, Michael prepared to wage war with the huge frenzy deer and the unknown monster. Preparing to fight the huge frenzy deer is one thing, but how many warriors should I leave behind for the protection of the territory? He contemplated. In the first place, it would be better if he could bring his entire military to the clearing. The huge frenzy deer might be injured, but it was quite powerful if it led a horde of more than 100 Tier 1 frenzy deers. He had 9 warriors, 2 archers, 2 knights in training, 2 arrow crossbowmen, a water elemental mage Tiara, and himself. That was a total of 18 people who could fight, and only one of them was in the first tier. Michael and the water elemental mage were strong despite being tierless, but the others had to make use of their teamwork to fight larger groups of Tier 1 monsters. Forget about Tier 2 monsters. If you're worried about the protection of the territory, there is no need, Tiara said when she arrived at the open pavilion. She had overheard bits of Blair's report and could clearly tell what Michael was worried about. More than 150 people have learned how to throw spears. We also collected enough spears from the Gogis to train the Starless Summons. Additionally, they also studied the Sun Soldier's weaponry technique to learn spear throwing. It was one of the easiest techniques to learn given the circumstances, she explained shortly. They might not be strong individually, but the high number makes up for the lack of quality. Tier 1 monsters won't be able to endure the downpour of 150 spears shot at them. They learned how to throw spears, so many of them. Michael was confused. He had expected just a few summons to be dissatisfied with their star rating and give their utmost to train in order to attain enlightenment and be promoted to 1-star warriors. However, he didn't expect so many to start training in spear throwing. Was there a special reason? Michael had no idea. Everyone is thankful for what you're doing. They can tell that you care about all of us, even those without a star rating. You are not biased and treat everyone fairly despite a difference in their rating. That means a lot to them, and they wanted to express their gratitude, Blair said suddenly. It had been a while since the first Starless Summons began to study the Sun Soldier's breathing technique and the Sun Soldier's weaponry technique. However, a majority of them had begun to focus on their training only a few days ago when Michael returned with countless recipes and blueprints that were mostly focused on the improvement of the territory's living conditions. Everyone got to know that Tiara was given several Tier 1 artifacts and that her survivability in combat prowess increased drastically. As if that was not enough, Michael left no stone unturned to ensure that the Bilrock's hatchlings would receive the best possible nourishment. Rather than a lord, he acted like the head of a big family, who was doting and genuinely cared about every single individual. This warmed his subjects' hearts, and it strengthened their link of loyalty drastically. They wanted to assist their lord. Tiara smiled brightly and added, they trained hard, hoping that their hard work would help you in the future. GG adds DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps, D. Michael was glad that his subjects began practicing the Sun Soldier techniques on their own. Their initiative allowed him to use his full military might to fight the huge frenzy deer, instead of leaving some warriors behind to safeguard the territory. Interestingly, no monster had attacked his territory since the protection barrier had been lifted. It was almost as if the monsters had been traumatized by watching their brethren die near Michael's territory. That was a good thing since it allowed Michael to be a little bit more at ease and not worry about his territory getting razed to the ground while he was away. Thus, he gathered his forces, finished a few preparations for the upcoming battle, and ordered Blair to guide them to the clearing. Just like Blair reported, they spent roughly an hour traveling southward until they came across a huge clearing in the middle of the untamed jungle. The clearing was much bigger than the clearing in his territory, and there was a small stream as well. The stream passed through the middle of the clearing, providing water to the horde of frenzied deers. Michael was just about to climb a tree to look at the surroundings from an elevated position when the earth beneath them trembled. A horrifying roar reverberated through the clearing, and they all looked around hastily as a big monster charged out of the thicket less than 100 meters away from Michael's position. His heart skipped a beat and his body froze for a moment. A black bear? Are there monsters like that in the untamed jungle? Michael was confused for a moment, but he regained his composure quickly. He gestured for the others to hide in the thicket around the clearing and remain silent. In the meantime, he climbed the tree and activated his eagle eyes. Once he found a thick branch, he flung himself on top of it. The tree was wide enough to walk on, but Michael didn't bother. He used his eagle eyes to observe the chaotic scene beneath him. The tranquil and beautiful scenery of the clearing was replaced by sounds of snarling. A huge black bear with long saber-tooth-like fangs appeared in front of a group of frenzied deers, letting out a ferocious roar. It dug its fangs deep into the closest frenzied deer and thrashed around violently. The frenzied deer could do nothing but bleat in horror as it was tossed and turned for 2 seconds before it was mercilessly thrown aside. The black bear left the severely injured frenzied deer to die and did not bother looking at it again. Instead, it attacked the other frenzied deers that bleated out in horror as they scampered for their lives. However, the black bear was too fast. It appeared next to the second victim in an instant and tore it apart with its razor-sharp claws. The frenzied deer didn't even get the time to process the pain before it staggered and slumped to the ground lifelessly. A puddle of blood formed on the ground around the frenzied deer, and the bright shimmer in its eyes turned dim and disappeared a moment later. Yet again, the black bear didn't cast a look at its victim. It is not hunting to feed itself. No, it doesn't even seem to enjoy playing around with its prey. The bear is simply tearing the deers apart. It's a brutal massacre, nothing more, Michael realized in shock. It was not as if Michael was taken aback by the black bear's massacre, but it was rather uncommon for something like that to happen. The mindless massacre was not something ordinary monsters would do under normal circumstances. Even lords killed monsters to collect their bodies and sell them. Michael was the same. He wanted the energy influx of the huge frenzied deer, its horde, and the resources he could procure by killing them, not killing them and leaving their bodies to rot. Though it did not make him any less of a killer, and it was not necessary to hunt the frenzied deers, every part of their body was quite valuable, including the energy influx they provided upon getting killed. Is it also after the energy influx? But I thought that monsters of the origin Expanse would absorb the energy in their vicinity through their cores. They don't absorb the energy of other monsters by killing them. Hunting the frenzied deer horde didn't seem to provide the black bear with any gains, yet it slaughtered them mindlessly. Michael didn't have to care about the reasoning behind the black bear's actions, but he felt that something was amiss. Unfortunately, he couldn't find out what it was. Michael climbed down the tree and returned to the others while the bear was busy slaughtering the deers. Then, he and his team used the densely grown vicinity to walk around the clearing. The huge frenzied deer and the vast majority of its herd were on the clearing's left side. Michael wanted to get as close as possible to them before revealing himself. The noises of the angry battle raging inside the densely grown untamed jungle echoed loudly. Michael and the others could clearly hear the desperately bleating frenzied deers and the enraged bleat of the huge frenzied deer, followed up by the thunderous roar of the black bear. They clashed not long after, but Michael and the others weren't able to see what was happening. Only after Michael, the archers and the arrow crossbowmen climbed the largest tree in the vicinity were they able to get a better view of the clearing. More than 30 frenzied deers had been killed, and half of the remaining horde had disappeared in the untamed jungle. The rest of the horde was uncertain about what they should do. Some stared at the black bear in hatred, while others were sniffing the bloody corpses of their brethren and trying to make them move. However, the black bear was not completely unharmed. It had 2 big wounds on his chest where the huge frenzied deer's antlers had pierced through its body. It had used its entire strength and massive size to pick up the black bear on its head and hurl it to the side. In retaliation, the black bear clawed the huge frenzied deer, inflicting 2 more deep gashes in its shoulder. Fountains of blood gushed out of the huge frenzied deer's injuries as it staggered back, while the black bear got up from the ground again. It had been pierced through its chest and lost a massive amount of blood as well. Nonetheless, it was clear who was at an advantage. Prepare to attack the black bear once it gets closer. Michael ordered the archers and arrow crossbowmen as he retrieved the hardwood bow and the return arrow. He channeled enough energy into the hardwood bow to enhance it to the limit. This increased pulling force increased drastically. Michael could barely pull the bowstring back after the return arrow was knocked and in position. His eagle eyes were fully unleashed and able to detect the finest details of the black bear that was clashing with the huge frenzied deer 200 meters away from their location. Michael adjusted the bow's angle a few times from his elevated position of more than 20 meters above the ground before he released the return arrow. A loud hissing sound rang through the vicinity as the arrow was released. The arrow cut through the air with terrifying velocity in the next instance and approached the black bear's head rapidly. The black bear's maw was wide open, and its fangs were about to dig into the huge frenzied deer's neck when a sharp bolt of pain erupted through its mouth. From one moment to the next, something sharp pierced through the inner side of its mouth, making it roar in pain. The pain distracted the black bear, and it lost its footing. Enraged, it crunched down on the object, intending to break it. However, the object had already disappeared from around the black bear. The return arrow dematerialized, returning to Michael's hand where he knocked it on the bowstring once again. Let's have some fun, you violent bastard. GG ads DG FV WWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps D. Even after the black bear had been shot once, it was unable to find Michael, who was hiding behind the thick canopy of leaves, perched high up in the tree. The black bear had its head turned in Michael's direction, but it didn't have enough time to take a closer look. The huge frenzied deer attacked the black bear violently. Meanwhile, the rest of the huge frenzied deer's horde was either returning to the vicinity of the clearing or charged at the black bear to attack it from all sides. Wanting to make the most out of the situation, Michael also continued to shoot. With the hardwood bow fully drawn out with the highest possible pulling force, in addition to the high destructive force the return arrow could unleash, Michael could inflict some serious damage. The black bear's fur might be too thick for the arrow to penetrate through, but there were enough spots Michael could target. Even if his arrow was not a very lethal weapon, Michael's attack distracted the black bear. He released the return arrow whenever the black bear was about to claw one of the frenzied deers or dig its fangs into them, slowing it down. That way, Michael supported the frenzied deers while further enraging the black bear. The huge frenzied deer used the distraction caused by Michael to charge at the black bear twice. It injured the black bear by cutting deep into its fur with the huge and pointy antlers. The frenzied deer horde supported their leader from all sides, inflicting minor injuries on their enemy. They might only be Tier 1 monsters, but their antlers were a force to reckon given their numbers. After being surrounded by the frenzied deers and faced with an onslaught from all sides, the black bear's limbs sustained several serious injuries. Despite that, it was able to pinpoint Michael's location at last. It finally found me. It was about time it did, Michael thought as he saw the black bear looking straight at him. He smiled lightly and shouted out loudly, "Water barrier." Kellyatan waved her wand the moment Michael's order left his lips. She conjured a large water screen using bits of energy and moisture in the surroundings. A thin layer separated the fighting monsters from Michael and his people. It was not strong enough to block any attacks, but that was not Kelly's intention either way. She created a temporary barrier, blocking the black bear's view while giving others the time to move now that their cover was blown. Thus, Michael and the other long-range combatants jumped down from the tree. They used the other tree branches around them as a staircase and reached the ground within seconds. Afterward, Michael and his people changed their position once again. The water screen dispersed while their group took the cover of the dense vegetation and put some distance from the mighty beast. Realizing that it had lost Michael in the forest, the black bear grew enraged. And while it was trying to look for Michael again, it had to endure the constant attacks of the huge frenzied deer and its horde. The frenzied deers gained more courage and attacked more valiantly, seeing that they weren't getting attacked or torn apart. But their bravado did not last long as the black bear's paws smashed down on two of them as if it was swatting angrily at flies. Enraged, yet unable to find the perpetrator, the black bear could only unleash its wrath onto the pesky beings around it. The frenzied deers were crushed, clawed, and bitten, killed one after another. The huge frenzied deer was able to inflict more lethal wounds on the black bear's body in the meantime, but it had lost a lot of blood and was already lethally wounded as well. You can join the attacks now. Target the black bear's wounds for now, Michael ordered after he heaved himself on a large branch high up in the air of another tree. The archers and arrow crossbowmen had followed him, and they followed his instructions without hesitation. Their distance to the battlefield had been shortened to 150 meters. It was still a big distance, but the untamed jungle was not windy, and it was not raining heavily either. Thus, hitting the target from 150 meters was the only issue. Fortunately, the target was big and easy to pinpoint. In the following 10 minutes, the scene on the battlefield changed drastically. The water elemental mage changed the terrain in the clearing several times and showered it with rain to turn it sticky and trap the legs of the black bear in mud. This would provide Michael, the long-range units, and the frenzy deer opportunities to strike while limiting the black bear's movement. Simultaneously, Kelia conjured water spikes out of the moisture in the mud to pierce through the black bear's paws and its lower body. Kelia conjured and released water bullets as well, but their lethality was highly restricted due to the amount of energy at her disposal and her distance from the target. But that didn't matter a lot because Michael and his long-range units were able to inflict some injuries upon the black bear. Michael's attack caused the most destructive damage since his attacks targeted the black bear's head most of the time. The distraction caused by Michael and his people was enough to allow the frenzy deers to further injure and tire out their opponent, and the injuries inflicted by the frenzy deers were enough to distract the black bear from Michael's attacks. With their combined power, it was possible to dwindle the black bear's strength drastically, but it was not impossible to avoid casualties altogether. In fact, the black bear was strong enough to deepen the severe injuries all over the huge frenzy deer's body and kill 36 frenzy deers. The huge frenzy deer was taking its last breaths and was about to bleed to death. It was Michael's great fortune that the black bear attacked the frenzy deer horde and lessened the number of beasts they would have to deal with. He realized that the huge frenzy deer alone would have been strong enough to trample his entire military might to death before half a dozen arrows would have pierced its hide. Both the huge frenzy deer and the black bear were definitely tier 2 monsters. The power, stamina, and endurance they displayed were several times higher than Michael had expected. They were, in fact, stronger than the lizard mother. This was something Michael realized upon watching the terrifying battle of the two powerhouses for a long time. It was probably another half an hour later when the huge frenzy deer and the black bear finally showed signs of exhaustion. Both monsters should have bled to death by now had they been ordinary wild animals, but they were still alive. Michael and his people were stupefied by that, but they were not discouraged. The two powerhouses and the remaining frenzy deer horde were already exhausted and weakened. Meanwhile, Michael and his team were neither exhausted nor weakened. They could display their full strength and reap all benefits. "Charge!" Michael shouted out loudly. He had returned to the ground with the archers and arrow crossbowmen and charged straight into the clearing. Tigerfang had manifested in his right hand and Tiara charged next to him, wielding her silver spear in one hand and the round shield in another. Her new artifacts materialized around her body, protecting and strengthening her as she charged ahead. It took Michael a single glance to understand that Tiara's strength had increased by more than 30. She charged ahead confidently and pierced the silver spear through the head of the closest frenzy deer. Now that the frenzy deers had returned to the clearing, more than 50 of them were left alive. However, most were focused on the black bear and their leader. Some tried to protect their leader, while others attacked the black bear with their remaining strength. As for the few that didn't do either, they turned into easy targets of Michael and his people. GG ads DG FV WWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps D. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 exhausted frenzy deers died at the hands of Michael or his people. They could barely lift their antlers in an attempt to intimidate the new perpetrators before cold metal pierced through their chests or heads. The light in their eyes dispersed, and they collapsed onto the ground where they died in a puddle of their own blood. In the meantime, the black bear had delivered one more lethal strike upon the huge frenzy deer that crashed on the ground. It seemed like the huge frenzy deer would not get up this time. The black bear had emerged victorious in its battle with the huge frenzy deer, but it was apparent that it lost the war. Not only was it mortally wounded, but the remaining Tier 1 frenzy deers were enough to kill it. However, that was not all. A third party had joined the battle a long time ago. The third party had been in control of the battlefield all this time, while the two predators kept fighting each other. Only when the time was ripe did the third party join the battle to deliver the final blow and end the war between the black bear and the huge frenzy deer. Tigerfang was soaked in the blood of its opponents. Meanwhile, Michael had killed more than 5 frenzy deers on his own. That was not further difficult since he was a late Tier 0 lord with several powerful artifacts and a great soul trait to further aid him in battle. Nonetheless, it was an achievement. Michael and his people always maintained a distance of more than 50 meters from the two Tier 2 monsters. They knew that the two mighty monsters were on the verge of death, but a sudden burst of power might spread through them. Their tactic changed drastically when the huge frenzy deer collapsed to the ground. The water elemental mage turned the soil beneath the black bear into a mushy damp puddle before several water spikes shot out of the moist ground. Because the distance between Kelsha and the black bear had shortened by 2/3, it was possible for the water elemental mage to utilize more energy to attack. The water spikes pierced through the black bear's fur, and it roared out in anger and pain. A dozen frenzied deers charged at the black bear at the same time. They were exhausted beyond measure, but they fought desperately, hoping that they could protect their leader. Simultaneously, a silver flash cut through the air. It flew in the wide-open mouth of the black bear and pierced through its mouth. As a result, blood spurted out of the black bear's mouth. The monster's eyes shot wide open, and it turned to the left where the silver flash came from. However, by this point, it was already too late. Michael smiled coldly with the return arrow knocked on the hardwood bow's bowstring. As Michael sensed the golden opportunity, he immediately returned Tigerfang to the war rune and pulled out the hardwood bow and the return arrow instead. He was about to end the fierce battle between the two mighty monsters. The bowstring was already fully pulled back, and it was released with a twang when the black bear's attention moved to him. In the blink of an eye, a silver flash cut through the air once again. The return arrow pierced deep into the black bear's left eye before it could even react. It closed its eyes instinctively when the return arrow impacted, but it was already too late. The arrow pierced through the eyeball and dug deeper as the black bear thrashed around while howling in pain. Unfortunately, the force behind the arrow was not strong enough to pierce the black bear's brain. It stopped midway and began to shine brightly. After it began to shine, the return arrow disappeared into thin air and returned to Michael's side. He knocked it on the bowstring without hesitation, pulled back, and shot once again. The arrow was aimed at the exact same position as the last one. If one arrow is not enough to pierce your brain, I shall release two on the same spot, one to pave the way, and the second to do the deed. Michael thought as the second arrow impacted. However, once again, the arrow was not strong enough. The black bear's eyelids were still closed, and the return arrow's destructive power was barely enough to pierce through the eyelid. But Michael did not appear too worked up. Instead, he smiled lightly. If 2 arrows are not enough, I shall release 3 arrows, the first to pave the way, the second to remove the remaining obstructions, and the third to reach the finishing line. Michael shouted in his mind as he retrieved the return arrow the second time. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and shot once again. The black bear wanted to move away, but the remaining frenzied deers, the water elemental mage, and everyone else had already gotten in position and almost locked him in place. Exhausted and severely wounded, the black bear could only struggle desperately in an attempt to escape its miserable fate. But by the time it opened its other eye, it was already too late. The return arrow had hit the same target for the third time, and it pierced cleanly through the hole in the black bear's eye, digging deep into its brain. The black bear jolted the moment the cold metal tip of the arrow pierced its brain. It stared at Michael and froze in its tracks, while staying unmoving even after the frenzied deers around it charged at it frantically. Nothing happened for several seconds until the vibrant light in the black bear's unscathed eye dispersed. It turned dim and soulless. Michael prepared for the impact of the energy influx when he saw that. However, he didn't expect the surge of the energy influx to be that strong. It was far more than he obtained from ending the lizard mother's life. Fortunately, he was prepared and much stronger than he had been at that time. His body endured the energy influx easily. Michael didn't feel restricted in his thinking or movements. It was perfect. Meanwhile, the black bear collapsed to the ground where it remained unmoving. The black bear had been killed, however. The battle had not yet ended. It was not yet over for Michael. The vigor and excitement that spread through his entire body when the flood of energy surged through every cell of his body was highly addictive. Michael felt like cheering loudly and focusing on digesting the energy influx he obtained from killing the black bear, but he couldn't do that just yet. The battle was not over, and the frenzied deers were not yet dead. When the black bear smashed on the ground lifelessly, the remaining frenzied deers surrounded their dying leader. They wanted to protect their leader even on death's bed. To their misery, Michael and his group didn't allow that to happen. The hardwood bow and the return arrow returned to the war rune, while Tigerfang manifested in front of him once again. Michael grasped it tightly and charged straight ahead. He infused a large amount of energy into Tigerfang to enhance its sharpness and sturdiness, while doing the same to the boots of Terran. The swiftness enchantment was fully unleashed, further accelerating Michael's fast speed. He may only be at the late stage of Tier 0, but he had powerful artifacts bound to his war rune, enhancing his strength drastically. With his eagle eyes activated, Michael could also faintly predict the movements of his opponents. The precise details he saw with his enhanced eyesight provided Michael with enough information to put himself in an advantageous position in a battle. Michael could evade the attacks of the exhausted frenzied deers easily and deliver a killing blow with 1 or 2 strikes. Meanwhile, the other members of his group weren't doing bad either. The archers and arrow crossbowmen focused on the same target. They killed a frenzied deer with a single volley of their arrows and bolts before they diverted their attention to another target. Meanwhile, the water elemental mage fought on her own. She used water bullets to minimize the consumption of her energy and kill the frenzied deers with a single but deadly shot simultaneously. As for the rest, their teamwork was impeccable, especially with Tiara charging at the front. She was the only actual Tier 1 warrior, and she was in possession of several artifacts that enhanced her power even further. She could inflict more damage than the water elemental mage and kill more opponents than Michael due to her swift and decisive movements. Tiara moved through the battlefield like a valkyrie. It looked elegant, yet merciless and brutal as blood and brain matter splattered everywhere around her. At one point near the end of the battle, the huge frenzied deer bleated loudly. In response, the exhausted frenzied deers seemed to have gained a sudden surge of energy. They regained their full power and charged at Michael altogether. Michael was a little bit stupefied at that point, but the number of frenzied deers left alive had decreased to less than a dozen. A barrage of arrows and bolts was enough to kill one of the energetic frenzied deers, while another one was killed by a water bullet to its head before it could even cross 5 meters. The remaining frenzied deers were full of energy, but so were Tiara and the other melee fighters. Everyone charged forward, while their links of loyalty within Michael's war rune seemed to be going wild. They hacked and slashed at the energetic frenzied deers, killing one after another in no time. Meanwhile, Michael appeared in front of the dying leader of the frenzied deers. He knew that the frenzied deer had never attacked him, but the same applied to the black bear. They never attacked him first. It had been Michael who started attacking both the ferocious monsters. However, in the untamed jungle, and everywhere across the origin expanse, only strength mattered. As long as you had the necessary strength, you could do anything. Michael understood that individual strength, connections, and wealth were the pillars of true power, whether inside or outside the origin expanse. This was something he had experienced often enough, and he knew that he couldn't stay the weak and merciful coward he had been in the past. If he did not become shrewd and tactful, Michael would be faced with death much sooner than he thought. A single mistake was all it took. With those thoughts rampaging through his mind, Michael lifted Tigerfang high in the air. He turned it upside down and looked deep into the dark eyes of the frenzied deer's leader before he pierced it into the beast's flesh. Michael grit his teeth as Tigerfang's tip cut through the frenzied deer's neck. He twisted the longsword in the monster's neck and pulled downward, cutting the artery. Warm blood splattered on Michael's face as he kept staring at the big black eyes of the huge frenzied deer. It stared right back at him until the last moment when the life in its eyes finally dispersed. Its huge body twitched 2 more times before it stopped moving altogether. What followed was a powerful surge of energy, which flooded Michael, and thunderous cheers that rang through the entire clearing and the area around. Michael sighed heavily. He retrieved Tigerfang and put it back inside his war rune while continuing to stare at the huge frenzied deer. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and a fresh doubt of uncertainty surfaced on his mind. However, before the seed could bury itself and grow roots, Michael grasped it and pulled it out. He had always known that being a lord in the origin expanse meant that one would have to become stronger and kill all probable future opponents or get killed eventually. The untamed jungle was dangerous. Preparing for the worst-case scenario meant that he had to make use of all opportunities at his disposal. The black bear would have killed the frenzied deer today, either way. How much longer would it have taken until the black bear would have found my territory and targeted me? Michael asked himself at this point. I did the right thing by hunting down the black bear. That thought was deeply imprinted on his mind. It allowed Michael to divert his focus and take a look at the grand picture. He had killed 2 Tier 2 monsters, and their corpses, in addition to more than 100 Tier 1 frenzied deers, were waiting for him to be claimed and looted. Michael's hand began to glow brightly as golden streams manifested all around them. It was extraction time. Michael used extraction on more than 100 frenzied deers, the huge frenzied deer leader, and the black bear. The frenzied deer's antlers and monster cores were stored first before Michael collected the special drops he had extracted. He stored the bodies of the huge frenzied deer and the black bear afterward, and told Tiara to fill her war rune storage space with as many corpses as possible. On the other hand, Michael's focus shifted to the special drops he had received. The most common drops were the usual, something he always obtained when he used extraction on monster corpses. In total, he extracted 1254 summoning scroll fragments, 26 summoning scrolls, and 11 blueprints. He also extracted a tierless 1-star artifact this time. It was a dark green-colored coin. Michael had no idea what it could do, but it was an artifact, a tierless 1-star artifact though. While all of that could be considered a pretty good haul, Michael's eyes fell on 2 familiar items. Both the huge frenzied deer and the black bear had dropped a piece of parchment. They showed different areas of the untamed jungle's topography. 2 more pieces of the map. Shouldn't I have most of them by now? Michael mumbled to himself as he retrieved the 3 pieces of the map that he had collected until now. The moment he retrieved the pieces of parchment, the 5 parchments began to tremble. The parchment exuded a dim white light, and the trembling intensified. An unknown force seemed to be trying to pull the parchments out of Michael's hands, and he let them go subconsciously. In response, the 5 parchments shot in the air. They stopped mid-air and hovered above Michael's head for a while. After a few seconds of staying still, the parchments began to move towards each other. The strands of fiber at the edges of the parchments wiggled as they tried to connect to the other. 4 parchments moved closer, forming a beautiful map of the untamed jungle's topography. Meanwhile, the 5th parchment connected to the underside of the map, where gleaming azure lines manifested. The azure lines felt like streams as they moved from the edges to the center of the 5th parchment where they connected. An array of azure streams formed on the backside, and it emitted an impressive aura. A miniature array, that's crazy. Michael stared blankly at the map that fell into his hands after the transformation had been completed. "Oh ho," he exclaimed while his eyes widened. What had been undetailed and a crude piece of parchment before was now a greatly detailed map of the untamed jungle. It didn't show the entire region, but Michael could pinpoint a few areas, such as the former Gogi Lord territory and the Lizard Cave. In one direction, one could even see the outskirts of the untamed jungle. That was the direction of the plateau connected to the untamed jungle and where Ziltra lay. But what interested Michael more than the details on the map was the white arrow circled in as a red bubble. When Michael turned around, the arrow turned with him. At first, Michael thought that it showed his position and that it turned with him to indicate where he was about to go, but that was proven wrong after he took a few steps. The arrow moved in a different direction when he walked in a straight line. It's almost as if it is pointing at something. It felt like the arrow wanted him to go in a certain direction. Is that a GPS treasure map? The more Michael looked at the treasure map, the more interesting it seemed. He felt his hands itching and his mind screaming at him, telling Michael to follow the treasure map immediately and enjoy a nerve-wracking adventure with his people. However, he stopped himself. It was not as if the map would run away from him. The energy influx that spread through his entire body was high, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to fight properly in his current condition. He had to digest the energy influx of the 2 Tier 2 monsters first. Afterward, he could take a good look at the GPS treasure map. With that thought, he stored the map back in the storage space of his war rune. To distract himself, he took a look at the blueprints he had extracted today. 2 of them were unusually big, which indicated that the constructions were either much bigger than the norm, or that it was far more complex than ordinary buildings. The 2 blueprints were no different from that. An intermediate summoning gate blueprint and a small teleportation array blueprint. What the Michael blurted out in shock. Saying that he was baffled was a gross understatement. Countless lords struggled to obtain the blueprints for an intermediate summoning gate. The blueprint was a perishable item that would be used up once learned by the architects and engineers. It would disperse afterward, while providing the architects and engineers with the necessary knowledge to dismantle the basic summoning gate and reassemble it with the additional parts to upgrade it. The small teleportation array was not a consumable item, but it was even more unique than the intermediate summoning gate blueprint. The drop rate for the small teleportation array was disgustingly low, and nobody knew for sure which monsters were more likely to drop it. Thus, only a handful of lords were able to install small teleportation arrays in their territory, with most of them being on the same level as native dukes or kingdoms. And an ingenious stroke of luck had blessed Michael with 2 exceedingly rare blueprints of high value, just like that. He could earn tens of millions by selling them, but that would be stupid. Even auctioning them for $100 million each would be nonsensical for someone like Michael. Instead of receiving momentary gains, he should make use of the blueprints for his territory and expand it using both the intermediate summoning gate and the small teleportation array. With that in mind, he took a short glance at the required items to construct both the intermediate summoning gate and small teleportation arrays. Oh damn. He cursed almost immediately. Even the items to construct them are fucking expensive. Looks like I have to postpone their construction for a while, Michael grumbled in his head before he put the blueprints inside his war rune. He then proceeded to look at the last drop he had extracted from the black bear's corpse. His eyes widened when he looked at the last items, and his brain switched off as he blankly stared at the items that were lying on the ground, waiting to be noticed till now. Wait, what? How is that even possible? He shouted out in a voice loud enough to attract the attention of his subjects. Tiara turned in his direction and saw Michael staring blankly at a bunch of transparent marbles. Was there anything special about these marbles? They had something purple swirling inside them, but it didn't seem to be two. Realization dawned upon Tiara at this moment. Her eyes widened, and the hair on her tail shot up. She felt goosebumps spreading all over her body. Until now, Tiara had only seen the marbles once, and that was when she had been next to Michael. They had dropped upon extracting Fenrir's body. Exactly. Shockingly enough, the inconspicuous-looking marbles were none other than Soul Star fragments. The last items Michael had extracted from the black bear were soul star fragments. There weren't many of them, but that did not matter. The soul star fragments were genuine, and they had been extracted from a monster. How is that even possible? He mumbled while a white stream of energy shot out of his war rune. It was the same tentacle-shaped stream of energy as usual. It dashed toward the 3 soul star fragments and devoured them instantaneously. The black bear dropped 3 soul star fragments, though. He asked himself first before he thought of something else. What is the correlation between the heroic summoned Fenrir, the Gogi Lord, and the black bear? Until now, Michael had been certain that only awakened with war runes and summons with a high star rating could drop soul traits and soul star fragments. However, now it was a monster that seemed to have dropped soul star fragments. I have never seen or heard anything about a bear living in the untamed jungle. The huge frenzy deer had a horde, and there should be more of them spread through the untamed jungle, but what about the black bear? Is it a special monster? It was a little bit weird. The black bear seemed to be a special monster from somewhere nearby, but how did that make sense? Maybe it was just a single monster that had fled into the untamed jungle, but that didn't answer the most crucial question: what common points did the black bear, Fenrir, and the Gogi Lord have? At the end of the day, Michael had been certain that he had finally figured out the condition for soul star fragments to drop. However, the extraction of the black bear changed his understanding of his soul trait altogether. Fenrir had been in possession of an 8-star soul trait when he was still alive as Cleve Fenrir. His potential was tremendous even as a heroic summon, and he assumed that the Gogi Lord had been in possession of a soul trait. Michael was not too sure about that because he had never seen the Gogi Lord using a special soul trait. But of course, countless types of soul traits existed. It was highly likely that it was a soul trait one couldn't see. However, it was a fact that all lords were either in possession of a soul trait or that they would awaken one later, once their soul was nourished through the dormant energy of the origin expanse. One way or another, all lords were supposed to awaken a soul trait at one point. But if that was the case, what was the reason behind the black bear's drop of soul star fragments? It was neither a summoned being with a high star rating since it had been in possession of a monster core, and it was not an awakened being with a war rune either. Let's just say that the black bear was a special regional boss, and that all regional bosses drop soul star fragments, Michael told himself. That's valid until it's proven wrong. It was easier to give simple solutions than to think too long about something that was not actually worth it. He would never be able to clear his mind if he wasted his time overthinking every little thing. Furthermore, the will of the origin expanse was unfathomable. It didn't have to make sense all the time, or so it seemed. With that in mind, Michael's train of thought returned to the treasure map. His adventurous spirit awakened, and he desired to follow the arrow on the map to find out where it would lead him. He didn't think that there would be much of a problem taking a quick glance at the destination. Furthermore, it would be better to find out what kind of place the arrow would lead him to so as to prepare for the worst case accordingly. But before Michael went on his first adventure, he digested the energy influx of the monsters he had killed. The 2 Tier 2 monsters provided a tremendous amount of energy, and he was able to digest almost all of it. That was different from before. Michael could only digest less than a quarter of the lizard mother's energy influx properly because his body couldn't handle the toll. He had to use 3/4 of the energy influx by constantly activating his soul traits and channeling energy into his artifacts. Otherwise, he would have collapsed on the spot. That was not the case anymore. He could endure the energy influx and give his war rune the time it needed to absorb everything for refinement. Michael was not sure if the energy would be enough to break through the barrier separating him from the first tier, but it wouldn't be a problem even if he couldn't reach the first tier after killing 2 Tier 2 monsters. He had more than enough time left to spare, and there was no need to hurry. Thus, Michael and his people returned to the territory now that their hunt had ended. It had been a great success, which Michael celebrated by giving the cooks several hundred kilograms of black bear meat to serve everyone. The nutrition in the meat of a Tier 2 monster was several times higher than the nutrition in a Tier 1 monster meat. It would make his subjects feel full and let them enjoy a lavish feast for quite a while, giving them something tender and juicy to savor. They would probably think about the Tier 2 meat for a long time, which was something Michael enjoyed watching. He combined 12 50 summoning scroll fragments into 50 summoning scrolls and put them together with the 26 summoning scrolls before he broke them to expand the population of his territory by 76 new subjects. Other than 2 warriors and another archer, Michael summoned 2 1-star carpenters, a second 1-star architect apprentice, and a second alchemist apprentice. The gains were pretty good, and it improved Michael's mood even further. He ate several kilograms of black bear meat while savoring every single bite of it. His gluttonous stomach was in euphoria for a long time, and he felt extremely pleased with himself. When it was late at night, everyone went to sleep. It was dark outside, and no more work could be completed in low light. However, everybody looked forward to each new day and was full of energy ready and well-rested for the tasks that had to be completed in the next few days. Meanwhile, Michael resumed his practice of the berserker physique. After eating several kilograms of black bear meat, Michael's body was not only overflowing with energy, but also with nutrition. That being said, Michael could practice the berserker physique's first level with much higher intensity than the days before. He practiced it for half an hour like usual, but the energy and nutrition he used up tonight had been several times his normal consumption. His muscles screamed for rest due to all the soreness, which Michael had to ignore in order to start the second process of his daily workout, the practice of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. Michael wanted to improve his physique and change his breathing fundamentally using the second version of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. Neither was easy, but it felt like the nutrition provided by the meat of Tier 2 monsters and their energy influx allowed him to take a shortcut. This excited Michael. It made him wonder if it was possible to accelerate his progress even further. The sensation of becoming stronger and altering his body made him feel something he hadn't felt for a long time. It was addictive and made him crave more. The sensation of his muscles growing and enlarging along with the other changes in his body was truly mysterious. Combining the use of the berserker physique's harsh practice and high consumption of both nutrition and energy with the freshness of the Sun Soldier's breathing technique was miraculous. The discomfort and the intense ache in his muscles after being subjected to extreme wear and tear in the workout were washed away the moment the breathing technique allowed him to enter a state of calm. The energy lingering in the air around him flooded his body. A single breath was all it took to open his pores and allow the energy in the room to enter his body from all directions. His body reacted drastically to the energy at first, rejecting it for a few seconds, until it realized that the energy was stimulating the recuperation of his body. In the next few minutes, he recuperated much faster with more energy inside him. The energy influx was still spreading through every cell in his body, but the fresh energy around him was more invigorating. His war rune couldn't absorb the fresh energy in the atmosphere of the origin expanse because he was not practicing a special technique that allowed such a phenomenon, but that was no problem. After all, his body required the fresh and vibrant energy of the surroundings to recuperate faster and stimulate his body. That way, he could change the way he breathed fundamentally much faster. Michael was not sure how much time had passed, but he felt refreshed once he stopped practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique. Did I sleep? He wondered when he noticed that he was not tired at all. It was almost as if he had been in a deep sleep while sitting cross-legged for 8 hours or more. Usually he felt a little bit tired after he woke up, and it would take an hour or two until his body and mind were fully awake, but that was not the case right now. He opened his eyes after practicing the Sun Soldier's breathing technique, and he felt refreshed and was wide awake immediately. His mind was clear, and he didn't feel sore when he got up from the ground either. Amazing. Michael threw a few punches in the air and went back to the ground to do a few push-ups before he got back up again. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Did the changes in my body already occur? I feel much stronger than expected, and my breathing feels more regulated and even. He had a hard time explaining how he felt right now. It was weird and something one had to experience in order to understand properly. Michael threw a glance at the back of his hand to look at the refinement degree of his war rune. Afterward, he sensed the remaining energy influx inside his body. A third of the energy influx had been used up in a day. That was more than he anticipated his war rune to absorb in half a day. It was morning already, and his subjects were already bustling like usual, getting ready for the day's work. Michael had a lot to do, whether it was to study the materials he received for the aptitude assessment or commanding his subjects to distribute more tasks. There was also the GPS treasure map. However, instead of beginning to work, Michael decided to test himself again. He started with a few sets of push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises in his room. Once he was done with that, he left the room and went for a jog. Michael tested his acceleration, his top speed, and how long he could run at top speed without feeling tired out. The results of his tests wouldn't be as accurate as they would be during the aptitude assessment, but that was not Michael's concern right now. He was more intrigued about the changes in his body and how much he had improved. His Tier 0 war rune was not yet refined to the peak stage, but his physique felt much stronger than the day before. He was close to the peak stage, but it was not as if his body would have improved that much from the strengthening his war rune provided overnight. He had learned in school that the war rune was a generator of power that had to be upgraded with the influx of energy. Due to the upgrades, the resultant power generated from the war rune would constantly increase. Such a comparison was simple, and it made sense. After all, the power circulating through the human body increased the further the war rune was refined. However, there was one point Michael hadn't been taught. It was something he realized only now. No matter how much power the generator generated, The generator would be useless if it was put in a frail machine that broke the moment the generator unleashed all energy or a machine that was rusty. The generator wouldn't be able to use its power in the most efficient way and circulate it efficiently. Doesn't that mean every lord and adventurer should be practicing body refinement techniques to keep their body up to date with their war runes refinement? Was that common sense, or did the school not teach him that intentionally? Michael was not too sure about that anymore. However, he could tell that it was necessary to keep refining his body if he wanted to use the full potential of his war rune's high refinement. It would be a waste of time and effort to rashly advance his war rune to the first tier if his body was not able to handle the power it unleashed. Fortunately, he had still some time left to find out more about the importance of body refinement and the correlation between the war rune's enhancements and the strengthening of the body through workouts. As such, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Michael continued to practice the combo of the berserker physique with the sun soldier's breathing technique. And by consuming a large amount of black bear meat to keep up with the high utilization of energy, Michael could vividly feel and see the changes that occurred in his body. It was shocking. After 3 days of hard work, he thought that he reached a threshold. Michael was certain that the improvements in his physique would slow down after the 3rd day of his tests, and that he would have much more difficulty determining the extent of growth in his strength. However, he was proven wrong the next day. On the 4th day, his war rune consumed the remaining energy influx in his body. The tierless war rune's refinement degree reached the peak stage. The moment his war rune reached the peak of tier 0, his body and mind were strengthened. Practicing the berserker physique technique afterward allowed him to sense drastic changes inside his body once again. Did that mean he refined his body once again after his war rune had been upgraded to the peak of tier 0, or was it just the unrefined enhancement the war rune provided that was refined through the berserker physique technique? Michael was not too sure about that anymore. It had been 5 days since they defeated the black bear and the huge frenzy deer. Michael was at the peak of tier 0, and he felt much stronger than ever before. By working out every day, using the energy influx in his body and the nutrition provided by the meat of tier 2 monsters, Michael could improve his physical strength. This allowed him to utilize the war rune's provided power more efficiently. It was his 25th day inside the Origin Expanse, and Michael had finally found an efficient routine to complete his daily tasks as a lord and make sure that his subjects were happy and working hard. Every morning, Michael used extraction on the monster corpses hunted by Tiara and her combat unit the day before. He dissected the carcasses near perfectly and used the special drops to summon more subjects. Soon the warehouse was filled with dissected carcasses and duplicated blueprints. Hence, Michael squeezed them inside his war rune's spatial space. He left the Origin Expanse to hail a shuttle that would take him to the central trading hall where the House of Witchery was located. Michael sold the remaining parts of the near-perfectly dissected Tier 2 monster corpses in the House of Witchery, only leaving their meat for himself and his subjects. Simultaneously, Michael sold more than 100 Tier 1 monster cores, antlers, and other body parts of the frenzied deer horde. Over the course of 2 days, Michael left the Origin twice because his spatial space was too cramped to squeeze all goods in one war rune. That made him wonder how other lords sold or stored their goods after they created multiple sources of income, such as mining ores, gardening, and horticulture. The spatial space would expand significantly after the war rune advanced a tier, but there were limits nonetheless. Either way, Michael earned more than $1 million from his 2 trips to the House of Witchery. The Tier 2 monsters were very valuable, but the price for Tier 1 carcasses and duplicated blueprints couldn't be taken lightly either. They were still worth a lot. Michael was happy with his income, but it was more of a necessity than a nice side hustle. After all, he paid $1 million to equip himself with all kinds of goods for the treasure hunting adventure. Since his adventurer spirit had been awoken, and his mind was going wild while thinking about adventures, Michael did not hold himself back while spending on the necessary equipment. He was prepared for everything. However, before he rushed into anything, Michael walked over to the librarians and various volunteers with a stash of paper, ink, and pens. He handed the librarians the berserker physique technique and requested them to duplicate the technique. He instructed them to share it with everyone who wanted to use it to train their physique. Even if starless summons wanted to use these techniques, he was perfectly fine with it. The technique he had purchased allowed starless summons to turn into warriors and attain enough power to defend themselves. Maybe the will of the Origin Expanse wouldn't consider them warriors according to their star rating, but their physique can turn into that of a warrior. With enough hard work, they can learn how to wield weapons and become true warriors, just not in the star rating without attaining enlightenment. But did it really matter whether the will considered you worthy enough to be promoted? Michael didn't care. He would rather prefer to have starless self-proclaimed warriors to protect his territory after training them harshly for months than starless summons, who who would allow enemies to bulldoze them if they were to invade the territory. Simultaneously, their ambition further fueled his desire to find out more about the place the GPS treasure map led to. He waited for Blair, Tiara, and Tiara's combat unit to gather before they set off together. It was not difficult to follow the arrow on the map. It leads them straight away to their destination. However, when they reached their destination, Michael was stupefied. The lizard cave for real now. Michael knew that the lizard cave was a treasure trove, but he didn't expect the treasure map to point at it. The arrow pointed at the entrance of the lizard cave as he circled around it multiple times. However, after they stepped inside the cavern entrance, the treasure map began to glow and change. Instead of showing the detailed topography of the untamed jungle's outer area, it showed various underground tunnels in great detail. Meanwhile, the back of the map shone brightly, illuminating the ground. He looked intently at the map and realized that the cavern system of the lizard cave was much grander than he could have anticipated. That was great, but it also meant that danger could appear from every corner. Before we proceed, make 3 copies of the map, Michael ordered Blair, who had been standing to his left, observing the map after it had transformed. She nodded her head, retrieved a large parchment, and began to redraw the map. She spent half an hour copying the map, so the details of the first copy were not that great. However, that was not important since Michael merely wanted to make sure that everyone studied the map for a while as she drew it. This was to make sure that everyone could find a way out of the cavern system if they were to lose the rest of the group and get lost. If the lizard cave has a treasure created by the will and those valuable natural resources, I shouldn't postpone conquering the lizard cave any further. Michael and the others could feel the eeriness oozing out of the depths of the lizard cave, but everyone understood that the natural resources of the lizard cave had to be harvested eventually. Otherwise, their territory's progress would slow down if not stagnate in the near future. They were already lacking various resources that could be provided by the lizard cave, but Michael always postponed the conquest of the lizard cave, saying that it was too dangerous. Michael saw the trust and determination in his subject's eyes, and he smiled faintly. Study the map for an hour, he instructed. Then he turned to Blair, who had been studying the map for almost 2 hours now. Move into the deeper parts of the cavern system without attracting the attention of the monsters there. If you cannot proceed without getting found out, return to me immediately. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself needlessly. Michael handed her the treasure map after giving his order and bent down to touch the ground. His hands began to glow golden as he exerted extraction to extract some glow-crystals and the frail white stones, which had properties similar to magnesite. Michael was not sure what it was called, but that was not important since he knew what he was supposed to do now that he was already inside the lizard cave. While the others studied the map and Blair ventured deeper into the cavern system, Michael retrieved a few empty glass vials from his war rune. A few more ingredients appeared on the ground in front of him as Michael sat down. Let's see if I observed him enough to replicate the flashbangs. GG adds DGFVWWC. The link is also in my profile. It would be great if you could leave a review as well. Every bit helps, D. Blair returned from the depths of the lizard cave half an hour later. By then, Michael had finished creating a few flashbangs. They were not as potent as the ones created by the alchemist apprentice, but Michael didn't have any alchemy tools at hand, and it was his first time creating flashbangs using the materials of the origin Expanse. Thus, he was quite satisfied with the result. At least, they worked. The deeper you venture, the more lizards will encounter. They're almost everywhere, Blair began narrating her report. The number of lizards clustering together is still negligible, but there are many small groups, and we won't be able to avoid them given our small group. Nobody can walk around as stealthily as I can. If we want to venture deeper and follow the arrow on the treasure map, we'll have to fight our way through the lizards. Michael listened intently, grimly nodding his head. Are all lizards at the second tier? He asked. No. The Tier 2 lizards are rare and they seem to be loners. The groups of lizards all consist of Tier 1 monsters, and their numbers are small as well, Blair responded. Michael got up from the ground when he heard that. He turned to his people, who were already watching him, waiting patiently for his command to set off and venture deeper into the lizard cave. Michael smiled faintly when he saw that before he gestured to his people to get up. It's time for a small cleanup. He retrieved a bunch of objects from his war rune and handed them out one after another. First, Michael handed everyone 3 different types of potions. Then he gave the archers and arrow crossbowmen explosive arrows and bolts. Lastly, he followed up by distributing highly potent paralysis venom. At the same time, Blair was given a few sets of traps, which she could install all around the cave swiftly. As the tracker of the group, she was the only one who could install the traps. That was also one of the many reasons why he brought her along with him today to install traps wherever necessary. Most items he handed out today were recently bought. They were quite expensive, especially the traps, the explosive arrows and bolts, and the highly potent paralysis venom. Each of them possessed the power to inflict injuries to Tier 2 monsters or restrict them at the very least. Thus, Michael bought them to make sure that he wouldn't be completely defenseless if he encountered an unscathed Tier 2 monster. He wouldn't always be lucky enough to find injured Tier 2 monsters, or be able to trick them into fighting each other and wait until both are exhausted to deliver the final blow. Feeling confident of himself and his team, yet vigilant of the surroundings, Michael and his team ventured deeper into the lizard cave. They walked past the cavity where he found the lizard mother's eggs a few minutes later, and they proceeded to walk ahead. In no time, they crossed a big distance, and the cavern entrance behind them couldn't be seen anymore. Simultaneously, it felt like the world around them changed completely. The bright light shining through the cavern entrance was no more. It was replaced by the dim light of the glow of crystals, which protruded from the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. As they proceeded to venture deeper into the lizard cavern, they encountered the first lizard group. There were 4 lizards the size of a big dog. Michael retrieved the hardwood bow and the return arrow from his war rune. He moved smoothly, knocked the arrow on the bowstring, and pulled back. A moment later, he released the arrow together with the others. By now, Michael had 4 archers in his army. Working together with the 2 arrow crossbowmen and the water elemental mage, his archers released their arrows, and a total of 8 projectiles whizzed through the air. 6 projectiles hit the same target, breaking the lizard's scales before piercing the soft flesh beneath, while the remaining 2 projectiles pierced 1 target each. Michael's return arrow pierced the brain of 1 lizard, while the water bullets of the water elemental mage did the same. Simultaneously, Tiara appeared in front of the remaining lizards. Her body arched and her hand holding the silver spear lunged forward. The blade of the silver spear pierced through one of the lizards just before Tiara changed her trajectory suddenly. She turned her body instantly and slammed the dull backside of the silver spear through the other lizard near her, pushing it deeper into its flesh. Something about Tiara's movements had changed since she obtained the artifacts from Michael. He didn't think too much about it at first, but his curiosity increased the more he watched her fight. Tiara's movements were weird, especially the way in which she could instantly turn and flip around. It was unnatural and extremely lethal for her opponents. Nobody expected her to be able to evade certain attacks, but Tiara easily turned and twisted herself with a burst of energy that left her opponents confused. This was most apparent when they encountered a lone lizard that was as strong as the lizard mother, which annihilated the Gogi Lord and his subjects. Michael tensed up when he saw the lowest Tier 2 lizard, but he regained his calm the next instant. He had made more than enough preparations to kill such a monster, and with Tiara by his side, he did not have to worry. However, Michael was taken aback when he saw Tiara tackle the Tier 2 lizard single-handedly. He had been certain that their whole team would have to rely on the high-potency paralysis venom to wear down Tier 2 monsters, but that was not the case. Tiara merely required a single thrust to break through the highly durable lizard scales and cause a massacre in the lizard cave. The silver spear dug deep into the Tier 2 lizard's flesh before an explosion of power occurred. Energy surged out of the silver spear explosively, and it destroyed everything around it. Even though Michael had exerted the eagle eye's sultry, he was stupefied. His eyes could follow Tiara's movements, but they didn't really make sense. He had a hard time processing what Tiara had done. The battle was already over, yet Michael and the others stared blankly at the battle maid from the Silverfang Tigerfolk. Was that her soul trait, or a martial art that uses her racial traits? Michael wondered, his expression filled with doubt and confusion. Did she lose her power before becoming my personal maid? How is she suddenly so agile and nimble? Michael was not too sure about his thought, but it was definitely weird. Tiara's combat experience and movements had improved significantly compared to the way she fought before. However, that was a good thing for Michael and his territory. No matter what the reason may be, and how much confusion it caused, it was great that Tiara grew stronger. Following the next few hours, Michael and his team were able to remove all obstructions in their way. They ventured deeper into the lizard cave and followed the arrow on the treasure map as the cavern tunnel split up into several smaller tunnels. The tunnels became increasingly narrow, but with Michael and Tiara in the front, nobody had to worry about anything. After hours of hard work, a bright light illuminated the end of the cavern tunnel. Michael and the others were tense and vigilant of the bright light. However, curiosity got the better of them and they continued moving forward. Their hearts palpitated, and the thought of discovering the whereabouts of a heavenly treasure caused excitement to spread through every single cell in their body. The group inched closer to the bright light. It took a while for their eyes to adjust to the sudden intrusion of bright light, but when they saw the scenery that was unveiled in front of them, they were shocked to the core. Even Michael was having problems controlling his expression and keeping a straight face. His eyes widened in shock and his jaw hit the ground. A humongous underground hall now lay in front of their eyes. However, it was not just an ordinary underground hall. No, it was far from ordinary. What the hell is that, an illusion? This cannot be real. A wild and untamed realm bursting with life and lush greenery appeared in front of Michael and his group. Towering trees formed a dense canopy overhead, reaching toward the crystal ceiling, which illuminated the lively realm. The beams of light pierced through the thick foliage, casting uneven patches of warmth all over the underground hall. Vibrant flowers of all forms and sizes were scattered across the ground, their colors ranging from velvet purples to fiery orange. Butterflies, lizards, huge frenzied deers, and packs of thorny wolves entered their sight as the monsters walked around unbothered. The air underground was thick and filled with the scent of exotic blossoms. It was like a sweet misty perfume lingering in the air around them. Oh my, never would they have believed that the untamed jungle could be hiding an underground ecosystem, pulsing with life and wonder beneath its surface. A seemingly ordinary cavern entrance with a complex tunnel system turned into a humongous underground ecosystem that took everybody by surprise. Michael was stunned, and he even forgot to breathe for a while. Upon realization, he gasped for air. He was embarrassed about that at first, but he quickly realized that the others pretty much had the same reaction. They too momentarily forgot to breathe at the miraculous sight of the underground ecosystem. But who could hold them accountable for that? The entire ecosystem seemed to be too magical to exist in reality. A soft, golden glow permeated the air, emanating from luminescent plants that dotted the land around them, giving it a mystic aura. The abundance of bioluminescent flora and fauna further added to the charm, casting ethereal streams of light that danced and shimmered like the gentle sparks of fireflies. Verdant ferns and vibrantly blue moss grew everywhere, their hues contrasting the warm and earthy tones of the towering trees and the fertile soil. There were even two crystal-clear streams flowing through the various creeks in the underground ecosystem, their gentle trickling creating a soothing soundtrack. Clusters of small fishes darted through the water, their colorful scales shining like precious gemstones. The air around them was filled with the melodies of birds, the splashing water, and the noises of the monsters living in the underground ecosystem. It felt like the underground ecosystem was a peaceful shelter for all life, abundant and all-encompassing. Was that what paradise was supposed to look like? Michael was not sure. How would he know what paradise looked like? He only knew one thing for sure: he was at the right place. His gaze moved deeper into the heart of the underground ecosystem, where he stumbled upon a half-covered temple that time had slowly claimed as its own. The treasure map had led them to the heart of the underground ecosystem, and Michael instinctively knew that the temple was the final destination of the map. It was not even questionable, and he could not contain his excitement. Moss and vines covered the ancient stone, reclaiming it with their emerald embrace. The temple's weathered facade told the tales of a forgotten civilization, its intricate carvings whispering stories of a bygone era. Moss-covered statues, a few broken and weathered, towered around the temple, guarding it from outside invaders. As they looked down at the old, mostly covered stone path leading to the temple's entrance at the top, Michael's eagle eyes couldn't make out every little detail from his position, but his heart beat wildly at the sight of the temple. Somehow he felt himself filled with a sense of reverence looking at the temple. It was almost as if the spirits of the jungle were still lingering within and around the temple's moss-covered stones, beckoning him. The harmonious coexistence of nature and the ancient temple underground caused shivers to run down Michael's spine. It seemed like he spent an eternity getting back to his senses, but when he regained his composure, he was still baffled. It looks like an Aztec temple, just much bigger, more impressive, and seemingly alive. The pressure I can feel from hundreds of meters away is already shocking. Just what is this temple? Oddly enough, the first thing that came to Michael's mind when he regained his senses was Fenrir's memories and the wicked spear art. He didn't know how Fenrir must have procured the wicked spear art because the memories didn't show that, but if his memory wasn't failing him, Fenrir obtained the wicked spear arts and several unique treasures from ruins that seemed similar to this one. It was not a jungle temple in an underground ecosystem, but it was also a place in the depths of the origin Expanse. Either way, if the jungle temple provided as exceptional treasures as Fenrir obtained, Michael would be over the moon. He was getting excited, but he also understood one issue: not a single monster in the underground ecosystem was Tier 1. The weakest presence came from the huge frenzied deer he saw a few minutes ago. It was as strong as the huge frenzied deer he killed after the black bear brought it to a near-death state at the surface. If the Tier 2 frenzied deer was the weakest monster, how strong were the thorny wolves and the other monsters, which were spread out through the underground ecosystem? I will take a closer look at the temple and inspect it up close. You guys stay behind, Michael ordered. If a powerful monster that you cannot handle attacks, retreat and return to the surface. I will be fine. While saying so, Michael retrieved a few items from his war rune spatial space. He smeared the content of a glass vial all over his body, covering his scent and presence. Afterward, he swallowed the viscous liquid of another potion. The potion calmed the energy inside him as well as his heart and mind. Afterward, he put a layer of mud on top of the potion he had smeared all over his body. The The mud had been infused with certain enchantments to muffle the vibrations his steps created and to hide his presence even further. Michael had no idea how that worked, but it did. It was not necessary to know the principle behind the potions, and the mud to know that it was effective, as he had paid a handsome amount to secure these items. From one moment to the next, Michael's scent, presence, and energy seemed to disappear. Combined with everything he used right now, Michael doubted that the monsters would be able to detect him. That was, as long as he wouldn't run around in the open like a maniac. He could stealthily move around now without the need to worry whether the monsters in the underground ecosystem were peaceful or if they would attack him for invading their territory. Tiara and the others didn't like that Michael left them, but he had given them an order. They wouldn't go against his word and guarded the entrance to the underground ecosystem vigilantly. Everyone was still in awe of the discovery they made, however. It was more important to stay alert and not be distracted in an unknown territory. As miraculous as the underground ecosystem might be, it could be even more dangerous than the surface. In fact, it was highly likely that the underground ecosystem was far more dangerous than the outer area of the untamed jungle. The weakest monster here was Tier 2, after all. Michael paved his way slowly but steadily through the densely grown underground jungle. The temple was only a few hundred meters away, but Michael spent close to half an hour covering the distance. He hadn't been attacked even once, and he was certain that no monster had detected him yet. That allowed him to focus his entire attention on the ginormous temple of a forgotten era that towered in front of him, waiting to be raided. Michael looked up at the old staircase that was built from ancient stones, and his heart skipped a beat. His curiosity was piqued when he saw the arched entrance of the temple. The entrance was more than 20 meters high up in the air above him, and only dozens of steps separated him from entering the temple. Intrigued by the wonders of the old temple, Michael took the first step on the staircase. The moment he stepped on the ancient stone, Michael felt as if the surrounding environment changed drastically. The pressure exuded by the temple intensified suddenly, and strange information flooded his mind. Instinctively, Michael stumbled backward. The temple's imposing pressure returned to normal, and the strange information seemed to be lifted from his mind. What was that? He looked down at himself to see if he sustained any injuries before he calmed his raging heart, as well as suppressed the various emotions bubbling inside him as he returned to the first step of the staircase. The intense pressure returned, and so did the strange information that flooded his mind earlier. It was as if the gravitational force weighing down on him had increased several times. The situation was harsh, but Michael could barely endure the intense pressure and keep himself upright. He was about to take the second step to see if the pressure weighing down on him would increase further when the strange information settled down in his mind. What language is that? This doesn't seem like the origin tongue, Michael thought at first. There are only a few lines. It should be a warning or a questioner. It is a task I have to fulfill to disperse the pressure weighing down on me. Michael had heard and studied quite a bit about old temples and other treasure troves such as the burial grounds of royal families, forgotten cities, ancient ruins, and so on. Most had challenges to pass successfully to obtain permission to enter these unique places. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Michael to decipher what he was supposed to do. That annoyed him a little bit, even more so because Fenrir's memories made his senses tingle wildly. There was something special about the old temple, but Michael couldn't find out more about the temple because of the language barrier. It was also way too dangerous to enter the old temple if he couldn't decipher the unknown language. The strange information in his head could be anything, even clues. There might be quizzes to solve inside the temple or clues that would help him to survive. If he was not able to understand the quizzes or the clues, the old temple would be 100-fold more difficult to conquer. Looks like I found a treasure, which I cannot have just yet, Michael thought, feeling a little disappointed. He figured that the old temple was a treasure trove, but also that it was deadly dangerous in multiple ways. First of all, wherever there was danger, golden opportunities would almost always present themselves. Only by overcoming the danger and taking risks would one be able to stake a claim on golden opportunities. However, that was not the most important thing right now. The moment someone finds out about the old temple and the news spreads, the entire untamed jungle would be turned upside down. Meanwhile, his little territory would be bulldozed and razed to the ground without anyone bothering to throw a second glance at him. Keeping the old temple a secret wouldn't be a problem for now. Nobody except me found out about it, either way. Michael tried to calm himself. However, his train of thought continued to assume the worst, dragging his good mood down. But what if someone finds out about the old temple? Should I just detonate the tunnel leading to the underground ecosystem before anything goes wrong? Sealing this place should be the best, but what to do after that? Michael knew that the elves and Ziltra were not far away from his current position. He was also fully aware that it was miraculous, and his luck of how nobody except the Emerald Leaf Adventure team had found him and his territory. Even they had found out about his territory only because of their coincidental encounter at the Gogi territory. What if the elves told their guild about me? That might cause trouble sooner or later. Various what-if questions flashed through his mind at this point. He slapped his cheeks to clear his head and stepped back from the old temple. Even if the Emerald Leaf adventure team told anyone about him, there was nothing he could change. His worries about the territory's safety intensified now that he had a ticking time bomb only a few kilometers away from his territory. It was also a treasure trove, but Michael couldn't enter and raid it just like that. Thus, he felt that it was more suitable to consider the old temple a ticking time bomb and a magnet for trouble. I should change my plans, Michael told himself, with firm determination gleaming in his eyes. He returned to his people in the next half an hour, told them a few things about the old temple, and returned to his territory. Michael knew that it was time to experiment a little bit. He had many questions about his soul trait's limits, and now was the perfect moment to find out what they were. He dissected the lizard corpses when they had returned to the territory and stored them inside his war rune spatial space. Afterward, he conjured the runic gate to return home. Like always, Michael messaged his brother after he emerged back home. He hailed a shuttle, took a shower, and researched a few bits of information on his way to the central trading hall. The staff of the House of Witchery was familiar with Michael, so he was led to the appraisal room immediately after he entered the shop. "What do you have to sell today?" the clerk asked with a bright smile on his lips. Michael smiled, seeing the hospitality. It felt great to be treated politely and with respect. It made him feel as if his time in school was just a bad dream. 2 Tier 2 lizard corpses and a few lizard corpses ranging from low to peak Tier 1, Michael responded with a bright smile. The clerk had been the one to complete the formalities when Michael sold the corpse of the lizard mother and the corpses of the black bear and the huge frenzy deer. Thus, he could maintain his professional smile as he conversed with Michael. "That's great. I hope you didn't lose many soldiers when fighting with those mighty monsters," the clerk said sincerely before he cleared his throat. "If you're in a hurry, I can quickly prepare some goods for you. That way my colleagues can complete the paperwork while we finish our business in the appraisal room." Michael thought about it for a moment and nodded his head. The clerk's suggestion sounded reasonable. "I want to purchase the corpse of an extraterrestrial adventurer, an untouched monster corpse, and a recently killed monster, tierless and tier 1 respectively. It would like to use the appraisal room with the corpses for 10 minutes to conduct a little experiment if that's possible."